Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1977 to Chapter 2009. The Blood God clone couldn't help but smile as he listened to the roars that reverberated around him. Done, the Black Contempt Army was now completely under his control. Even if it was the inert mist puppet, it wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Although it was the former commander-in-chief of the Black Contempt Army, it had unfortunately made a wrong decision in the end. It could be said that it had made a wedding dress for him. When the Blood God avatar looked at the inert mist puppet again, its face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. It was so gloomy that it looked as if water was about to drip out of it. Senior Inert Mist Demon, I will accept the Black Contempt Army. He smiled and said to the Inert Mist Demon. Show of force, this was a show of force. The Inert Mist Demon was angry but could not say anything. It had to keep calm and not lose too badly. It looked at the Blood God clone and said with a fake smile, you are indeed the talent that the Demon Lord values. No wonder you are in charge of the Black Contempt Army. It seems that I am too short-sighted. You flatter me. You flatter me. The Blood God clone smiled. In that case, I should leave now. From now on, you will be in charge of the Black Contempt Army. I hope you can maintain the Black Contempt Army's reputation and not let it fall. The Inert Mist Demon pretended to be free and easy. It looked at the Blood God clone and said calmly. Don't worry. In my hands, you will only see the Black Contempt Army become more famous. The Blood God clone said. I hope so. The Inert Mist Demon's mouth twitched. It was speechless. It did not know whether to say that it was confident or arrogant. Let's go. Then, it did not say anything else. It waved its hand and was about to leave with a few dark apparitions. These were its trusted subordinates. It could not leave them with the Blood God clone. However, wait. The Blood God doppelganger suddenly spoke. What else? The Inert Mist Demon frowned and asked coldly. I am now the commander of the Black Contempt Army. You will be demoted automatically and become the deputy commander of the Black Contempt Army. Until there are no other orders, you have to listen to me. The Blood God clone said with a smile. You. The Inert Mist Demon seemed to have been greatly insulted. It stared at the Blood God clone with fire in its eyes. What, you want to disobey the order? The Blood God clone said calmly. The inert fog puppet took a deep breath and looked at the Blood God avatar meaningfully. Its eyes flashed slightly, and no one knew what it was thinking. Finally, it smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. Since you, the new leader, have spoken, how can I dare to disobey? Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. The deputy commander of the inert fogworm is clearly a wise man. The Blood God doppelganger smiled and emphasized on the words deputy commander. The inert mist centipede's face twitched. It had the urge to turn around and leave. This brat's words were too infuriating. I wonder if it's convenient for Vice Commander J. Jean to tell me about the situation in the Black Contempt Army. The Blood God avatar asked, ignoring its resentment. Of course. Lazy Wugao said. All who hold a position in the Black Scorn, come before me. The Blood God doppelganger shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Swish, one figure after another walked out from the Dark Warriors and flew toward the Blood God avatar. Greetings, Commander. They first subconsciously glanced at the inert mist centipede, then bowed respectfully to the Blood God doppelganger. Deputy Commander of the inert mist centipede, introduce them to me. The Blood God doppelganger nodded and said. The inert mist centipede felt helpless. This bastard kept calling it Deputy Commander. It really made it feel a little annoyed, but it could not refute. After all, it had just agreed to be the Deputy Commander. There was nothing wrong with that. So it could only secretly grit its teeth and introduce them one by one. This is Deputy Commander Heimet. He is a third-level upper demon emperor. His strength is not ordinary. Deputy Commander. The Blood God doppelganger looked at the dark apparition of the demon moth clan that the inert mist centipede was pointing at and nodded slightly. To be able to reach the third-level upper demon emperor realm, it was considered to be in the Black Contempt Army. It was a top combat force. Most importantly, he noticed that this dark apparition did not appear in the hall where the inert mist centipede was. Did this mean that it was not a trusted subordinate of the Inert Mist Centipede? This is Deputy Commander Morlock. He is from the Giant Demon Clan and is also a third-level Upper Demon Emperor. The Inert Mist Centipede pointed at a dark apparition of the Giant Demon Clan and said. The Blood God Doppelganger nodded slightly. This dark apparition did not appear in the hall of the Inert Mist Centipede before. This is Deputy Commander Saber. He is from the Sheep-Headed Demon Clan and is a third-level Upper Demon Emperor. The Inert Mist Centipede looked at one of the Sheep-Headed Demon Clan dark apparition and introduced. I know. Deputy Commander Saber, right? Thank you for introducing the tradition of the Black Contempt Army to me. The Blood God Doppelganger smiled. This dark apparition was the so-called traditional Sheep-Headed Demon Clan dark apparition that was introduced in the hall before. It obviously had a close relationship with the Inert Mist Centipede. Saber was a little embarrassed. He glanced at the Inert Mist Centipede and said embarrassedly, Commander, you are too polite. The Blood God Doppelganger smiled slightly and motioned for the Inert Mist Centipede to continue the introduction. The other deputy commander is the Inert Mist Centipede. The Inert Mist Centipede was silent for a moment and said. Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot about it. The Blood God Doppelganger stretched out his hand and waved. The Inert Mist Centipede that was thrown in the center of the formation floated over. He waved his hand and the claws that grabbed the Inert Mist Centipede dissipated. The Inert Mist Centipede was finally put down. The public execution was over, but at this time it looked at the Blood God Doppelganger with fear and complexity. It glanced at the Inert Mist Centipede and silently retreated to the side, not daring to say anything. In the blink of an eye, this middle-level Demon Emperor existence that it looked down on had become the new commander of the Black Contempt Army. Moreover, the strength and means that the other party had just displayed had shocked and horrified it. Now, it had no face to speak in front of him. I didn't expect you to be a deputy commander too. The Blood God Doppelganger did not intend to let it go so easily. He laughed and said, You can't even defeat me. I thought you were just an ordinary warrior of the Black Contempt Army. The Inert Mist Centipede's eyes twitched. It was unable to refute. The other deputy commanders looked at each other and their expressions were a little strange. This new commander seemed to have a bit of a bad taste. However, they had just learned that the Inert Mist Centipede was defeated by him, so they were still very surprised. It seemed that the strength of this new commander really could not be underestimated. He could actually defeat the Inert Mist Centipede. It should be known that the other party's strength was higher than theirs because of the support of the Inert Mist Centipede. For a time, these deputy commanders did not dare to underestimate the new commander, the Blood God Doppelganger. Although it seemed that he was only a middle-level demon emperor, they still could not see the strongest strength of this new commander. This was incredible. After all, they were all in the upper-level demon emperor realm. Now, they could not see through an existence that was one realm lower than them. This was something that had never happened before. From this point of view, it was enough to show that this new commander was a monster. Perhaps having such a new commander was also a good thing for the Black Contempt Army. Next are the commanders. The Inert Mist Centipede hurriedly continued to introduce, diverting everyone's attention away. The Blood God Doppelganger didn't harp on it. He looked at the other high-level demon emperors, but they were basically only at the first or second level of high-level demon emperors. Their strength was a level lower than that of Kawanaka. In the upper demon emperor realm, there was an extremely huge gap between each level. It was not easy to cross this gap. After all, there were only a few geniuses like the Blood God Doppelganger who could fight across multiple levels. Therefore, these first and second layer demon emperors could only serve as commanders, and not vice-commanders. But from this, it could be seen that the Black Contempt Army was indeed extraordinary. They had so many upper-level demon emperors. Following the introduction of the Inert Mist puppet, the Blood God clone he also had a clearer understanding of the general situation of the Black Contempt Army, especially the relationship between the deputy commanders and the Inert Mist Centipede. This was very helpful for him to control the Black Contempt Army in the future. As for those commanders, it was hard to tell which side they were on for the time being. However, he wasn't worried. A first or second layer demon emperor couldn't pose any threat to him. Even if they were on the Inert Mist Centipede's side, they couldn't make any big waves. Besides, not all of the commanders were on the inert mist centipede's side. Some of them would definitely lean towards him. He had already shown enough strength and means before, so he wasn't afraid that these commanders wouldn't submit to him. The reason he let the inert mist centipede stay was to see the distribution of the internal situation of the Black Contempt army. After all, rather than letting it go and return to the dark, it would be safer to keep it under his nose. It would also be easier to monitor its every move. Besides, it wasn't like he didn't have any means to keep it in check. After the introduction of the inert mist centipede, the blood god doppelganger said, "I brought some people over. It shouldn't be a problem for them to join the Black Contempt army, right?" "Yes." The inert mist centipede's eyes flashed, but it didn't say anything. The kindred had already flown over. When they heard the blood god doppelganger's words, their eyes lit up with joy. Under normal circumstances, they would never join the Black Contempt army. But now, because of the Blood Master, they had such an opportunity. How could they not be happy? The deputy commanders were a little hesitant. "If you have any questions, just say it," the blood god doppelganger said calmly. "There's nothing else. It's just that the warriors of the Black Contempt army have been through many battles and have been through life and death together. They've formed an extremely good rapport and cooperation. Moreover, they've all developed willpower. If ordinary warriors join them, it's very likely that they won't be able to cooperate with the Dagger sect. They might even drag us down," Deputy Commander Himote said hesitantly. Blood Rambo, Blood Neil, and the others' expressions changed slightly. This was indeed their shortcoming. It was also the biggest problem for them to join the Black Contempt army. "That's not a problem," the blood god doppelganger said. "Oh?" The deputy commanders were very surprised. Even the inert mist centipede's eyes flashed. It looked at the blood god doppelganger in surprise. Did he really have a way to let these kindred dark apparitions quickly master the massacre intent? "Have you all forgotten about my massacre intent?" the blood god doppelganger said, "Let me control the formation. There's no need for anyone to master the massacre intent. I can also let them quickly integrate into the formation." "All right. Of course, if they insist on comprehending the massacre intent, it's not like I can't let them do so in a short time." "All right. Really?" the deputy commanders asked in astonishment. They could integrate into the formation without needing the massacre intent. Even a group of warriors who had yet to comprehend the massacre intent could comprehend it in a short time. They found it hard to believe. If it was really so easy, the Black Contempt army wouldn't be a unique existence. Any dark apparition could join without having to consider so many problems. "You'll know when the time comes." The blood god doppelganger kept them in suspense. He chuckled and said, "I won't joke around with the lives of the Black Contempt army warriors. If there's a problem, I can just remove the prodigies of my kindred. It won't affect the operation of the formation." "All right. If that's the case, it's not like we can't let them join." Deputy Commander Marlock nodded and said, "I wonder how strong the people you brought are." At this moment, the deputy commander of the sheep-headed demons, Chuan Jin Saber, asked. "Haha, as the prodigies of my kindred, there's no need to doubt their strength." The blood god doppelganger smiled. "Is that so?" Qing Wushan stood behind the inert mist centipede and questioned, "Words are no proof. We can't just rely on the commander's words to determine their strength. They won't be given extra chances on the battlefield. It won't be good if they're not strong enough and delay the battle." "Humph!" The prodigies of the kindred immediately glared at her. As prodigies, this was the first time they were questioned like this. Saying that they would be a burden was simply too much. Himote, Marlock, and the other deputy commanders couldn't help but glance at Qing Wushan and the inert mist centipede, then looked at the blood god doppelganger. They could naturally see that the inert mist centipede, the former commander, had an irreconcilable conflict with the new commander. "Then what do you want?" The blood god doppelganger narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. "Very simple. Let the prodigies of the kindred compete with the warriors of the Black Contempt army," the inert mist centipede said. "What do you think?" The blood god doppelganger looked at Shui Lanbua and the others and asked. "Blood Master, we're willing to compete," Shui Lanbua and the others said without hesitation. The Blood Master had given them such a good opportunity. How could they embarrass him? Very good. The Blood God Doppelganger nodded slightly and said, Xue Lanbua, Xue Niel, Xue Shili, Xue Dia, go and compete with the other deputy commanders. Yes. What? Haimote, Marlock, and the other deputy commanders' expressions changed slightly. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. If they won the competition with the deputy commanders, they would naturally be promoted to the position of deputy commander. Now that the commander wanted these prodigies to compete with the other deputy commanders, it was obvious that he felt that they had the strength to become deputy commanders. But the problem was, this was practically a meteoric rise. No one had ever become a deputy commander right after joining the Black Contempt Army. Except for this new commander. Blood Master, are you joking? The inert mist centipede finally couldn't help but ask. Of course I'm not joking. Whether or not they can become deputy commanders depends on their own strength. If they lose, then pretend I didn't say anything, the Blood God Doppelganger said calmly. Also, you can rest assured that I won't remove you from the position of deputy commander. Even if you lose, you'll still be deputy commanders. There won't be any changes. All right. Of course, it's best if we can stop at a certain point. As long as the prodigies of the blood race can gain your recognition, it's up to you to decide. All right. Then we have no more questions. Haimote, Marlock, and the other deputy commanders heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that this new commander would make an example out of them. Now that they heard him say this, they couldn't help but laugh. We can compete with the blood race prodigies. All right. Then let's begin. The Blood God Doppelganger didn't look at the inert mist centipede and the inert mist centipede anymore. Yes. All right. Everyone replied in unison. I'll go first. Xue Lanbua's expression was cold and solemn. He walked straight out and appeared in the sky above Skypillar City in a flash. He cupped his fists at the other deputy commanders and said, Please enlighten me. All right. You're brave. Haimote immediately stepped forward to show off in front of the Blood God Doppelganger and said, I'll challenge you. All right. The Blood God Doppelganger smiled and waved his hand. Blood mist gathered behind him and turned into a blood-red throne. He sat down and watched the competition. The inert mist centipede's face twitched. This qualification should have belonged to it, but now it could only stand aside. This made it very uncomfortable. However, the other deputy commanders were all standing aside at this moment, so it was no exception. The blood race prodigies all crowded around the blood god Doppelganger's throne and watched the competition in the field with envy. Especially Xuen Woji, Xue Qilua, and Xue Jins, the high-level demon emperor prodigies, whose eyes were almost red. They knew that this was the opportunity that the Blood Master had given to Xue Lanbua and the others, but not to them. The inert mist centipede and the others looked at the field curiously. At first, they didn't think much of these blood race prodigies because the strongest among them was only a first-level high-level demon emperor. However, now that the blood god Doppelganger was so confident, they wanted to see if these blood race prodigies were as strong as he said. Boom. Boom. Boom, as Xue Lanbo and Haimote fought, the sound of explosions echoed in the sky. Although Xue Lanbo was only a first-tier high-ranked demon emperor, he was still a genius from the myriad races demon land. His strength was extremely powerful. Even when facing Haimote, a third-tier high-ranked demon emperor, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. The two sides were evenly matched. However, Haimote was also a battle-hardened powerhouse. He was not an ordinary third-tier high-ranked demon emperor, so it was not that easy for Xue Lanbo to defeat him. The two sides fought for hundreds of rounds. Blood Demon Battle Saber. Battle Saber, Xue Lanbo grasped the battle saber in his hand and suddenly roared. A terrifying dark red saber light condensed on the battle saber, and he slashed out. Boom, Haimote's expression changed. He performed a sword technique, and a tyrannical black sword light erupted. Haimote was a dark apparition of the Demon Moth clan. His attacks contained lethal poison and were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, his slaughter will was also added to his attacks, which had an invisible deterrent effect. Although his slaughter will was not as strong as the blood god Doppelgangers, it was at the third tier at most. However, the slaughter will was stronger than ordinary wills. It could not be underestimated. Xuelanbo's expression changed slightly, and he immediately erupted with his blood demon will. It was bloody and demonic, extremely terrifying, and blocked the impact of his opponent's slaughter will. Boom, the next moment, the attacks of the two sides finally collided, erupting with a terrifying aftershock of origin power that swept out in all directions. The surrounding onlookers stared at the situation in the field with solemn expressions. The strength of the two of them was astonishing. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate the Blood Clan genius anymore. The strength that Xuelanbo erupted with made everyone feel his strength. Crack! 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 A series of cracking sounds came from the void. Everyone was shocked. They tried their best to look at the place where the dark red saber light and the black sword light collided. Then, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. They saw that the crack was Haimote's black sword light. But soon, cracks appeared on Xuelanbo's dark red saber light. The attacks from both sides were collapsing. The cracks continued to spread, and the runes on them were also collapsing. They were all upper demon emperors, so they were naturally able to condense the power of origin source laws. Now that their attacks had collided, it would depend on whose origin source laws were stronger. Bang! Not long after, a loud rumble rang out as a blinding beam of black light suddenly erupted. The remnant waves of origin power rolled back in Haimote's direction. Haimote's expression shifted slightly. Unable to retreat in time, he was blasted away by the origin power shockwave and only managed to stabilize himself after flying over 10,000 meters. At this moment, the dark red blade light in front of him also arrived. It swept across the sky and came crashing down. Boom! Haimote was directly engulfed by the dark red light that erupted from the blade. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Haimote, a third-layer upper demon emperor, would be at a disadvantage? The strength of that blood-kindred genius had actually reached such a level. The expression of the inert fog puppet changed, and it could not help but look at the blood god avatar. However, the blood god avatar's expression remained calm, as if he was not surprised at all. This made Xuelan very unhappy. He felt that he could not see through this blood son of the blood kindred. The other party was clearly only a peak middle demon emperor, but he could make these upper demon emperor geniuses submit. How could he be so monstrous? Could this be the innate talent of a blood son? Amidst a rumble, the remnant waves of origin power erupted from the blade light finally dissipated. Haimote's figure appeared. Although he had blocked the attack, he seemed to be in a sorry state. His expression fluctuated, but in the end, he shook his head and said with a wry smile, "I lost. The blood kindred genius is indeed extraordinary. All right. You let me win." Xuelanbo heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. In fact, neither of them had used their full strength. However, they had held back. Now that Haimote was willing to admit defeat, there was no need for him to fight to the death. Morlock, Saber, Inertwolwan, and the others looked somewhat solemn. The strength of this blood-kindred genius was indeed somewhat beyond their expectations. Especially this blood-kindred genius named Xuelanbo, who was actually able to defeat Haimote. They didn't think Haimote had held back. Under such circumstances, losing to the other party was extremely humiliating. Haimote couldn't possibly allow himself to be defeated. They just didn't know if the other blood-kindred geniuses had such strength. Xuelanbo is a genius from the myriad race's demonic land. He's not weak at all. The blood god clone said with a smile. The myriad race's demonic land. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. Even the embarrassment on Haimote's face receded significantly. His expression was solemn. It was understandable that a genius from the myriad race's demonic land would lose to the other party. Moreover, he knew that the commander was undoubtedly giving him face by mentioning this matter, so that he wouldn't lose face in front of the Black Contempt army. He couldn't help but glance at the blood god clone gratefully. The inert Wolwan's eyes flickered continuously. At first, he had only paid attention to the blood son and hadn't paid any attention to the other blood kindred geniuses. Only now did he realize that he had been mistaken. These blood kindred geniuses weren't simple. With the addition of these blood kindred geniuses, the blood son's control over the Black Contempt army was bound to increase greatly. Moreover, the other vice-commanders of the Black Contempt Army weren't of the same mind. They would definitely stand on the side of this new commander. Suddenly, the inert Wulwan's heart became even more gloomy. He felt that the Black Contempt Army was getting further and further away from him. Who's next? The Blood God clone asked as he looked at Xianxia and the others. Let me. Xianxia flew out first and cupped his fists toward the vice-commanders. Please enlighten me. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Let me also experience the strength of the blood kindred geniuses. Morlock laughed heartily. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Moments later, Xianxia was sent flying. He had been defeated by Morlock. However, his strength was also astonishing. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Next was Xuexili. His opponent was Saber. The two fought for hundreds of rounds, but there was no clear winner. In the end, they chose to stop. Although Saber was a member of the inert Wulwan, he wouldn't put himself in too much of a difficult situation. Even if he won against a first-grade demon emperor, it would be an unfair victory. It was better to stop when it was appropriate. Neither side would look too bad. They only wanted to test the strength of these blood-kindred geniuses. Now, they had achieved their goal. I'll be the last one. The inert Wulwan flew out from behind the inert Wulwan and said coldly. Shuedia. Xue Lanbo, Xianxia, and the others all looked at Shuedia with a serious expression. They had seen the inert Wulwan's strength before and naturally knew that it wasn't so easy to deal with. Although Shuedia was a prodigy of the Blood Mermaid clan, she had only just advanced to the first-grade demon emperor level. They wondered if she could defeat the inert Wulwan. Do you want to continue? The Blood God clone asked Shuedia. Of course. How can I let down the opportunity that the Blood Sun has given me? Shuedia smiled. She was incomparably beautiful as she leisurely walked toward the lazy mist in the distance. Euphoria and Shuerosa were a little envious. If only they had the strength of a demon emperor, it would be great. Unfortunately, that step was too difficult to take. Now, they could only watch from the sidelines and couldn't help the Blood Sun at all. It was especially so for Blood Rosa. One could imagine how depressed and unwilling she was. She had originally been only a step away from becoming a higher devil emperor, but it was this step that stopped her from advancing any further. It was impossible for her to take another step forward. Otherwise, she could have competed for the position of deputy commander like Shuedia. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. The inert Wulwan grinned, revealing a trace of malevolence. It was already full of resentment after being defeated by the Blood God clone, but it couldn't do anything to the Blood God clone. Now, it could vent its anger on this blood kindred genius. You don't have to worry about that. Please. Shuedia stretched out her jade-like hand, and a long whip appeared. It swung in the void on its own, making crisp crackling sounds. The surrounding space rippled slightly, as if it couldn't bear the power of the long whip. The inert Wulwan's eyes narrowed slightly, and it couldn't help but put away its contempt. This blood-kindred genius wasn't any weaker than the previous ones. It couldn't underestimate her just because she was a woman. Boom, it didn't hesitate any longer and directly erupted with dark star origin force. The inert Wulwan rolled and swept toward Shuedia. Shuedia wasn't to be outdone. She swung the long whip in her hand, and a blood shark phantom condensed behind her. It roared and collided with the inert Wulwan's attack. Boom. Boom. Boom, the inert Wulwan and Shuedia's attacks collided in the air. The more it fought, the more shocked it became. Although it was sure that this blood-kindred genius was no match for it, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat her. It was really surprising that the blood-kindred had so many geniuses in addition to the Blood Sun. Roar, the blood shark phantom appeared in the sky along with the blood sea, shocking everyone. Demon Venerable level battle skill, Blood Shark Whip. This was the Blood Shark clan's Demon Venerable level battle skill, Blood Shark Whip. Geniuses like Shuedia had basically mastered Demon Venerable level battle skills, so they were naturally more powerful than ordinary martial artists. The inert Wulwan's expression changed abruptly. The dark star origin force in its body erupted continuously, and the inert Wulwan surged out, turning into an incomparably huge face in the sky. It was numb, distorted, and filled with laziness. Roar! A soundless roar erupted from the huge face's mouth. It opened its mouth wide as if to swallow the blood shark phantom. The blood shark phantom rose from the blood sea and met the attack, not to be outdone. Then, a whip erupted from its hand, sweeping across the void and lashing toward the huge face. Boom! The attacks of both sides collided fiercely, and a violent rumble erupted. The blood-red whip was like a sharp blade that slashed down from above the huge face and actually split it in half. The huge face twisted ferociously, but it didn't dissipate and was about to close up again. Go! Go! Xuedia's eyes were solemn as she let out a soft shout. The blood shark phantom directly slammed into the huge face, bursting out with a resplendent blood-red light that drowned it out. Roar! The huge face roared and erupted with a dazzling black light. The power of sloth erupted and contended with the blood shark phantom's energy. The two immediately entered a stalemate in the air. The blood-red light and the black light each occupied half of the sky, constantly eroding and whittling away each other's energy. Rumble! Violent rumbles reverberated continuously in the air and didn't dissipate even after a short while. The origin power shockwaves formed from the collision rolled out in all directions. At a certain moment, the stalemate was finally broken. With a loud bang, the black light gained the upper hand, drowning out the blood-red light, and swept toward Xuedia. However, under the erosion of the blood-red light, the black light became much weaker. Therefore, Xuedia only waved the whip in her hand, creating several afterimages in front of her to form a defensive barrier, completely blocking the bombardment of the black light. Boom! At this moment, the inert Mistluan arrived, and a small world phantom appeared behind it and pressed down with a loud bang. Xuedia's expression changed slightly, and she immediately mobilized her small world phantom, turning it into a blood-red area in the sky, and met the attack head-on. Boom! 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 The two sides collided, and Xuedia's small world phantom trembled violently. Cracks appeared on it, and the runes on it collapsed continuously. Clearly, she was at a disadvantage. Xuedia clenched her teeth and erupted with all the world power in her body to maintain the operation of her small world phantom. Unfortunately, it was futile. The collapse of her small world phantom was simply unstoppable. In the end, the inert Mistluan was a fourth-layer demon emperor. Xuedia might be able to cross two minor realms and fight against a third-layer demon emperor, but in the end, she was still unable to contend against a fourth-layer demon emperor. Boom! In the end, Xuedia's small world phantom collapsed, and the terrifying origin power shockwave swept back, sending her flying uncontrollably. The inert Mistluan wanted to follow up with another attack. Enough. At this moment, a calm voice slowly sounded. The inert Mistluan's body stiffened upon hearing this voice, and she didn't dare to attack again. The public execution from before had indeed cast a shadow over it. Moreover, the current situation was very clear. If she offended this new commander, even the inert Mistluan might not be able to protect her. Seeing this, the inert Mistluan didn't say anything. She merely watched in silence. A faint smile appeared on the blood god clone's face, and he was very satisfied with the inert Mistluan's reaction. Xuedia has lost this round. All right. Xuedia didn't say anything. She cupped her fists toward the inert Mistluan before returning to the blood god clone's side. Are you all satisfied with the strength of our blood tribe prodigies? The blood god clone chuckled. I have no objections to the blood tribe prodigies joining the Black Contempt Army. Deputy Commander Haymote was the first to speak. I have no objections either. They possess such strength. Deputy Commander Marlock said. Saber and the inert Mistluan couldn't help but look at the inert Mistluan. I have no objections either. The inert Mistluan's eyes flickered, and she chuckled. The strength of the blood tribe prodigies is impressive. All right. It had to admit that even if a few of the geniuses were defeated by the vice-commanders, their strength was indeed extraordinary. It was commendable, and no one could find fault with them. Even if she wanted to stop them from joining the Black Contempt Army, she couldn't find a valid reason. Therefore, instead of stopping them from joining the Black Contempt Army, she might as well agree directly. That would show her magnanimity. She wanted to salvage her image in front of the Black Contempt Army soldiers. Seeing that the inert mist one had chosen to agree, the two dark apparitions, Saber and inert mist one, naturally couldn't say anything more. In that case, Xue Lumbo, Xue Neil, Xue Shili, Xue Dia, the few of you will temporarily take on the role of deputy commander and report directly to me. The Blood God clone said calmly. Also, you must learn from the other deputy commanders and familiarize yourself with the Black Contempt Army as soon as possible. If I find out that you're holding us back, don't blame me for being merciless. Alright. Yes. Alright. A trace of excitement appeared in the eyes of Xue Neil and the others. Even Xue Lumbo was no exception. As for the role of commander, I'll leave it to Xue Lumbo and the others. The Blood God clone said. Thank you, Blood Master. Xue Lumbo and the others said gratefully. They knew that the Blood Master was giving them a chance to establish their prestige. This way, even the Blood Tribe prodigies would be extremely grateful to them, and it would help them control the other dark race soldiers of the Black Contempt Army. The other vampires were very envious, but most of them weren't. That was because they knew that they weren't strong enough to fight for the position of deputy commander. Fortunately, some of them still had the chance to take on the role of commander, which was a consolation. For a moment, the gazes of these vampire prodigies toward Xue Lumbo and the others were filled with a trace of desire and fervor. Only Xue Jin's, Xue Noji, and Xue Qilua had ugly expressions. That was because the Blood Master had never mentioned them. Xue Diluan of the Blood Temple was also a little annoyed. Previously, when he saw that Blood Rosa had submitted to the Blood Master, he felt somewhat uncomfortable and wasn't too enthusiastic about the Blood Master. As a result, the Blood Master didn't remember him. It was a pity that he had missed such an opportunity. But it was too late to say anything now. Usually, he didn't burn incense, but at the last moment Buddha's feet obviously wouldn't work here. He made up his mind to follow in the Blood Master's footsteps from now on. As it turned out, Blood Rosa's choice was very correct. The Blood Master's potential was too shocking. He had only entered the battlefield of the universe of light for a short while, but he had already become the commander of the Black Contempt Army. His future was limitless. If he could cling to the Blood Master's golden thigh, there would be many benefits in the future. After the Blood God clone finished dealing with the Blood Tribe prodigies, he looked around and swept out his spiritual force to pick up the attribute bubbles that the prodigies had dropped during the battle with the deputy commander. Dark Astral Force * 23,000 Blood Demon Warblade * 300 Blood Demon Fist * 500 Blood Demon Domain, Melder, * 200. Dark Astral Force * 14,000, Poison Star Force * 27,500, Poison Devouring Mask * 1,000 Devil Moth Domain, Melder, * 1,000. Dark Astral Force * 15,000 Blood Python Sword Technique * 4,200 Blood Python Domain, Melder, * 1,500. Dark Astral Force * 12,000 Troll Warhammer * 300 Troll Domain, Melder, * 800. Dark Astral Force * 13,000, Blood Swordsmanship * 5,500, Blood Knife Domain, Melder, * 6,500. Dark Star Origin Power * 14,500, Fire Star Origin Power * 13,000, Devil Flame Blade Technique * 6,500, Dark Flame Domain, Melder, * 1,500. Dark Star Origin Power * 12,000, Blood Shark Whip * 1,200, Blood Shark Domain, Melder, * 200. Dark Star Origin Power * 16,000, Sloth Mist Mask * 4,000, Sloth Mist Domain, Melder, * 800. One by one, the attribute bubbles were absorbed, turning into origin power and comprehension. In the silent void, on an uninhabited planet outside the Torch Dragon Galaxy, deep underground, a figure sat cross-legged in a mysterious formation. His eyes were slightly closed, but they suddenly opened at this moment with a flash of light. This figure was Wang Ting's main body. At this moment, he was obviously slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect to suddenly obtain so many attribute bubbles. However, he quickly reacted, smiled, and immediately began to absorb them. In an instant, a large amount of Dark Star Origin power appeared in his body, as if it had transcended space and appeared out of thin air. It was very mysterious. However, his Dark Star Origin power had now reached the peak of the Domain Lord level, and the dark star origin power in his body hadn't been depleted at all. It was still in its peak state. Hence, the dark star origin power could only fuse with his original origin power, causing his origin power to become denser and more vigorous. This was also the reason why Wang Ting's strength was many times stronger than people of the same realm. In addition, he had also picked up 13,000 points of fire star origin power. It was a pity that Wang Ting's fire star origin power couldn't be improved anymore. These attribute values could only make his fire star origin power stronger. Naturally, Wang Ting accepted all of them. He didn't mind at all. However, his poison star origin power could continue to be improved. His poison star origin power was now only at the domain lord level 6, and was still quite far from the peak. This time, he had obtained a total of 27,500 points of poison star origin power, which surprised Wang Ting greatly. This poison star origin power was much more than the other origin powers. Shuelumbo's strength is indeed not bad. He was able to force the demon moth race dark apparition to such an extent. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Since he had obtained these attribute bubbles, he naturally had a vague idea of the situation over there. The battle between Blood Lumbo and the dark apparition of the demon moth race, Haimot, was without a doubt the most intense. In the end, Haimot was struck by Blood Rambo's blood demon blade and had no choice but to defend himself. This was why he had dropped so many origin attribute bubbles. At this moment, those attribute bubbles had turned into a large amount of incomparably pure poison star origin energy, circulating within Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting activated the demonic lotus poison body, and the boundless poison attributed star force was transformed into an extremely unique poison attributed star force, which was even more terrifying than the normal poison attributed star force. Even the poison-type star force cultivated by the demon moth race's dark apparition with the demon moth body was no match for it. In this aspect, the demonic lotus poison body was indeed more powerful than the demon moth body. At this moment, the poison-attributed star force had circulated in his body once before completely turning into the demonic lotus poison, which then entered his primal chaos star domain and became his cultivation realm. Rumble, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from within his body. He had broken through, poison attribute star force, 2700/70,000, domain lord level 7, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. His poison attributed star force had broken through at this moment, from the domain lord level 6 to the domain lord level 7, smoothly entering the late domain lord level. The difference in strength between the mid and late domain lord level was huge. It was like a chasm, and after crossing it, it would be different. Realm. Now that Wang Ting had directly reached the late domain lord level, his poison-attributed star force's strength had undoubtedly increased greatly. Even if it was only the domain lord level 7, it was enough to make him happy. The increase in his poison-attributed star force was truly a pleasant surprise. After all, he had just reached the domain lord level 6. Who would have thought that in just a few days, it would increase again? This kind of feeling of rapid improvement was really awesome, others would not be able to experience it. Looks like the Blood God clone's progress is not bad. He rubbed his chin, feeling gratified. He then excitedly continued to look at the other attribute bubbles. Since his poison-attributed star force could break through, the other attributes should not be too bad. Blood Demon Battle Blade, Demon Lord level 5000/10,000, proficient, Blood Demon Fist, Upper Demon Emperor level 5800/10,000, small success. Two extremely familiar attributes appeared in Wang Ting's mind, causing him to be instantly interested. Blood Demon Battle Blade, Blood Demon Fist, these two skills that belonged to Blood Blue Bow had actually improved. Wang Ting could not help but be surprised. Because Blood Blue Bow did not drop any attribute bubbles in the previous battle, he thought that Blood Blue Bow had run out of treasures. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, it would drop another attribute bubble? As the related insights were absorbed by him, the proficiency of the two skills quickly increased. However, when he saw the increase in attributes, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. One had increased by 500 points, the other by 300 points, how should he put it? It was a little too little. It had been a long time since his attributes had increased by just a little bit. Fortunately, the proficiency of these two skills was already quite high, so he was not disappointed. The increase in attributes this time was probably the result of Blood Blue Bow's painstaking cultivation, which was already very good. Blood Demon Domain, 3400/4000, 4th rank Melder. Next, the Blood Demon Domain, also improved. However, it was not much, only 200 points. He was still a 4th rank Melder and had not broken through. This means that Blood Blue Bow has improved on the battlefield this time. Wang Ting absorbed Blood Blue Bow's attribute bubbles and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Could he say that Blood Blue Bow was worthy of being a genius from the myriad races demon lands? This speed of improvement was enough to crush most geniuses. Venomous Bite Mask, Demon Lord level 4000/5000, proficient. It's the Venomous Bite Mask. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment when he heard the attribute Enlightenment. The Venomous Bite Mask. A Demon Lord level battle technique. This was the battle technique he had obtained from the Devil Moth race's Dark Apparition genius, Hasley. He had not expected to obtain the same attribute from the vice commander of the Devil Moth race. This was very rare. A Demon Lord level battle technique was just too rare. I'm not far from breaking through to the proficient level. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he felt a little happy. As a Demon Lord level battle technique, the Venomous Bite Mask was naturally extraordinary. Not only did it contain the power of poison, but it could also interfere with space and be used to imprison the opponent. It could be said to be an extremely strange and powerful technique. If he could upgrade it to the proficient level, its power would definitely increase greatly. In addition, after upgrading the Demon Lord level battle technique to the proficient level, it was basically enough for the Realm Lord level. Not many people could surpass it. Devil Moth Domain, 300/4000, 4th rank Melder. A special insight surged into Wang Ting's mind, turning into a strange domain. The phantom of a devil moth appeared in this domain, flapping its wings and scattering poisonous powder, enveloping the entire domain in the power of poison. What was even more strange was that the poisonous powder was almost everywhere, following the body like a shadow, as if it could adhere to any being's body. In this insight, there were warriors from the Radiant Universe who fell into this poisonous domain and were instantly covered by the poisonous powder, quickly turning into pus. It was abnormally terrifying. Even Wang Ting had to admit that this Devil Moth domain was indeed quite powerful. If he added the poison of his demonic lotus, it would be even more terrifying and terrifying. As these insights were absorbed by Wang Ting, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, and his control of the Devil Moth domain increased by another level. He had broken through, the Devil Moth domain had broken through, rising from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank Melder realm. Wang Ting could clearly feel that the power of the Devil Moth domain had increased by a large margin, and it could not be compared to before. Next were two familiar Blood Clan battle techniques. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind, causing the related insights to increase rapidly. Blood Red Blade Technique, Intermediate Demon Emperor 3800/10,000, small success. Blood Python Sword Technique, Intermediate Demon Emperor 2000/10,000, small success. These two battle skills were obviously battle skills that he had obtained before. It was just that they were only at the proficient level before, but now they had broken through at the same time and reached the small success level. These were Intermediate Demon Emperor battle techniques. Although they could not be compared to Upper Demon Emperor battle techniques, after reaching the small success level, their power was close to Upper Demon Emperor battle techniques. Most importantly, they didn't consume too much origin power. At the very least, it was much less than a high-rank Demon Emperor's battle technique. Therefore, to Wang Ting, the value of these two battle techniques had greatly increased. Otherwise, the two Upper Demon Emperor geniuses, Blood Neil and Blood Tin, would not have painstakingly cultivated these two battle techniques and improved them to the small success level. Yes, these two battle techniques came from Blood Neil and Blood Tin. This time, when facing the deputy commander of the Black Contempt Army, they obviously did not hold back and directly used their strongest strength, afraid that they would be a burden to the Blood God Avatar. Blood Python Domain, 300/4000, 4th rank Melder. Blood Blade Domain, 500/4000, 4th rank Melder. At the same time, Wang Ting also obtained two corresponding domain attributes. Two special domains slowly unfolded in his mind. In one domain, countless blood python phantoms were condensed, moving freely in the sea of blood. The scene was enough to make one's scalp tingle. In the other domain, the shape of a blood blade was condensed, and countless blade rays emerged from the blood-red domain, slashing out in a dense manner with astonishing power. First of all, he had already obtained the blood python domain before. This time it had directly risen from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank, which was also an upgrade. Wang Ting had just obtained the crimson blade domain, but it had already reached the level of a rank 4 melder, which surprised him. A 4th rank melder's domain was not something an ordinary domain could compare to, but it had been easily obtained by Wang Ting. It was somewhat surreal. However, before he could rejoice, another change occurred in his mind. Fusion, the blood python domain had long been integrated into the blood sea domain. But the blood blade domain had not. At this moment, as Wang Ting absorbed the insights, it was also integrated into the blood sea domain, causing it to transform. For a moment, a monstrous sea of blood appeared in Wang Ting's mind. As the waves rolled, various changes occurred. This time, not only did the sea of blood have the same changes as before, but there were also countless blade rays. These blood-red blade rays were densely packed in the sky above the sea of blood, and they were incomparably fierce. Blood Sea Domain, 100/4000, 4th rank Melder, 4th rank Melder. Just 2 domains had reached the 4th rank Melder realm, and Wang Ting's Blood Sea Domain had also reached the 4th rank Melder realm. Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised. The Blood Sea Domain could be considered the most powerful of the many domains that the vampire dark apparitions had comprehended. It was a powerful domain that encompassed countless types of vampire domains and was extremely inclusive. Perhaps it was because of this that when his Blood Python Domain and Blood Blade Domain reached the 4th rank, his Blood Sea Domain also reached the 4th rank. After all, the Blood Python Domain and Blood Blade Domain both contained a portion of the Blood Sea Domain's insights, so it was natural for him to comprehend them by analogy. In addition, his Blood Sea Domain had already reached the 3rd rank Melder realm. With this foundation, it was difficult for him not to break through. Troll Warhammer, Upper Demon Emperor 7900/10000, small success. Troll Domain, 300/4000, 4th rank Melder. The attribute bubbles from the troll race's deputy commander, Morak, did not contain many attribute points. Among them, the Troll Warhammer only had 300 points, and the Troll Domain only had 800 points. However, Wang Ting had already obtained these 2 attributes. Among them, the Troll Warhammer had already reached the small success level. The fact that it could be increased by 300 points was already the result of Morak's extremely profound cultivation of the Troll Warhammer. As for the Troll Domain's 800 attribute points, it had increased from the 3rd rank Melder realm to the 4th rank Melder realm, which greatly increased its power. Wang Ting was already very satisfied with this. Then, another piece of insight appeared in Wang Ting's mind, turning into a shadow of a sheep-headed demon dark apparition. This shadow held a warblade that was entwined with dark red flames, bursting out blade rays. The origin force of the dark star and the origin force of the fire star intertwined, creating an astonishing power. Demonic Flame Blade Technique, Upper Demon Emperor 2500/5000, Proficient, Upper Demon Emperor Blade Technique. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and his heart was slightly happy. This was an Upper Demon Emperor Blade technique of the sheep-headed demon race, and it was a battle technique with a mix of dark and fire attributes. Its power was quite impressive. The 6,500 attribute points that he had just obtained directly allowed his mastery of this technique to reach the proficient level. It had jumped 3 levels in an instant, saving him a lot of cultivation time. Dark Flame Domain, 600/4000, 4th rank Melder. The sheep-headed demon's Dark Flame Domain has also reached the 4th rank. Wang Ting chuckled, his mood getting better and better. Now, he had mastered more and more 4th rank Melder domains. This was a domain that only mid-level Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions could master. Ordinary dark apparitions could not do so. After absorbing the attribute bubbles of the sheep-headed demon dark apparition, the ones from Shui Dia merged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into insights. A shadow of a blood mermaid dark apparition immediately appeared. It held a blood-red whip in its hand and constantly practiced cultivation. This process seemed to be imprinted in Wang Ting's mind, increasing his understanding of the blood mermaid whip by a lot. It was as if he had personally cultivated and comprehended it. At the same time, a special domain evolved. This domain condensed a phantom of a blood mermaid that traversed the blood sea with unfathomable power. Blood Mermaid Whip, Demon Sovereign 5000/10,000, Proficient, Blood Mermaid Domain, 2400/3000, 3rd rank Melder. There were not many attributes from Xue, but it was better than nothing. In any case, it had increased. The last few attributes came from the lazy Mist Luan. Ting's eyes suddenly flashed, and he silently absorbed them. Roar, a furious roar suddenly sounded in his mind, causing his mind to tremble involuntarily. Then, an image appeared. Endless lazy mist rolled over and turned into a huge face. The face was numb and distorted, full of laziness, and gave off a strange and evil feeling. The lazy mist face, a special name appeared in his mind. Wang Ting almost instantly grasped the way to use this combat skill, and a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. This combat skill was actually somewhat similar to the Demon Moth clan's poisonous devouring face. The poisonous devouring face transformed into a huge face that contained both the power of poison and space, and could imprison the enemy. The lazy mist face also transformed into a huge face that contained the laziness of the lazy mist clan. At the same time, it also contained a trace of space power that could imprison the enemy. From this point of view, Demon Venerable level combat skills were more or less related to the Tao of space. Of course, not all combat skills could use the power of space. This could only mean that the combat skills of the Demon Moth clan and the Lazy Mist clan were indeed somewhat extraordinary. The reason why Xue was able to contend with the Lazy Mist Luan earlier was because her Blood Mermaid Whip was also a Demon Sovereign combat skill, and it would not lose to the Lazy Mist face by much. Otherwise, she would definitely suffer a great loss. Face of Lazy Fog, Demon Lord 1000/5000, skilled. I didn't expect it to be another Demon Sovereign combat skill. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel, and his eyes flickered slightly. He was very surprised. Demon Sovereign combat skills were generally very rare and precious, and ordinary warriors were not qualified to cultivate them at all. Moreover, without enough talent, it was useless even if one cultivated them. Not only would it take a lot of time, but the effect would also be very impressive. Hence, ordinary dark apparitions would never cultivate Demon Venerable level combat techniques. However, the Lazy Mist Luan, an upper-level Demon Emperor, could actually master a Demon Sovereign combat skill, and its mastery level was at least at the proficient level. It seemed that the Lazy Mist Luan's talent was quite good. The Lazy Mist Luan can be trained as a confidant by the Lazy Mist clan, an existence on the Myriad Emperor list. Wang Ting thought silently. After absorbing the attribute bubbles of the Lazy Mist face, he was about to absorb the last attribute when suddenly, there was a slight change on the attribute panel. Behind the face of Sloth Fog, face of Poison Devouring, and even the Mirage Realm of the Mirage Monsters, the words can be fused appeared. These 3 combat skills can be fused? Wang Ting was surprised and delighted. These 3 combat skills came from 3 different dark races. Although there were some similarities, they were still combat skills of different races, and there were still some differences. Now that he found that they could be fused, how could he not be surprised, but more than that, he was happy. In any case, the fusion of 3 combat skills could only be a good thing. It would not be a bad thing. Fuse? Wang Ting almost did not hesitate. His eyes flickered, and he immediately chose to fuse. He really wanted to see what kind of combat skill he would get after the fusion of these 3 combat skills. In an instant, the 3 combat skills immediately changed. Mask of Slothful Fog, plus, Mask of Poison Devouring, plus, Realm of Illusion, equals, Mask of Slothful Poison, Peak Demon Lord 500/8000, Proficiency. A brand new combat skill appeared in Wang Ting's mind, turned into enlightenment, and was directly absorbed by him. Lazy Illusion Poison Face. A thought flashed through Wang Ting's mind, and a trace of enlightenment surged into his mind. From the enlightenment, he knew that the Lazy Illusion Poison Face had the characteristics of the previous 3 combat skills. Not only did it have the power of laziness, poison, and mirage, but it also contained the power of space. The 4 powers were ingeniously fused together in a special way, and its power had reached an unimaginable level. In terms of level, the Emotional Illusion Poison Face had reached the peak of the Demon Sovereign level, and was only half a step away from becoming a divine-level combat skill. One could imagine how powerful it was. This combat skill. Wang Ting's eyes moved, and he was a little surprised. At this moment, a strange face condensed in his mind. It was no longer as aggressive as the sloth mist face and the poison-devouring face. Instead, it had an illusory feeling, as if it didn't exist. It blended into the void, making it difficult for people to notice. However, in this illusion, there was also a terrifying power of sloth and poison. Once one was swallowed, they would be imprisoned in space, and then wrapped up by the power of sloth and poison, unable to escape. All in all, this combat skill was indeed very powerful, and it was not comparable to ordinary combat skills. Moreover, Wang Ting had a vague premonition that this combat skill seemed to be able to continue fusing. It depended on whether other dark races had similar combat skills. So, this combat skill really has a chance to reach the divine level? Wang Ting's heart moved, and he could not help but have an unbelievable thought. He believed that as long as one or two similar demon sovereign-level combat skills were fused, the lazy illusion poison face would definitely reach the divine level and become a real divine-level combat skill. Very good, the road to fleece is long and arduous. Wang Ting smiled bitterly in his heart. Although there were divine-level combat skills, it was not easy to fleece similar demon sovereign-level combat skills. Not to mention the rarity of demon sovereign-level combat skills, just the similarity was enough to eliminate countless combat skills. Who knew when he would encounter a similar combat skill again, so he could only rely on luck. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. At least my luck is not bad. Wang Ting immediately found another consolation for himself. The last attribute bubble was the Lazy Mist domain, and Wang Ting directly absorbed it. Lazy Mist domain, 2300/4000, rank 4 melder. This domain had already reached rank 4 before, but it did not break through this time. It only increased by a lot. Wang Ting could feel that his mastery of the Lazy Mist domain had increased by a lot, and he was more proficient and powerful than before. Phew! Phew! At this point, all of the attribute bubbles had been absorbed, and Wang Ting could not help but let out a long sigh. He was originally a little surprised by the sudden appearance of so many attribute bubbles, but now that they were all absorbed, he was pleasantly surprised. The increase in various attributes had caused his strength to soar once again. Although they were all of the darkness attribute, it did not affect his happiness at all. Moreover, this increase in darkness attribute could also greatly increase the strength of the blood god clone, which was definitely a good thing. Taking control of the Black Contempt army, huh? Looks like it'll be soon. Wang Ting gathered his thoughts and muttered to himself before slowly closing his eyes. On the other side, the blood god clone also received the feedback and was slightly delighted. He did not expect to be able to increase so many attributes this time. Several of his domains had reached the level of a rank 4 melder, which greatly increased his strength and made his future operations much more convenient. Right, there's something I want to ask you. The blood god clone suddenly turned to look at Haimote and the others. What is it? Haimote, Morak, and the others could not help but look at each other and ask in surprise. When I first arrived at Skypillar City, I saw the Black Contempt army escorting some slaves from the Radiant Universe out of the city. I heard that they were mining. Can you bring me to take a look? The blood god clone chuckled. The lazy mistworm's heart tightened, and it was extremely unhappy. This blood disciple of the blood clan was really difficult to deal with. He had just become the commander, and he was already eyeing the precious resources on this planet. He was not easy to fool, it did not even have time to take those resources for itself. So it's about that. Haimote, Morlock, and the other deputy commanders nodded in understanding. Those slaves from the universe of light have indeed been taken to the mines by us. If the commander wants to inspect it personally, we can take you there immediately. Haimote, Morlock, and the other deputy commanders nodded. All right. Let's go take a look now. The blood god doppelganger stood up from the throne, stretched his back, and spoke in a swift and decisive manner. Haimote and the others immediately flew out of Skypillar City with the blood god clone. With their speed, it only took a moment for them to cross half of the planet's land and arrive at a mountain range. This mountain range was extremely large, not much smaller than Zhuangshan. It was covered with a large amount of lush vegetation, and it was filled with extremely dense origin power waves. One look and one could tell that it was a treasure land. The blood god clone's eyes flashed, and he was somewhat expectant. If the Black Contempt Army treated it specially and allowed the warriors from the Radiant Universe to mine, there must be extraordinary treasures here. What was even more eye-catching was that in the center of this mountain range, there was a giant pillar that pierced the sky. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, and the top could not be seen at all. Looking at it from afar, an extremely spectacular feeling arose spontaneously, and it was shocking. The name of Sky Pillar Star was born from this giant pillar. This mountain range is called Sky Pillar Mountain Range, and it is the largest mountain range on Sky Pillar Star. Haimote saw that the blood god clone was curious, so he smiled and introduced it. Sky Pillar. That's quite appropriate. The blood god clone smiled faintly. It is said that this Sky Pillar mountain was formed naturally, and it is engraved with the patterns of heaven and earth. It is like the work of the gods, and the warriors from the Radiant Universe can comprehend the origin laws of heaven and earth on it. Haimote said, even us dark apparitions can comprehend it if we have the corresponding attribute. Many people in the Black Contempt Army have benefited greatly from this place. Oh, if that's the case, I'm rather interested in this Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The blood god clone smiled. If the commander is interested, you can go take a look later. The place where the slaves from the Radiant Universe are mining is not far from Sky Pillar Mountain. Morak smiled. Not far from Sky Pillar Mountain. Could it be that the ore is related to the Sky Pillar Mountain? The blood god clone guessed. That's right, but allow me to keep you in suspense first. When the commander gets there, you will know what the Sky Pillar Mountain is rich in. Haimote smiled. Ha ha ha. All right. The blood god clone laughed heartily and said, then I will wait and see. Let's go. Let's go. Haimote and the others immediately led the way and flew straight in the direction of the Sky Pillar Mountain. The closer one got to the heavens, the more shaken one's heart would be. As soon as the blood god avatar got closer, he realized that there were many attribute bubbles floating around the Sky Pillar Mountain. His heart skipped a beat. It seemed that there were more attribute bubbles to pick up. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was indeed addictive to scavenging. He had just scavenged the Blood Clan prodigy and the deputy commander of the Black Scorn army, and now he could scavenge the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. What are you so happy about? Euphoria was right beside him. She could not help but ask when she saw this scene. She felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Shwedia become the deputy commander. She could not help but want to feel her presence in the blood god clone. It's nothing. The Pillar of Heaven's mountains is so mysterious. The minerals nearby must be very special too. I'm just looking forward to it. The blood god clone smiled faintly. Blood Master, did you see the expression on Qing Wumon's face? She was obviously depressed, but she pretended to be fine. It was very funny. Euphoria nodded and covered her mouth as she chuckled. The blood god clone did not look at the inert mist centipede and knew what expression it had. He just smiled faintly and said, the winner takes all. She lost, so of course she's in a bad mood. Yes. And this mineral. It must have been snatched by you before it could take it for itself. Euphoria said. That's her bad luck. The blood god clone's laughter finally showed a hint of schadenfreude. She probably did not expect that her position as the commander would be taken by the Blood Master. She was full of confidence and victory was in her hands. Euphoria said respectfully. *O, the blood god. Clone's expression was strange. Was Euphoria licking his boots? He coughed dryly and said, you're right. The Blood Master seems to have become stronger again. Euphoria looked at him with some respect. His voice was reflected in her bright eyes. She said, this talent is comparable to the prodigies of the Underworld clan and other powerful clans. Underworld clan. The blood god clone's eyes flashed, but he just smiled. He did not comment and asked, has your strength improved recently? Yes. I've improved a little. After all, I was taken care of by the Blood Master and received a lot of origin blood. Euphoria looked at him and smiled gratefully. That's good. You'd better improve your strength quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with me. The blood god clone said calmly. Question mark. Euphoria was speechless. I'm talking about feelings with you, but you're afraid that I can't keep up with your pace. Why couldn't this guy be as lecherous as the others? Even if he wasn't lecherous, he should at least have a basic sense of beauty. For no reason, she couldn't help but have such a ridiculous thought. The blood god clone did not know what she was thinking. He increased his speed and continued to fly forward with Haimote and the others. The inert mist puppet's face was as calm as an ancient well. At this moment, it was impossible to tell what it was feeling. Even if it was very unhappy, there was no point in showing too much depression. It would only make a fool of itself. After all, it was an expert on the list of 10,000 emperors. No matter where it was, it could be called a hero. The reason it had lost its composure before was because it was angry. Who would have thought that a middle-level demon emperor could break through the Black Contempt killing formation and even take the Black Contempt army seal from its hands and successfully become the new commander of the Black Contempt army? How could it, an expert on the list of 10,000 emperors, accept this? Euphoria said that its face was smelly, and it was indeed smelly all the way. But now, it had finally recovered and regained a trace of the elegance of an expert on the list of 10,000 emperors. The others knew that the inert mist puppet had such a complicated mood change. At this moment, most of their attention was on the blood god clone. He was the focus of attention now. Haimote, Morlock, and even Saber, the deputy commanders, were all thinking about how to treat the new commander. As for the commanders, needless to say, they didn't want to fight the blood god clone and the blood god clone. They did not want to be involved in the conflict between the inert mist puppet and the blood god clone. Furthermore, with their strength, they could not withstand the conflict between the two bosses. Therefore, they had to stand on the right side so that they would not be caught in the crossfire. At this time, the more indecisive they were, the easier it was to be hurt. And the closer they were to the inert mist puppet, the more they would be targeted by the new commander. This was definitely not a situation they wanted to see. So, most of the commander-level dark apparitions had already silently stood on the side of the blood god clone, waiting for an opportunity to show off their achievements. Hey, what's wrong? Why do you look so smelly? Blood Rosa glanced at Euphoria and asked with a smile. She had been paying attention to Euphoria, this enemy. She was not a love rival, but she was indeed the biggest obstacle to her getting close to the Blood Master. So, whenever Euphoria made any movements, she would definitely test her. Nothing? Euphoria snorted softly. Don't tell me you went to provoke the Blood Master again? Blood Rosa's eyes flashed, and she pretended to ask casually. Euphoria was speechless. It seems that I did. And it seems that I didn't get any benefits. Blood Rosa smiled like a coquettish fox who had taken advantage of her. Get lost. Euphoria was just a little depressed at first. Now that she was being mocked by Blood Rosa, she was even more annoyed. She directly shouted through voice transmission. Ha ha ha. Blood Rosa couldn't help but laugh. The more Euphoria couldn't control herself, the happier she was. While the two of them were arguing, everyone was getting closer and closer to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. However, Haimote and the others didn't immediately bring the blood god clone to the towering mountain. Instead, they brought him to the right side of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. There were a few mountains there. These mountains were actually not low in height, but compared to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, they were like small hills and very inconspicuous. Sure enough, there was no harm without comparison. Even in the world of mountains, there was such a ruthless comparison. We're here. Stop. Haimote suddenly stopped and floated in the air. He pointed at the call below and said. The blood god clone looked in the direction he was pointing at, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He saw that in the call, there were many figures moving like ants. If he looked carefully, he could see that they were digging something. The call was already full of holes, revealing the color of the ground below. With the eyesight of the blood god clone, he could clearly see that these figures were the warriors from the universe of light that he had seen before. In addition to them, there were also some warriors from the universe of light that he had never seen before. In addition, there were some dark apparitions holding long whips, driving these warriors from the universe of light away from behind. Pa pa pa, ah. The sound of the long whips lashing the air echoed in the call, accompanied by the screams of the warriors from the universe of light. It seemed a little sad and tragic. True tragic life. JPG, if one day they were free, how would these warriors from the universe of light feel when they suddenly recalled what happened today? A strange thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. There was no doubt that he was going to save, no, he was going to let these warriors from the universe of light go. No matter what, his heart was still with the universe of light. Since he had encountered them today and had the ability to save them, there was naturally no reason for him to stand by and do nothing. Let's go down and take a look. The blood god doppelganger waved his hand and flew toward the valley below. He had already sensed an extremely rich energy aura in the call below, which made him more and more interested. I wonder what's down there, swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, after images flashed past, and figures suddenly appeared in the kernel. With the blood god clone in the lead, Haimote, Marok, Saber, and the other deputy commanders were one step behind. Even the inert fog puppet and the inert fog Luan were at this time. They also stood behind him and didn't go forward. This position already explained the situation clearly. The dark apparitions in the call were all warriors of the Black Contempt Army, so they naturally knew the inert fog puppet, Haimote, Marok, and the other deputy commanders. However, when they saw that they were all behind the blood god clone, they didn't know what to say or who to salute first. This is the new commander of our Black Contempt Army, the blood disciple of the Blood Clan, Lord Xueju. Fortunately, Haimote opened his mouth and explained, resolving the awkward situation of these Black Contempt Army warriors. However, they were indeed very surprised, and their hearts were in turmoil. A new commander, how long had it been since they left, and the Black Contempt Army had a new commander? Moreover, they had already seen this blood disciple at the city gate, so he was no stranger to them. They didn't expect him to become the new commander of the Black Contempt Army in the blink of an eye. This was really unexpected. What was even more shocking was that this blood disciple of the Blood Clan seemed to be only a middle-rank demon emperor. How could he replace the inert fog puppet, an expert on the 10,000 emperors list, as the new commander of the Black Contempt Army? The Black Contempt Army warriors present were all puzzled. They looked at each other, unable to understand at all. Why aren't you all coming to greet our new commander? Haimote said. Greetings, commander. All right. The dark apparitions present came to their senses and knelt on one knee to salute respectfully, not daring to be negligent. Rise. The blood god clone waved his hand. Yes. The dark apparitions heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that this new commander would be difficult to get along with and would blame them, but now it seemed that he was quite easy to talk to. Where are the minerals that were dug up? Haimote asked at this time. It's just in front. Sirs, please follow me. A dark apparition who looked like the leader led the way in front and said. The blood god clone and the others followed. When passing by the martial artists from the universe of light, many of them stopped and looked at the blood god clone. They were also very surprised. They did not expect this blood clan dark apparition to be the new commander of the Black Contempt Army. However, the other party was only a middle-rank demon emperor. How could he become the commander of the Black Contempt Army? This question also appeared in the minds of these martial artists from the universe of light. What is the identity of this blood clan dark apparition? How could he become the new commander of the Black Contempt Army? Yes. He probably has some special identity and is here to gild himself? Yes. A middle-rank demon emperor is in charge of the Black Contempt Army. These dark apparitions are really daring. Yes. Isn't this our chance? Yes. Several martial artists from the universe of light secretly looked at each other and actually began to discuss with each other through voice transmission. Although their origin power was imprisoned, they still retained a part of it. Otherwise, it would not be easy to mine the minerals, so they could still use this power to communicate with each other. Moreover, these martial artists from the universe of light obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. They were planning something. As they talked, they all stopped talking and stopped discussing. Slap, at this moment, a whip swept from behind and fiercely whipped a martial artist from the universe of light. Chi-chi-chi, a corrosive sound came from the back of that martial artist from the universe of light. His back was already covered with whip marks, and the wounds were pitch black. The surrounding power of darkness was constantly invading his body, connecting to his wounds like granulation. It was very terrifying and horrifying. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and dig. Dig. A dark warrior who was supervising the work shouted coldly. Hiss. The martial artist from the universe of light who was whipped immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. However, he was stubborn and did not let out a scream. He continued to bury his head in mining. However, in a place where no one could see, his eyes were icy cold. The blood god doppelganger glanced at him. This was actually a sector lord level powerhouse. Among the martial artists from the universe of light, there were only a few of them. Then, he no longer paid attention and withdrew his gaze, as if he did not put them in his eyes at all. His eyes were indifferent as he walked past these martial artists from the universe of light. After a while, he came in front of a cave and entered. It was very bright inside. There were illuminating crystals illuminating the cave. After walking along the cave for a while, the blood god doppelganger saw many more martial artists from the universe of light. He could not help but be secretly shocked. He did not expect that so many martial artists from the universe of light would be captured to mine. It was too tragic. It seemed that when Tianzhu planet was attacked by the dark apparitions, it was very sudden. These martial artists from the universe of light had no time to react at all. After all, once the martial artists from the universe of light fought with the dark apparitions, they would either retreat smoothly or die in battle. The worst situation was that they would be infected by the dark apparitions and completely become their slaves. However, it was rare to see martial artists who were not infected being captured. The reason why these martial artists were captured was very likely that they were ambushed when they were unprepared. They lost the ability to resist and had no choice but to be captured in the end. His guess was undoubtedly correct. Back then, the martial artists from Tianzhu planet did not expect that Tianzhu planet would be targeted by a powerful army of dark apparitions. Before they could react, they had already fallen into a destructive disaster. Many martial artists died in battle, and many martial artists could not escape in time and were directly captured. After going all the way deep into the cave, the blood god doppelganger and the others soon came to a huge underground cave. Buzz, in an instant, a dazzling light suddenly reflected in the blood god doppelganger's eyes. What followed was a sense of chilliness. The blood god doppelganger narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the piles of ores in the underground cave. His eyes could not help but be filled with a strong sense of surprise. A white light suddenly flashed in his mind, and then a name suddenly emerged. Extreme Divine Essence. Extreme Divine Essence. This name immediately appeared in the blood god clone's mind when he saw the ore in front of him. As a saint blacksmith, he inherited a lot of information from his main body, so he was naturally familiar with this kind of extremely precious ore. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand why even the dark apparitions were interested in it. It was because the extreme divine essence was a strange ore that could nourish the spiritual body of living beings. It had the same effect as the spirit source crystal. In comparison, the extreme divine essence did not have as direct an effect as the spirit source crystal. It even had a little side effect. This side effect could be seen from its name. It would produce a kind of coldness that forced living beings to endure the extreme coldness during the absorption process. For those with weaker spiritual bodies, they could not absorb too much of the extreme divine essence at once. Otherwise, they would very likely be injured by the coldness. However, no matter what, minerals that could increase one's mental power were extremely rare and precious. Therefore, even if the extreme divine essence had a little side effect, it was still regarded as a natural treasure and was sought after like a flock of ducks. Now that piles of extreme divine essence ores appeared in front of the blood god clone, he could obtain them without spending much time and effort. Was there anything more satisfying than this? He glanced at the inert fog puppet discreetly and saw that it was indeed a little strange. The inert fog puppet had already controlled it very well, but in the face of so much extreme divine essence, its expression more or less revealed a little displeasure. Its extreme divine essence. Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and the other blood breed prodigies finally reacted and could not help but exclaim. They naturally knew about this strange or that could increase spiritual power, so they were even more shocked. For dark apparitions, increasing their spiritual power was also very important. This was especially true for those geniuses who had reached the middle and upper level demon emperors. If they wanted to advance in the future and have powerful strength, increasing their spiritual power was essential. What followed was ecstasy. Now that the blood god clone had obtained the extreme divine essence, they should have a chance to get a share. At least, it was much better than falling into the hands of the inert fog puppet. The blood breed dark apparitions all looked at the blood god clone with shining eyes, like little beasts waiting to be fed. The blood god avatar immediately felt their gazes. After a slight pause, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't even gotten his hands on it yet, but these blood race geniuses had already set their sights on it. In the next moment, his eyes flashed as various thoughts flashed through his mind. The blood race geniuses would definitely be given some of the spoils. Everyone who saw it should have a share. Moreover, they were all his subordinates now and could be considered loyal to him. Sharing a bit of the extreme divine essence with them was not a big deal. In addition, the increase in their strength was also of great help to him. This was a win-win situation. You can't expect a horse to run fast without feeding it good fodder, can you? As for the other members of the Black Contempt Army, they would probably be divided as well. No matter what, they were the ones who discovered the extreme divine essence. He couldn't possibly exclude them and monopolize it. As long as he still wanted to maintain his identity as a vampire blood master, he had to make some compromises. He couldn't really do as he pleased. At the thought of this, the blood god clone felt his heart ache. Extreme divine essence, such a precious divine essence or actually had to be given to these dark apparitions. What a sin. Although he was thinking about this, he didn't show it on his face. He was still as calm as water as he looked at the ore in front of him and said, "Everyone who sees this extreme divine essence will have a share. Tell the people below to hurry up and dig." "Thank you, Commander." Everyone who heard this would have a share. Their eyes immediately lit up, and they were somewhat excited. Originally, many people thought that they wouldn't be able to obtain the extreme divine essence. They didn't expect this new commander to be so generous and be willing to share it with others. The inert fog demon wanted to speak, but when it heard the blood god avatar say this, its expression stiffened. Its words were stuck in its throat, and it was very uncomfortable. It turned out that it wanted the blood god avatar to share the extreme divine essence so that it would suffer a loss and be depressed. Who would have thought that the other party would take the initiative to say it before it could even speak? Could it be that it was measuring the heart of a gentleman with its own mean measure? Was the other party actually a magnanimous person? Humph. In the end, the words in its throat turned into a cold snort. However, this cold snort obviously didn't come out. It only silently echoed in its heart, and it hid it very well. It was just like the blood god avatar itself, like a poisonous snake hidden in the dark. Tong Chuanjin, don't worry. I'll go and get those warriors from the light universe to dig now. As long as they don't die from digging, dig until they die. He Moat and the other deputy commanders promised in a hurry. They even wanted to rush up immediately and force those warriors from the light universe to dig. The more they dug, the more they would definitely get. There was no need to think about it. No. I didn't mean that. The blood god avatar was suddenly embarrassed. He opened his mouth and looked at the excited expressions of the dark apparitions around him. In the end, he didn't say anything. He could only silently apologize to those warriors from the light universe. "Sorry, I really didn't mean it. Everything was an accident." The warriors from the light universe who were mining outside didn't know that because of a certain person's words, they were about to endure an even more cruel mining life. "Then I'll keep these extreme divine essences first. When I'm done calculating them, you can all come to me to collect them." The blood god avatar swept his gaze across everyone and said, "Okay. Yes." He Moat, Morak, Saber, and the other deputy commanders naturally had no objections and agreed. The inert mist one widened her eyes and couldn't help but look at the inert mist puppet, as if hoping that it would come forward to solve this matter. However, the inert mist puppet only opened its mouth and said nothing in the end. Needless to say, the geniuses of the Blood Clan had always followed the Blood God Avatar's lead. Even the three dark apparitions, Xue Jin, Xue Qilua, and Xuen Woji, were all well behaved at this time. They looked at the Blood God Avatar eagerly and didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. They had already seen the benefits that the others had obtained. They were itching to have a taste of the soup, but they were too embarrassed to ask. In fact, these geniuses of the dark apparitions were already a little shaken. Seeing that the Blood God Avatar was getting more and more powerful, it seemed that they would only be at a disadvantage if they continued to go against him. However, when they thought of what they had done in the past, it seemed that they couldn't easily forget it. This Blood Master wasn't a person who was easy to talk to. When he was fierce, it was very troublesome. It would be great if they could be like Blood Rosa. Unfortunately, they weren't female. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so passive. These absurd thoughts appeared in the minds of the dark apparitions. Although they didn't want to admit it, they were more or less jealous when they saw Blood Rosa and the Blood God Avatar getting closer and closer. They cursed in their hearts, *CK. Seeing that no one had any objections, the Blood God Avatar was very satisfied. He nodded and waved his hand to keep all the ores in front of him. Now that the Extreme Divine Essence was in his hands, he could do whatever he wanted with it. He could even decide how much to split. As the Extreme Divine Essence was kept, the underground cave suddenly became much darker. However, everyone's attention wasn't here. They were still thinking about the Extreme Divine Essence and felt a sense of loss. Let's go. The Blood God Avatar took the lead and walked outside. Everyone walked outside one after another. As soon as they arrived outside, Heimet, Morak, and the other deputy commanders said something to the Blood God Avatar. Then, they walked toward the martial artists from the Light Universe. They walked over and said something. The supervising dark apparitions suddenly waved their long whips faster and whipped them toward the martial artists from the Light Universe. Pa 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 pa, the sound of the long whips hitting the air was heard. The martial artists from the Light Universe immediately screamed in pain. The Blood God Avatar had a strange expression. He thought to himself, just take it as a small price for me to pay for saving you. Alright. It wasn't appropriate for him to say anything now. If he really spoke up for the martial artists from the Light Universe, the surrounding dark apparitions might be surprised. This didn't suit his identity. Boom, at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded in the distance. Huh? The Blood God Avatar looked into the distance with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What's going on? Heimet, Morak, and the other deputy commanders were coming from afar. When they heard the commotion, their expressions changed. They instantly rushed into the sky and looked into the distance. They saw many figures appear in the distant sky and attacking the dark apparitions below. Boom. Boom. Boom, those figures attacked very quickly. They seemed to want to end the battle quickly. How dare you? Heimet, Morak, and the other dark apparitions were furious. They suddenly burst into roars and turned into streamers, rushing straight over. Rumble, a fierce battle suddenly broke out in the sky. There was no lack of powerhouses among those figures. They could actually block the attacks of Heimet, Morak, and the others. Let's go over and take a look. The Blood God Avatar had already calmed down. His eyes flashed slightly. He stepped into the air and turned into a streamer, flying over. The others naturally followed. Swish, in just a moment, the Blood God Avatar had already arrived in front of them and looked at the battle ahead. Huh? Then he couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Those figures were all martial artists from the Light Universe. They were all above the Realm Master level. There was no lack of Realm Masters among them. They were quite powerful. Although Heimet, Morak, and the others were all upper-level demon emperors, they were outnumbered. For a time, they were at a disadvantage. Deputy Commander of the Inert Fog Puppet, how long are you going to watch the show? The Blood God Avatar asked faintly. The Inert Fog Puppet's face was gloomy. His expression changed for a moment, then he rushed forward and burst out a powerful attack. It seemed that he wanted to vent his anger on those martial artists from the Light Universe. Seeing this, the Inert Fog Puppet, Saber, and the others naturally couldn't stand by and watch. They immediately followed and burst out with their own attacks. You guys go too, the blood god avatar ordered Shui Lan Bo. Yes. Yes. Shui Lan Bo and the other blood clan geniuses were already eager to try. When they heard the order, they immediately rushed forward. Boom. Boom. Boom, with the addition of several deputy commanders and blood clan geniuses, the dark apparitions gradually pulled back the advantage. After all, this was the territory of the Black Contempt Army. Almost all the higher-ups of the Black Contempt Army were here. How could they let the martial artists from the light universe have the upper hand? What's more, the Heaven Pillar Star had fallen long ago. These martial artists from the light universe must have used some special method to enter the Heaven Pillar Star. There must not be many people who could enter. At least from the current situation, there were not many martial artists from the light universe. Their advantage was in quality, not in quantity. That blood clan is the new commander of the Black Contempt Army. He is only a middle-rank demon emperor. Capture the leader first and break out of the encirclement. Below, a loud shout suddenly sounded. The blood god avatar was stunned. He pointed to his nose. Are they talking about me? Good lord, they are looking down on me, a middle-rank demon emperor. He couldn't help but look down and found that the person who spoke was the sector lord from the light universe that he had noticed before. They remembered him. The blood god avatar didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought he was a pushover. Blood disciple. Euphemia immediately stepped forward and stood beside the blood god avatar. She looked at the light universe's martial artists with a dignified expression. She was still only a low-rank demon emperor. Her strength was naturally weaker than others, so she didn't participate in the battle ahead. Now that she heard that someone was going to harm the blood god avatar, she couldn't help but stand up. Don't worry. The blood god avatar shook his head and laughed. Have you forgotten my strength? All right. It's better to be careful. Euphemia smiled and relaxed a little, but she didn't retreat. She still stood beside him, ready for battle. Whoosh, at this time a whistling sound sounded in the void, attacking the back of the blood god avatar. Presumptuous. All right. Euphemia shouted softly. With a wave of her hand, a blood mist flew out of her sleeve and flew toward the back. She felt how powerful the attack from the person behind her was, so she directly used her trump card and didn't dare to hold back. In fact, she didn't need to take action at all. With the strength of the blood god avatar, it was enough to deal with this situation. However, after seeing Shuedia become the deputy commander, Euphemia also wanted to show off. So at this moment, when she saw someone attacking from behind, she took the lead. The blood god avatar smiled slightly and didn't stop Euphemia. However, when he saw Euphemia's means, he couldn't help but show a trace of surprise in his eyes. This is Bloodscale Worm. All right. He had seen Euphemia use this method before, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he observed it carefully, he was even more surprised. Bloodscale Worm, it was an extremely ferocious blood-type spiritual worm. It was said that its body had natural patterns of heaven and earth, which could seize the power of heaven and earth and contained great power. Although this kind of spiritual worm couldn't be compared with the Saint-level 6-winged heavenly devil venomous worms that Wang Ting's original body created, it was still an extremely powerful existence. It had no problem dealing with middle-level demon emperors or area masters. Moreover, this was a group of bloodscale worms, not just one. They were even more powerful and very difficult to deal with. Sure enough, when the person behind the sneak attack saw the blood mist coming at him aggressively, he immediately felt the danger. His expression changed greatly, and he had to withdraw his attack and retreat in another direction. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the sound of the bloodscale worms flapping their wings reverberated in the sky, making one's scalp tingle. They chased after the person. You. The person who launched the sneak attack was shocked and angry. He almost didn't dare to meet the bloodscale worms head-on. He constantly attacked and cut into the swarm of bloodscale worms, trying to kill them. However, disperse. Disperse. A light shout came from Euphoria's mouth. The bloodscale worms seemed to have heard the order and immediately scattered in all directions. The person's attack hit nothing but air. Although the bloodscale worms chasing after him were small in size, their bodies were extremely hard. It was very difficult to kill them with ordinary attacks, not to mention that the attack didn't really hit them. It was just the origin force that affected them. Condense. Buzz. Euphoria ordered again. The next moment, the bloodscale worms gathered again, but this time, they turned into blood-red arrows and rushed toward the light universe's martial artist at an extremely fast speed. Ah! Buzz! A scream suddenly came from the person's mouth. He didn't have time to dodge and was directly hit by the arrows formed by the bloodscale worms. Then, the bloodscale worms that chased after him drilled into his body. In just a moment, the person's body had dried up in front of everyone's eyes, as if all the blood in his body had been sucked dry. He directly turned into a dried corpse. Buzz. 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 Blood-red light spots flew out of his body. The dried corpse seemed to have lost its support and directly turned into flour in the air and dissipated. Lin Hui. Buzz. A sorrowful voice sounded from afar. The light universe's martial artists saw this person die so miserably. His death was so miserable that they were both shocked and furious. Their eyes even revealed traces of fear. This was the terrifying thing about dark apparitions. Although Euphoria seemed to be a beautiful woman and looked extremely coquettish, if some people who coveted beauty saw her, they would definitely be fascinated. However, she was a blood-breed genius and was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The blood god doppelganger didn't care about Lin Hui. He couldn't save him in the current situation. Euphoria's method was indeed a little beyond his expectations. As soon as the bloodscale worms touched the other party's body, they directly drilled into his body and then sucked him dry. It could only be said that this was a blood-type spiritual worm, comparable to the blood-breed dark apparitions. He faintly guessed that the reason why the bloodscale worms could absorb the other party's blood so quickly was probably related to Euphoria's cultivation. At least the bloodscale worms he had heard of were not so terrifying. If these bloodscale worms continued to be cultivated, they might be able to threaten the existence of an upper-level demon emperor in the future. Whoosh! At this moment, a slight air-piercing sound was heard again. The blood god doppelganger's eyes flashed, and he looked to the left. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that there was more than one person who ambushed him. Moreover, the one behind was no doubt more concealed and was more powerful. In his eyes, a blurry afterimage appeared and directly arrived in front of the blood god doppelganger. The other party held a battle sword, and a bright sword light burst out with astonishing power. This was at least a Sector Lord level combat skill. Moreover, it contained a rather powerful origin law power. Runes appeared one after another, making this sword light even more terrifying. More importantly, this was a wind-type sword light. The person who ambushed him was obviously a wind-type warrior. A wind-type warrior. Interesting, but you really think I'm a pushover? The blood god doppelganger raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. However, in the face of such an attack, he just stood with his hands behind his back and let out a chuckle. Die. Die. A light shout came from the afterimage. Boom, the sword light slashed down from above without any intention of holding back. It seemed that it really wanted to kill him here and not capture him. The blood god doppelganger looked up calmly. Seeing the sword light fall, there was no trace of panic on his face. Damn it. Ah. Euphoria suddenly reacted, and her face turned ugly. At this moment, she obviously understood that the person before was not the real attacker. This was the real attacker. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, the other party wanted to lure her away from the Blood Master. Unfortunately, these people had misjudged the Blood Master's strength. Did they think that the Blood Master still needed her protection? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Euphoria's mouth. Since there was no time to save him, she was not in a hurry to help. She just looked at the person who ambushed him mockingly. She wondered what the other party's expression would be after knowing the Blood Master's strength. Whoosh! 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 Just as the sword light was 3 meters away from the blood god doppelganger's head and was about to land on his body, a sharp air-piercing sound suddenly sounded. The next moment, dark red vines sprang out from the back of the blood god doppelganger, like agile pythons, and rushed straight toward the sword light. Boom! In just an instant, the dark red vines tied the sword light tightly, so that it could no longer move forward. A tyrannical wind-type attack was blocked by a middle-level demon emperor-level dark apparition in this way. It should be known that this was a special attribute attack, which was much more powerful than an ordinary attribute attack. Now, it was blocked so easily. The warriors of the light universe in the distance all widened their eyes, and their faces were full of disbelief. Was the other party really a middle-level demon? Emperor-level dark apparition, the Sector Lord-level slave of the light universe who had warned them before had an extremely ugly look on his face. His expression kept changing, as if he had just opened a dye house. He did not expect it to be like this. How is it possible? An incredulous voice came from the afterimage. As the cyan wind-type sword light was blocked, the afterimage finally revealed its figure. It was a beautiful woman in cyan. She had a high ponytail and looked valiant, but at this moment, she looked extremely shocked. Her mouth was slightly open, and she looked a little cute. The change in the sky was beyond everyone's expectation. It was just a middle demon emperor dark apparition, but it blocked the attack of a sector lord genius. There was no doubt that the woman who had just attacked the blood god clone was a sector lord genius. As the opponent appeared, the blood god clone had already seen her realm. A wind attribute sector lord genius used a sector lord combat skill that even contained powerful origin law power. It could be said that it was an all-out attack. However, it was still blocked by a middle demon emperor dark apparition. No wonder she was so shocked. Not good. In the distance, the warriors of the universe of light seemed to think of something. Their faces changed, and they shouted, "Feng Jin, it's a trap. Retreat." Shua, almost at the same time, the woman in green called Feng Jin reacted. She looked at the blood god doppelganger warily and shouted, "Explode." Boom. Boom, the next moment, the green sword light suddenly burst out with a bright light. Endless wind power swept out from it. It was incomparably violent, and then it exploded. Under this tyrannical power, even with the tenacity of the dark red vine, it was torn apart at this time. Then, the violent green energy swept toward the blood god clone. At this time, the blood god clone was too close to the green sword light, so the moment the sword light exploded, the terrifying green light and green energy had already drowned the blood god clone. Blood Master. In the distance, Euphoria's heart could not help but tighten. Although the blood god clone's strength had let everyone know his strength, in the face of this situation, she could not help but feel a little worried. Feng Jin's eyes were fixed on the area where the green energy swept, and she clenched the long sword in her hand. If it was before, she had enough confidence to take down this middle demon emperor. Even if the dark apparition's means were really strange, she was one of the top sector lord geniuses in Heaven Pillar Star. She was very famous and extremely powerful. How could she not take down a mere middle demon emperor? However, after seeing the blood god clone's means, her heart was a little shaken, and she did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Good attack. Boom. At this time, a calm voice came from the green energy. Feng Jin's pupils contracted violently. She was a little shocked as she stared ahead. A blood-red figure slowly walked out. Behind him was a green energy that was constantly exploding. Compared to the other dark apparitions, his body wasn't considered strong. In fact, his body was even a little thin. It gave people a feeling of shock. Who are you? Feng Jin's expression was extremely solemn. She didn't believe that the vampire dark apparition in front of her was here just for show. Senior Ouyongzhang has misled me. Staring at this ridiculously strong kindred dark apparition, she couldn't help but feel resentment towards the sector lord from the light universe who had warned her. 0-0, at this moment, the sector lord fighter was stunned, his heart filled with disbelief wave after wave. This situation was completely different from what he had imagined. It shouldn't be like this. Wasn't that dark apparition of the blood race here to get some gold? How did it become an unfathomable powerhouse? If the blood god doppelganger had been an upper-level demon emperor, he wouldn't have looked down on him so much. However, he was just a middle-level demon emperor. Who would have thought that a middle-level demon emperor could contend with a sector lord? This was too abnormal. It wasn't that such a genius didn't exist, but there were too few of them, so few that people couldn't help but ignore them. Don't you already know my identity? The new commander of the Black Contempt Army. Facing the woman in green's question, the blood god clone smiled faintly. Feng Jin's mouth twitched. That was equivalent to not saying anything. The new commander of the Black Contempt Army. Couldn't she see something so obvious, but what she wanted to know was the origin of the other party. A middle-level demon emperor with such strength definitely didn't have a simple background. Are you here to save people? The blood god clone looked at the woman in front of him with great interest. He felt the rich wind power on her body as if he saw a lot of wool appearing in front of him. A sector lord level wind type genius, this was a rare fat sheep. Humph. Feng Jin was unhappy. She couldn't help but snort coldly. But she still said, so what? Humph. You can't save them. The blood god clone said. That's not for you to decide. Feng Jin's eyes were cold. She had nothing to say to a vampire dark apparition. She immediately shouted, Elder Guan, Elder Shur, do it. The higher-ups of the Black Contempt Army should be here. Let's end this quickly. We can't let them mobilize the army. Humph, boom, boom. Two thunderous booms resounded in the void. The space in the sky fluctuated slightly. Two old figures broke through the black mist and appeared on the horizon. They stepped on the air. It was as if they had arrived in front of them in just one step. Terrifying origin power fluctuations erupted from their bodies. When they arrived in the sky, a pair of giant palms had already erupted from their hands and slammed downwards. Get out of the way. Humph. The blood god clone's expression changed slightly. When he saw the two figures, he finally became serious. Unfortunately, the dark apparitions of the Black Contempt Army didn't have time to dodge. Facing the huge palm prints, they could only unleash their origin power to meet them. Rumble, terrifying origin power shockwave swept out. Boom. Boom, the two palm prints shook the void like a hot knife through butter. They broke through the origin power shockwaves and slammed downward. Roar, an angry roar was heard. It was the inert mist centipede. It had no choice but to join the battle because the blood god clone ordered it to attack. Now, it happened to be within the attack range of the two palm prints. One could imagine how depressed it was. But now was obviously not the time to think about this. Facing the terrifying palm prints, it could only unleash its full power to resist. This was the first time the inert mist centipede attacked with full power. The black light around its body gathered above its head and instantly transformed into a terrifying fist print. It suddenly blasted out. Boom, the fist print collided with the two palm prints in the air. An extremely terrifying origin power shockwave erupted and swept out in all directions. It blocked it? Boom, the dark apparitions of the Black Contempt Army and the Blood Race geniuses looked at this scene in bewilderment. Their hearts were extremely tense. Suppress. Boom, two loud roars came out of the two elders' mouths at the same time. They almost converged into one voice that reverberated between heaven and earth, deafening everyone. As the shout rang out, the two palms immediately erupted with dazzling yellow and golden light. Strange and profound runes appeared on them, making the power of the two palms even more terrifying. Roar. Boom, the inert mist centipede roared. In any case, it was an expert on the Myriad Emperor leaderboard. How could it be pushed back so easily? It immediately unleashed its origin power and integrated it into the fist print, causing it to release an extremely terrifying power. Crack. Crack. Crack, not long after, a series of teeth-numbing shattering sounds rang out. Cracks had actually appeared on the fist and palm seals. However, the two palm prints were executed by two experts at the same time. It wasn't something a single person could resist. Boom, the cracks on the inert mist centipede's black fist print instantly spread out and quickly spread throughout the entire fist print. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer and exploded. The remnant waves formed by the origin power of the dark stars rolled down and spread in all directions. The inert mist centipede's expression changed. It could only watch as the palm print fell. The other dark apparitions were also shocked as they looked at the falling palm print. They couldn't resist it and could only erupt with origin power to form a defense. The warriors from the radiant universe heaved a sigh of relief. These dark apparitions were Indeed no match for Elder Guan and Elder Shi. So what if it was the Black Contempt Army, in front of 2 Sector Lord Level 6 warriors? How could they fight back? Even the lady in green, Feng Jin, revealed a trace of joy in her eyes. It was as though she had seen a glimmer of hope. It was indeed the right decision to let Elder Guan and Elder Shi take action. If it weren't for the 2 elders, this rescue mission would have been in danger. However, it was also thanks to them scouting ahead and finding out the strength of these dark apparitions. Otherwise, the 2 elders wouldn't have taken action so easily. After all, they were the few survivors of Heaven Pillar Planet. If something happened, they didn't know if they would have the chance to recover Heaven Pillar Planet in the future. The captured warriors from the Radiant Universe were also overjoyed. They clenched their fists tightly and revealed a trace of excitement on their faces. Finally, they could finally get rid of this damned slave status and no longer need to mine. Who knew what had happened to them in the past few days? However, just as all the warriors from the Radiant Universe were filled with hope, an accident suddenly occurred. Humph! Humph! A cold snort was suddenly heard. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, a huge blood-red altar appeared in the sky. It lay between the 2 huge palms and the dark apparition below. Blood God Altar. The Blood God clone used the Blood God Altar at the last moment. Pung, pung, in the next instant, the 2 palm prints landed on the Blood God Altar at the same time and exploded with a dull sound. Boom, the Blood God Altar shook and fell dozens of meters. However, a blood-red light burst out from it. Blood-red runes flashed and covered the altar, wriggling like blood. The Blood God Altar finally stabilized and blocked the attack of the 2 palm prints. What? Feng Jin's expression changed as he looked at this scene in disbelief. The 2 elders narrowed their eyes. Obviously, they didn't expect this to happen. They looked at the blood-red altar solemnly. What was this? It could actually block the attack of 2 Sector Lord Level 6 warriors. The captured warriors from the Radiant Universe suddenly saw a shadow above their heads. The hope in their eyes was instantly extinguished, and their hearts suddenly turned cold. How could this be? Even the attacks of the 2 elders were blocked. Could it be that there were even more powerful dark apparitions on this planet? However, the reason why they chose to take action now was because they found out that the strongest being on this planet was the commander of the Black Contempt Army. Now, they should call him Commander Yuan, who was a level 5 upper demon emperor. As long as they avoided the entire Black Contempt Army in advance and didn't give them a chance to gather, the 2 Sector Lord Level 6 elders could definitely rescue them. However, there was a huge change now. For a moment, all the warriors from the Radiant Universe had a trace of haze in their hearts. Blood Disciple. When the kindred dark apparitions saw the appearance of the Blood God Altar, they were pleasantly surprised. Then, they couldn't help but look at the Blood God clone. The inert fog demon was stunned for a moment. His expression changed as he looked at the Blood God Altar above his head in shock. Then, he looked at the Blood God clone. This was a kindred technique. There should be no one else who could use this technique except for the kindred blood disciple. Feng Jin also reacted. She immediately looked at the kindred dark apparition not far away with a solemn expression. She thought she had already overestimated the kindred dark apparition. Who would have thought that she had underestimated him? The other party's technique was really incredible. The appearance of the blood-red altar was too sudden. She couldn't react at all. No, even if she reacted, she wouldn't be able to stop it. This was because the blood-red altar had blocked the attacks of the 2 elders. No matter how confident she was in her own strength, she didn't dare to say that she was comparable to the 2 elders. The 2 elders also looked at the Blood God clone. They naturally realized that the aura of the blood-red altar was connected to the Blood God clone. The 2 had an inseparable effect. 2 Sector Lord Level 6 warriors. I'm surprised that you can still gather such combat power. The Blood God clone looked at the 2 old men with a solemn look in his eyes as he spoke calmly. In fact, he could have taken advantage of the situation to let the other party save the warriors from the Radiant Universe. This was the most convenient way. However, it didn't suit his character. If people knew that he had just become the commander of the Black Contempt Army and was rescued by the Black Contempt Army's captive slaves, what would they say? It was obvious that it wouldn't be anything good. Outsiders would probably say that the new commander of the Black Contempt Army, the Kindred Blood Disciple, was just SOSO. He couldn't even deal with the warriors from the Radiant Universe. What qualifications did he have to be the commander of the Black Contempt Army? It was simply a joke. Therefore, the Blood God clone had to bite the bullet. No matter what, the warriors from the Radiant Universe couldn't be rescued like this. He could let the people go, but he definitely couldn't let them go like this. Dark apparition of the kindred, who are you? The powerhouse called Elder Guan asked in a hoarse voice, his eyes flashing. His question was exactly the same as Feng Jin's question. The Blood God clone's strength and methods really shocked these people. They couldn't help but have a trace of curiosity about his identity. Such an existence definitely couldn't be a nameless person. There's no harm in telling you. I'm the Kindred Blood Disciple, Xueju. The Blood God clone stood with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a blood-red faceless mask, so no one could see his expression. Kindred Blood Disciple. You're the one who fought with the Radiant Universe's prodigy Wang Ting in the Battle of the Fiery Fall Starfield and was able to retreat calmly in the end. Feng Jin seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed. Oh? My reputation in the Radiant Universe is already so big? The Blood God clone was surprised. He couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. Comparing him to the main body, it was like comparing the left and right hand of the main body. It was really a bit strange. Unfortunately, no one knew their relationship, and he couldn't admit it. It's really you. Feng Jin's face suddenly became very serious. Looking at the kindred dark apparition in front of her, her eyes were full of deep fear. Originally, she thought that it was just an ordinary middle-level demon emperor vampire dark apparition. She never expected that the other party turned out to be the rumored Kindred Blood Disciple. She had naturally heard of Wang Ting's prodigy name. The other party was Saint of Seven Paths. She heard that in the Battle of the Fiery Fall Starfield, the other party relied on the means of a Saint-level runes array master to arrange a Saint-level array to kill a bunch of dark apparition geniuses. Among those dark apparition geniuses, there were many upper-level demon emperors. Not to mention, there was also a dark apparition genius from the Demon Brain clan who had mastered the body of the Dark Garuda clan. According to the estimation of the Radiant Universe, his strength should be comparable to a 4th-level or 5th-level upper-level demon emperor powerhouse. In the end, the other party fell in the hands of Wang Ting. Even a sector lord genius like Feng Jin faintly admired Wang Ting. She wanted to see the other party with her own eyes and see what kind of demeanor this prodigy had. This had nothing to do with the relationship between a man and a woman. Love was just the attraction between top geniuses. During that battle, in addition to Wang Ting's reputation, the reputation of the Kindred Blood Disciple also spread among the warriors of the Radiant Universe. He could compete with Wang Ting, who had activated a saint-level array, save many dark apparition geniuses, and finally retreat smoothly. Many people speculated that the combat strength of this Kindred Blood Disciple should also be comparable to a 4th-level upper-level demon emperor powerhouse. This was undoubtedly another monstrous genius. The coalition forces specially issued a message, telling the warriors of the Radiant Universe to be careful of this Kindred Blood Disciple. If they encountered him, they could retreat directly if they knew that they couldn't defeat him. Who knew that they would be so lucky to encounter this Kindred Blood Disciple here? The captured warriors of the Radiant Universe didn't know this news, so when they heard that the Blood God clone was a Kindred Blood Disciple, they didn't take it seriously at all. They only thought that he was an ordinary middle-level demon emperor dark apparition. Until now, when they saw Feng Jin's reaction, they realized how wrong they were. For a moment, these warriors of the Radiant Universe were a little gloomy. This was simply a scam. If you are so awesome, you should have said so earlier. How would we know if you didn't say so? They regretted it a little. If they had known, they wouldn't have let Feng Jin and the others take action so quickly. Kindred Blood Disciple, the two of us would like to see your strength. Elder Guan and Elder Shur stepped forward, staring at the Blood God clone, and said in a deep voice. The two Sector Lord Level 6 elders exploded with powerful auras that engulfed the entire sky. It was like dark clouds covering the sky, covering the entire region. They stared intently at the Blood God clone. That oppressive feeling could be clearly felt even from afar. Count me in. Feng Jin stared at the Blood God clone with burning eyes. She was eager to fight. As a prodigy, how could she be indifferent when encountering a prodigy-level dark apparition? You want to fight me with 3? Yes. The blood god clone wasn't afraid of the aura of the 3 elders at all, as if he wasn't affected at all. He raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Elder Guan and Elder Shi's face stiffened. Even Feng Jin wore an embarrassed look, as if he felt a little embarrassed. Is this how the Radiant Universe's martial artists do things? Bullying the young with numbers? The blood god clone laughed and said. The 3 elders were speechless, and their faces were burning. No matter what, they were all famous experts, and they rarely did such shameless things. Now that the other party had said it in front of so many people, they definitely felt a little embarrassed. 2 of the Heaven Pillar 12 elders, I didn't expect you to show up in front of my Black Contempt army after you ran away. The inert mist centipede recognized the 2 elders. It was almost injured by them just now, so it didn't look good. It looked at them and said coldly. Heaven Pillar 12 elders? The blood god clone was slightly stunned, and his eyes showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect the 2 elders to have such a title. Heaven Pillar 12 elders, it sounded a little domineering. Although he didn't know about the Heaven Pillar 12 elders, he guessed that they were the famous elites of Heaven Pillar Planet, and their strength should be good. After all, someone who could make a name for himself couldn't possibly be an idiot. If you didn't sneak attack Heaven Pillar Planet, we wouldn't have been defeated. Do you really think we're weak? The 2 elders were very calm at first, but when they heard the words, they became angry and glared at the inert mist centipede. Hee, you're weaker than us. If Heaven Pillar Planet was really strong, we wouldn't have succeeded. The inert fog centipede laughed coldly. Besides, aren't we bullying him with numbers? What else was there to say? It was just that his skills were inferior. The 2 elders' mouths moved, but they were unable to refute. They were so aggrieved that they wanted to vomit blood. They could only glare angrily at the inert mist puppet. Humph. What's the point of talking about fairness with dark apparitions like you? You invade everywhere and are the darkest and most evil existences in this world. Everyone has the right to punish you. A cold snort filled with resentment suddenly came from below. Everyone couldn't help but look down and found that the one who spoke was the Sector Lord Slavo Yongzhang. That's right. Feng Jin regained his senses and shouted coldly, everyone has the right to kill dark apparitions. You attacked Tianju Star first. Now it's time to collect some interest. Then come at me. I'm not afraid of you. The blood god clone stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at them, smiling faintly. Arrogant. This kind of frivolous action immediately made everyone extremely furious. You people, I told you to have a fair fight, but you weren't willing. Now that I've agreed to fight with you, you're saying that I'm arrogant and that I'm hard to please. The blood god avatar said helplessly. Feng Jin and the others couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Why did they feel that this blood disciple of the blood race was a little different from the rumors? Shouldn't a genius like him be incomparably cold and aloof? Why did he like to complain so much? He's stalling for time. Don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and attack. Oh, Yongzhang shouted anxiously. Feng Jin and the 2 old men suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. They looked at the blood god clone in front of them and couldn't help but reveal a trace of anger in their eyes. Unknowingly, they had been led by this guy and had been delayed for a long time. Attack. The few of them looked at each other and unleashed their auras one after another, crushing toward the blood god clone. At the same time, their figures also shot out explosively. Star force of different attributes gushed out from their bodies and swept out in all directions, causing them to turn into flowing lights and rush toward the blood god clone. Inert mist puppet. The blood god clone's eyes were cold as he shouted directly. The inert mist puppet's face showed a moment of confusion. You were so arrogant just now. Why are you scared now? What's the point of asking me for help? However, under such circumstances, it was obviously impossible for it to stand by and watch. It could only attack. Otherwise, what would others think of it in the future? It was not active in dealing with the martial artists of the light universe. As a dark apparition, it did not have enough ideological awareness. This was more terrifying than anything else. This was something that other dark apparitions could not tolerate. Boom, the evil and strange dark star origin power erupted from its body. The inert mist puppet's black fog rolled around its body and its speed increased sharply. It appeared directly in front of the blood god clone and faced one of the flowing light. I can only deal with one. Unhappy. Its unhappy voice was then transmitted into the blood god clone's ears. One is enough. The blood god clone smiled faintly. He was sure that the inert mist puppet would not stand by and watch. The dark apparitions and the martial artists of the light universe were almost natural opposites. It was impossible for the blood god clone to ignore it. Now that he was the commander of the Black Contempt Army, he had absolute power. It was impossible for him not to command it. Boom, the inert mist puppet suddenly collided with one of the three flowing light. In an instant, a violent roar erupted and the aftermath of the origin power swept in all directions. Elder Shi's attack was blocked. Elder Guan and Feng Jin, on the other hand, went straight for the blood god clone. Blood god. The blood god avatar let out a soft cry. His eyes shone with blood-red light. In a flash, he appeared at the center of the blood god altar. Boom, in the next moment, endless blood fog erupted on the blood god altar and shrouded the blood god clone. Then, it spread to the entire blood god altar. This is... Seeing this scene, Feng Jin and Elder Guan could not help but stop and look at the blood god altar with a solemn expression. They had just seen how powerful the blood god altar was. It could actually withstand the attacks of 2 of the 12 heavens pillar elders. Not to mention other things, just the sturdiness of the altar was amazing. Now that the blood god clone had mobilized the power of the blood god altar and spread the blood fog, the 2 of them did not dare to act rashly. The 2 of them looked at each other and then launched probing attacks at the blood fog above the blood god altar. Feng Jin held a long sword in his hand and emitted a green sword light that wreaked havoc in the area. Although the sword light was not as powerful as the previous one, it was not to be underestimated. Moreover, it attacked from different directions and covered every corner of the blood god altar. A battle weapon appeared in Old Man Guan's hand. It was a golden battle spear. It looked very old, as if it had been through the test of time and blood. Wisps of terrifying aura were emitted from the battle spear. Obviously, this battle spear was extraordinary. Although it was not a saint-level weapon, it was definitely a late-stage or peak-level grandmaster weapon. Buzz, suddenly, strange golden runes appeared on the battle spear. In an instant, golden light shone brightly and an unparalleled sharpness erupted from the tip of the spear. Boom, Elder Guan thrust out his battle spear. A dazzling spear light bloomed and pierced toward the blood god altar from the sky. Even the void started to tremble. Spatial cracks appeared one after another. It was abnormally terrifying. It seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took a moment. 2 attacks. At the same time, they landed on the blood-red mist above the blood god altar. Their target was the blood god avatar. Roar. Roar. At this moment, a strange and loud roar came from the blood-red mist. As the blood light spread out, the blood mist violently rolled and condensed, transforming into a terrifying and huge figure. A pair of huge and ferocious blood-red arms stretched out, grabbing towards the green sword light and the golden sharp spear light. Clang, the 3 collided with each other and an ear-piercing sound burst out. Sparks flew in the air as if gold and iron were hitting each other. The blood-red light on the 2 large hands condensed into blood-red runes. The mid-4th order blood source law erupted with full force, not holding back in the slightest. The green sword light and the golden spear light were firmly grasped by the blood-red hands and could not move an inch. What? Roar. Feng Jin and Elder Guan were shocked. They looked at the 2 blood-red hands in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil. What kind of method was this? It could actually block their attacks. Roar. The strange and loud roar came again with a sacred and majestic aura. The huge figure that had not fully condensed quickly appeared. An evil and ferocious head, a huge and terrifying body, and arms full of eyeballs stretched out. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the terrifying figure finally revealed itself. An extremely dense smell of blood immediately spread out. In addition, there was also a supreme sacred and majestic aura, but it was also wrapped in indescribable evil and darkness. It was chaotic and indescribable. It was extremely contradictory. The blood god projection, it was the blood god projection. Moreover, the blood god projection was cast with the support of the blood god altar. Its power was incomparable to that of the blood god avatar. This. What? Feng Jin and Elder Guan's pupils shrank. They were shocked. At this moment, they seemed to finally understand why the blood disciple of the blood clan was comparable to Wan Ting, the top genius of the light universe. Such a strange and powerful method might not be inferior to a saint-level array. The blood god altar might be a saint-level artifact, or even, a divine artifact. Although it relied on an external object, it was already beyond the reach of ordinary people to be able to use such a powerful method. Especially Feng Jin, who was more shocked at this moment. As a genius, she knew very well how difficult it was to achieve such a level. The blood disciple of the blood clan was only a middle-level demon emperor. But he was able to unleash such a powerful attack. His talent and strength were really incredible. In the distance, the inert mist puppet, who was fighting with Elder Shur, was also attracted by the movement. It could not help but look over, and its heart was like a stormy sea. The blood disciple of the blood clan was so powerful. If he had used the blood god altar before, even if he did not use a special method to obstruct the operation of the dark contempt killing array, he might have had a chance to take the dark contempt army's seal from it. Even if it did not want to admit it, it had to recognize the fact in front of it. This new commander was really not an ordinary middle-level demon emperor. He seemed to have an extremely abnormal strength and could not be underestimated. Although Elder Shur was also attracted by the movement over there and could not calm down, he quickly grasped the weakness of the inert mist puppet and attacked wildly. Now, the new commander of the Dark Contempt Army was undoubtedly the biggest change in this rescue operation. He had to seize the opportunity to kill one of them first and then go to help Elder Guan and Feng Jin. He did not believe that even if the new commander of the Dark Contempt Army was extraordinary, he could not deal with 3 Sector Lord-level powerhouses at the same time. Boom! Elder Shur held a saber in his hand, and a dazzling yellow light burst out. The saber light had a heavy feeling, as if it contained an extremely terrifying power, and it suppressed down. Space began to tremble as the saber light slashed down, and a long space crack was directly torn open. Violent space turbulence swept out from it, affecting the sky here. Many warriors and dark apparitions from the universe of light felt the terrifying space power and were shocked. They did not dare to get close and retreated into the distance. The inert mist puppet quivered, and its eyes narrowed slightly as it felt the extreme threat. A saber appeared in its hand. At this time it had to use a weapon, or it would not be able to fight against Elder Shur. Elder Shur's realm was 1 level higher than its, and he was also a well-known existence. He was not much weaker than an expert on the Myriad Emperor list. The inert mist puppet did not dare to be careless. When the strength of 2 parties was equal, or even in a disadvantageous situation, the support of external forces became especially important, and the weapon happened to be a rather important part of it. Kill! Kill! The inert mist puppet suddenly roared. Its body shone with black light, and a majestic dark force poured out, condensing into a terrifying black saber light on its saber. At this time, the heavy yellow saber light had already fallen, and it was only a few meters away from the inert mist puppet. At this distance, the terrifying saber light was enough to tear everything apart. If the inert mist puppet was not extremely strong, it would not be able to block it at all. Even so, saber marks appeared on its body, which was caused by the saber light that swept out from the saber light. It could be seen how terrifying this yellow saber light was. Moreover, the inert mist puppet, who was in the center of the saber light, could feel the terrifying pressure. It was as if several mountains were crushing down from above, causing its body to freeze. Boom! The inert mist puppet did not hesitate. Its face was extremely solemn. It immediately swung the saber in its hand from bottom to top, and a terrifying black saber light instantly went against the sky. The extremely sharp saber light cut through the void, and a thick dark force swept out in all directions. It invaded the space, causing the space crack that had just appeared to be dyed with a layer of strange dark color. What was more terrifying was that there was an extremely strange power in this saber, which caused the yellow saber light to freeze for a moment. How is this possible? Elder Shur was in disbelief, and his eyes widened slightly. His saber light was so powerful that it was difficult for ordinary people to block it. However, the opponent's saber light had caused his saber light to freeze for a moment. This had never happened before. Clang, in an instant, the two completely different saber lights finally collided. Terrifying saber lights swept out from the point of collision, constantly colliding with each other. Black runes and yellow runes appeared in the sky, circling around the two saber lights and destroying each other. This was not only a collision of combat skills, but also a collision of origin source law power and world power. On the other side, Feng Jin and Elder Guan finally came to their senses. They could not help but look at each other, and then they shouted in a low voice, projecting their respective world phantoms. They did not dare to neglect the new commander of the Black Contempt Army. Boom, boom, two violent roars suddenly rang out, echoing in the sky. In just an instant, two extremely terrifying small world phantoms appeared in the sky, almost occupying the entire area. If they did not intentionally control it, the small world phantoms alone would be enough to cover the entire planet, not just this small piece of sky. As the two small world phantoms appeared, a terrifying power erupted from them, shaking the void. It was the world power, which swept in all directions, immediately suppressing the blood god's projection below. One of the small world phantoms contained the terrifying power of the wind element. Green energy swept out, carrying with it the formless power of the wind element, as well as its unparalleled sharpness. It was extremely terrifying. The other small world phantoms was also extraordinary. Golden light shone in it, and a golden giant beast phantoms appeared, roaring in the sky. The roar had an extremely penetrating quality. Rumble, the blood gods. Projection suddenly opened its strange blood-red eyes, staring at the two small world phantoms that were suppressing it. A strange red light suddenly burst out. A sea of blood abruptly appeared around the blood god's projection. The blood-red seawater churned violently, creating massive waves that surged into the heavens. Domain? Domain? Feng Jin and Elder Guan were stunned. They did not expect their opponent to use a domain against their small world phantoms. Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? However, at that moment, mysterious black and blood-red runes suddenly appeared in the sea of blood, reflecting each other's brilliance. Then, a surge of world power emerged and merged with the sea of blood, adding a powerful world aura to it. Darkness origin, level 4, blood origin, level 4, world power, level 4. At that moment, the blood god's avatar could be said to be going all out, almost without holding back. If it had only been a relatively powerful melder's domain before, then it now had a trace of a small world's embryonic form. What was even more outrageous was that the power contained in it was not much weaker than the small world phantoms of realm lords. For a moment, Feng Jin and Elder Guan's faces showed a trace of astonishment. This is a domain. Even some extremely abnormal peak region lord-level geniuses who had grasped the power of origin laws and were able to fuse it into their own domains were unable to evolve it to such an extent. How was this a domain? People would believe it if it was a small world of a realm lord. Rumble, while the two were in a daze, the blood sea domain suddenly rose and collided with the two small world phantoms, erupting with a violent roar. Both sides erupted with extremely tyrannical world power, destroying each other, trying to break through each other's small world phantoms or domains. Terrifying aftershocks of origin power swept out continuously, and the power of origin laws wreaked havoc in all directions, plunging the world into complete chaos. The collision between the three was too terrifying. It was like a realm lord powerhouse clashing with a true upper demon emperor dark apparition. Outsiders would never imagine that it was a middle demon emperor dark apparition. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. Heaven and earth really shook. The sky cracked open as if it was going to collapse. The mountain range below also shook as if it couldn't withstand the impact of this terrifying origin power. Even if it was just the aftermath of the collision between the domain and the two small worlds, it wasn't the first to bear the brunt. This was terrifying. The battle between the three actually caused such a terrifying result. It was unbelievable. Only Sky Pillar Mountain in the distance was still standing as if it wasn't affected by the battle here. It didn't even move. It was very mysterious and extraordinary. You are indeed very strong. As a middle demon emperor, you are actually able to master 2 types of tier 4 origin source laws. You have even comprehended the world energy that only upper demon emperors can comprehend. You can be said to have outstanding talent. Elder Guan's gaze was solemn as he stared at the blood god altar in front of him. It was as if he could see the blood god clone's figure in the blood mist. Feng Jing also stared at the blood god altar. She was somewhat unwilling. She had reached the sector lord level and was now at the second level. The origin laws and world power she controlled were only at rank 4. Now, this middle-level demon emperor dark apparition was on par with her. Just thinking about it made her a bit depressed. Hee, you flatter me. A light laugh came from the blood mist. It seemed very casual. Humph. It's too early for you to be happy. Feng Jing was a bit unhappy when she heard that voice. She couldn't help but snort coldly. Although the opponent's talent did shock her, the opponent's attitude made her a bit angry. Especially when they were still hostile to each other. Is that so? The blood god clone didn't mind and just asked calmly. It's too early for you to be happy. This old man is listed as one of the 12 elders of Sky Pillar Mountain. The origin laws and world power I control aren't just limited to this. Elder Guan said calmly without any arrogance. It was as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Then let me see what's so good about the 12 elders of Sky Pillar Mountain. Don't disappoint me. The blood god clone said calmly. As a sector lord level 6 fighter, Elder Guan had cultivated for a very long time. He had already cultivated a calm temperament. However, when he heard the opponent's words, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. The opponent's tone was too calm and casual. It didn't give people a sense of arrogance. However, this calm and casual tone made people angry. It made Elder Guan feel belittled. You're too arrogant. Elder Guan's strength is one of the best on Heaven Pillar planet. He's comparable to a sector lord late-stage expert. You're just a middle-level devil emperor. So what if you're a genius? What qualifications do you have to look down on Elder Guan? Feng Jing said indignantly. When did I belittle Elder Guan? The blood god clone to be confused. Feng Jin's eyes twitched uncontrollably. The other party didn't seem to have said anything contemptuous. It was obvious that she was belittling Mr. Guan. Couldn't she tell? Why was he playing dumb in front of her now? She wanted to refute, but she was no match for the blood god clone in terms of eloquence. She did not know what to say. All right. Elder Guan was relatively calm. He waved his hand, still staring at the blood god altar in front of him, and said, in that case, this old man won't hold back. This is the first time I've used my full strength to deal with a middle-level demon emperor. Little scenery, step back. After that, he nodded at Feng Jing who was next to him. Elder Guan, be careful. Feng Jing frowned. She was a bit worried, but in the end, she just nodded and stepped aside. Her small world also retreated. However, it didn't disappear. It was still floating above her head. Boom, Elder Guan's expression was serious. He raised the golden spear in his hand and pointed it at the sky. This was because an indescribably powerful aura was continuously released from his body. Roar, in the small world, the golden beast roared crazily, shaking the sky. As the beast roared, a boundless and sharp aura burst out from the small world. It merged with Elder Guan's aura, as if it could pierce the sky. A surprised voice came from the blood god altar. The 12 elders of the Heaven Pillar were indeed something. Elder Guan's will was obviously very powerful and unique. It had an unparalleled penetrative power. My will is like the spear in my hand. It can pierce the sky. Can you stop it? Elder Guan asked. Haha, pierce the sky? The blood god clone smiled and said, I don't know if it can pierce the sky covered by my blood. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a majestic bloody aura burst out from the blood mist of the blood god altar. It merged with the blood god projection and filled the sky. The blood god projection was too powerful and compatible. Although the ancient bloody aura was strong, it was not as strong as the blood god projection, so it was also contained. Above the terrifying blood god projection, the bloody aura seemed to have been sublimated. It contained a sacred and majestic aura. The rich bloody aura quickly spread in all directions and shrouded the sky. Level 5 ancient bloody aura. At this moment, Elder Guan did not hold back at all. After all, the other party's willpower had already reached the Tier 4 standard. Although the Tier 4 primordial blood intent was more than enough to suppress the other party, under such circumstances, it was only natural that Shifeng wanted to crush the other party's mental defenses and create a sense of invincibility. This was a true life-and-death battle. His opponent did not know his identity and came with the intention of killing him. Elder Guan could not hold back at this moment. Clang! Elder Guan's penetrating willpower hit the dense murderous intent in the sky, emitting a dazzling golden light, like a scorching sun shining on the world. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, and a sonorous sound rang out. The collision of the two wills should have been invisible, but at this moment, it was as if two powerhouses were fighting, and the divine light was dazzling. This existence, one of the 12 Sky Pillar Elders, wanted to pierce through the sky. Unfortunately, in front of the extremely dense baleful blood intent, he was firmly blocked. He could not pierce through, nor could he pierce through. Elder Guan's expression changed. He felt that his will was like a needle piercing an iron plate. The opponent's will that filled the sky had a boundless and solid feeling, and it was shocking. A Middle Demon Emperor Dark Apparition's will had reached such a terrifying level. It was unbelievable. Feng Jin, who was watching the battle from the side, was also shocked. She could feel that Elder Guan's will was at a disadvantage. This was unbelievable. How could the opponent's will be stronger than Elder Guan, who was a Sector Lord Realm level 6, facing this blood descendant of the Blood Clan? Even with her pride, she was defeated again and again. She could not compete with the opponent's will. At this moment, a strange sound rang out in the sky. Although it was not very loud, the voice entered the ears of everyone present and attracted everyone's attention. A dazzling golden light burst out from the spear in Old Guan's hand. Countless runes flashed, and mysterious runes appeared in the air, faintly circling around the spear. No, at this moment, the spear no longer had the slightest mottled appearance. Its entire body was glowing, as if it was a divine weapon that had just been forged. Boom! The golden small world phantom vibrated violently. Then, it shone brightly and quickly spread in all directions, covering the entire sky. Feng Jin's small world phantom had to retreat. Roar! In the small world phantom, the golden beast roared, and its body was expanding. The small world phantom was filled with golden light. If one looked closely, they would find that there were many mountains, forests, land buildings, rivers, and even vast oceans. It was like a real small world. From this, it could be seen that this existence of one of the 12 pillars had definitely been immersed in the Sector Lord realm for many years. He had already developed his own small world to an extremely perfect state. The power of the world was a higher level of power formed from the fusion of origin laws, origin power, domains, and even the power of life. Sector Lords could comprehend world energy and use it to modify and perfect their small worlds. The perfection of the small world would also feed back to the cultivator, making their comprehension of world energy deeper and more perfect. Thus, they would be closer to the real world energy. Although from the very beginning, this kind of power was collectively called world force, in the process of a martial artist's cultivation, strictly speaking, the world force was not the true and perfect world force. Otherwise, it would not have been divided into 9 ranks. This meant that it was not perfect and needed to be improved continuously. Only when this world energy was cultivated to perfection could it be considered the real world energy, which was equal to the world energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, Elder Guan's small world was cultivated to such a level, which meant that his world energy was definitely stronger. At this moment, the golden beast had expanded to the point where it could cover the mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans in the small world. It was like a world beast, incomparably huge. Mysterious and complicated golden runes appeared on the surface of the golden beast's body, making it look even more mystical. An indescribably powerful aura was emitted from its body. Gold Origin Law, that was the Gold Origin Law. It was extremely powerful and as sharp as a sword, as though it could cut through everything. At the same time, a terrifying spear light burst out from the golden battle spear. It was like a peerless attack that could cut through the heavens. It pierced through the black mist that covered the entire Tianzhu star and lit up the universe void with a blinding golden light. Roar! The low-level dark apparitions that were wandering around Tianzhu star all retreated, not daring to get close at all. The low-level dark apparitions that were closer to the golden light were instantly torn apart. Their bodies dissipated in the void, leaving behind a wisp of dark force that merged into the void and affected the area. He actually forced Elder Guan to use his full strength. Blood disciple Xian of the blood race has lost honorably. Looking at this scene, a trace of shock flashed in the depths of her eyes. She took a deep breath and muttered to herself in her heart. The people in the distance were also shocked by the commotion. They all looked over in shock. The geniuses of the blood race were worried. A 6th-level sector lord was on par with the inert mist centipede, who was on the 10,000 emperor list. Could blood disciple Xian defeat him? Haimote, Morak, and the other vice-commanders of the Black Contempt Army couldn't help but frown, their hearts tense. They didn't know the full extent of their new commander's strength. They only knew that he wasn't weak and was at least stronger than them. However, they weren't sure if he could defeat one of the 12 elders of Tianju Star. The inert mist centipede and Eldersher were fighting. The two held battle weapons, and the small world phantoms above their heads had already opened. Boom, the next moment, the two sides collided, and both retreated tens of thousands of meters. They couldn't help but look at the battle between Elder Guan and the blood god doppelganger. He actually forced Elder Guan to this extent. Eldersher's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. It wasn't that he hadn't seen his opponent use such a technique before, but his opponents were basically all powerhouses of the same cultivation base. Now, his opponent was only a mid-rank demon emperor, so the contrast was simply too great. Below, the captured warriors of the light universe couldn't help but clench their fists and stare at the situation above their heads. It could be said that Elder Guan was their only hope now. If Elder Guan was defeated, they basically had no hope. Boom, in the sky, as Elder Guan's spear light burst out, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Swords were drawn, and a fight was about to break out. Now this is interesting. Boom. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the blood mist of the blood god altar. Boom, in the next instant, boundless crimson light erupted from the projection of the blood god. The crimson light illuminated the entire sky, dyeing it crimson. All the warriors of the light universe and the dark apparitions were shocked. They couldn't help but look up. Their faces were dyed red, which looked extremely strange. That is, Feng Jin, Eldersher, and the others were shocked. They hurriedly looked at the blood god projection with disbelief in their hearts. The blood god projection, which was already extremely huge, suddenly expanded in an instant. It was originally only 45,000 feet high, but now it was rushing toward the black mist above their heads. 60,000 feet, 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 90,000 feet. In the blink of an eye, the blood god projection had reached a height of 90,000 feet. The thick black mist above their heads was blown away, and the blood-red light shone in all directions. It broke through the black mist and reached the void of the universe. Clang, then, the terrifying blood god projection suddenly moved. One of its big hands stretched out, and the blood-red light condensed and turned into a bewitching blood-red color. It was a huge blood-red saber. The saber was held in the blood god projection's hand. The dazzling blood-red saber light burst out and cut through the black mist in the sky. It went straight into the void of the universe. Extremely evil and mysterious black and blood-red runes shone and were branded on the saber light, making the saber light even more mysterious and extraordinary. It was like a real divine weapon instead of being condensed from energy. How can a fourth-stage origin energy compete with me? Even if you have mastered 2 origin laws, it's useless. At this moment, Elder Guan's eyes were glowing with golden light. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look at him directly. It added a sense of majesty to his body. His voice was no longer old and hoarse. Instead, it became grand and sonorous, like the collision of metals. At the same time, the spear light that pierced the sky was emitting a terrifying divine power. It was brewing to the extreme. This change shocked many people because they had never seen Elder Guan like this before. It seemed that Elder Guan had used all his strength in the battle with the Blood Clan Bloodmaster. He didn't hold back at all. Great! Elder Guan has used all his strength. The Blood Clan Bloodmaster is definitely no match for him. The warriors of the light universe who were captured below felt a glimmer of hope again. They all looked up with a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Kill. Elder Guan didn't hesitate anymore. He turned into a golden stream of light and rushed toward the blood god projection. The spear in his hand slashed in the void, and the spear light tore the space apart. It was extremely shocking. That dazzling golden light was like the most dazzling color in this world. Everyone couldn't help but focus on it, and there was nothing else in their eyes. In the distance, the terrifying blood god projection suddenly attacked. He held the blood-red saber high above his head and slashed down. The blood demon saber that came from Shui Lanbua was now used by the blood god clone through the blood god projection. It was even more terrifying and shocking. In the distance, Shui Lanbua was fighting with a warrior of the light universe. He couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. The blood demon saber was a demon lord level combat skill that he had obtained from the blood demon inheritance. How could the blood master know it? He couldn't believe that the blood god clone knew how to use the blood demon saber. At this moment, he was far more shocked than he was by the terrifying power of the saber light. No one could imagine how Shui Lanbua was feeling right now. He was too shocked and couldn't understand why. Boom, in an instant, a blood-red saber light like a rainbow appeared in the sky. The bloody light flowed like blood, and it was extremely beautiful. Runes flashed on it, and mysterious symbols affected the surrounding void and caused it to collapse. This saber attack was too terrifying. Using the blood god projection was equivalent to using the blood god altar's divine power. It wasn't something that the blood god clone could use on its own. Clang, finally, the two extremely terrifying attacks collided in the air. The golden spear light burst out with extremely sharp light and blocked the tip of the blood-red saber light. The blood-red power of blood and the golden origin power of metal both rolled backward, forming two round semicircles. The aftershocks of origin power swept out continuously, and everyone in the surroundings kept retreating. They couldn't get close to the two attacks within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The golden runes, the blood-red runes, and the black runes flashed in the sky and collided with each other. The power of the three origin laws filled the sky, and the power of the world collided with each other. This scene was too shocking. Everyone stared at the area with their eyes wide open. They couldn't move their eyes away. Boom! 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 A series of deafening booms resounded between heaven and earth. Even the realm masters and middle-rank demon emperors couldn't resist. Blood flowed out of their ears, and they were almost deaf. Break! Boom! Shouted Guan Lauda. His voice was still loud and sonorous, and it shook the sky. A dazzling golden light burst out of the golden spear light, and an even more terrifying origin law power poured out, giving the spear light an unparalleled power. Crack! 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 The blood-red saber light shattered, and the blood-red runes and the black runes all collapsed. They couldn't resist the terrifying power. He's going to win. All the warriors of the universe of radiance were overjoyed. They couldn't help but shout. Great! Elder Guan is indeed worthy. Even the blood son of the blood race will be defeated in the end. Even Feng Jin showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was very excited. Boom! The golden spear light was dazzling as if it had turned into the sharpest attack in the world, causing the blood god doppelganger's blood-red blade light to crumble. Darkness origin law, blood origin law, the power of the two source laws was completely destroyed, and the runes shattered, turning into specks of light and dissipating. It was a devastating blow. The blood-red blade light could not block the attack at all. At this moment, all the dark apparitions' expressions changed, and many of them wanted to help. Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, and the other blood tribe geniuses, as well as Heimote, Morlock, and the other vice-commanders of the Black Contempt Army, all wanted to rush over to help. They couldn't just watch the new leader of the Black Contempt Army, Jie Jin, die here. Otherwise, the Black Contempt Army would become a laughingstock. A newly appointed commander was killed by a warrior from the light universe. What would the others think of this? However, at this moment, boom, an extremely special and mysterious aura suddenly spread out from the blood-red blade light that was constantly crumbling. Even within the blade light, an even more enchanting scarlet color faintly appeared. The scarlet color was extremely dense. It was as if a huge amount of blood had condensed into this scarlet color. It was bright and glistening. The bloody light was extremely dazzling. Even the golden light of the spear seemed to be overshadowed by the dense scarlet color. This was incredible. With Elder Guan's realm and strength, the origin law contained in the spear light was at least level 5 or above. Level 5 and above source laws, just how powerful was that? Even Wang Ting himself had never seen such a powerful origin source rule. The attributes of the origin source rule he had picked up were only at the 4th level. This showed how difficult it was to cultivate origin source rule above the 5th level. However, the golden spear light that contained level 5 or above origin law was now overshadowed by the scarlet color. Everyone's expression changed, and they stared at the unusual scarlet color in disbelief. "What is that?" Feng Jin exclaimed in a low voice, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She originally thought that Elder Guan would be able to defeat the Blood Clan Blood Master with his full strength. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Was the Blood Clan Blood Master's strength really so abnormal? Faced with Elder Guan's full strength, did he have other more powerful means to deal with him? Not only Feng Jin, but almost all the warriors from the Light Universe were also shocked and doubtful. They stared at the scarlet color, and their hearts were extremely uneasy. Huh? Elder Guan's eyes flashed with golden light as he stared at the scarlet color. He sensed a familiar yet strange aura from the scarlet color. This aura was very special and powerful, however, he couldn't figure it out at the moment. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he tried to figure out the origin of this power. At the same time, without the slightest hesitation, the metal origin power and origin source laws within his body gushed out endlessly, converging into the golden spear light, causing it to become even more resplendent and powerful. Clang! The scarlet see the scarlet scarlet scarlet. The scarlet color. Scarlet scarlet scarlet. The scarlet color scarlet color. Scarlet. Led everyone. It was like an indestructible mountain that was slowly crumbling, unable to be stopped. Boom! Not long after, there was a violent roar. The scarlet light reached its peak and exploded. It was like a scarlet star, shining in all directions. The terrifying sound shook the heavens and the earth, almost deafening everyone. Clang! The next moment, the sound of a long sword being unsheathed came from the roar. It echoed between the heavens and the earth, and it was very clear. Elder Guan's expression changed, and his pupils shrank. He sensed that the special aura was getting denser and denser, and it was spreading out from the scarlet light. Even he felt threatened by this aura. But because of this, the throbbing in his heart became more intense, and the familiar feeling surged in his heart again. Clang! Before he could react, he felt the battle spear in his hand tremble. His arm was numb, and his hand was split open. The battle spear almost fell out of his hand. Elder Guan was shaken. He was a Sector Lord level 6 fighter, and he trained his body regularly. His body might not be stronger than a Sector Lord level 9 or even a Pinnacle, but it wouldn't lose to a Sector Lord level 7 or 8. Now, facing a middle-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparition, his hand and arm were almost shattered. It was unbelievable. If he didn't experience this, he wouldn't believe that such a monster existed in the world. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide, as if he saw something unbelievable. Cracks began to appear on the golden spear light. This. A strong sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Slash. At this time, a cold shout suddenly came from the scarlet light in front of him. Elder Guan's eyes widened to the extreme. He saw a scarlet saber light slash out and cut through the void. It even cut through the scarlet light and appeared in his sight. Although the scarlet sword light was much smaller, only a few 100 feet in size, it couldn't be compared to the previous scarlet sword light. But the divine power it contained was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than the previous scarlet sword light. It was unstoppable. Boom! A strange power flowed in the sword light, and it was this power that released the divine power. What kind of power was that? Majestic and vast, there was a sense of immortality. This power had completely surpassed the power of origin law, and it had even surpassed the power of the world. It was vast and mighty, shaking the void. It wasn't something a Sector Lord could reach. For a moment, the world was silent, and only the sound of the sword light falling echoed. Immortal power! Master Guan exclaimed in shock. He was completely speechless. He couldn't control his emotions and facial expression. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Immortal power, a middle-level demon emperor dark apparition's attack had immortal power. That was the power of immortality. How could he not be shocked? It was simply unimaginable. Okay, at this moment, even with Elder Guan's temperament, he couldn't help but swear. Boom, unfortunately, no matter how incredulous he couldn't change the outcome. The moment he sensed the immortal power, the sword light had fallen, leaving only a touch of mournful and enchanting scarlet between the heaven and earth. Bang! The dazzling golden spear light suddenly froze on the spot and couldn't move an inch forward. Elder Guan's expression kept changing, and he couldn't keep calm anymore. He was horrified, but he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. He shouted angrily, and the golden light in his eyes became even more dazzling, like two golden suns. Boom! The golden spear in his hand kept bursting with dazzling light, and many golden runes appeared. It seemed to be able to mobilize the power of origin law between the heaven and earth, making the spear light stronger and stronger, trying to break free from the scarlet sword light. However, all of this was in vain. The golden spear light was blocked by the scarlet sword light, and it couldn't move at all, as if it was really frozen on the spot. Moreover, the runes that appeared on the spear light were also collapsing. As the scarlet sword light fell, more and more runes collapsed, and then they shattered, unable to stop the scarlet sword light's terrifying power. Ah! Elder Guan! Elder Guan roared, and his white hair danced in the wind. He had tried his best, but he was still suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. He could only watch as his defeat approached. It was difficult for outsiders to understand this kind of depression and grievance. Elder Guan! Elder Guan! In the distance, Elder Shur looked at this scene, and it was as if a storm had set off in his heart. His lips squirmed, but he couldn't say anything. Both of them were Heaven's Pillar 12 elders, and their cultivation and strength were similar. They had always won and lost when they sparred with each other. It was really difficult to compare who was stronger. Now, he had to watch Elder Guan, who was as strong as him, being forced to such a state. How could he accept it calmly? Because accepting that Elder Guan was inferior to the blood disciple of the blood clan was the same as accepting that he himself was inferior. At first, they were very confident that they could suppress the blood disciple of the blood clan with their 6th-layer strength. But now, reality had slapped them hard in the face. It was painful. The other Radiant Universe's martial artists were also shocked when they saw this scene. Their faces froze, and they had completely forgotten how to speak. Elder Guan! Feng Jin's expression changed greatly, and he was extremely shocked. Although he was also very shocked, he quickly reacted. Boom! A dazzling green light suddenly erupted from the battle sword in her hand, illuminating the dark sky, causing the black fog to be dyed with a layer of green. An endless amount of wind elemental energy appeared out of thin air, revolving around her and the battle sword. Streaks of green runes appeared one after another. Then, a peerless green sword light soared into the sky, exuding a powerful power under the imprint of the runes. Feng Jin was indeed a genius of the Heaven Pillar planet. Let alone a 3rd-layer sector lord, even a 4th-layer sector lord might not be able to resist such an attack. If it weren't for the fact that the blood god doppelganger was too abnormal and was not comparable to an ordinary middle-level demon emperor dark apparition, her light would not have been obscured, and she could only watch from the side. But now, the situation was critical, and she did not think so much. Seeing Elder Guan being forced into a desperate situation, she attacked without thinking. She was already prepared to help, so her attack was extremely fast. The sword light burst out in an instant and soared into the sky. Elder Guan, I'm coming to help you. Elder Guan! Feng Jin let out a soft shout. Don't come over. Elder Guan's expression changed, and he quickly shouted. Shua, however, as soon as his voice fell, Feng Jin's figure had turned into a green stream of light and rushed to the front of the battlefield. She waved the battle sword in her hand, and the sword light formed a green waterfall that swept out horizontally. Even the small world above her head merged into the sword light, causing it to burst out with even more dazzling light. The sword light was like a green sun, falling from the sky. Boom! The sword light fell directly on the scarlet sword light without any fear. It was like a violent wind sweeping across the world, unscrupulous and unrestrained. Immortal rank battle technique, sky-shocking wind sword, endless astral winds swept out from the sword light, sweeping in all directions. The fierce astral winds cut the ground, causing huge sword marks that were several meters deep and even dozens of meters deep to appear on the ground. It was as if countless swords had wreaked havoc on the ground. The surrounding mountains were directly blasted apart by the astral winds, unable to withstand it at all. However, such a terrifying sword light began to collapse after colliding with the scarlet sword light. The green runes on the sword light shattered, and the wind origin law was obliterated. This scene was like a dragon trying to shake a tree. Compared to the scarlet sword light, the green sword light seemed to be somewhat lacking. Haha, is this all your sword light is capable of? Haha. A chuckle was heard from the blood mist. It was filled with contempt. Feng Jin clenched her teeth, and a trace of embarrassment and unwillingness could not help but appear on her beautiful face. She had used her trump card to launch an all-out attack, but it was so weak in front of the scarlet sword light. This was a huge blow to her. Crack. 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 A series of cracking sounds suddenly came from the green sword light, and clear cracks appeared on the huge sword light. How is this possible? Impossible. Feng Jin couldn't accept it. Her strongest battle skill, combined with the strongest origin source law and world power, had only lasted for an instant before shattering. She couldn't hold on any longer. But, so what if the two of us work together? We can still defeat you. Impossible. At this moment, the faint laughter suddenly turned into a cold shout. The change was so sudden that it was somewhat difficult to react. Boom, the blood god's projection rumbled through the air. Although his body was huge, his speed was not slow at all. He directly crossed the void and arrived in an instant. Then, the battle sword condensed in his hand slashed down fiercely. A loud sound was heard. The scarlet sword light condensed on the battle sword pressed down, and immortal power swept out. Bang, a muffled sound rang out in the void. The green sword light that Guijin had unleashed was actually completely shattered, turning into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. The remnant waves formed by the wind attribute star origin power swept out in all directions. Pft! Pft! Feng Jin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She was sent flying as if she had been struck by lightning. On the other side, the golden spear light also shook violently. The remaining golden runes instantly accelerated the speed of their collapse, and continued to shatter. Elder Guan had no time to care about anything else. His face was ugly, and even a little pale. At this moment, he was clenching his teeth, and traces of blood were flowing out from the corner of his mouth. It was a miserable and glaring sight. Futile struggle. Pfft! A low voice came from the blood god's projection. It was cold and indifferent, as if there was no emotion in it. Break! Pfft! The next moment, the blood god's projection raised the battle sword in his hand again and slashed down fiercely. The scarlet sword light burst out endless sword light, and the immortal power poured out and crushed toward Elder Guan. Clang, the sonorous sound shook the sky. It was so loud that it spread far and wide. Perhaps the entire Tianzhu star could hear it. It even spread out of Tianzhu star and resounded in the void of the universe. At this moment, the blood god's doppelganger unleashed the full power of the scarlet sword light, and Elder Guan also pushed the golden spear light to the peak. The collision between the two could be considered a pinnacle battle. However, Elder Guan had reached his limit after all. He had not mastered the immortal power. No matter how strong his origin laws were, there was still a gap between him and the immortal power. Moreover, the blood god's doppelganger's origin laws were not weak either. With the support of the immortal power, the blood god's doppelganger's origin laws were naturally on par with Elder Guan's. It was the first time in a long time that he had used the immortal power against a sector lord. In the past, he would only use the immortal power when facing an immortal. However, this did not mean that he had become weaker. On the contrary, he had become stronger. This was because he had never truly relied on his own strength to fight against such a powerful sector lord before. This time, he could finally rely on his own strength to fight against a sector lord level 6 fighter. He even had a chance to win. Was this not a huge leap? Rumble. In an instant, the dazzling golden spear light could not hold on any longer. Countless runes were destroyed as if it had reached its limit and could not hold on any longer. Countless cracks appeared on the entire spear light in an instant and spread rapidly in all directions. Soon, the entire spear light was covered, and the shattering could no longer be stopped. Rumble, in the end, the spear light exploded with a dazzling golden light as if it had released all of its power. With a loud bang, it shattered into countless golden light spots and dissipated between heaven and earth. A majestic shockwave of origin power swept out from within, sweeping through the void. Without the golden spear light blocking, the scarlet sword light fell with irresistible force. It instantly enveloped Elder Guan, giving him no chance to react. Elder Guan. The fighters of the Radiant Universe were aghast as they watched this scene, their hearts trembling. Elder Guan. Elder Shi's face turned ugly. He had never thought that as one of the Heaven's Pillar 12 Elders, his opponent would be defeated so miserably. A sense of sadness emerged in his heart. Was the era of Heaven's Pillar Star, their era, really over? If a middle-level demon emperor could defeat the Heaven's Pillar 12 Elders, what hope did they have to reclaim Heaven's Pillar Star? The inert mist shook, revealing a strange look in his eyes as he stared at the blood god projection and the scarlet sword light. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Immortal power. How can a middle-level demon emperor master the immortal power? Elder Shi, take him away. Elder Guan's face was ashen as he faced the terrifying sword light, but he did not forget to let out a tragic roar at Elder Shi. Want to leave? The blood god clone snorted coldly. Rumble, the sword light instantly drowned Elder Guan, and endless scarlet light exploded. The terrifying energy swept across the area, leaving Elder Guan with no way to escape. Elder Guan roared and unleashed all the origin power in his body, trying to block this powerful attack. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a split second. The origin power defense on Elder Guan's body crumbled inch by inch. Countless blade lights and terrifying energy poured down on his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body fell to the ground. Rumble, a mountain collapsed, and Elder Guan's body was embedded in the mountain. That was not all. The terrifying energy and countless blade lights followed closely behind, shattering the mountain. They wrapped around Elder Guan's body and smashed him to the ground. A huge crater appeared. The area was completely shrouded in violent energy. The energy rumbled for a moment before it slowly dissipated, and the world returned to normal. A figure was lying in the crater. His clothes were tattered, and his powerful body was full of sword wounds. Blood flowed out from the wounds. He looked extremely miserable. Silence. Suddenly, the surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at Elder Guan, who was lying in the crater, and fell into a daze. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. Just a moment ago, Elder Guan seemed to be winning and could crush the blood disciple of the Blood Clan. However, in the blink of an eye, he was defeated, lying in a deep pit with blood all over his body. No one knew if he was dead or alive. That miserable appearance of his had long since lost the strength and divine might from before. It was too shocking. As one of the 12 elders of the Heaven Pillar, Elder Guan was very famous even in the entire Tianlan territory. His battle record was amazing, and ordinary sector lords did not dare to challenge him. But now, he was defeated by a middle-level demon emperor dark apparition. Who would believe it if they heard about it? Not to mention Elder Guan, even Feng Jin, a genius of the Heaven Pillar planet, was very famous in the entire Tianlan territory. Of course, her reputation was mainly spread among the younger generation, which was a little different from Elder Guan, who had been famous for a long time. However, many people regarded her as the new star of the Heaven Pillar planet. If she was given some time to grow, she would certainly surpass the 12 elders of the Heaven Pillar planet and become a more powerful existence. It could be said that many experts of the Heaven Pillar planet had great expectations for her. But now, she was defeated by the blood god doppelganger, a middle-level demon emperor dark apparition. Moreover, she joined forces with Elder Guan to deal with the blood god doppelganger. It was different. The two of them joined forces, but they were still defeated. For a moment, the blood disciple of the Blood Clan was even more powerful and abnormal. Monster, he was definitely a monster, a monster like him might not appear in tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Now, a genius, Wang Ting, had appeared in the light universe, and a blood disciple of the Blood Clan had appeared among the dark apparitions. Was this the destiny of heaven and earth? Did light and darkness have to maintain an indescribable balance? Many people had such absurd thoughts in their minds, but it was obviously not a secret of heaven and earth that they could pry into. Most people's expressions changed, and their hearts were extremely complicated. Then, everyone's eyes fell on the blood god doppelganger, as if they wanted to see the figure of the blood disciple of the Blood Clan. Seems like I used too much strength. At this moment, an innocent dripping sound came from the blood god doppelganger, echoing between heaven and earth as if it was saying something ordinary. Everyone couldn't help but fall into a state of speechlessness. The muscles on their faces twitched. Their hearts were full of complaints, but they didn't know where to start. What do you mean by using too much force? Do you still want to be pressured? However, when they saw the miserable state Elder Guan and Feng Jin were in, they felt that the blood disciple of the Blood Clan might have been able to win if he had held back a little. That saber strike just now was too terrifying. Even if they could only feel the residual power of the scarlet blade light from afar, they could still understand how terrifying it was. Elder Guan and Feng Jin wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack even if he held back 20 or 30% of his power. Pooh. Feng Jin was in a better state than old man Guan. Floating in the air, his face was pale and his breath was weak. Hearing the words of the blood god doppelganger, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Shi, one of the 12 elders of Heaven's Pillar, had an ugly look on his face. He glanced at Elder Guan on the ground, closed his eyes in pain, and shouted, "Retreat." At his command, the other warriors of the light universe were shocked. Although they were unwilling, they knew that they had no chance at all under such circumstances. They could only choose to retreat and preserve their strength for the future. The warriors of the light universe who were captured below looked desperate and gloomy, but they didn't say anything. At this moment, the situation was clear and they knew that they couldn't ask for more. Swoosh! 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 The warriors of the light universe took advantage of the fact that the dark apparitions were distracted by the battle just now and rushed into the sky, trying to escape from this planet. Don't think you can escape. The inert mist worm and the other dark apparitions reacted one after another. Their eyes were cold as they shouted, and their origin power erupted, reflecting a dazzling and evil black light that bombarded the warriors of the light universe. Boom! 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 Many warriors of the light universe had already been defeated by the power and terror of the blood god doppelganger. At this moment, they only cared about running for their lives and had no time to defend themselves. They were hit directly and flew backward while vomiting blood. Some of them even crashed to the ground, creating deep pits. Bastard! Elder Shi's face became even more unsightly, but he couldn't avoid the attack of the inert mist worm, an expert on the list of 10,000 emperors. He could only turn around and face the attack. However, in this way, he couldn't care about the others at all. He could only watch as they were hit by the dark apparitions, seriously injured, or captured. Don't kill them all. Leave them to mine for me. A soft shout suddenly came from the blood god doppelganger, startling everyone. Yes. However, the dark apparitions reacted very quickly and roared in response to the blood god doppelganger's words. They naturally had no doubts about the blood god doppelganger's decision. After the battle just now, even the deputy commanders of the Black Contempt Army had been convinced by him and no longer had any superfluous thoughts in their hearts. Even the deputy commander of the sheep-headed demon clan, Saber, who was standing on the side of the inert mist worm, was shaken at this time. It didn't seem wise to go against such a monstrous new commander. Even though the inert mist worm was an expert on the list of 10,000 emperors, compared to the monstrous bloodmaster of the Blood Clan, it seemed to be somewhat inferior. After all, the inert mist worm had been fighting for a long time and still couldn't defeat Elder Shi, who was also one of the 12 Heaven Pillar elders. On the other hand, the new commander had defeated the joint forces of Elder Guan and Feng Jin. Comparing the two, the difference between the two was obvious. In terms of potential, there was no doubt that the new commander was more powerful. He was only a middle-level demon emperor. If he really advanced to the upper-level demon emperor level, How powerful would he be? One could only imagine. It was obvious that following the new commander would have a brighter future. In addition, it was also in the interest of the dark apparitions to let the warriors of the light universe stay to mine. The new commander had said that they would also have a share of the extreme divine essence that was dug out. Naturally, the more the better and the faster the better. In this case, the commander was really considerate of him. You've gone too far. The warriors of the light universe couldn't help but be furious. They couldn't wait to rush up and fight the blood god doppelganger. You want us to mine? Dream on. We'd rather die than obey. We'll never mine. The martialists from the radiant universe shouted furiously. They were extremely angry, as if asking them to mine was an extreme humiliation to them. Ridiculous. If your companions can mine, why can't you? Are you looking down on them? The blood god doppelganger said. The warriors of the light universe. The captive warriors of the light universe. Shrimps and pig hearts, this blood god from the kindred was too ruthless. He had pierced through their hearts. The two groups of people were embarrassed. Regardless of whether the blood god's words were false or not, this was indeed a fact. If others could mine, why couldn't they? Did he look down on their captive companions? Must they die to prove their sincerity? All of a sudden, the warriors of the light universe who hadn't been captured fell into silence. Their faces alternated between green and red. Take them down, the blood god doppelganger shouted. Roar. Catch them. Don't let them escape. Don't let any of them escape. Mine. Mine. Let them mine. All the dark apparitions seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They took the opportunity to attack even harder. They wanted to capture these warriors of the light universe and make them mine for them. Boom. Boom. Boom, all kinds of origin power attacks exploded in the sky. Now the warriors of the light universe were completely at a disadvantage. They were completely surrounded and had no chance to escape. Damn it. All the warriors of the light universe looked pale, but they didn't mention that they had sworn not to mine for their lives. Even Eldershire, a sector lord, was being held back by the inert mist puppet. It knew that after the blood god doppelganger defeated Elder Guan, it was in an extremely awkward situation. Who would have thought that the blood god from the kindred was so powerful? He had been pretending to be weak from the beginning. If the warriors of the light universe hadn't appeared, it might have been the one at a disadvantage. If it let one of the 12 elders of the heaven pillar go, it would be completely suppressed by the blood god from the kindred. What would the other deputy commanders of the Black Contempt Army think of it? Needless to say, its prestige would plummet. It would probably never have the chance to command the Black Contempt Army again. At the thought of this, the origin power in the inert mist puppet's body surged out crazily and bombarded Eldershire. The pitch-black phantom of a small world floated above its head, exuding powerful world power. It bombarded the enemy's world power as if it was free. When sector lords fought, their world power would certainly collide and destroy each other. After all, they were not like the blood god doppelganger who could control immortal power. Rumble, clang, dazzling divine light shone between heaven and earth. The black light and the yellow light each illuminated half of the sky. A loud clang resounded, like metal colliding. It was the sound of weapons from both sides clashing. Origin power light and fire burst out. It was extremely dazzling. Die. The inert mist puppet was a little anxious. Seeing the other warriors of the light universe being captured one after another, it was the only one who couldn't take down Eldershire. How could it look good? Boom, he held the battle blade in his hand, and a terrifying black blade radiance erupted. It rushed into the heavens, and countless black symbols were engraved on it. It flickered with black light, and it was strange and evil. It carried an indescribable intent. A powerful willpower attached to the blade light, adding a sense of laziness and slaughter intent to it. It was incomparably powerful. Yes, it was a special willpower that was the combination of laziness and slaughter. The inert mist puppet was worthy of being an expert on the myriad emperor ranking. It had actually merged the slaughter intent with its own laziness intent, giving birth to a willpower that had both characteristics. There were not many people who could do this. The slaughter intent was too powerful, and it was actually very difficult to merge with other willpowers. If one was not careful, the merge would not be successful, and the user might even suffer a backlash. However, the inert mist puppet had succeeded. After the combination of laziness and slaughter intent, the resulting willpower was even stronger. At this moment, it had merged with the blade light, causing Eldersher to be extremely serious. He didn't dare to be careless at all. Die. The inert fog centipede suddenly roared and turned into a black streamer, rushing towards Eldersher. The battle saber in its hand slashed out fiercely. The saber radiance filled the sky and directly cut open the space. It was extremely terrifying. Peak Upper Demon Emperor battle skill, laziness blade, along with the inert mist puppet's roar, the blade light suddenly fell, shaking the void. At this moment, it naturally wouldn't hold back and directly used all its trump cards. This was a Peak Upper Demon Emperor battle skill, which could also be called a half-step demon venerable battle skill. For Upper Demon Emperors and Sector Lords, it was already very powerful. Moreover, the inert mist puppet's mastery of this battle skill was obviously not low. Boom! In the face of the terrifying blade light, Eldersher's expression changed completely. He became extremely solemn, and the battle saber in his hand bloomed with dazzling light. Streaks of earthy yellow runes appeared and wrapped around the blade light, triggering the power of heaven and earth. Thousand Mountain Slash. An old roar came out of Eldersher's mouth. At this moment, he was like Elder Guan before. His eyes bloomed with a dazzling yellow light, and his divine majesty was awe-inspiring. He was staking everything on this one throw. Boom! In an instant, a strange scene appeared from his small world shadow. It was like a shadow, floating above his head. Mountains, it was one mountain after another, continuous and endless. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 mountains. Every mountain peak towered into the clouds and was incomparably majestic. Just an illusory image of them gave off an invisible pressure, as if the mountains were pressing down on one's head. It was very terrifying, because the mountain was just a shadow, and it wasn't really above anyone's head. It was just a trace of its aura. If it really descended, how terrifying would it be? The inert mist puppet's expression was solemn, but the blade light had already been released. No matter how strong the opponent's attack was, it had to take down the opponent. There was no other choice. Whoosh! At this moment, a bright blade light suddenly appeared between the mountains. It seemed to have risen from the mountains, but it also seemed like it had always been there. It was just that the imposing aura of the mountains had stunned it, so it didn't notice. But that was not important. What was important was that the moment the blade light appeared, a terrifying pressure spread out, and the aura of the blade light instantly shrouded the entire area. Kill! Eldersher roared. His eyes were wide open, and his long hair danced wildly behind his head. He looked like a crazy demon. This old man was even more violent than Elder Guan. He was tall and big, and he held a battle blade with the mountains on it. He took a step forward as if he was carrying the mountains. Clang! In the next moment, the battle blade slashed out, and the blade light between the mountains turned into a thick yellow waterfall. It carried the aura of the mountains and collided with the black blade light. Tianzhu Star. After picking up the attribute bubbles, the blood god avatar slowly descended from the sky. The other dark apparitions also followed closely behind and landed on the ground. Then, the blood god avatar slowly walked toward the captured warriors of the light universe as if he was taking a stroll. When Feng Jin and the others saw him coming, their expressions changed slightly. This blood descendant of the blood clan had left a deep impression on them. He had defeated Feng Jin and 2 of the 12 elders of the Heaven's Pillar 12. With such powerful strength and an extremely evil dark apparition, how could they not be afraid? The warriors of the light universe present did not know why he suddenly came over. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. Although Elder Guan and Eldersher were seriously injured, they had regained consciousness at this moment and were not unconscious. When they saw the blood god avatar coming over, their eyes narrowed and they looked at him with great vigilance. Inert mist puppet. Heimat, Morak, and the other dark apparitions were a little confused, but they did not ask much. They looked at each other and just silently followed behind him. A group of powerful and evil dark apparitions followed behind the blood god avatar. Their aura was quite terrifying, and many warriors of the light universe turned pale. After my Black Rap army took control of Tianzhu Star, you can still enter Tianzhu Star. You must have some special channel, right? The blood god avatar walked in front of the warriors of the light universe. Suddenly, he smiled slightly. He appeared extremely warm as he slowly opened his mouth and asked. Everyone saw his smile but did not relax at all. Instead, they became more vigilant. After hearing his question, many people's expressions changed. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others' eyes flashed, but they hid it very well. There are other channels to enter Tianju Star. Heimet, Morak, and the other deputy commanders heard this and could not help but look pale. Even the inert mist puppet's eyes narrowed slightly and could not help but glance at the blood god avatar. During the period when it controlled Tianju Star, it did not understand the situation of Tianju Star. Now, these warriors of the light universe had sneaked in. This was its dereliction of duty. Moreover, thinking about the previous situation, if the Blood Clan's blood disciple hadn't suddenly become the new commander of the Black Contempt Army, it wouldn't have been able to defeat even one of the 12 elders of the Heavens Pillar 12, let alone 2 of them working together. In other words, if it was still in charge of the Black Rap Army, these captives from the light universe would most likely be rescued. The inert mist puppet's expression became unsightly when it thought of the consequences. Its expression changed as it looked at the radiant universe's cultivators with a trace of malevolence and killing intent in its eyes. Unfortunately, the blood disciple of the Blood Clan wanted them to mine, so they couldn't kill him for now. But after they were done with the mining, it had to personally take care of these martial artists from the universe of light. Presumably, the Blood Clan Bloodmaster wouldn't stop it. At this point, even the inert mist serpent didn't realize that it had subconsciously chosen to avoid the blood god avatar. It didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of him. Tell me about it. I was curious. The blood god clone looked at the people from the bright universe and said flatly. Tianju planet has already been occupied by you. Don't you know if there are other channels? Feng Jin sneered. Hee hee. The blood god clone chuckled and suddenly walked forward. He pinched her chin and lifted her up. Feng Jin's face suddenly turned red, but she stared at him fiercely. She looked fierce and didn't avoid him at all. However, the blood god doppelganger could see the guilt in her eyes and her weak confidence. This was brought about by the difference in strength. It was also brought about by the current situation. The strength of the blood god clone made the Tianju planet's prodigy feel tremendous pressure. When facing him, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous and didn't have the confidence to look him in the eye. Bastard! What are you doing? Let go of your stinky hand. The Radiant Universe's cultivators were all filled with righteous indignation and glared at the blood god clone. Feng Jin was their Tianju planet's prodigy. Whether it was talent or appearance, she was a top-notch existence. Many people admired her. Now, their goddess was being molested by a dark apparition. Who could stand it? Not to mention Feng Jin's special identity. Her identity as a Radiant Universe's cultivator was enough to make the other Radiant Universe's cultivators angry. Look at them. They seem to be very nervous. The blood god clone pinched Feng Jin's chin, looked at the others, and said with a smile. Humph. Feng Jin's eyes were resolute. She snorted coldly and said, Kill me if you want to. Is it the style of dark apparitions to humiliate me like this? It's really shameless. Humph. Humiliate you? The blood god clone laughed and waved at Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and Blood Dia behind him. He said, Come, let this Tianju planet's prodigy see the elegance of our blood clan's female prodigy. Otherwise, she will really think too highly of herself. Humph. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, this Tianju planet's prodigy seems to be a little narcissistic. Euphilia walked over with her graceful body swaying. She looked at Feng Jin in front of her with great interest and giggled while covering her mouth. Aren't the prodigies of the Radiant Universe always like this? Narcissistic and arrogant. This time, Blood Rosa didn't go against Euphoria's tune. She merely chuckled in agreement. Narcissistic? Feng Jin's face suddenly turned green and red. She was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. She clenched her toes as if she could dig out 5 rooms and 3 halls on the hard ground of Tianju planet. She originally thought that this blood god of the blood clan valued her appearance and wanted to humiliate her, but the result seemed to be a little different. No, the difference was quite big. This blood god of the blood clan didn't seem to have such thoughts. It could be seen from the appearance of the three blood clan women. Although their styles were completely different from hers, their appearances were no less beautiful than hers. Even the two blood clan women's styles were completely different. With such three beauties around, the blood god of the blood clan might not be interested in her. Of course, she could also say that this blood god of the blood clan brought three beauties to the battlefield, which showed that he was not a decent person. It was normal for him to covet her appearance, but Feng Jin couldn't say such words. So at this moment, she was really aggrieved. She glared fiercely at the blood god clone and wanted to rush up and fight him. Your Highness, I wonder if the three of us are more beautiful than this genius from the universe of light? Xianxia, the beauty of the blood mermaid clan, was also very cooperative. She tilted her head, looked at the blood god clone, and asked with a sweet smile. I think the three of you are more in line with my aesthetic standards. The blood god clone let go of Feng Jin's chin and walked to Xianxia's side. He held her waist and gently stroked Xianxia's pretty face with one hand. Xianxia's pretty face suddenly blushed. She didn't expect the blood god to suddenly do this. A trace of shyness rose in her heart. After all, no one dared to do this to her. If it was in the past, even if this blood god of the blood clan was so frivolous to her, she would not hesitate to turn hostile. However, now that she had seen the blood master's talent and potential, as well as his abnormal strength, she was already filled with admiration for the blood master. Thus, it didn't seem that hard for her to accept this little bit of surpassing him. And the blood god's appearance. Although it couldn't be seen through the mask, it was not difficult to tell from his temperament that this blood god was definitely not ugly. Of course, the main reason was that the dark apparitions of the blood clan had never been ugly. Basically, the stronger the bloodline, the better the appearance. With the blood god's talent, there was no reason for him to be ugly. Therefore, this was like a short poor man and a tall rich man making frivolous gestures to a beauty at the same time. The former was flirting, while the latter was flirting. When the blood clan geniuses saw this scene, the muscles on their faces couldn't help but twitch. These three were the most famous beauties of the blood clan, and now it seemed that they were all going to be taken by the blood god. Too ruthless, he didn't leave any for them. If it weren't for the blood god in front of them, this was the blood god that they admired very much. The blood clan geniuses would have already attacked him. Euphoria and Blood Rose's expression suddenly changed, and they couldn't help but look at Xianxia with a trace of hostility. The two of them had been arguing for a long time, but they never expected that someone would come out of nowhere. Shameless. Dirty. Feng Jin's face was red with anger. She felt that the blood god was humiliating her, and she was very angry. How am I shameless? How am I dirty? Am I dirty and shameless if I don't flirt with you? The blood god clone put his arm around Xianxia's waist and walked to Feng Jin. It seemed that he wanted to provoke her like this. You. Feng Jin's eyes were about to spit fire. She widened her eyes and glared at him fiercely. Enough. Haha. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the side. Elder Guan raised his head with difficulty and said coldly, You are the commander of the Black Contempt Army, and you can defeat us. You can be considered a powerhouse. Don't you think it's shameful to do this? Haha. You flatter me. You flatter me. The blood god doppelganger smiled and waved his hand. I'm not as outstanding as you say. What expert? I can't even be counted as one. I've only defeated a few older sector lords, a few little geniuses. Moreover, I'm just a small middle demon emperor. How can I be called an expert? Haha. The corners of Elder Guan's and Elder Shi's eyes twitched crazily. Even Feng Jin's expression kept changing, as if she had eaten feces. She really didn't know what to say. The status that they had been so proud of had been trampled under the feet of this blood clan disciple of the blood clan. He had even crushed them a few times, causing them to feel a burning pain on their faces. Elder Guan just wanted this blood descendant to have the bearing of a powerhouse, so that he wouldn't humiliate Feng Jin. He didn't expect that the blood descendant would use this matter to humiliate them. The blood descendant claimed that he was just a middle-rank demon emperor, and he had only defeated a few older sector lords and a few geniuses. If he wasn't a powerhouse, then what were they called? The 12 Elders of Heaven Pillar? They couldn't even compare with a middle-rank demon emperor dark apparition. The so-called 12 Elders of Heaven Pillar, the so-called Heaven's Pillar planet, had become a joke. What do you want? Feng Jin naturally couldn't watch Elder Guan and Elder Shi being humiliated. She secretly took a few deep breaths to calm herself down and immediately asked in a cold voice. Didn't I ask you? Is there any channel to the outside world on Heaven Pillar planet? Unfortunately, you didn't cooperate. You just didn't want to tell me. The blood god doppelganger said innocently. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others were speechless. They finally returned to the main topic, but they still felt very speechless. This guy was so good at beating around the bush that they almost couldn't keep up with him. I've already said that there is no channel at all. We directly entered Heaven Pillar planet from the universe. Feng Jin said. Dishonest. The blood god doppelganger shook his head and sighed. I wanted you to say it yourself, but since you don't know what's good for you, I can only do it myself. All right. After that, he went straight to a warrior from the light universe and smiled at him. It's decided to be you. All right. Come, look into my eyes. All right. This warrior from the light universe was the one whose expression changed the most when he mentioned the channel. His expression just happened to show that his will was not strong enough, so he was the best target. Does the blood descendant want to? The group of blood descendant geniuses couldn't help but change their expressions. What do you want to do? The warrior from the light universe changed his expression and looked at the blood god doppelganger in horror. In his eyes, this blood master of the blood clan was a ferocious man. Even Feng Jin and the 2 elders of the 12 pillars of heaven were no match for him. Even the 2 elders of the 12 pillars of heaven were no match for him. In front of this blood master of the blood clan, he was nothing more than an ant that could be easily squashed to death. In fact, this warrior from the light universe was a domain lord level powerhouse. He was definitely not a weakling in the outside world. Unfortunately, in this high-level situation, he could only be a support. In front of the blood god doppelganger, the blood god doppelganger could only tremble. Don't be so nervous. Relax. I still need you to mine. I won't do anything to you. The blood god doppelganger patted him on the shoulder and said rather kindly. As a result, the warrior trembled even more violently. Really? Trembling. JPG, if you have any tricks, just come at me. A domain lord level warrior is nothing. Feng Jin said loudly. I'm also a middle-level demon emperor level. The blood god doppelganger said weakly. F***CK. Feng Jin was speechless. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that you are a middle-level demon emperor. Is there a middle-level demon emperor like you? Feng Jin almost cursed at this moment. The blood god doppelganger ignored her and looked at the warrior from the light universe. Suddenly, a strange scarlet light appeared in his eyes and shot into his eyes. The warrior had just relaxed a little because of Feng Jin's words. At this moment, he was caught by the blood god doppelganger. His eyes suddenly became confused, and then he lost consciousness. However, he did not close his eyes. Instead, he looked at the blood god doppelganger with a blank face. What did you do to him? Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others immediately noticed that something was wrong. Their faces changed dramatically. Don't you know the means of the blood descendant? The blood god doppelganger said with a smile. The blood descendant's mental confusion means of the dark apparitions. Feng Jin immediately thought of something and said involuntarily. Although they did not know the specific name of this skill, there were many records of it being used many times in the light universe. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with it. It seems that the reputation of the blood descendant is not bad. The blood god doppelganger smiled and no longer talked nonsense. Looking at the warrior from the light universe who was controlled by the bewitchment, he asked faintly, how did you enter Tianju Star? Yes. There is a secret space under the Tianju mountain. We have left a space transmission method in it that can directly enter Tianju Star from the outside world. The warrior from the light universe did not hesitate at all. His face did not change, and he did not even struggle. Like a robot, he said flatly. Xianxia. Yes. The faces of Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others were extremely ugly. They shouted repeatedly, trying to wake up the warrior from the light universe. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Wang Ting's original body had already upgraded the bewitchment to the perfect level. Naturally, the blood god doppelganger could also perform it to the same level. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others were now imprisoned and could not exert any strength at all. No matter how they shouted, it was useless. The blood god clone was quite surprised. He didn't expect there to be a teleportation formation under Sky Pillar Mountain. And it was hidden in such a conspicuous place like Sky Pillar Mountain without being discovered. This was somewhat unbelievable. Wait, did he say space? The blood god clone suddenly noticed something, and his eyes flashed. There was a special space under Sky Pillar Mountain, that was why no one had discovered it. It made sense. Space was a top-level power, and it was only at the Realm Lord level. Even an upper-level demon emperor might not be able to discover it. Take me there. The blood god clone was a little curious, but he didn't think too much about it. He directly said to the light universe warrior named Xianxia. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others had called out to him, so he knew the name of this fake light universe warrior. Very good, he was no longer a nobody. At least he had a name. He should thank Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others. Yes. Xianxia was now under control, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. He numbly led the way in front. Xianxia. Yes. Feng Jin, Old Man Guan, Old Man Shi, and the others were unwilling to give up. The space under the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was the only way to enter Heaven's Pillar Star. Now that it was exposed, the remaining cultivators of Heaven's Pillar Star wouldn't be able to enter Heaven's Pillar Star so easily. For a moment, the hearts of the Radiant Universe's martial artists were filled with dejection. Did they really have a chance? If there was no chance, what was the point of enduring humiliation? Haha, you don't have to shout. It's useless no matter how loud you shout. The blood god doppelganger leisurely followed behind Xianxia. He smiled faintly and said, "Bring this genius and the two elders of the Pillars of Heaven. Let's go to the Pillar of Heaven mountain first." Yes. Let the others go in mine. We have to speed up. Yes. Haimote, Marok, and the other deputy commanders didn't expect there to be other undiscovered channels on Skypillar planet. Their expressions were a little ugly. Fortunately, their new commander had sharp eyes and discovered it early. Otherwise, they didn't know how long they would be kept in the dark. Yes. Yes. When they heard the blood god's doppelganger's order, they naturally did not dare to be negligent. They immediately complied and looked at Feng Jin and the others with ferocious eyes. They personally escorted them forward. Be obedient and follow me. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others had never been treated in such a manner before, but there was nothing they could do about it. Their origin power and psychic power were restrained, and they couldn't resist at all. All they could do was be dragged forward in humiliation. One by one, figures flew up into the sky and turned into flowing light as they flew towards the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The Pillar of Heaven's mountains was not far from the Extremine Spirit Marrow Mine. With their speed, they arrived in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, in the next moment, the blood god avatar appeared in front of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. He stood with his hands behind his back and lifted his head to look at the peak of the mountain. Although it was covered by clouds, he could still see its true height with his eyesight. This mountain was almost at the peak of Heaven Pillar Star. If it went any higher, it would break through the atmosphere and enter the void of the universe. This was terrifying. This was because the size of Tianzhu star was more than 10 times that of Earth's star. It was a true supergiant planet. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many incredible things in the universe, it would have been very difficult for such a planet to be born. But it still existed. And for a mountain to be able to pierce through such a huge planet, well, from a certain point of view, it could be considered as having pierced through it. It was the first time that the blood god avatar had seen such a majestic mountain peak. A majestic aura spread out from the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and landed on the blood god avatar, causing his body to stagnate slightly. Interesting? This mountain actually has some kind of strange aura. The blood god avatar's eyes flashed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. And this feeling seems to be somewhat similar to the will of the mountains that I just obtained. Yes. The blood clan and dark apparitions followed and also looked at the mountain peak in amazement. You guys can comprehend it well. Perhaps you will gain something from it. The blood god avatar said. To the blood clan and dark apparitions, the aura on this mountain peak could train their spiritual power and was of great help to them. In addition, there were strange patterns of heaven and earth looming on the mountain peak, faintly gathering a kind of power of heaven and earth. It seemed to be extremely effective for Earth-type warriors to comprehend various Earth-type powers, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It was really a treasure land. Yes. The blood clan prodigy's eyes flashed, and they all agreed. Commander, do you want to go up and take a look first? Haimote, Maroka, and the other deputy commanders followed and asked with a smile. No hurry. Let's get down to business first. The blood god avatar said calmly without batting an eyelid. The dark apparitions only felt that this new commander did not show his emotions on his face, making it difficult for them to see what he liked. They also could not tell if this commander was interested in this mountain because he did not show much interest in it from the beginning. Where is the space? The blood god avatar asked Lin Xian. In a cave halfway up the mountain. Lin Xian said numbly. Let's go. The blood god avatar said. Lin Xian immediately led the group to the mountainside of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Suddenly, an even stronger aura landed on everyone. Fortunately, there were no weaklings present. This kind of aura was not enough to affect them much. If the aura was from halfway up the mountain, it might have affected them to a certain extent. After walking for a short while on the mountainside, the blood god avatar saw an inconspicuous cave. This cave was located on the mountain wall. In fact, there were many other caves on this mountain wall. They were distributed in various directions and seemed to be used for people to comprehend the power of heaven and earth on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The reason why the cave they were looking for was inconspicuous was that it was located in a corner and was covered by vegetation and vines. At first glance, it was very easy to miss. This cave was probably not used by anyone often. The dark apparitions of the Black Contempt Army did not discover any clues about this place. This was probably related to the uniqueness of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Everyone thought that this was a place to comprehend. Who would have thought that there was a space transportation formation hidden in the Pillar of Heaven's mountains? The blood god avatar and the others walked into the cave under Lin Xian's lead. Then, they could not help but look surprised. There was nothing special about this cave. In fact, it was a little too ordinary. There is a trace of vague space fluctuation. The blood god avatar looked around and suddenly felt a little surprised. Although he did not have the talent of space, his original body had the talent of space, and it was not low. He had never eaten pork, but he had tasted pork before. He was very familiar with space fluctuations. The others looked around suspiciously but did not find any clues. Is there really a space transportation formation here? Euphoria asked suspiciously. Even the inert mist puppet was bewildered because it didn't detect any spatial ripples. How do we open it? Lin Xian asked. The blood god avatar looked at Lin Xian and asked. At this time, if the original body was here, he would be able to find it without asking. However, he was not the original body. He could see it, but he might not be able to crack the space technique here. The token to open this space is with Feng Jin. Lin Xian said. Oh? The blood god avatar looked at Feng Jin in surprise. The key was with Feng Jin, and not with Elder Guan or Elder Shi. It was a little strange. After all, in terms of status, Elder Guan and Elder Shi should be higher than Feng Jin. Even if Feng Jin was a genius, she should be a genius of the younger generation now. She would not be able to catch up with Elder Guan and Elder Shi in a short time. Unless she has a special identity? The blood god avatar's eyes flashed and looked at Feng Jin. Feng Jin's expression changed greatly. Although she knew she could not hide it, she still had a little hope in her heart. Now that the truth was out, she finally lived in Clam Bay. Did you hand it over yourself? Or do you want me to do it myself? The blood god avatar looked at her with a smile and said, I don't have any token. Xian doesn't know anything. Feng Jin said stubbornly. You still don't want to give up. What's the point of saying all this? The blood god avatar shook his head and said, it seems I have to do it myself. Okay. Then he approached Feng Jin step by step. What do you want? Feng Jin looked nervous. She felt the pressure was even greater than before. Blood disciple of the kindred, don't go too far. Elder Guan's face turned ugly. He shouted, the token is not with her. It is with me. If you have it, find it from me. Enough. The blood god clone did not care about the other party at all. Who would want to search an old man's body? Furthermore, Xian had been controlled by the blood god clone's bewitchment. What he had said could not be any truer. If the blood god clone did not believe in his own bewitchment skill, why should he believe this old man? He walked straight to Feng Jin and glanced at her. He did not see any space ring or space bracelet. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Haha, you hit it well. The blood god avatar smiled faintly and said, you are forcing me to search you. Enough. Don't come near me. Feng Jin's face finally changed. She turned green and then red. The blood god avatar ignored her and searched her body directly. His palm touched every inch of her body. Bastard. Enough. Dirty. Enough. Shameless. Enough. Feng Jin had never been humiliated like this before. She was so angry that her face turned red. It was hard to tell whether she was angry or angry. She struggled madly, kicking her two slender legs, but how could she be a match for the blood god doppelganger? She was directly pressed against the stone wall beside her. The two round balls suddenly became round pancakes, unable to move. Let go of me, you pervert. Go. Even so, Feng Jin was still cursing. Tears of humiliation almost flowed out of her eyes. She was a realm lord prodigy, and now she was being treated like this. If this spread out, she would not be able to face anyone. At this moment, she even wanted to die. Bastard, let go of her. Elder Guan and Elder Shi were furious. They both shouted. Unfortunately, there were dark apparitions guarding them. They could not move. They could only move their mouths. The inert Mistbine's mouth twitched. It felt that this blood disciple of the kindred was even more evil than it was. He seemed to be interested in the female martial artists of the light universe. Could it be that he liked women? It then looked at the three incomparably beautiful blood clan ladies, each with their own merits, and suddenly felt like it understood. Weakness, perhaps this was the weakness of this blood disciple of the kindred. The other deputy commanders watched this scene with a smile as if they were watching a show. They didn't have any special thoughts about this new commander's hobbies. At most, they would cater to his tastes in the future and send him all the beauties he had. On the other side, Blood Rosa, Euphoria, Shwedia, and the other kindred women could not help but look at each other. They had the same thought. Could it be that the blood disciple was really interested in the women of the light universe? Otherwise, why would he be treated so differently? Did I go a little too far? The blood god avatar noticed everyone's reaction. He was a little embarrassed and thought to himself for no reason. It was not easy to be a bad guy. In the past, he was at most a little cruel to his enemies. This time, he was facing these innocent martial artists of the light universe. He felt a little guilty. In fact, he did not have any special thoughts about Feng Jin. He just wanted to make these martial artists of the light universe more miserable. This way, when his original body came to save them, they would be more grateful. Moreover, this was his original body's order. He did not have to do it. His original body's heart is so dirty. After secretly complaining in his heart, the blood god avatar's hand touched Feng Jin's chest. Suddenly, he paused. Hey, found it. He pulled out a necklace hidden between her majestic breasts. You hit it well. Holding the necklace in his hand, the blood god avatar glanced at Feng Jin, who looked like she had nothing to live for, and said meaningfully. You. Feng Jin's face turned red. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She glared at the blood god avatar fiercely. Pfft. Pfft. Elder Guan and Elder Shi were even more enraged. They could only watch helplessly as a junior was humiliated by a dark apparition. That feeling made the two elders of the Sky Pillar 12 go mad with hatred. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. Look at how angry you are. Is it necessary? The blood god avatar felt even more embarrassed. Even he himself felt that he was very evil. But he could not control it at all. As long as he was the blood god avatar, no matter what he did, he would be incomparably evil. However, if it were his original body, at most, people would say that he was shameless. Sigh, I have suffered too much. Pfft. The blood god avatar sighed helplessly in his heart. Forget it. Let's take a look at this space first. He stopped thinking about it and immediately used his spiritual power to invade the necklace in front of him. This was obviously a space equipment, and it had already recognized its owner. It was probably impossible for Feng Jin to open it by herself. He could only break it open by force. The blood god avatar's spiritual power was undoubtedly stronger than Feng Jin's. Moreover, he was proficient in the Tao of Runes. Breaking the spiritual imprint was not a difficult task. Pfft, Feng Jin suffered a backlash. She spat out a mouthful of blood and groaned in pain. However, she clenched her teeth, unwilling to let others see her fragile state. Her eyes were fixed on the blood god avatar. The blood god avatar glanced at her. He felt that this woman's eyes were about to eat him. He shook his head helplessly in his heart. He used his spiritual power to explore the necklace and quickly found a token. Is this it? Yes. He threw it to Lin Xian and asked. Yes. Lin Xian replied. Open it. The blood god avatar said. My force is sealed. I can't open it. Lin Xian said. Tisk. The blood god avatar had no choice but to take back the token and inject his force into it. Buzz, following the infusion of origin power, the token lit up with rays of light that formed a strange pattern. Then, a ray of light shot out from it and entered the stone wall in front of him. Suddenly, a strange change occurred in the cave. An invisible energy emerged, accompanied by rich spatial energy. Countless runes appeared in the cave. They seemed to be imprinted in the void, but at the same time, they seemed to be imprinted on the stone wall. It was very mysterious. At this time, a shining door appeared in front of everyone. This is it. Lin Xian said. The blood god avatar was surprised. He glanced at Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others. He saw that they had given up struggling. He smiled faintly and walked toward the door. Blood Master, why don't you let me go first? Shui Lanbua stepped forward and said. He, Shui Lanbua, and the other blood clan geniuses did not go to comprehend the energy and power of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Instead, they followed the blood god avatar into the cave. Clearly, they wanted to explore the path for the blood god avatar. It's fine. The blood god avatar waved his hand and walked straight in. Shui Lanbua and the other blood clan geniuses immediately followed. After passing through the door, their eyes lit up. A rather large space appeared in front of them. The blood god avatar looked around and could not help but show a hint of joy in his eyes. This space was not small. It was even more than twice the size of the ancient city space the blood god avatar had obtained. A spatial teleportation array was placed in this huge space. It only occupied a corner. However, this was not what made the blood god avatar happy. It was that in a corner of this space, there were traces of even more subtle spatial ripples. Even an official level Undying might not be able to detect it. A hidden space? Blood god avatar was surprised and happy at the same time, but he remained calm and did not say anything. He had searched for the channel to enter Heaven Pillar Planet to cut off the last path of the light. Universe warriors and to solve the problem of the Black Stamen army. Since he was the commander of the Black Stamen army, he could not let the hidden space continue to exist. He had to expose it, or he would be in a passive position. As a spy, he had to make compromises on some matters. Exposing this space was a form of compromise. However, there was another hidden space in the hidden space, so he did not have to tell anyone about it. He was not a space attribute warrior, so it was good enough that he could find the hidden space. Did he have to find the hidden space? That was not realistic. When he thought of that, he pretended not to notice and shifted his gaze to the teleportation formation. The hidden space was set up in a very clever position. It was right behind the teleportation array. The space ripples were very subtle, and with the influence of the teleportation array, it was not easy to detect. Even if an official-level warrior came here, it would be difficult to find any clues. Not to mention the inert mist mantis, an upper-level demon emperor. This token is also the key to open the teleportation array. The blood god doppelganger glanced at the formation, then looked at Feng Jin and the others and said faintly. Although it was a question, his words were very certain. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others were silent. At this point, it was meaningless to refute, but they did not want to answer the question honestly. The blood god doppelganger shook his head. He walked to the front of the matrix and carefully examined it. Earlier, he had only looked at it briefly and was not very clear about the structure of the matrix. Now, with his attainments in divine runes, he quickly understood the operating principle of the matrix after a careful examination. Every teleportation array was actually different. They were made by different array masters of runes, so there were many differences. However, they were all teleportation arrays, so they could not be changed into other things. The essence was the same. Therefore, Blood God Avatar did not spend much time to completely decipher the teleportation array. His eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. It's an indeterminate teleportation array. Judging from the structure of this teleportation array, it was an indeterminate teleportation array. What was an indeterminate teleportation array? It was a spatial teleportation array that could teleport one to any place without a fixed teleportation location. This kind of teleportation array formation had one advantage. That was to be able to connect to multiple teleportation formations. It was one-to-many, not one-to-one. Therefore, Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others could set up a teleportation formation anywhere and connect it to this teleportation formation. In addition, if they were to be teleported out from here, it would be the same. As long as an array was set up in the outside world, the spatial coordinates would be used as the axis. If they were connected, they would be able to teleport out directly. Of course, the cost of constructing this kind of teleportation array was not low. It was dozens of times more expensive than ordinary teleportation arrays, or even more. This was not an exaggeration, but a fact. One of the reasons for the rarity of an indeterminate teleportation array was its cost. Ordinary forces would never be able to set up such a formation. Furthermore, it was hidden on an important planet like Tianzhu Star. If it was discovered, it would be a huge blow to Tianzhu Star. It could only be said that the person who set up this formation was bold and skillful. To be able to hide a space on Tianzhu Mountain and use it to set up a teleportation array was an extremely bold act in itself. Ordinary people would not dare to do so. Apart from that, the range of the formation was also an important factor in its cost. The wider the range, the more expensive it would be. How far could this teleportation array teleport? However, the Blood God Avatar did not tell the Dark Apparition the nature of this teleportation array. Instead, he took action directly. The Blood Master token transformed into a blood-red battle sword. The origin power of the dark stars gathered and swallowed the sword radiance as it slashed toward the ground. No! Feng Jin could not help but shout at this moment. Unfortunately, the Blood God Avatar acted as if he did not hear him. He directly cut off a corner of the teleportation array, scraping off a piece of stone from the ground and putting it away. This way, no one else would be able to use this array. When he wanted to use it, he only needed to replace the stone slab that was cut off. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others obviously understood his intention. Their expressions changed. This vampire bloodmaster was too cunning, he did not give them any chance to live at all. They were completely under his control. The eyes of the inert mist worm and the other deputy commanders flashed. Naturally, they could tell. However, they did not say anything. It seemed to be the most appropriate thing to keep a corner of the teleportation array with this commander. Let's go. The Blood God Avatar ignored everyone's reaction. After putting away the stone slab, he turned around and walked out of the space. It seemed that apart from the array, nothing else in this space was attractive to him. The inert mist worm and the others did not think much of it. Apart from the array that attracted their attention, the biggest advantage of this space was that it could be used to store things and take refuge. Therefore, it was useless to them. They had spatial equipment to store things and it was more convenient. This space was only slightly hidden. Now that it had been discovered, there was nothing praiseworthy about it. After all, they did not have the talent of space and could not transfer the space away. As everyone walked out, the portal slowly dissipated. The blood god avatar directly put away the token. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the blood disciple hadn't discovered that place, but they didn't show it on their faces. They were the only ones who knew about that place, and the others didn't. Since they hadn't been discovered, they were still safe. You escaped from this space back then, right? After walking out of the space, Qing Wui looked at Feng Jin and the others and said. Humph. Feng Jin snorted coldly and did not answer her question. Do you still need to ask? Tianzhu planet was surrounded by you. You must have escaped from here. The blood god avatar said lightly. The inert mist worm's eyes twitched. She was speechless. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others did not say anything. At this point, the more they said, the more mistakes they would make. Let these dark apparitions guess. Send these 3 to the mine. Go. The blood god avatar waved his hand and ordered. Yes. Haimote, Maroka, and the other deputy commanders smiled ferociously and left with Feng Jin and the others. Let's go. I'll look around. There's no need to follow me. The blood god avatar said. Naturally, no one dared to have any doubts and immediately retreated. The vampire prodigy went to feel the momentum and power of this Tianzhu mountain. The dark apparitions of the Black Contempt Army retreated one after another. Now that the Black Contempt Army was under the control of the blood god avatar, they had just accepted this change. Naturally, they had to think carefully about how to deal with it next. Seeing that everyone had left, the blood god avatar's eyes flashed slightly. His figure disappeared on the spot and flew toward the higher part of the Tianzhu mountain. At his level, the area below the mountainside of the Tianzhu mountain naturally did not affect him much. If he wanted to understand something, he would have to go up the mountainside. His speed was not fast. He moved up the Tianzhu mountain bit by bit. When he was close to this mountain, he had already noticed the existence of attribute bubbles. Now, it was time to take advantage of them. Found it? Yes. In just a moment, a few attribute bubbles were reflected in the blood god avatar's eyes. Without hesitation, he immediately swept out his mind power and picked them up. Ancient God Power * 1000 Ancient God Power * 1500 Ancient God Power * 1200. One by one, the attribute bubbles converged into the mind of Wang Ting's original body. Suddenly, his body trembled and his eyes opened abruptly. Ancient God Power. Unbelievable. An unbelievable thought exploded in his mind. In the underground space, Wang Ting's original body could not help but lose his composure. Previously, when he had obtained 3 immortal-level battle skills and even upgraded his Melder domain to rank 6 and his origin source to rank 5, he had not lost his composure like this. But now, he had lost his composure. It was not that he was not calm enough. It was just that the power he obtained this time was too special. Boom, without waiting for him to think further, a tyrannical realization exploded in his mind. It really exploded. There was no room for discussion. None of the various powers he had obtained in the past were so tyrannical. Of course, it was just a feeling. It would not cause him any harm. In his mind, an incomparably vast star domain slowly unfolded. Countless stars dotted it, shining brightly. It formed a sharp contrast with the coldness and loneliness in the void. In that star domain, a huge star suddenly exploded. Then, an incomparably huge figure stretched out his body amidst countless rocks and magma. He stood in the void. His body was comparable to a star. His bulging skin was like earth, stone, and metal. It was very strange. It gave off an incomparable feeling of toughness, as if it was indestructible. Many of the surrounding stars even seemed small in front of this incomparably huge body. Ancient God. Ancient God. This is an existence of the ancient God clan. Ancient God. In an instant, Wang Ting recognized the origin of this huge creature. It was an existence of the ancient God clan. Back then, he had encountered the remains of an ancient God clan in the dark universe. Now that he thought about it, it was still vivid in his mind. Hence, he was not unfamiliar with the ancient God clan. In particular, the ancient God body on his body came from the ancient God clan. After cultivating the ancient God body, his body had a trace of the characteristics of the ancient God clan. If he used the ancient God body, the blood in his body would turn golden like the blood of the ancient God clan. It was very magical. Of course, he had only cultivated the ancient God body to the 3-star level. His blood was still very far away from the blood of a true ancient God body. Its purity was much lower. This did not mean that his blood would become the blood of the ancient God clan. In essence, his blood was still his blood. It just had a trace of the characteristics of the ancient God clan's blood. This was a kind of sublimation and transformation. It was not a complete change of blood. In fact, the 3-star ancient God body was barely enough at the universe level. However, now that Wang Ting's cultivation level had risen to the domain lord level, the 3-star ancient God body could not keep up. With the strength of his current body, it was not inferior to the body of the domain lord level ancient God clan. Therefore, the ancient God body had to be of a corresponding level to be able to completely unleash the terrifying power in his body. At this moment, a suction force came out of nowhere and pulled Wang Ting's will into the huge ancient God clan body. At the same time, he retracted his thoughts and had no time to think about anything else. However, even if he entered the body of the ancient God clan, he did not occupy it. Instead, he only comprehended everything about the ancient God clan body from the perspective of a bystander. Roar, an earth-shaking roar suddenly came from the huge ancient God clan figure. It shook the void, and some gravel exploded, unable to resist this terrifying sound wave. Wang Ting's mind was shocked. He had never heard such a terrifying roar. It was as if he was facing an extremely terrifying giant star beast. No, it was even more terrifying than a giant star beast. It was not like he had never seen a giant star beast before. The aura of this ancient God clan figure was much stronger than a giant star beast. Even at this moment, he was brought into this terrifying ancient God clan figure, and he was still shocked. However, roar, in the next moment, another furious roar rang out in the void. Wang Ting was a little stunned. He looked forward through the ancient God clan's perspective and saw a huge giant star beast rumbling through the void. It seemed to be attracted by the ancient God clan body. Meeting on a narrow path, this giant beast was extremely terrifying. Its entire body was covered with pitch-black hair. It walked upright, and its huge body crushed the void. Every step it took would crack the void, causing spatial cracks to appear. Terrifying spatial turbulence swept out from it. Along the way, countless stars exploded, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. As the other party approached from the depths of the void, Wang Ting finally saw the appearance of this giant star beast. The 3-eyed divine ape, his eyes suddenly widened, and his heart trembled again. He was no stranger to this giant star beast. Back then, he had taken away the emperor-level giant ape from the medicine garden planet. It had a trace of the 3-eyed divine ape's bloodline. He had a little understanding of this giant star beast since then. He did not expect to encounter two familiar and terrifying existences at once. It was too much of a coincidence. However, at this time, he did not have time to think about other things because he had already felt a fighting spirit from the ancient God clan's body. In the face of a giant star beast like the 3-eyed divine ape, the ancient God clan seemed to have a little interest in killing it. Roar, roar, suddenly, both sides roared in unison, and then rushed toward each other violently. These two terrifying creatures did not hesitate. As soon as they met, they started a crazy fight. It was very terrifying. What was more shocking was that whether it was the ancient God clan or the 3-eyed divine ape, they were fighting with pure physical strength. Their fists collided, and every punch made the void tremble. However, their bodies took the brunt of such a fierce and terrifying attack. Strange runes flashed on the bodies of both sides, making their powerful bodies even more terrifying. They emitted a terrifying aura that shook the void. Boom, the two kept colliding, and the divine light was dazzling. Terrifying roars erupted, and the momentum was terrifying. The void exploded, and countless stars shattered, turning this area into a forbidden zone. No living beings could get close to it. The aftermath of the collision was enough to kill all living beings below the domain master level. It was very terrifying. During the process of the battle, pieces of enlightenment flowed into Wang Ting's mind. Ancient god power, the ancient god power that came from the ancient god clan. The ancient god clan and the three-eyed divine ape fought, and the three-eyed divine ape used the ancient god power. The extremely terrifying power flowed in the ancient god clan's body, and the three-eyed divine ape was gradually unable to withstand it. Not long after, the ancient god clan gained the upper hand. Under his bombardment, the three-eyed divine ape's body roared in pain, and cracks appeared on its body. It was obviously unable to withstand the ancient god clan's bombardment. Wang Ting's consciousness was suddenly cut off, and the enlightenment disappeared as if it had never appeared. However, his memory had completely absorbed the enlightenment, and he still had a feeling that he had not had enough. The enlightenment was too real. Moreover, entering the body of the ancient god clan and fighting with the three-eyed divine ape, an extremely powerful giant starry sky beast, was a very satisfying feeling. He had always liked this kind of fist-to-flesh combat. It was direct, violent, and refreshing, and the battle between the ancient god clan and the three-eyed divine ape was simply the most classic example of close combat. There was almost no existence that could be more terrifying than their combat. Therefore, even Wang Ting felt that he had not had enough, and he could not wait to continue absorbing the enlightenment. Unfortunately, the attribute points that he had just picked up were too little. Before the battle ended, he had been stripped away and could not continue to comprehend. Ancient God Power. At this moment, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of enlightenment surged into his mind. After absorbing the enlightenment, he finally understood what the ancient God Power was. The so-called ancient God Power was, in fact, a way of using power that the ancient God clan had evolved after countless years of battle. This kind of power fused the most basic physical strength, and there was also mind power, realm power, origin law power, and so on. After these powers fused together, it turned into a new kind of terrifying power that even the realm power could not compare to. Even the world energy couldn't compare to it. This was the first time Wang Ting had seen such a powerful fleshly body. Back then, when he first learned of the existence of the world energy, he knew the limits of power. And with the limits of the world energy, one could see that it was one of the pinnacle powers of the universe. But now, the ancient god energy could actually surpass the world energy. It was unbelievable. Now Wang Ting's pure fleshly body strength could reach 18 levels of world energy. It was already terrifying. And if the ancient god energy was even stronger, then the moment he completely grasped this power, it meant that he could unleash a power even more terrifying than 18 levels of world energy. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his fists, and a burning passion appeared in the depths of his eyes. It had been a long time since he revealed such an expression, but the ancient god energy had completely piqued his interest. I really didn't expect the power on Pillar of Sky Mountain to be the ancient god energy. Wang Ting took a deep breath. The image of the Pillar of Heaven's mountain appeared in his mind, and his emotions surged. At first, he thought that it was just a special earth element force and aura. He didn't expect it to be more profound and extraordinary than he imagined. What was so special about Pillar of Sky Mountain? It was a pity that he didn't even finish watching the battle before he ended his comprehension. He didn't know what the final result was. Ancient God Energy, 3700/10,000, 1 star. At this time, Wang Ting looked at his stats, his eyes filled with shock. The ancient God energy was actually the same as the ancient God body. They had the same levels. From 1 star to 9 stars, it would gradually become stronger. Once it reached 4 stars, it would be able to unleash the Domain Lord level's limit. This limit was of course the Domain Lord level's strongest power. The universe level's limit was 10 levels of world energy, and the Domain Lord level's limit was 30 levels of world energy. This was without a doubt terrifying. This was because the higher one's cultivation level, the greater one's limit would be. Currently, the domain lord level's limit was 3 times that of the universe level's limit. If one reached the sector lord level, who knew what the limit of power would be? Hence, even for a race like the ancient god race, he might not even be able to push his strength to the limit. The power of this race was indeed terrifying, and they had developed the ancient god power and the ancient god body, which could temper the body to the extreme. However, it was extremely difficult to reach the extreme power. It required a lot of unimaginable opportunities to accumulate, and only then could there be a chance. Throughout the history of the universe, there weren't many geniuses who were able to reach the limit of domain lord level. Throughout the entire history of the radiant universe, there were probably only a handful of such geniuses. 30 realms. Wang Ting took a deep breath, his heart trembling. This was the information he had obtained from the void-devouring beast's inherited memories. Previously, when he had reached the 18th level of realm energy, he had thought that he was already very powerful. He had guessed that the limit of the domain lord level was probably the 20th level of realm energy, so he did not investigate further. Now that he felt the power of the ancient god power, he realized that he had been ridiculously wrong. He was getting carried away. Previously, he was indeed a little arrogant. Although he had never looked down on any fake genius, he was still a little complacent in his heart, thinking that not many people could compare to him. Only now did he realize that he was still far from the true limit of strength. This kind of limit seemed unattainable. However, it was a clear goal to let Wang Ting know what kind of standard he had. This 1 star of ancient god power is just the beginning. Continue. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and his heart was filled with enthusiasm. There were definitely more ancient god power attribute bubbles on the pillar of heaven's mountains. If he collected all of them, it might not be impossible for ancient god power to advance to the 4th level. At that time, his strength might truly surpass the 18th level of realm energy. It didn't matter if the sacred wind spirit body from before had allowed his strength to reach the 18th level and a half realm. His strength would not have any effect. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately let the blood god clone go to the other areas to pick up the attribute bubbles. The blood god clone smiled slightly and naturally worked hard. After all, the stronger the original body, the stronger the clone. Soon, another attribute bubble appeared in front of the blood god clone's eyes. He immediately swept out his spiritual force and picked up the attribute bubbles. Ancient God Power * 1500, Ancient God Power * 2000, Ancient God Power * 2500. Domain of Force, Melder, * 1100, Domain of Force, Melder, * 1200, Domain of Force, Melder, * 1500. Origin of Force * 500, Origin of Force * 800, Origin of Force * 1200. Ancient Gods will * 1800, Ancient Gods will * 1400, Ancient Gods will * 1500. The attribute values increased, but this time, the enlightenment scene did not appear again, which surprised Wang Ting. He could not help but frown. Is it because the battle scene before already contained a lot of enlightenment? Is it because I didn't completely absorb it? This thought only flashed through his mind, but he did not think too much about it because the other 3 attribute bubbles caught his attention. Domain of Force, Origin of Force. Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised, and a glaring light burst out from his eyes. It was actually Domain of Force and Origin of Force. This was too surprising. Originally, he had just comprehended the rank 3 Melder's Domain of Force from the Dark Garuda Dark Apparition. Now that he had obtained another Melder's Domain of Force, it meant that the Domain of Force here was much stronger than a rank 3 Melder's. Of course, what really surprised him was the Origin of Force. It was a brand new and incomparably powerful origin law. This kind of power could only be encountered by chance. It was relatively special among the many origin laws, and very few people could comprehend it. Now, he had finally obtained it. However, now that he thought about it, he could faintly feel the existence of the Domain of Force and Origin of Force during the battle. This was because the ancient god power contained these 2 powers, but he did not notice it at that time. Pieces of extremely profound enlightenment suddenly merged into Wang Ting's mind, causing his understanding of the Domain of Force to gradually rise. At the same time, his understanding of the Origin of Force also gradually merged into his memory. After absorbing the enlightenment of the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting was not in a hurry to look at the attribute panel. Another kind of enlightenment followed. The ancient God's will. Wang Ting instantly widened his eyes, and his heart was filled with disbelief. This sky pillar mountain actually had the remnants of the ancient God's will. He was not surprised that the ancient God power, domain of force, origin of force, and other powers could be preserved. However, it was not easy to preserve the ancient God's will. Relatively speaking, the power of will dissipated easily. The ancient God clan existed in ancient times, and it had been a long time since ancient times. The history of this sky pillar star was even longer untraceable. From this, it could be seen how long the ancient God's will had been preserved on this sky pillar mountain. It had not dissipated for such a long time, and one could imagine how terrifying it was. In the beginning, he thought that the will on this sky pillar mountain was some kind of earth will. After all, it was the will of a mountain, which belonged to the earth will. There was nothing wrong with it. Later on, he roughly sensed that it was indeed some kind of earth will, and it was somewhat similar to Elder Shur's will of mountains. When he got closer to the pillar of heaven's mountains, he felt another wave of metal elemental will, which was very similar to Elder Guan's will. But now, whether it was the industrial element will or the metal element will, they were all just bits and pieces of the ancient God's will that was revealed. This was not strange, because the will of the ancient God contained many different kinds of wills. It was not strange that there were earth will and metal will. On the sky pillar mountain, the will of the ancient God was hidden very deeply. If Wang Ting had not been able to pick up the attribute bubbles, he would not have been able to discover the existence of the will of the ancient God. As the enlightenment came, the huge figure of the ancient God clan appeared in Wang Ting's mind again. An aura suddenly spread out from his body and spread into the void. This aura was so powerful and terrifying that it could not be described with words. Majestic, vast, indestructible, sacred, and majestic, it was as if a real God had descended into the void, and no one could look at it directly. However, the figure of the ancient God clan disappeared as quickly as it appeared. In the blink of an eye, the enlightenment had dissipated. Good. 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 This will of the ancient God is even stronger than the will of massacre. However, Wang Ting was overjoyed, and his heart was filled with joy. From the enlightenment, the will of the ancient God was much stronger than the will of massacre that he had obtained previously. This was unimaginable. The power of the will of massacre was well known. Even some experts might not be able to withstand the power of this will. Now, there was a will that was much stronger than the will of massacre. It was really shocking. However, the two were completely different. One was filled with a sacred and majestic feeling, while the other was filled with blood and slaughter. It could be said that they were in two completely different directions and could not be compared. However, they were both the most difficult wills to comprehend in the universe. Ordinary warriors might not even be able to comprehend one will, let alone two wills at the same time. Especially the latter, it was the unique will of the ancient God clan. In the present world, the ancient God clan had disappeared without a trace, and very few people could see them. How could they comprehend the will of the ancient God clan? Of course, even if they encountered it, they would not be able to comprehend it. After all, not everyone was like Wang Ting, who had cheats. Just like Elder Guan and Elder Shur, as the native experts of the Pillar of Heaven Star, they had too many opportunities to come into contact with the Pillar of Heaven Mountain. However, what was the use? In the end, the wills that they had comprehended did not stop at the surface. One was the will of gold, and the other was the will of mountains. Both were considered normal, and the only interesting one was the will of mountains. Wang Ting now knew why the will of mountains had a sense of vastness. It was obviously born from the will of the ancient God. It was already not easy for Elder Shur to comprehend to this level. At this time, Wang Ting was really interested in the enlightenment of the Pillar of Heaven Mountain. He could not help but have a strong impulse in his heart. He could not wait to pick up all the attribute bubbles in this place. However, he also knew that he could not rush it. He had to eat one bite at a time, and the road had to be taken one step at a time. He was already much faster than ordinary warriors, so there was no need to rush. Now, as long as he picked up all the attribute bubbles on the Pillar of Heaven Mountain, he would definitely be able to greatly improve his powers. On the other side, the blood god clone felt the will of the original body. His eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed to a higher area. He was even more serious, and his mind power swept inch by inch, not letting any place go. Not long after, more and more attribute bubbles gathered and turned into enlightenment that merged into Wang Ting's mind. Not long after, he felt a roar in his mind, and he was slightly stunned. The ancient god power has broken through. Wow! This surprised him. After all, the one-star ancient god power required 100,000 attribute points. It was a lot of attribute points, and now it had broken through. Very good. It seems that the number of attribute bubbles on this mountain. It seems that there are more attribute bubbles than I thought. Wow. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he became more and more expectant. The blood god clone's current position was about 1/5 of the way up the mountain, and he had broken through. If he were to pick up all the areas above, to what extent would he be able to improve? He became more and more excited. On the other side, the blood god clone raised his head and looked up. He could still only see thick clouds and fog, and there was even a black fog surrounding him. However, he was affected by the power of this place and could not get close. However, that was because the time that the dark apparitions had controlled this planet was too short. If it had been a little longer, this mountain might have been completely contaminated by the dark power. Luckily, I came early. He suddenly felt a little lucky. If he had been a little later, this mountain would have been completely contaminated by the dark power, and the power above might have been affected as well. Swoosh, the next moment, the blood god clone's figure disappeared on the spot, and he had already rushed to a higher area. However, at this moment, boom, a roar suddenly sounded, and a terrifying aura crushed down, as if it wanted to suppress the blood god clone. His body suddenly froze, but his eyes were extremely calm, as if he had expected this. Previously, when he was below, he had felt that the aura on this mountain was getting stronger and stronger. Now that he had passed 1/5 of the way up the mountain, it seemed to be a watershed, and the aura suddenly soared. Although the increase was a little too much, it was still within an acceptable range. Ancient blood intent, open. A smile appeared at the corner of the blood god avatar's mouth. Suddenly, an ancient and boundless, bloody, and ferocious aura erupted from his body. It condensed into a solid form, causing his entire body to be enveloped by a dark red aura. The aura from Sky Pillar Mountain could no longer affect him. If it were other warriors, they might be greatly affected by the aura here. The higher they went, the more difficult it would be for them to move. However, when it came to the blood god clone, this was not a big problem. His aura was very strong, comparable to that of an emperor-level existence. No matter how strong the ancient god's intent was, it could not ignore the huge difference in level. In addition, he had just obtained the ancient god's intent, which came from the same source as the Sky Pillar Mountain's intent. The two were connected, and there would definitely be some immunity. Next, the blood god clone walked up step by step, comprehending on his own and picking up attribute bubbles at the same time. His footsteps covered the entire Sky Pillar Mountain, and he did not miss any corner. In his opinion, this place was a treasure trove, and there were treasures everywhere. Of course, he would not miss any of them. Time passed slowly, and an entire day had passed. According to the rotation pattern of Sky Pillar Star, it was already night time. However, the stars outside Sky Pillar Star had been wiped out by the dark apparitions, and the entire planet was covered in black fog. Now, the entire planet was dark, and there was no way to distinguish between day and night. The blood god clone kept approaching the peak. He was not fast, but after all, he was just picking up attribute bubbles. It was not difficult, so he was still fast. At this moment, he was only 1/10 of the distance to the peak. He was surrounded by fog, and the black fog that was filled with the power of darkness was rolling over, attacking the peak. The Sky Pillar Mountain's aura is getting stronger. His gaze was solemn, and he had already activated his ancient blood intent to the extreme. A blood Kuan shadow even appeared on the surface of his body, enveloping him and blocking the aura from the outside world. He really did not expect that with his level 5 intent, he could not reach the peak. Actually, he did not know that even some famous emperor immortals would find it difficult to truly set foot on the peak of Sky Pillar Star. For him to be able to reach this point, he had already surpassed most warriors and was comparable to an immortal. The aura might double in this final stretch. On the other side, Wang Ting's main body was also secretly thinking, but he was also looking forward to it. The stronger the aura, the more attribute bubbles there were. It was inevitable. However, he was not in a hurry to let the blood god clone go up. Instead, he looked at the attribute panel. Ancient God Power, 24500/30,000, 3-star, Domain of Power, 3200/6000, Melder Level 6, Wink with a Frown Origin of Power, 3500/30,000, Level 3, Ancient God Intent, 12500/40,000, Level 4. The 4 attributes appeared in Wang Ting's vision, and he could not help but feel a strong sense of satisfaction. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Free reading. 3 stars of Ancient God Power, 6th rank Melder Domain of Force, 3rd rank Origin of Force, 4th rank Ancient God Will. How could Wang Ting not be surprised by this improvement? How could he not be satisfied, even if he did not reach the peak of Sky Pillar Peak? Such a huge improvement was enough to make Wang Ting happy. Putting aside the 3 stars of Ancient God Power, the 6th rank Melder Domain of Force had caught up with Wang Ting's current strongest domain, becoming the strongest domain. Although the 3rd rank Origin of Force was not as powerful as the 4th rank Origin of Law he had now grasped, it was not to be underestimated. Origin of Force was too rare, and not many warriors could grasp it. Even some warriors who had grasped the Force domain might not be able to grasp the Origin of Force. For example, the genius of the Demon Brain clan, Xianxia, was able to use the Force domain entirely because of the body of the Dark Garuda. It was almost impossible for him to comprehend the Origin of Force later on. This was because the Force domain was not something he comprehended on his own. It was obtained through a trick. Wang Ting also used a trick, but he had cheats. How could Xianxia compare to him? Moreover, his own comprehension and talent were constantly improving. Even if he could not obtain the Origin of Force through the method of picking up attributes, it was possible for him to comprehend the Origin of Force himself in the future. This was not a boast, but his talent had indeed reached such a level. The other thing was the 4th rank Ancient God Will. This was out of Wang Ting's expectations. He did not expect to raise his Ancient God Will to the 4th stage before reaching the peak. It was no wonder that even his 5th stage Ancient Blood Will was unable to withstand the last part of the journey. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Let's continue. Wang Ting smiled slightly and took a deep breath. He let the Blood God clone step on the final stretch. He wanted to challenge the peak of Sky Pillar Peak. The Blood God clone did not hesitate. He nodded immediately and took a step forward in the sky. Boom, a violent roar suddenly exploded in his mind, and an endless pressure crushed down from the peak of Sky Pillar Peak. He couldn't help but raise his head. It was as though he saw a real ancient god tribe member looking down from the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. His eyes and face could not be seen clearly. However, the terrifying pressure seemed to be tangible. It rumbled as it landed on the Blood God clone, causing the blood kuan that had condensed around him to tremble. Cracks actually appeared on the Blood God clone. It seems that the ancient blood kuan's will alone isn't enough. The Blood God doppelganger narrowed his eyes, but he was not worried at all. Sovereign darkness will, boom, an extremely dark and evil will suddenly rose from his body and erupted, engulfing the world. The black fog in the sky started to swirl, forming a whirlpool. With the Pillar of Heaven's mountains as the center, it started to spin rapidly. What happened? Many figures flew out from the heavenly Pillar Mountain and looked at the black fog in the sky in shock. Among them were some dark apparitions from the Black Contempt Army and the Blood Race prodigies. They all frowned as they looked at the mountain peak, wondering what had happened. There seems to be a figure there? However, the group of dark apparitions soon noticed something, and their faces were filled with astonishment. There were not many dark apparitions who could reach the mountain peak. Even the deputy commanders like the inert fog puppet could not do so. Now that someone had reached there, how could it not attract everyone's attention? Blood Disciple Xue Lumbo, Xue Neil, and the other blood race prodigies recognized the Blood God clone at a glance and were stunned. They had already experienced how powerful the aura on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was. Even upper-level Demon Emperor prodigies like them had only reached 2/5 of the way up the mountain. Of course, they could still go up, but they had not even absorbed 2/5 of the insights. After that, there was no need to climb up anymore. However, when they turned around, the blood disciple was already close to the mountain peak. Could it be that he had already digested all the insights below? How did he do it? Even though they had already seen how extraordinary the blood god clone was, they were still a little bewildered at this moment. Did their blood disciple have to be so insane? Couldn't he give them some leeway? Boom. Under everyone's gaze, a huge blood-red shadow quickly condensed near the peak of the mountain. It was the blood god's projection. An extremely dense dark aura surrounded the blood god projection and permeated the entire pillar of heaven's mountains. Even though they were far away, the dark apparitions below could still feel the terrifying aura. They could not help but want to submit. Shuelumbo and the other blood race dark apparitions looked serious. They smiled bitterly and retreated one after another. The blood disciple caused such a huge commotion every time. They could not handle it. Boom, the aura on the pillar of heaven's mountains seemed to be enraged and collided with the blood god projection. However, this time, the blood god clone unleashed the sovereign dark willpower. It was formed by the fusion of various dark willpowers. It was not weaker than the ancient god willpower hidden in the depths of the pillar of heaven's mountains. Outsiders watched the show, while experts watched the tricks. The dark apparitions of the Black Contempt Army and the blood race prodigies only knew that the aura on the pillar of heaven's mountains was very powerful. However, they did not know what kind of willpower was releasing the aura. Only the blood god clone knew that the willpower here was the extremely powerful ancient god willpower. Therefore, only he knew how terrifying the sovereign of darkness was. The two of them were almost equal in terms of willpower. The blood god clone smiled slightly and walked toward the peak of the mountain. He did not believe that the ancient god willpower here could do anything to his stage 5 sovereign dark willpower. The blood god projection was shaking, but it was still stable. It was not suppressed by the ancient god willpower. The two of them were evenly matched, however, the commotion caused by the collision of willpower was extremely terrifying. It shook the sky and caused the clouds to surge. It was as if a natural disaster was coming. The dark apparitions below were all shocked. They could not calm down for a long time. The aura on the peak of the mountain is indeed powerful. No wonder even the commander of the inert fog centipede could not get close. Commander? What commander? He is already the deputy commander. The one above is the new commander. Commander? New commander? What happened? Commander? The deputy commander of the inert fog centipede has been replaced. It is said that the new commander is extremely powerful. Even the inert fog centipede is no match for him. Previously, I thought it was just a rumor. Now, looking at the situation, I finally know that it is true. Commander? He must be very powerful to be able to get close to the peak of the mountain. Commander? Hearing the discussions around them, Shuelan Bo and the other blood clan dark apparitions could not help but straighten their backs. Their faces showed a trace of arrogance and modesty as if they were proud of it. They were already overjoyed. It was as if they were the ones being discussed. However, their attention quickly returned to the blood god clone. At this point, they could clearly see that their blood master wanted to rush to the peak of the pillar of heaven's mountains. Can the blood master succeed? Blood Rosa and Euphoria looked at each other and could not help but ask. It's hard to say. All right. Shuelan Bo, Xuenil, and the other upper-level demon emperor geniuses could not help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. They could not even reach the peak of the mountain. Naturally, they could not predict whether the blood master could reach the peak. With the strength that the blood master usually shows, there is still hope for him to succeed. Shuedia smiled slightly. Her eyes flashed as she said, actually, the biggest influence of the pillar of heaven's mountains is that terrifying aura. Everyone has seen the blood master's willpower. It is quite extraordinary. It is not impossible for him to reach the peak. All right. Shuelan Bo and the other blood clan geniuses nodded in agreement. They had to admit that their blood master was really a monster. No matter what incredible thing happened to him, it was not impossible for him to succeed. Rumble, the blood god clone's ears reverberated with the terrifying roar, but he did not pay much attention to it. He glanced around and swept out his psychic energy to pick up the attribute bubbles. However, he discovered a fake problem. At this position, even his psychic power was severely suppressed, and the range he could extend was shortened. Even with the support of his supreme dark willpower, the moment it left his body, his psychic energy became sluggish. As a result, he had no choice but to walk through every single area in order to pick up all the attribute bubbles. The blood god clone did not find it troublesome. After all, as long as he had the supreme dark willpower, he did not have to fear the aura of the mountain peak. Wasting a little time was not a big deal. Ancient God Willpower * 5600, Ancient God Willpower * 6300, Ancient God Willpower * 7500. Origin of Power * 3200, Origin of Power * 3600, Origin of Power * 4000. Ancient God Power * 15,000, Ancient God Power * 18,000, Ancient God Power * 14,500. Domain of Power, Melder, * 1000, Domain of Power, Melder, * 1500, Domain of Power, Melder, * 1300. There really are a lot. Wang Ting was slightly stunned, but he immediately reacted. After all, this was within his expectations. The attribute bubbles on the mountain peak were indeed denser than below, and they contained more attribute values. In an instant, enlightenment surged, and a strange scene appeared in his mind again. It was still the two terrifying existences fighting in the void, fist to fist, and it was abnormally terrifying. Roar, boom, angry roars accompanied by rumbling sounds rang out in the void, shaking in all directions. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the void, and a large amount of spatial turbulence surged out, wreaking havoc everywhere. The battle this time was completely connected to the previous one. Wang Ting's will was once again absorbed into the ancient god's body, and he watched everything from a first-person perspective. Thus, it was very familiar and did not feel out of place at all. During the battle, countless insights rose from the ancient god and merged into his mind. Because he had personally participated in the battle, Wang Ting's absorption of the insights was extremely thorough, and he had a deeper understanding of the various powers used by the ancient god. Ancient god power, domain of power, origin of power, ancient god will, these various powers all appeared in his mind and merged into his memory. At the same time, the blood god clone was still picking up attribute bubbles and gradually approaching the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. He was about to set foot on the highest point of the mountain. There were very few warriors who could reach this point, and now there was one more blood clan dark apparition. The dark warriors of the Black Contempt Army and the blood clan geniuses all watched this scene nervously, as if they were more nervous than the blood god clone about whether or not he could set foot on the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Whoosh! 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 At this time, a few streams of light sped over from afar and arrived nearby in an instant, revealing their figures. It was the inert mist puppet, Heimet, and the other deputy commanders. They really did not expect that not long after they left, their new commander would actually cause such a huge commotion again. Our new commander is really amazing. I thought it would be amazing if he could walk up 4/5 of the mountain. I didn't expect him to be so close to the peak now. Heimet exclaimed. The commander's will is very strong. He can even resist the Black Contempt killing formation that we built together and even reverse the momentum. Suppressing us is not something an ordinary person can do. Maluk nodded and said. I really don't know how he cultivated. He is clearly only a middle-level demon emperor. How can he forge such a strong will? Heimet could not help but shake his head, his heart full of doubts. Perhaps this is the difference between a monster and mediocre people like us. Morok's eyes flickered, and he said helplessly. Heimet was speechless. To be able to become the deputy commanders of the Black Contempt Army, who dared to say that they were mediocre, however, in front of this extremely monstrous new commander, they were forcibly compared to mediocre people. It was really lamentable. The muscles on the inert mist puppet's face twitched involuntarily, and it felt sullen. It's fine if you want to be mediocre, but can you not drag me into it? It really wanted to say this, but the pride in its heart prevented it from saying it in the end. It did not want to be reduced to the same kind of people as these deputy commanders. Xuelonbua and the other blood tribe prodigies could not help but glance at them with inexplicable expressions. The current appearance of these deputy commanders of the Black Contempt Army was very similar to the one they had suffered before. "Look, the commander is going to reach the peak." Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from the crowd. The inert mist puppet, Heimat, the other deputy commanders, and even the blood tribe prodigies all looked toward the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains in unison. They saw the figure enveloped in the blood god projection take a step forward. Immediately afterward, the black mist above his head seemed to be pushed aside by a pair of large hands. Boom, an extremely violent boom resounded through the sky. This was the sound produced by the collision of two wills. At this moment, everyone could see a golden intent emanating from the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. It then came crashing down and collided with the supreme darkness intent on the blood god clone. This scene could be said to be extremely shocking. It was as if the sky had fallen, and below it was a terrifying blood-colored giant that was surrounded by a dark aura. It was fighting with the heavens. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths. They were extremely nervous. "Break! Break!" At this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded from the blood god projection. Everyone saw the dark aura around the blood god projection condense into a pitch-black spear that pierced toward the sky above his head. Boom, the void shook, and spatial cracks appeared around the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Invisible spatial turbulence swept out from within, causing the world to fall into chaos. Even the extremely sturdy Pillar of Heaven's mountains had cracks on it. It was as if it had been cut by an invisible sword. Pieces of gravel fell from the mountain. Some were crushed by the spatial turbulence, while some fell directly to the ground. The impact was astonishing, leaving behind deep pits and kicking up large clouds of dust. Crack, in the next moment, an extremely clear cracking sound was heard. Everyone looked up and saw that the golden aura that was like the sky had suddenly cracked open. This scene was as if the black spear was a peerless divine weapon that had cut open the sky. There were no more obstacles in front of it. Shocking, dead silence, everyone below widened their eyes, and their hearts trembled. It was as if there were raging waves in their hearts. Boom, the blood god clone took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The golden aura that had been cut open was like broken gold. It scattered on the blood-red body of the blood god clone, and it shone with a dazzling blood-gold color. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They had already forgotten how to speak. They were speechless for a long time. However, the blood god clone did not care about this at all. At this moment, he finally stood at the peak of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and saw the dense cluster of attribute bubbles. He swept out his mind power, and all the attribute bubbles flew into his arms like swallows returning to their nest. After the golden aura had been cut open, the aura of this place was no longer an obstacle to him. Even using his mind power to pick up the attribute bubbles became much easier. As the sea of attribute bubbles entered his body, the understanding in his mind became more and more profound. The scene also became more and more realistic. It was as if he had really experienced the great battle. Rumble, in the scene, the battle between the ancient god and the three-eyed ape had reached a critical moment. A large number of cracks appeared on the body of the three-eyed ape. Runes were broken, and the void was filled with blood. It was a very tragic scene. The ancient god's body shone with a golden light. A terrifying ancient god power burst out and poured onto the body of the three-eyed ape. The three-eyed ape was constantly pushed back, and blood splattered all over its body. The ancient god was going to kill the three-eyed ape. Roar, the three-eyed ape roared in anger. However, it was a pity that the giant starry sky beast was unable to turn the situation around. In front of the ancient god, the terrifying giant starry sky beast was still a far cry. The ancient god waved his fists and condensed a terrifying golden fist print. It was as if a god was suppressing the world. The three-eyed ape's eyes trembled, and a trace of fear finally appeared in its heart. It suddenly roared, and the silver-purple vertical mark between its eyebrows opened. A bright light burst out. Wang Ting did not even have time to see the appearance of the eye. He saw a silver-purple light beam burst out. Thunder twined around it like a divine light. Boom, the silver-purple light beam collided with the ancient god's fist print and caused the fist print to collapse. Then, it rushed toward the ancient god without losing momentum. The ancient god did not have time to attack again. He could only burst out the golden light all over his body to form a defense. Unfortunately, the silver-purple light beam was really like a divine light. Its power was amazing and unstoppable. It broke the defense in an instant and landed on the ancient god's shoulder. Golden blood spurted out, and a piece of flesh and bone fell from the void. The three-eyed ape took the opportunity to turn and rush into the void. It had actually escaped. Roar! The ancient god suddenly roared and chased after the three-eyed ape. At the same time, Wang Ting's consciousness was suddenly cut off. Emergency notice, activating a new address, please rebookmark, free reading. Phew. Phew. In the underground of the uninhabited planet, Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the center of the teleportation formation. His eyes shone brightly and he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The final scene left him inexplicably shocked. The terrifying existence from the ancient god clan was actually injured by the three-eyed ape. Golden blood spurted out and spilled into the void. A piece of flesh and bone fell from his sleeve and fell somewhere. The ancient god clan was undeniably powerful. The three-eyed ape's technique also shocked him. Its third eye could shoot out such a terrifying divine light and injure the ancient god clan. The body of the ancient god clan was so strong, but the divine light cut off a piece of flesh. It was enough to show how powerful it was. It could be said that if it wasn't for the ancient god clan, the three-eyed ape would definitely be a terrifying existence in the universe. With its strength, it could kill an immortal rank existence. Without a doubt, from the battle in the image, both the ancient god clan and the three-eyed ape were at the same level as the immortal rank. Although Wang Ting was only at the domain lord level, he had seen many immortal level existences. He had even witnessed a battle between immortal level existences. Hence, he more or less knew how powerful they were. Although the ancient god tribe and the three-eyed ape in the previous battle were indeed terrifying, they had not reached the level of immortal level existences. They gave him a feeling of unpredictability. Hence, he concluded that the ancient god clan and the three-eyed ape should be living beings at the immortal rank. Immortal rank existences were the top existences in the entire universe. Especially living beings like the ancient god clan and the three-eyed ape, they were almost comparable to immortal rank knights. They were like gods that looked down on all living beings. Could it be that the piece of flesh created the pillar of sky mountains? After a while, Wang Ting recovered from the shock. Then, an unbelievable thought popped up in his mind. This guess was not without reason. Because in the dark universe, among the 11 planets controlled by the strange void will, there was a planet that had a similar situation. It was a dark planet. Once, the corpse of a star beast fell on that planet, causing it to have a strange change. It even had the territory of the dark beast. However, that giant dark beast obviously couldn't compare to the existence of the ancient god clan. It couldn't even compare to the three-eyed ape. Otherwise, that dark star would have been even more terrifying. To Wang Ting, who hadn't reached the domain lord level at that time, it would have been very difficult to deal with. At that time, it would not be so easy for him to deal with the will of the void. Wang Ting couldn't wait to descend to Heaven Pillar Star and personally check out the situation of Heaven Pillar Mountain. The bones of the ancient god clan, who knew if there were any mysteries hidden in them, he was very curious about everything about the ancient god clan. Unfortunately, the ancient god clan was very rare in this world. He could only pry into some of the mysteries of the ancient god clan through chance encounters. This time, if he could get the bone left behind by the ancient god clan, he might be able to pry into more secrets. For example, the cultivation method of the ancient god body. Back then, he had obtained the ancient god body cultivation method of the ancient god clan from a corpse of the ancient god clan. In his opinion, that corpse was far inferior to the ancient god clan in the picture just now. Therefore, even if it was just a piece of bone, it might contain more mysteries than the corpse he had encountered. There's still the three-eyed ape. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he thought of the peerless emperor-level giant ape in his space. In the battle with the dark apparition, this peerless emperor-level star beast had played a significant role. If he could make its bloodline revert to its ancestor and let it possess a trace of the three-eyed ape's divine might, its strength would definitely be even more terrifying. To him, this would undoubtedly be a great fighting force. Even if their contract ended in the future, he could form a good relationship with this star beast. His relationship with this star beast wouldn't be too bad. From its performance, it seemed to be a forthright person and wouldn't bite the hand that fed it. This was one of the reasons why Wang Ting valued it so much. It's a pity that from the battle scene, the three-eyed ape didn't leave anything behind. Unless it was killed by the existence of the ancient god clan in the end. Wang Ting thought to himself. However, this was just a guess, and he had no way of knowing. This time, he was able to see the battle scene thanks to the attribute bubbles left behind on Sky Pillar Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to spy on the ancient secrets. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? When the time comes, there will be bread, milk, and everything else. Wang Ting threw all these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This time, he was able to obtain the attribute bubbles of the ancient god clan and master many of their powers. This was already a great opportunity, and he had to be content. Then, he looked at his attribute panel, and his eyes lit up. Ancient God's Power, 33500/400000, 4-star, Domain of Force, 4600/8000, 8th level Melder, Wink with a Frown Origin of Power, 15500/50,000, level 5, Ancient God's Will, 26,000/50,000, 5th level. Although after absorbing the insights, he knew that the levels of the powers he had obtained this time would definitely not be low, he couldn't help but feel excited and overjoyed when he saw the increase in the attributes. The increase was too great, every single one of his powers had reached their strongest state. 4 stars of Ancient God's Power was equivalent to the strongest power an area master could control. If he could raise it to perfection, it would be the limit of an area master. His domain of force had reached the 8th level Melder realm, which was something Wang Ting had never expected. His strongest domain was only at the 6th level, but now, his domain of force had surpassed it by 2 levels. 8th level Melder realm, this was the highest level of domain power Wang Ting had ever grasped. 8th level, only 2 levels away from perfection, Wang Ting could even see that his domain of force had reached perfection. The gap was getting smaller and smaller, as if it was right in front of him. Although the power of a domain was indeed inferior to the power of an origin law, the more perfect the power of a domain was, the more terrifying it would be with the support of the origin law. Most realm lords or greater demon emperors couldn't even raise their domains to the level of a perfected melder. Thus, if he could raise his domain to perfection and add the power of his origin law to it, he would definitely be stronger than those cultivators. This was his advantage. It might be difficult for others to raise their melder domain to perfection, but it wasn't impossible for him to do so. He couldn't give up on such an advantage. Next was his force source, which had reached the tier 5 level. It was on par with the earth, metal, and darkness source laws that he had previously upgraded. It had caught up with him in no time. Moreover, Wang Ting could feel that this origin of force was much stronger than ordinary origin laws. Now that his domain of force had reached the 8th level, this origin of force would definitely be able to display an extremely powerful might. Wang Ting was already itching to give it a try. However, he still endured and looked at the last attribute, Ancient God's Will. He had already experienced the strength of this will, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The 5th level Ancient God's Will was definitely not inferior to the 5th level Sovereign Darkness Will. Previously, the Blood God clone had been able to use the Sovereign Darkness Will to pierce through the sky formed by the Ancient God's Will because the Ancient God's Will was too scattered. The Pillar of Sky Mountain's Will had no master and no one was controlling it, so it was naturally difficult to condense it. However, the Blood God clone could condense the Sovereign Darkness Will into a spear and gather its power into a single point. Breaking through a single point, who was stronger and who was weaker, however. Now that Wang Ting had mastered the Ancient God's Will, its power was definitely not weaker than the Sovereign Darkness Will. In terms of attribute points, the Ancient God's Will had reached 26,000 points, while the Sovereign Darkness Will had 28,000 points. In fact, there wasn't much of a difference. Very good. This way, both my main body and the Blood God clone have mastered a type of supreme will. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and he felt even more satisfied. His main body actually had many powerful wills. Take the massacre will for example, it was only slightly weaker than the ancient god's will. There was also the thunder wrath, which was a type of will that was comparable to the ancient god's will. However, it was only at level 4 and needed to be upgraded before it could be comparable to the current ancient god's will. What a headache. My strength has increased again. Alright. Wang Ting clenched his fists and felt the ancient god power flowing in his body. The surging feeling made him let out a sigh. At the peak of the pillar of sky mountains, the blood god clone slowly opened his eyes and smiled. He thought to himself, now, my main body won't say that I'm biased and only increase the strength of the dark attribute. Alright. He looked around and his eyes flickered. Naturally, he already knew about his main body's guess. However, he didn't intend to delve into it and decided to let his main body explore it himself. This was because he had already absorbed all the attribute bubbles, and his mastery of the ancient god power was definitely not as good as his main body's. If there really were any bones of the ancient god clan on this mountain, only his main body would be able to find it and understand the mystery of the ancient god clan. Whoosh! In the next moment, the blood god clone's figure slowly disappeared. After collecting all the attribute bubbles, there was nothing left for him to stay. Everyone, disperse. Calm down. A calm voice reverberated in the sky and entered the ears of the inert fog puppet and the other deputy commanders, as well as the blood-kindred geniuses. He had already sensed their appearance, but he didn't care. He didn't want to explain anything and left after saying that. The inert fog puppet and the other deputy commanders' eyes flickered. They felt that it was a pity. They had wanted to test the new commander to see what benefits he had obtained at the peak of the Pillar of Sky Mountains, but he didn't give them the chance at all. However, they were sure that the new commander must have gained enlightenment at the peak of the Pillar of Sky Mountains, and his strength might have increased. The inert fog puppet was unwilling, but it knew that it couldn't change anything. It suddenly felt a sense of helplessness and left as well. The other deputy commanders didn't have such complicated feelings. They also guessed that the new commander's strength must have increased. However, the more it was so, the more they submitted to him. They didn't have any other thoughts about the blood god clone. After all, they had already planned to rely on the new commander, the blood god clone. The blood kindred geniuses looked at each other and were slightly delighted. The stronger the blood disciple was, the more stable their position in the Black Contempt Army would be. This was a good thing. Then, they stopped thinking about it and flew toward the Pillar of Sky Mountains again, hoping to gain more enlightenment. Unfortunately, they didn't know that after the attribute bubbles were absorbed by the blood god clone, the remaining power of enlightenment had become thinner and thinner. The blood god clone returned to the Pillar of Sky City and issued an order. They would set off in 2 days to carry out the demon lord's orders. The inert fog puppet, Heimet, Morak, and the other deputy commanders didn't dare to delay and began to make arrangements. Even Shui Lanbua and the other blood-kindred geniuses returned to the Black Contempt Army after a day of enlightenment at the Pillar of Sky Mountains. They assisted the inert fog puppet and the other deputy commanders in making arrangements and familiarizing themselves with the Black Contempt Army as soon as possible. They had just joined the Black Contempt Army. It could be said that they were completely ignorant and did not know anything. However, Heimet, Morak, and the other deputy commanders naturally didn't dare to disrespect the blood god clone. They taught these blood-kindred geniuses everything they knew. Since they couldn't threaten their position, it didn't make much of a difference whether they taught them or not. Moreover, even if they didn't teach them, these blood-kindred geniuses wouldn't be able to control the Black Contempt Army under the pressure of the new deputy commander. Were they going to join the army? Impossible. Among the dark apparitions, strength spoke louder than words. The new deputy commander was legitimate and very powerful. No one could shake his position. If they didn't show their goodwill now, it would be too late when the new deputy commander made a contribution. It wasn't easy to mobilize an army like the Black Contempt Army. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, every detail had to be considered. No mistakes could be made. Otherwise, no one would be able to bear the responsibility if something went wrong. In addition, other than the core high-level combat power of the Black Contempt Army, the low-level dark apparitions transformed from the corpses of the martial artists of the light universe also had to be brought along. Although they were all cannon fodder in the end, these cannon fodder could sometimes play a big role. The blood god clone didn't care about these. Those martial artists of the light universe had already died. He couldn't change anything. He could only let the deputy commanders mobilize the army according to their original method. Just as the inert fog puppet and the other deputy commanders were busy making arrangements for the Black Contempt army, the blood god clone once again quietly appeared in the cave on Xianxia Mountain. There weren't any guards arranged here, so his arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. To be on the safe side, it's better to add some tricks. The blood god clone was very cautious. He muttered, and his psychic energy surged out from between his eyebrows. Wisps of psychic energy filled the entire cave and even covered the area dozens of meters outside the cave entrance. Phantom Heart Technique. With a slight movement of his heart, this immortal-level psychic technique was activated. The area covered by his psychic energy suddenly fluctuated slightly, and a trace of an illusion appeared. However, it quickly returned to normal. From the outside, it looked no different from the original cave. However, the blood god clone's figure disappeared from the cave. This was the illusion formed by the Phantom Heart Technique. The Phantom Heart Technique was obtained by Wang Ting in the Phantom Heart Tower of the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters. It was an immortal-level cultivation technique. The illusion formed by it couldn't be broken by ordinary people. Moreover, Wang Ting had already raised this cultivation method to the Great Achievement stage. Coupled with his current domain Lord Pinnacle spiritual power, ordinary sector Lord Martial warriors or upper-level Devil Emperor-level dark apparitions wouldn't be able to see any clues at all. Not to mention outside the cave, even if they entered the cave, they might not be able to break the illusion. The blood god clone didn't actually disappear at this moment. He just took out the token and opened the hidden space in the cave. The token of the deuterium gallbladder was the hidden space in Yuhaoding Mountain River. Light flashed, and runes appeared. However, the outside world couldn't see the changes in the cave. The blood god clone stepped into the space portal and then appeared beside the space transmission formation. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and the stone slab that he had cut away reappeared and landed in its original position. The space transmission formation was complete again. Originally, the blood god clone planned to leave Tianzhu Star and find a safe place to set the coordinates for his original body to descend. However, he now felt that there was no safer place than here. Moreover, with him here, no one could discover that his original body had descended. Therefore, he sent everyone away and returned here again. He was ready to reactivate the formation and let his original body descend directly to Tianzhu Star through the connection between the two space transmission formations. It saved time and effort. Anyway, whether it was to save people or for the ancient god bones on Tianzhu Mountain, his original body would have to come to Tianzhu Star sooner or later. We can begin. At this moment, the blood god clone smiled slightly. The space power stored in his body suddenly swept out and merged into the space transmission formation. On the other side, under the uninhabited planet, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He also swept out the space power and merged it into the space transmission formation under his feet. Buzz, buzz, the two space transmission formations lit up with dazzling light at the same time. Space runes flashed. It was very strange and invisible. The space power suddenly spread out from the formation. Boom, the next moment, in the space transmission formation where Wang Ting was, a silver-white light column shot up into the sky and enveloped him. When the light dissipated, Wang Ting's figure had disappeared. In the space of Tianzhu Mountain, the blood god clone smiled slightly and looked forward. He saw that in the space transmission formation, a figure was slowly appearing. Original body, long time no see. When the figure had completely descended, a chuckle came from his mouth. Haha. Another chuckle followed. As the light in the space transmission formation dissipated, the figure of Wang Ting's original body completely appeared. He looked at the blood god clone not far in front of him and said, "You have worked hard during this period. It's my duty." The blood god clone shook his head. This is the space of Tianzhu Mountain. Wang Ting's original body did not say much. They were one and there was no need for formalities. He stepped out of the space transmission formation and looked around with interest. That's right. The blood god clone nodded, then pointed to the corner behind the space transmission formation and said, "There should be a hidden space there. I need you to take a look." Urgent notice, activating a new address, please collect your bookmark again, free reading. Wang Ting nodded, bypassed the teleportation formation, and came to the corner behind it. Strands of invisible space energy emanated from his body and spread out in all directions. There is indeed a hidden space. Yes. After a while, Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly. It seems that I have a good eye. The blood god clone stood beside him and said with a smile. You and I are one. I am so outstanding, you can't be too bad. Wang Ting's true body laughed. The blood god clone was speechless. He was so narcissistic. No wonder he was the true body. Okay, let me see how big this space is. Yes. Wang Ting waved his hand nonchalantly. There was a hint of interest in his eyes as he muttered to himself in his heart, you're right. Fifth order space body, open, boom, a majestic power of space erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire space. The rich space power seemed to have swept out from the cracks in space, and the blood god clone couldn't help but be a little moved. Even though he knew that the true body's space power was very strong, he was still a little shocked at this moment. Wang Ting didn't act rashly, but used a mysterious method to operate the space power, gently brushing across the void in front of him to activate the hidden space power here. Buzz, in an instant, the surrounding void lit up with mysterious ancient space runes, as if they were branded in the void. It was very magical. The blood god clone's eyes flashed, and he looked at these runes. Sure enough, without space power and a deep understanding of the ancient space runes, it was impossible to activate them. It was no wonder that no one had discovered this place. The true body's ancient space runes had reached the level of small success, and he was also a saint-level runemaster. Naturally, he could see a trace of mystery. At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes swept across the ancient space runes one by one. His eyes flashed as he began to analyze them. The blood god avatar stood aside and looked at the ancient space runes as well. His mind reflected his own understanding of the ancient space runes, so he was able to analyze them. With the two of them working together, their speed increased significantly. Not long after, they had finished analyzing the ancient space runes. Wang Ting and the blood god doppelganger looked at each other and smiled. Then, they looked at the ancient space runes in front of them again. Suddenly, they stretched out their fingers and pointed. The power of space gathered on his finger and landed on the intersection of several ancient space runes. As his finger fell, the light spread out, and the power of space merged with it. The ancient space runes seemed to come alive, and they wriggled in all directions. This movement seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and the other ancient space runes also moved. In just an instant, all the ancient space runes began to wriggle. Under the influence of Wang Ting's power of space, they were arranged according to a specific pattern. Buzz, another buzz sounded, and a spatial door slowly opened. At the same time, several attribute bubbles fell out and scattered around the spatial door. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately used his spiritual force to pick them up. Ancient space runes *10 ancient space runes *15 ancient space runes *20. Spatial domain, Melder, *1200 spatial domain, Melder, *1500 spatial domain, Melder, *1300. Space origin *1000, space origin *800, space origin *1200. Spatial domain. Spatial origin. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. These two extremely rare attributes had actually fallen out of this space. It had been a long time since he had picked up these two attributes. As a result, his space domain was still at the 5th rank and the 2nd rank of the reality realm. He hadn't even fully comprehended the normal realm yet. As for space origin, it was still at the 2nd rank, completely lagging behind other domains and origin law powers. Without thinking too much, Wang Ting immediately began to absorb the insights. Mysterious and strange runes appeared one after another, flashing with a mystical light and imprinting themselves in his mind. These runes were ancient space runes. This time, he didn't pick up many ancient space runes, but they were all runes that he hadn't mastered yet. Moreover, there were some runes related to the operation of ancient space runes, as well as some insights into the construction of space. Previously, he had indeed analyzed the operation of the ancient space runes with his own attainments, and was able to activate this spatial door. However, there was still a huge gap between this and truly mastering the ancient space runes. Therefore, these attribute bubbles were still of great help to him, and could increase his mastery of the ancient space runes, as well as his understanding of space construction. Space construction was undoubtedly a very difficult matter. Even martial arts experts could only gradually open up a space within their body, and then continuously evolve from a small universe within their body to a small world within a realm lord. However, to open up another space was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The reason why the former could be done so easily was because martial arts cultivation had an extremely complete system. As long as martial artists followed this system, they would naturally be able to open up a space. However, the latter was different. It was a different way of opening up a space. This method could only be done by people with spatial talents. Ordinary martial artists didn't have such an ability. Wanting's mastery of the ancient space runes was becoming more and more profound. Although he hadn't reached the level of great mastery, the trace of understanding of space construction contained within had greatly benefited him. In the future, he might really have the opportunity to construct his own space. Of course, with his current level of attainment, he could try to take away a spatial transfer or merge two existing spatial transfer spaces. Ancient space runes, 3350/10,000, small mastery. In terms of attribute values, the ancient space runes had only increased by 250 points, which wasn't considered much. In the next moment, the understanding of the space domain and space origin appeared in his mind, and he quickly absorbed them. A strange domain appeared in Wanting's mind. This domain was very special, and it contained extremely strange spatial energy. It caused spatial dislocations to appear in the entire domain, making it difficult to grasp. Moreover, the spatial energy was either in the form of blades or storms, and it emitted terrifying fluctuations with shocking power. Once someone entered, they would definitely be surrounded by the spatial energy, and it would be difficult for them to break free. At the same time, mysterious runes of heaven and earth appeared. These strange runes were somewhat different from the ancient space runes from before. The ancient space runes were comprehended by warriors through observing the runes of heaven and earth. They were symbols that could communicate with the power of heaven and earth, and they were man-made. However, these runes that appeared now were the true manifestation of the power of heaven and earth. It could be said that the ancient space runes were comprehended from these runes, and they were the most fundamental and essential power of heaven and earth. This was the power of the space origin law. In an instant, a series of comprehensions surged into Wanting's memories, and his understanding of the space domain and space origin instantly increased. Space domain, 500/3000, third rank melder. Space domain, space origin, 2500/30,000, third rank melder. Wanting glanced at his status panel, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. His space domain had directly reached the third rank melder realm, and his comprehension of the normal and reality domains had been completed. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, some of his domain comprehensions had directly reached the melder realm, and his reality domain had been completed. However, the space domain was very special. His comprehension in this area was too little, and it was not comprehensive. When he had obtained his comprehension of the reality domain, he had not completed his normal space domain. In the cosmic hall of the Cosmic Sky Academy, he had even obtained a true god-level spatial inheritance. However, that inheritance had not allowed him to grasp a high-grade space domain or space origin right away. It had only strengthened his spatial body, which would be of great help to his future cultivation. Actually, being able to improve his spatial body was already extremely good, and many people could only dream of it. The space domain and space origin could be slowly comprehended, but the spatial body was something that could only be chanced upon, and it was extremely difficult to raise it to a high grade. Compared to the space domain and space origin, the spatial body was undoubtedly more important. However, comprehending the space domain and space origin required time, and it was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Not much time had passed since Wanting had obtained the true god-level inheritance, and he had not seriously cultivated in the area of space. Thus, his space domain and space origin were still at their original level and had not changed much. However, it was different this time, and the comprehension here was quite comprehensive. Wang Ting's comprehension had directly allowed his normal and reality domains to reach perfection, and then it had been upgraded to the third rank as a melder. A sense of fullness emerged in his heart. Previously, even though his space domain had reached the realm of reality, his comprehension of the normal domain had not reached perfection, and he had always felt like he was in a pavilion in the sky. Now that his normal and reality domains had reached perfection without any flaws, he was completely at ease. Although his space domain had just reached the third rank, it was still inferior to the sixth rank Earth and Metal Melder domains. However, one should not forget that this was a space domain, and its power could not be measured by an ordinary domain. Even Wang Ting himself did not know how strong a third-rank Melder's space domain was. However, based on the information he had gained from his comprehension, he was very clear that a third-rank Melder's space domain was something that even a fifth-rank realm lord with an innate talent for space might not be able to grasp. As for the Tier 3 space origin law, it was even more powerful. If combined with the power of the third-level space origin law, Wang Ting's space domain might really be able to kill a Sector Lord level 6 martial artist. As for whether it could threaten a Sector Lord level 7 martial artist or not, it was unknown for now. This was because the 6th and 7th rank realm lords were separated by a watershed. After the 7th rank was the late realm lord. Everyone knew that late realm lords were not to be trifled with. They were all old monsters who had cultivated to become spirits. 2,500 attribute points can only be considered to have barely reached the third rank. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. This time, he was not complacent and expressed that he needed to remain calm. What was this little bit of attribute points? It was just the beginning. Let's go. He then took the lead and walked towards the spatial door in front of him. Original body, your gains this time should not be small. Why are you so calm? The blood god doppelganger followed behind him and said in surprise. Not bad. Not bad. Wang Ting waved his hand indifferently and said, don't be arrogant and complacent. The road ahead is still very long. In the future, even if I am not by your side, you must continue to work hard. The blood god clone. Is he treating me as a long-term tool to harvest wool? Speaking of which, the person who constructed this space is very ingenious. Wang Ting stepped into the spatial door and exclaimed. To be able to make original body like this? Exclamation, this means that the person who constructed this space must be very extraordinary. The blood god clone said in surprise. I don't know who constructed this space. Wang Ting said. You definitely won't be able to find anything from the information left behind on Tianzhu Star. This space is very secretive, and not many people know about it. However, when you save those martial artists from the radiant universe, you might be able to learn something from them. The blood god clone said. Why do you sound as if I have other motives for saving them? You underestimate me too much. Wang Ting said bitterly. The corner of the blood god clone's eyes suddenly twitched. What a mess, who wanted to harvest more wool from Feng Jin and the 12 Tianzhu elders, who felt that those light universe warriors were not miserable enough and wanted to make them more miserable so that they would be more grateful to you after being saved. It's you. It's you. It's all you, you black-hearted. The blood god clone was speechless. Original body is so shameless. He was ashamed of himself and still had a lot to learn. The two of them walked into the spatial portal. However, this time, it was different from when they entered the first layer of space from the cave. Both of them felt that everything around them seemed to be spinning, and there was a slight dizziness. This feeling? Wang Ting was a little surprised. He closed his eyes and thought carefully, and suddenly understood. This was the repulsive reaction between the two spaces, and the person who constructed these two spaces obviously knew this, so he used the opposite construction rules from the outside space. Interesting. He smiled and looked at the space in front of him. Suddenly, he could not help but exclaim softly. The blood god clone's eyes also lit up slightly. He looked not far ahead and saw a pile of ores placed there like a small hill. A strong sense of Yin energy was emitted from it. Extreme Yin divine essence. Both of them were a little surprised that there were so many extreme Yin divine essences piled up in this space. These extreme divine essences were 2 or 3 times more than what the Black Contempt army had dug up previously. They emitted a dazzling light and were particularly eye-catching in this space, so the two of them noticed it immediately. "Good fellow." Wang Ting could not help but smile and said, "It seems that the people on Tianzhu planet have already dug up a lot of extreme divine essences." "Very good. They must have already exploited such an important resource, but they are obviously developing it continuously, unlike the dark apparitions who were draining the pond to catch all the fish." The blood god clone said. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded and felt the same way. The dark apparitions were here to destroy. They would not care so much. But since we have discovered these extreme divine essences, they are naturally ours. The blood god clone laughed and said. "Sigh, given the current situation, I can only reluctantly accept them. It is better than letting all of them be taken over by the dark apparitions. Just treat it as my reward for saving them." Wang Ting sighed and shook his head. He said seriously, "Speaking of which, this is all the dark apparitions' fault. If they had not invaded this planet, this would not have happened." The blood god clone's mouth twitched, then he nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, yes, that is right. But it is best not to dig up all of the extreme divine essences. Leave some for Tianzhu planet. In the future, when Tianzhu planet is taken back from the dark apparitions, the warriors on Tianzhu planet will still have some foundation." Wang Ting pondered and said. "Are you sure this planet can still be used?" The blood god clone asked doubtfully. It was not that he was speaking from the dark apparition's point of view, but Tianzhu planet was now contaminated by dark energy. Even if they took it back, it would not be as suitable for warriors to cultivate as before. This was a very sad thing. But this was the truth. To restore the heavenly pillar star to its original state, the amount of manpower and resources needed was simply too much. Therefore, he did not understand why the warriors from the light universe would waste so much effort to restore Tianzhu planet. Why not change to another planet? Let's keep the extreme divine essences for now. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and a hint of heaviness appeared in his eyes. He shook his head and said. "Since you have said so, I have no objections." The blood god clone smiled and said, "But it should be your turn next. This planet will be handed over to you sooner or later." "Yes. That is true." Wang Ting nodded and said, "You are leaving tomorrow?" "Yes. Yes." The blood god clone nodded with a serious expression. "I understand." Wang Ting thought for a while and said, "Try to be slow on the way. We need to make use of the time difference." "All right." He might need 1 or 2 days to deal with Tianzhu planet, and then he would have to go to Tianzi planet, which would probably take some time. Finally, he could rush to the planet that the blood god clone and the others were going to. He had to hurry. "Okay." The blood god doppelganger agreed without even thinking about it. This was not a difficult task. Tutum did not say anything else. He waved his hand and kept the extreme divine essences in front of him. All right. Suddenly, he noticed something, and his eyes flashed again. Behind the extreme divine essences, there was a row of shelves. There were many things on the shelves. Could these be the collections of Tianzhu planet? The blood god clone said with a strange expression. Very likely. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he walked forward with a smile and took a ring from the shelf. The reason why he saw this ring at first glance was not because it had a special function, but because it was a space ring. It was somewhat strange to have a space ring in a special space. This meant that this ring was very special. A normal space would definitely not be able to store a space ring. This was the overlapping of spaces, which would cause unimaginable consequences. However, this space could, which meant that it had been specially processed. Furthermore, this space was a folded space to begin with. With the means of the person who had constructed this space, it was not difficult for him to store a space ring here. Ownerless. Yes. Wang Ting scanned it with his mind power and was slightly stunned. This space ring was ownerless, so he did not hesitate and probed it with his mind power. If it had an owner, he would have to break the mark of the original owner first. Otherwise, he would be hurt by the backlash and his mind power would be damaged. However, since it was ownerless, he did not have to worry so much. This is, when his spiritual force invaded the interspatial ring, he was a little stunned. A spaceship, there was a huge spaceship in this space ring. Immortal-level spaceship. Yes. Wang Ting's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock. Immortal-level spaceship? When the blood god clone heard his words, he was also stunned. He was a little confused. No way, there was an immortal-level spaceship hidden here. With his eyes as a saint-level runemaster, it was not difficult to tell from the runes on the surface of the spaceship that this was an extremely precious immortal-level spaceship. How could Tianzhu planet be so generous? I didn't expect that there would be an immortal-level spaceship inside. The next moment, Wang Ting took a deep breath and laughed loudly. Congratulations. The blood god clone came back to his senses and said. This immortal-level spaceship might have been hidden here by the people of Tianzhu planet, but no matter what, it belonged to the original body now. Congratulations. Alright. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ting's lips when he heard the blood god clone's congratulations. But soon, his expression turned serious and he raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. Don't let anyone find out that we were here. Alright. The blood god clone. He was so nervous, as if he was a thief. After all, they had brazenly barged in. Even if the warriors from the light universe discovered something, what could they do? Tianzhu planet was completely occupied by the dark apparitions. Strictly speaking, the things in this space also belonged to the dark apparitions. Now that they were obtained by the original body, they were returned to the hands of the warriors from the light universe. At most, if they find anything, you can say that they took it from me. I'll take the blame. The blood god clone pondered for a moment and said. Brother. Wang Ting was a little surprised. Then, he looked at the blood god clone solemnly. I'm not used to you calling me brother. The blood god clone was stunned and speechless. Don't worry about these details. Wang Ting patted him on the shoulder and said, You make me very happy, really. You're already a qualified scapegoat. Alright. The blood god clone was stunned. He thought that the original body was going to say something mushy and touching, but, that was it, what a scapegoat, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would want to be a fake scapegoat? He didn't care at all, and he didn't need such praise. Immortal-level spaceship. Alright. At this moment, Yuan Gungun's figure appeared at the side. His eyes were wide open as he exclaimed. He even wondered if he had heard wrongly. Wang Ting actually got an immortal-level spaceship. Is this for real? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Wang Ting shook his head and laughed. Is it really an immortal-level spaceship? Yuan Gungun moved closer and asked. Otherwise, do I need to lie? Wang Ting said angrily. Let me see. When Round Face saw him like this, he became even more excited and said anxiously. Don't worry, let me take a look first. Wang Ting said. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Yuan Gungun and began to look at the immortal-grade spaceship in the space ring. He could not help but exclaim in amazement. An immortal-grade spaceship, he really did not expect that he would be able to obtain an immortal-grade spaceship so easily under such circumstances. This was too unexpected, even though the Fire River ship had been modified into a Sector Lord Pinnacle ship by the people of Candle Dragon Planet. He didn't think he could upgrade it to an immortal ship in a short period of time. This was because he knew it was too difficult. Before his strength reached a certain level, it was already extremely difficult. Even if one reached the immortal rank, without a certain amount of funds, it was impossible to obtain an immortal rank spaceship. But now, he really got it. It was effortless, such a good thing was simply like a pie falling from the sky. It was so beautiful. He carefully sized up the immortal-grade spaceship before him. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He suddenly had the urge to touch it with his own hands. It was too rare. He had finally obtained an immortal-grade spaceship. It was as if a goddess that he had been secretly in love with for a long time was finally lying in front of him. His excited heart and trembling hands wanted to touch those full and round beautiful legs. Speaking of which, this spaceship's appearance was indeed very strange. Because it was an egg, at first, Wang Ting was also a little surprised. After scanning with his spiritual force, he penetrated the interior of the spaceship. After seeing the internal structure of the spaceship, only then did he dare to confirm that it was a spaceship. At the same time, it was also fortunate that this was an unmanned spaceship and had not been activated. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to spy on an immortal-grade spaceship. Egg-shaped spaceships were not commonly seen in the universe. Many people liked the streamlined shape. It looked more beautiful and majestic. This egg-shaped spaceship, however, made people feel strange. It looked a little strange. Just imagine, at some important occasion, an immortal rank expert would drive an egg-shaped spaceship and descend. That scene was simply too beautiful. Would the dignity of an immortal rank expert still be needed, not to mention an immortal rank existence? Even a domain lord or sector lord level expert would not be interested in such a thing. Of course, although it was not commonly seen, there might be some people who had a special hobby. As long as they had enough money, they could do anything. There was naturally a reason why this egg-shaped spaceship existed. For example, its design principle was very scientific. In theory, the more curved it was, the more pressure it could withstand. No matter if it was facing various types of energy in the universe or the attack of a strong enemy, it would be able to withstand attacks very well. On the other hand, the spherical shape was the most stable existence in the universe. This was because there was no east, west, north, south, up and down in the universe. And the spherical shape could guarantee its stability and uniqueness in the upward direction. These were the most superficial benefits. Even Wang Ting knew about it. There were also some hidden benefits. What's wrong? Blood God Doppelganger saw that he was silent and seemed to be thinking about something. He could not help but ask. What is it? Tell me. Yuan Gungun also looked at him anxiously and said anxiously. Wang Ting passed the space ring to them and said, "You will know when you see it." Yes. Egg-shaped? Blood God Doppelganger took the space ring and looked at it. The expression on his face also became extremely strange. He then passed the space ring to Yuan Gungun. Could it be that the warriors of Tianzhu planet set the spaceship as an egg-shaped to keep a low profile? Wang Ting touched his chin and guessed. It's not impossible. Since this is a backup plan, it must be to keep a low profile. Blood God Doppelganger said. What's wrong with an egg-shaped spaceship? This is an immortal rank spaceship. Although Yuan Gungun was stunned for a moment, he quickly reacted and said with a roll of his eyes. I don't dislike it. Wang Ting felt a little wronged. He would not dislike an immortal rank spaceship. In fact, he could not be more happy. Unfortunately, the space here was definitely not suitable for taking out the spaceship. Otherwise, he would definitely study the spaceship carefully. Then he looked at the wooden shelf. His gaze moved from the bottom to the top. He was about to scan the shelves one by one. But when he saw the bottom shelf, his gaze paused again. A few strange crystals were placed on the bottom shelf. They seemed to be placed there very casually and were difficult to notice. Space crystals. Wang Ting squatted down and picked up a crystal. He held it in his hand and carefully examined it. His eyes suddenly revealed a look of surprise. It's at least a third-order space crystal. Blood God Doppelganger also said in surprise. Hey! Yuan Gungun was finally attracted by the movement here and came over again. Although the immortal rank spaceship is good, the space crystals are also good. It seems that there are still many good things here. Moreover, the immortal rank spaceship has fallen into their hands. They can study it whenever they want. Yes. Wang Ting glanced at Yuan Gungun, nodded and said, it should be used by them to open the space transmission formation. The third-order space crystal contains the power of space and can transmit a short distance. TSK. After all, it's not like you. It's good to have space talent. You don't need to waste space crystals at all. Blood God Doppelganger shook his head and sighed. Even he felt that it was troublesome to use the space transmission formation sometimes. Not to mention other people. Of course, he also had the power of space in his body. He could use some simple space techniques and was already much better than most warriors. Wang Ting smiled and did not say much. He prepared to put away the space crystals. There were about a dozen of them. It was not a lot, but it was not a little either. However, he found that a part of the shelf was empty. This meant that there should have been more space crystals before, but they had been used up at some point. What a pity. Yes. These are all my space crystals. I can't believe that so many of them have been used up. Yes. Wang Ting shook his head with a pained expression. Blood god doppelganger. This lord's shamelessness is truly amazing. Yuan Gungun also rolled its eyes but did not say anything. It was also heartbroken. Wang Ting immediately put away all the space crystals. They were all third-level space crystals. There were no higher-level crystals, which disappointed him again. Third-level space crystals were not very useful to him. Even if he used them to forge weapons, he could only forge weapons of the third-level Grandmaster level and below. Of course, a third-level Grandmaster level space weapon was already an extremely rare treasure. In the hands of a fourth or fifth level sector lord, it could be used as a life-saving tool. However, when he put away all the space crystals, he found a box in the corner. He did not know what material it was made of, but strange runes were engraved on it. It had the power to seal things. Wang Ting's eyelids twitched. Could it be Blood God Doppelganger? And Yuan Gungun's eyes flashed as they stared at the box. Open it and take a look. Yuan Gungun immediately said. Without needing its reminder, Wang Ting's spiritual force surged. He lifted the box and opened it. A wave of rich spatial energy immediately drifted out from the box and instantly filled the entire space, causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly as it was affected. This is a fifth-level space crystal. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He stared intently at the space crystal the size of a fist in the box. He couldn't help but feel surprised. It really is a fifth-level space crystal. Yuan Gungun took a deep breath and said in surprise. This was a treasure that could be used to forge a space saint weapon. It was actually placed here. My luck is here again. Wang Ting could not help but laugh. Yuan Gungun was speechless. First, it was an immortal-level spaceship. Now, it was a fifth-level space crystal. Just these things alone were enough to make immortals jealous, not to mention the treasures he had obtained before. This guy might be the illegitimate son of the goddess of destiny. Let's look at the other things. Yuan Gungun suddenly thought of something and quickly said. Wang Ting also reacted. He closed the box containing the fifth-level space crystal and put it away. He looked at the second-to-last shelf. There were many boxes on the second-to-last shelf. This made Wang Ting's heart skip a beat. He could not help but exchange a look with Yuan Gungun. Boxes again. Being placed in boxes meant that the items inside had to be specially preserved. Therefore, they were definitely not simple treasures. Pa. Wang Ting waved his hand. His spiritual force surged and opened all the boxes. Star core. Star bone. Pa. At a glance, the boxes were filled with star cores and star bones. There were at least 20 pieces. They emitted rich auras of various attributes. Clearly, their grades were quite high. They are all above the Emperor level star cores and star bones. A few of them are even at the Sovereign level. Yuan Gungun said in shock. Sovereign level star cores and star bones. Wang Ting's gaze immediately fell on the star cores and star bones with the richest auras. His eyebrows suddenly raised. There were 2 star cores in total. 1 star bone. All of them were at the Sovereign level. The Heavenly Pillar planet's foundation is quite deep. Wang Ting picked up a star core and sighed. The things they left behind are definitely not ordinary. Yuan Gungun said. Yes, they should have taken some of them. These are only the remaining ones, but it is enough to prove that the Heavenly Pillar planet's foundation is not ordinary. Wang Ting nodded and stored the star cores and star bones in his interspatial ring. Then, he looked at the third-to-last shelf. There were some ores of different attributes on the shelf. Their grades were not low. They were all used to forge Grandmaster-level weapons. They were the best materials for divine weapons. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with surprise. He glanced at the ores in front of him one by one. His mood immediately became extremely good. No blacksmith could refuse these treasures. Yuan Gungun also came forward and looked at the oars. He could not help but exclaim. I'm rich. I'm rich. With these oars, do you have to worry about not having divine weapons? Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. These oars can at most be used to forge 2 or 3 divine weapons. Wang Ting said. The blood god doppelganger. Good heavens, have you ever seen Versailles like this? This looks like the earth profound thunder ore. Wang Ting picked up a piece of yellow-purple ore. The relevant information appeared in his mind. It is indeed the earth profound thunder Oregon. It is a thunder ore that contains the power of the earth element. It is very rare. The earth profound thunder ore that can be used to forge divine weapons is even rarer. This ore has at least a few million years of history. It is very rare. The round face nodded in amazement after taking a glance at Tang Wulin. The earth profound thunder ore that Wang Ting picked up had a very long history. The energy it contained was extremely rich and could be used to forge divine weapons. Yuan Gungun's eyes were very good. I remember that one of the main thunder materials in the thunder-turning brick is very similar to this earth profound thunder Oregon. They both contain the power of the earth element. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he pondered. You want to? Yuan Gungun could not help but be stunned. It's time to upgrade the thunder-turning brick. Wang Ting said with a smile. You really have a soft spot for this strange weapon. Yuan Gungun was speechless. The blood god doppelganger also looked at the original body with a strange gaze. However, he did not know if he had inherited some of the original body's thoughts. Whenever the thunder-turning brick was mentioned, his hands would itch. Moreover, every time he fought with those geniuses and experts, he had the urge to bestow them with brilliant talents. Wang Ting smiled gently. He put away the earth profound thunder ore and the other ores. It wasn't easy to upgrade the flipping thunder brick to the saint stage, because the flipping thunder brick was only at the grandmaster stage. There was an upper limit. If he wanted to upgrade it to a saint stage now, it would depend on his own attainments. First, he had to design a forging plan. Although it was not as difficult as designing a new weapon from the beginning to the end, it was not much different. At the level of a divine weapon, the ratio of various materials, the required heat, and even the forging method, were all very different. It was not easy to compare. This required some time. Fortunately, with the earth profound thunder ore, he had solved the problem of one of the main thunder materials. The other supplementary materials were easier to solve. With his current savings, it was not difficult to take out those materials. Although Wang Ting was only at the pinnacle of the domain lord level, the various resources and materials he had at his disposal were probably more than some pinnacle of the sector lord level fighters. In this way, it could save him a lot of time. The next shelf was the last shelf. There were all sorts of things placed on it. There were animal skin rolls, iron shards, powder in jade bottles, and so on. Wang Ting was a little dumbfounded when he looked at them. What the hell is this? He casually picked up a piece of iron shard and looked at it from both sides. This seems to be the shard of some weapon. Although the material is not bad, there are many impurities in it. The runes on it are also damaged. It is not useful anymore. Maybe someone kept it as a souvenir. Yuan Gungun said. Alright, then I will leave it to them. Let them keep it as a souvenir. Wang Ting placed the broken piece back into the box. To be safe, in case he missed out on any treasures, he used all sorts of energy to test it. He even used his spiritual power to scan it. There was nothing special about it. He also looked at the other items and confirmed that there was nothing special about them. However, the jade bottle containing the powder was a little interesting. It should be a type of highly toxic powder. It can at least poison a sector lord to death. Wang Ting opened the jade bottle and took a sniff. Then, he closed the lid as if nothing had happened and spoke calmly. Yuan Gungun and the blood god avatar's mouths twitched. That was a highly toxic powder that could poison a sector lord to death. Could he not be so calm? And this guy even sniffed it deeply. Good heavens. Even sector lord level poisons could not threaten him. What a pervert. Wang Ting kept the powder. He planned to feed it to the 6-winged sky devil goo in the future. In any case, it was a type of poison that he had never seen before. It should be of some help to it. The more poisons the six-winged sky devil goo ate, the more terrifying its poison would be in the future. Wang Ting thought for a while. In the end, he kept all the junk. He did not even let go of the ordinary shard. He did not want to be an eyesore. Even if it was trash, he wanted it to rot in his pocket. Roundy and the blood god doppelganger were speechless. In the end, Wang Ting looked at the space around him. Only now did he realize that this space was about 3 times bigger than the one outside. I have to think of a way to take this space away. Wang Ting rubbed his chin. It just so happens that it is a hidden space. I can graft it into my space shard and make it a hidden space for my space shard. This is not impossible. Original body, I want the space outside. Right now, the space in my body is not enough. The blood god avatar said. That's not a problem. I was planning to merge the space outside with your ancient city anyway. Wang Ting nodded. That's good. I thought you wanted to keep it all to yourself. The blood god avatar mocked. To think that we are one body. You actually think of me like that. You really disappoint me. Wang Ting said. It is because we are one that I understand you better. The blood god avatar said faintly. Wang Ting. Crap, this guy knows too much. The blood god doppelganger turned a blind eye to the dangerous gaze of the main body. As a doppelganger, if he did not even have this bit of confidence, how could he be a doppelganger, super brave? Oh, Wang Ting felt that his main body was a failure. It was actually controlled by the doppelganger. Damn it. However, forget it, not to mention that he still needed the blood god doppelganger to be a spy in the dark apparition camp. Just based on the contributions he had made for him, he could tolerate it. He had no choice. He had given too much. If it were not for the blood god doppelganger, he would not have come to Tianzhu Star at all. He would not have obtained the special attribute of the ancient god tribe, and he would not have discovered this hidden space and obtained the spatial attribute. Where else could he find such a good tool? This little problem could be tolerated. Cough cough. Cough cough. Thus, Wang Ting coughed dryly and acted as if nothing had happened. He maintained the dignity of his main body and said calmly, all right, let's not talk nonsense. Now, I will first integrate this hidden space into my spatial fragment. Then, I can help you integrate the space outside. All right. All right, listen to my arrangements. The blood god doppelganger glanced at him and nodded. Wang Ting. Now, he was so obedient. Haha, do you think I won't remember what you did just now? He made a mental note in his heart as he looked at the space in front of him, carefully sizing it up. The rank 5 spatial avatar had been completely activated. Strands of spatial power emanated from his body and spread throughout the hidden space. True grade, Eye of Space, Immortal grade, Eye of Truth, activated at the same time. A mysterious change appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. A purplish gold glow flashed past his eyes. It was dazzling. Amidst the purplish gold glow, a silvery white color that couldn't be ignored was embedded in the center of his pupils. It looked like a sparkling and translucent gem. Wang Ting had a different feeling after activating 2 types of eye talents at the same time. It was as if space could not obstruct his vision. Everything became clear. Runes and origin runes appeared in his eyes. Yuan Gungun and the blood god doppelganger stopped talking. They stood aside quietly and did not disturb him. More than an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Yuan Gungun and the blood god avatar couldn't help but look at each other. They were secretly shocked. Even with Wang Ting's talent in space, he still had to spend so much time thinking. It was hard to believe that he hadn't acted yet. However, they still didn't disturb Wang Ting and just waited quietly. During this period, Wang Ting suddenly closed his eyes, as if he was thinking carefully about something. His expression was solemn. Another half an hour passed. Wang Ting's expression finally changed slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and strange and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. Those were the ancient space runes, the power of the space origin law. The structure of this hidden space clearly contained both the ancient space runes and the power of the space origin law. It was extremely mysterious. It would be difficult for an ordinary saint-level runemaster to analyze it. Only those with the talent in space could master the power of the space origin law and decipher its mysteries. Of course, if one's realm was too low, even those with the talent in space would be useless. In the end, one's own strength had to be strong enough. Wang Ting had just upgraded his space origin law to the 3rd level, and now it came in handy. Whoosh, the next moment, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of this hidden space. Yuan Gungun and the blood god doppelganger's hearts skipped a beat. Their gazes immediately moved and fell on him. They stared at him with shining eyes. Wang Ting's expression was calm. He pointed a finger, and the power of space condensed on his finger. His finger bloomed with a dazzling silver light, as if it had been plated with a layer of mithril. Strange runes appeared on it, and it was very mysterious. At this moment, this small finger seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power. Buzz, as he pointed, the edge of the hidden space suddenly rippled. Many space runes appeared, flashing with light. However, these runes did not change at all. It seemed that Wang Ting's power did not have any effect on these runes. Then, Wang Ting disappeared again and reappeared in another place. He pointed a finger again. The runes appeared again. Although they were flashing, they did not change at all. Next, his figure kept flashing, and he appeared in various places in the hidden space. He pointed his finger frequently, activating the space runes in this hidden space. In the blink of an eye, this hidden space was filled with space runes. There were even some strange patterns. It was obvious that the hidden space law had been activated. This is... Yuan Gungun and the blood god doppelganger were a little confused. They did not know what he was going to do. Could it be that he had spent so much effort just to stimulate these spatial runes and space origin laws? No, I seem to have already done it. The blood god doppelganger's runemaster skills were inherited from his original body. It was also at the saint level. At this moment, its eyes flashed, and it seemed to have seen something. It seems that my rune skills are indeed a little behind. Yuan Gungun's eyes widened, but he did not see anything different. When he heard the blood god doppelganger's words, he could not help but smile bitterly. He was a grandmaster blacksmith, and naturally, he had dabbled in runes. However, when he encountered these space runes, he was at his wit's end. It was a big blow to his heart. You don't have to belittle yourself. After all, these are space runes. Ordinary people can't master them at all. The blood god doppelganger glanced at him and said, "Are you sure you are comforting me? Why do I feel even worse?" Yuan Gungun was speechless. The blood god doppelganger was speechless. You are indeed that guy's doppelganger. Even comforting people is the same. Yuan Gungun ridiculed. / The blood god doppelganger's mouth twitched, and he obediently shut his mouth. I am an intelligent life. How can you measure me by the standards of ordinary people? Yuan Gungun was still muttering unrelentingly. My original body has mastered many ancient runes. You can ask him to teach you these ancient runes. With your special ability, you may be able to master them quickly. The blood god doppelganger said. Yes. Yuan Gungun's eyes suddenly lit up. He said excitedly, why didn't I think of this? It has to be you, blood god doppelganger. All right. The blood god doppelganger glanced at him and smiled faintly. While the two of them were talking, Wang Ting's original body stopped what he was doing. He floated in the middle of the hidden space and said, Get ready. I am going to start the final transfer. Yes. Yuan Gungun and the blood god doppelganger were shocked and immediately nodded. Wang Ting ignored them. The spatial energy in his body was operating to the maximum. At the same time, his psychic energy swept out and exploded in this space. Boom, a majestic psychic energy suddenly filled the surroundings, wrapped in rich spatial energy. Yuan Gungun and the blood god doppelganger were shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time they had seen Wang Ting's original body completely explode with spatial energy and psychic energy at the same time. The majestic feeling and the terrifying and ethereal spatial energy made them feel uncomfortable. It was as if they would be swallowed by the spatial energy at any time. Even the blood god doppelganger was no exception. The spatial energy and psychic energy swept through this hidden space, as if forming an invisible storm. Yuan Gungun and the blood god doppelganger's faces changed. They had to operate their own strength to resist the attack of the storm. No, I have to retreat first. Yuan Gungun only held on for a while before he had to leave first. Although he wanted to see how Wang Ting moved this hidden space with his own eyes, it would be very beneficial for him. If he could feel the changes in spatial energy, it would be easier for him to understand the spatial runes and the power of the space origin law. Unfortunately, he was still too weak and could not hold on any longer. The next moment, Yuan Gungun disappeared with a face full of unwillingness. Only the blood god doppelganger was left. Rise! At this moment, Wang Ting's original body suddenly shouted. The psychic energy and spatial energy that spread throughout this hidden space suddenly stagnated, as if they were frozen. Even the light emitted by the spatial runes and the space origin law dimmed. It seemed very ordinary, but to the blood god doppelganger, who was deep inside, it was especially shocking. He felt his body stagnate, and he could not move at all. It seemed that there was a huge gap in strength between him and the original body. But the original body had asked him to act opposite him. This was really difficult for him. Boom, in just a moment, the stagnant feeling suddenly disappeared. The entire space shook violently, and the blood god doppelganger, who was deep inside, could not help but sway. Originally, with his realm, it was impossible for him to be in such a situation. But now that the space was shaking, he was in this space and had lost his sense of direction. How could he maintain his balance? It's starting? A thought suddenly appeared in the blood god doppelganger's mind. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as this thought appeared, a series of teeth-numbing sounds suddenly came from all around the hidden space. The blood god doppelganger suddenly saw spatial cracks appear at the edge of the space. Invisible spatial energy swept out from them, causing the spatial energy in this space to gradually become violent. The blood god doppelganger suddenly felt a sense of danger. He smiled bitterly and disappeared from where he was. He could not hold on any longer. Wang Ting still ignored him. At this moment, his face was extremely serious, and he had no time to care about anything else. The teleportation in this space was much more difficult and dangerous than he had imagined. First, he had to peel it off from the outermost layer of the space, and then move it. This process seemed simple, but it was extremely difficult. It was the first time he had to peel off space. At this moment, the chaotic and violent spatial energy swept in from the spatial cracks, causing his spatial energy to be disturbed. He had to divide a strand of his mind to stabilize this chaotic spatial energy. At this moment, as the spatial cracks appeared, attribute bubbles fell out one by one. Wang Ting could not help but be happy. He quickly divided a strand of psychic energy to pick up the attribute bubbles. Space asterisk 1200, space asterisk 1000, space asterisk 1500. These attribute bubbles were all of the spatial attribute, which allowed Wang Ting's spatial energy to be instantly replenished. He did not have to interrupt the spatial shift due to excessive spatial energy consumption. With the replenishment, Wang Ting felt that he could do it again. Suppress. A soft shout suddenly came from his mouth. Suddenly, two strange forces burst out from his body. A rank 3 Melder's spatial domain, the power of a rank 3 spatial origin law. A special domain suddenly spread out with Wang Ting at the center, covering the entire space as if it had become one with this space. Strange and mysterious runes were imprinted on this domain, emitting the aura of origin law. Suddenly, the violent spatial energy in the surroundings calmed down, and its influence on Wang Ting was greatly reduced. Phew! Wang Ting immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He frantically mobilized his psychic energy and spatial energy again, covering the entire space like a large net. Withdraw. The next moment, Wang Ting's eyes suddenly opened and he roared. Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated violently, emitting an indescribable illusory feeling. The spatial runes and spatial origin law lines flashed together, and then the space began to distort and collapse with Wang Ting at the center. It was as if an invisible suction force had erupted from his body, sucking the space in. This scene was bizarre to the extreme. Although Yuan Gungun and the blood god doppelganger had disappeared from this space, they were actually hiding in Wang Ting's body. They could see this scene through his vision and instantly widened their eyes. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. The hidden space was completely sucked into Wang Ting's body in an instant, and the space in front of him suddenly became a dark void. Wang Ting smiled. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Inside the space fragment, Wang Ting's body appeared and floated in the sky. He suddenly waved his hand, and his psychic energy and spatial energy swept out in all directions, causing the space in this place to fluctuate. Under the control of his psychic energy, the spatial energy inscribed strange and mysterious spatial runes in the sky. What is Master doing? The flower spirit girls below immediately noticed this scene and raised their heads to look at the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock and curiosity. What a powerful duck! As expected of the great demon king's master. Maybe he is expanding the space again. As more and more space runes appeared and were imprinted in the sky, cries of surprise could be heard coming from the mouths of the flower spirit girls. For these flower spirit girls, Wang Ting's current strength had reached an unimaginable level. He was even stronger than the experts they had seen in the slave market. Therefore, these flower spirit girls were now under Wang Ting's control. Not only were they not afraid, but they also felt a lot more at ease. In the universe, strength always spoke. Even the flower spirit race, who stood aloof from worldly affairs, knew this very well. Of course, this was also because Wang Ting usually treated them very well. Not only did he not torture them, but he also gave them a lot of freedom and extremely generous treatment. They did not feel that they were slaves, but rather that they were hired. Therefore, these flower spirit girls were so at ease and even dared to call Wang Ting the great demon king. If it were any other slave master, just these words alone would be enough to make them suffer, or even take their lives. What is he doing now? On the light-containing tree, a shadow in white appeared and looked at the sky in surprise. This figure was the spiritual body of the light-containing tree. He should be fusing space. A lazy voice came from the light-concealing tree. On the light-containing tree's trunk, a pure white exotic beast was lying on top of it. It rolled over comfortably, as if this place was its nest. This exotic beast was naturally the dazzling slug. After the previous battle, it had returned to Wang Ting's spatial fragment and lay dormant. It loved this place too much. Originally, it had followed Wang Ting because it wanted to borrow his holy flame to complete some things. However, later on, it discovered that there was actually a holy spirit tree that could barely be considered to be at the sector lord level, and it did not want to leave anymore. Where else could it find such a good place? Of course, it would stay here for a few hundred years before thinking about other things. As everyone knew, dazzling slugs were famous for being lazy and cowardly. If they could, they would not be willing to move at all. It was common for them to lie down and cultivate in one place for a few hundred years. Otherwise, this dazzling slug wouldn't have stayed in a place like the Medicine Garden Star for so long. It had to be known that the bloodline of the three-eyed divine ape was extremely powerful. The star beasts couldn't sit still. In comparison, the dazzling slug was much calmer. If no one disturbed it, perhaps it could continue staying here. Fused space. The light-containing tree was shocked. It said, "Where did he get another spatial fragment?" Judging from the undulations, it's most likely the case. The dazzling slug raised its head to take a look before lying down again. It said lazily, "What good luck." Dazzling slug, the ally you found for me seems pretty good. Only with good luck can he help me find the bloodline of the three-eyed divine ape. Under the tree, a giant ape sat cross-legged and said, "That's true." The dazzling slug nodded. "I chose him back then because of this. Otherwise, how could an ordinary cultivator obtain the holy flame?" Rumble. As the three beings conversed, a huge sound rang out in the sky. They could not help but stop talking and look over. Even the dazzling slug was slightly surprised as it looked at the sky. In the sky, a strange illusory spatial fragment suddenly appeared. It was clearly separated from the spatial fragment they were in, as if it was independent. However, it had appeared here, as if it wanted to fuse with the spatial fragment. This spatial fragment seems a little different. The dazzling slug's eyes flickered. It said, fusing with it won't be easy. What? How is it different? The huge black ape asked curiously. This spatial fragment seems to reject the spatial fragment we're in. The laws of space should be the opposite. This kind of spatial fragment is very rare because it takes too much effort to create. It's not worth it at all. The dazzling slug said. The opposite? The huge black ape scratched its head in confusion. It directly asked, can he succeed? Let's see. Who knows? Let's just keep watching. The results will be out very soon. The dazzling slug could not be bothered to think about it. The light-containing tree was completely confused. It was the weakest of them all. Its birth was a complete accident. Back then, it had obtained some of the legacies of a certain supreme being, which gave it intelligence. Unfortunately, it was only limited to the inheritance of light, and it was very limited. It obviously knew nothing about other things, let alone the extremely rare spatial knowledge. The dazzling slug was an astral beast. Not only did it have its own race's legacies, but it had also lived for countless years. Its clones were spread all over the universe, so its knowledge was quite terrifying. Thus, it could see through something as ridiculous as fusing spatial fragments with a single glance. Boom, the two spatial fragments rejected each other. Spatial energy collided, causing the two spatial fragments to tremble. Cracks appeared as spatial energy surged out. Dazzling slug, protect the area below. Wang Ting shouted. Sigh, I'm being forced to do manual labor again. The dazzling slug did not think that it would be the one to eat melons. It felt a little helpless, but it still immediately took action. A strange fluctuation rose from its body, turning into a gentle white light that instantly spread throughout the entire spatial fragment. It was like a curtain of light, blocking the spatial energy. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. There were many Supreme Emperor Astral beasts in his spatial fragment, but he was actually most at ease with the dazzling slug. After all, it was a proper astral beast. Moreover, it was a fully grown astral beast. He did not have to worry about using it. Of course, the ice sprite was a god-tier being in her previous life, so she was naturally trustworthy. Unfortunately, she was an ice elemental being and was not very suitable for the current spatial fragment. After all, there were many spirit herbs that the Flower Spirit clan had painstakingly planted here. If they were frozen by her ice elemental power, even if they did not all die, their growth would at least be affected. In the future, the Flower Spirit clan would have to spend a lot of time and energy to nurture them. Fuse! Wang Ting did not hesitate any longer, and he roared. Boom, spatial runes appeared above the two spatial fragments. At the same time, the power of space origin law appeared. Those spatial runes contained the power of heaven and earth. They actually connected with the spatial runes and turned into chains of runes. Whoosh, the chains shook and wrapped around the two spatial fragments. Then, they swept toward the opposite spatial fragment and were about to fuse together. This was a strange transformation. It was not as simple as chains of runes entangling each other. The dazzling slug below was amazed. TSK. What an exquisite spatial control technique. Its eyes flickered, and a trace of interest finally appeared in its eyes. Its gaze was fixed on the two spatial fragments that were continuously fusing. Rumble, time slowly passed, and the sky was still shaking. The fusion of the two spatial fragments was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Everyone could only wait quietly. This made things difficult for the dazzling slug. Even with its strength, it was still very tired when faced with the spatial power that was constantly leaking out. Damn it. When he finishes fusing the two spatial fragments, I must make him compensate me. The dazzling slug thought resentfully. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed, and the shaking in the sky finally calmed down. He succeeded? The dazzling slug and the other living beings were stunned. However, they soon saw that the spatial fragment was gradually fading away. It disappeared before their eyes just like that, as if it had never appeared. What's going on? All the living beings in the spatial fragment were stunned. They did not understand what had happened. Didn't the two spatial fragments fuse? Why did the spatial fragment disappear again? Did it fail? Did it fuse with loneliness? It was no wonder that the creatures in the space fragment were confused. The space had disappeared too suddenly, and when the fusion was completed, it was as if it had really failed. Apart from a few top-notch Emperor-level star beasts and special existences like Yuan Gungun Bing Di, the other creatures here weren't very high-leveled. Naturally, he couldn't see anything. Even the dazzling Yuan Gungun, and Brendazi couldn't see the existence of that space, so they were all surprised. Wang Ting floated in the sky and looked at the space in front of him with a smile on his face. A sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. So what if it was a space with opposite laws? So what if it was difficult? In the end, it still couldn't escape from his grasp. Wang Ting, you succeeded? Yuan Gungun appeared beside Wang Ting and could not help but ask. That's right. Wang Ting glanced at it and nodded. Can you open up the space and take a look? Yuan Gungun thought to himself. Then, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. He wanted to see what the space looked like after the fusion, so he asked. Of course. Wang Ting smiled and nodded. Take us too. The dazzling slug and the giant black ape also appeared in front of him. Ice Disco and Elizabeth showed up at the same time. They were curious as well. Looking at this big family, Wang Ting could not help but chuckle. He then waved his hand, and a series of space runes appeared in the sky. Wang, a soft sound rang out, and a huge crack appeared in the space at a speed visible to the naked eye, allowing passage. This was a spatial portal that could lead to the hidden space. Now that this hidden space had been merged with Wang Ting, he could naturally control it as he wished. He only needed a thought to open the space door, which was extremely convenient. Let's go. Wang Ting stepped into it and disappeared. The dazzling slug and Yuan Gungun were the fastest, and they almost instantly followed. Ice Disco, the giant black ape, Elizabeth, and the others followed unhurriedly. Behind them, a dark red crow flew over. On its back were the flower spirit girls. They sat neatly, looking curious and serious, as if they were here to watch a show. Wait for me, wait for me. There was also a huge scorpion. Its 8 legs moved together, and it was quite fast as it stepped through the air. One by one, the figures charged into the spatial door and arrived at another space. This space was not small, but there was nothing inside except for an empty shelf. The group of living beings looked around curiously, feeling both surprised and disappointed. But now they all knew. Wang Ting succeeded. This space didn't disappear. It was hidden. Outsiders wouldn't be able to detect it. This space is so big. A young flower spirit girl with 2 ponytails exclaimed. It was Xianxia. She didn't care what was so special about this space. Just its size alone was enough to surprise her. In the future, I can store some important things here. Wang Ting said with a smile. He was obviously in a good mood. This space was quite useful. With its concealment, he could do some shady things without worrying about others finding out. Sneaky. JPG. In addition, it could store some important things. It was much better than spatial equipment. Wang Ting now had a lot of spatial equipment. He had one after another, and his body was almost full. Actually, spatial equipment was not common. It was impossible for ordinary people to have so many spatial equipment, let alone those spatial equipment that could store huge spaceships. Ordinary people definitely could not have them. But Wang Ting's luck was too good. He could always get all kinds of opportunities, and there was no lack of spatial equipment. Plus, he could kill people and steal their treasures. Cough, cough, there was no need to talk about that. Also, with his various extraordinary identities, he could get a lot of spatial equipment. Of course, it was not difficult to get a spatial equipment. But there was a well-known fact about spatial equipment, and that was that it could not be stored in another spatial equipment. But this space was very special. It could store spatial equipment. The spatial ring that stored the immortal-grade spaceship was stored in here. Can it store spiritual herbs? Xianxia asked with sparkling eyes. Of course. Wang Ting smiled and patted her head. It was soft and smooth. It was very comfortable. That's great. We almost have no place to store the spiritual herbs we planted. Little Iron often wants to eat them secretly. Sister Huazi doesn't know where to put them. Hua Xianer clapped her hands and said happily. The ironclad scorpion, Wang Ting glanced at it with a faint smile. Boss, please listen to me. The ironclad scorpion immediately trembled and said with a fawning smile. But it was a pity that this smile on its face was especially ferocious. But now, no one was afraid of it. Even the girl from the Flower Spirit clan was not afraid of it and even dared to complain. The dazzling slug, the giant black ape, and other existences were not afraid of this small middle-stage emperor-grade star beast. They all looked at this scene with a smile. That's enough. Do you think you can sneak a bite without my permission? Wang Ting said with a wave of his hand. He was very clear about the situation in the spatial fragment. The ironclad scorpion's eating behavior was like a pet eating its owner's food. Although it was very bad, it was not unforgivable. After all, he was the one who raised it. He just had to accept it. Moreover, this fellow was too weak. Little White was undergoing a metamorphosis. If he did not give it more spiritual herbs to replenish its foundation, he did not know when it would advance again. When that time came, Little White would really leave him in the dust. Hee, thank you, boss. Thank you, master. The ironclad scorpion could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It looked at Wang Ting gratefully. Cultivate well. Otherwise, I won't have any use for you here. Wang Ting did not beat around the bush and warned it. The pressure returned to the ironclad scorpion once again. The dazzling slug, the giant black ape, and other creatures looked at it sympathetically. They laughed and looked like they were watching a good show. Cultivating with Wang Ting was the scorpion's good fortune. However, it was also the beginning of its bitter life. This was the truth. The ironclad scorpion also knew this and was filled with gratitude. If it were not for Wang Ting, it would have found it difficult to even reach the king level, let alone the middle-level emperor level it was now. Let's go. Wang Ting waved his hand and walked toward the spatial portal. He walked out of the spatial fragment. A group of creatures of different races followed him. The scene was quite spectacular. Main body, it's time to help me fuse the spatial fragment. The blood god clone said enviously. Ah, yes, it's your turn. Wang Ting smiled and said embarrassedly, I almost forgot. Good. If I didn't remind you, you would have forgotten. The blood god clone looked at him speechlessly. Cough cough. Immediately. Wang Ting coughed and immediately disappeared. He left the spatial fragment. When he reappeared, he was already in the spatial teleportation portal. The blood god clone and Yuan Gungun also appeared. It shouldn't be that difficult this time, right? Yuan Gungun said. Yes, the rules of this spatial fragment are no different from ordinary spatial fragments. The difficulty is at least 10 times lower. Wang Ting said casually, just watch. Alright. Don't you need to rest? Yuan Gungun asked. It had seen the difficulty of the fusion just now. In order to fuse the two spatial fragments, Wang Ting almost did not hold back. The spatial energy and telekinesis consumed was very frightening. No need. Wang Ting waved his hand. When he had just fused the spatial fragments, many attribute bubbles had fallen. Therefore, his spatial energy had recovered by more than half. He did not have to worry about his telekinesis. He also had the blood god clone, which could be used as a temporary charger. The blood god clone immediately understood his intentions. His face was full of helplessness. But for the sake of fusing the spatial fragments, it was fine to be a charger. Let's begin. Alright. Wang Ting said with a serious expression. Yes. The blood god clone nodded and looked serious. He did not dare to be negligent. After all, he did not have the spatial talent. It was not easy to fuse another spatial fragment and absorb it into his body. He had to take a lot of risk. If he was not careful, his body could directly collapse. He could only rely on his original body for this. Wang Ting was not worried. Compared to the previous fusion, this time was much simpler. It was not a problem at all. Boom, in the next moment, the spatial energy in his body surged out again. At the same time, wisps of telekinesis also burst out from between his eyebrows. He did the same thing. But this time, he did not need to separate the spatial fragments. He only needed to absorb the spatial fragment into the blood god clone's body. Under the stimulation of his spatial energy and telekinesis, spatial runes and spatial origin patterns appeared. Absorb. Yes. Wang Ting shouted. The spatial energy and telekinesis formed a large net that instantly enveloped the spatial fragment, causing it to shake violently. The illusory feeling appeared again. Then, the entire spatial fragment distorted and shrank toward the blood god clone. The spatial fragment seemed to have the blood god clone as the center and began to rotate. As it rotated, it became smaller and smaller, until it finally shrank to a point and disappeared into the blood god clone's body. Wang Ting saw this scene and could not help but smile. After the spatial fragment was absorbed into the blood god clone's body, the fusion began. The fusion process was undoubtedly many times simpler. There was no difficulty at all. The blood god clone's worries were completely unnecessary. Wang Ting controlled the fusion process very well. There were no accidents. In the ancient city, the mixed bloods lived here. They did not even know that they had completely left the dark world. At this moment, when they saw the fusion of the two spatial fragments, they all walked out of their houses and looked up at the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock and awe. This should be the master's doing, right? When Barnett and Rodney saw this scene, they couldn't help but look at Ziyi at the side and say, "Look, I'm in the ancient city just like you." "How would I know?" Ziyi's eyes flashed as she said lightly. That's right. Alright. These two spatial fragments are fusing. Does that mean our living space can be larger?" Barnett's eyes lit up as if he had suddenly thought of something. "It should be." Rodney was taken aback and nodded hesitantly. "It seems that the master has not forgotten us. It hasn't been long and he has already improved our living space," said Barnett, touched. Barnett. "All right." Rodney. "All right." At this moment, several figures flew over from afar. Among them were the mixed bloods Zachary and Yolanda, who had been saved by the blood god clone in the first level of the dark world. They were all mixed bloods gathered from the major cities in the first level of the dark world. In the end, they all left the dark world with Wang Ting. These people probably did not know what a shocking decision they had made by choosing to leave with Wang Ting. This decision would completely change their fates. However, they obviously didn't know this yet. During this period of time, they were actually very nervous in the ancient city. The living space here was limited. In such a cramped space, even if they had made up their minds to leave with Wang Ting at the start, they would start to waver as time passed. Moreover, Wang Ting had been too busy to take care of them. Naturally, they would feel uneasy. Back in the dark world, although they were slaves, their living space was extremely wide and they had many cultivation resources. At the very least, they could cultivate to the warrior level. However, there seemed to be nothing here now. However, today's changes gave these mixed bloods a glimmer of hope. The ancient city's space was expanding. Although it could not be compared to their previous living space, it was still a good change. They were not afraid of suffering, but they were afraid of not having any hope. Now, hope seemed to have appeared again. "Is it that, master?" Zachary and the others asked as they came closer. "We don't know either. However, other than that, master, I don't think there will be anyone else," Barnett said. Everyone nodded and looked up at the sky. Time passed slowly. In the end, the space that suddenly appeared completely merged with the ancient city's space, causing the ancient city's space to expand several times. For the people of Tianzhu planet to open up a path of retreat, the space was naturally very large and could accommodate many people. It was even larger than the ancient city's space and could accommodate many people. Therefore, after the two spaces merged, the ancient city's space directly doubled in size. This was also why the blood god doppelganger was so happy when he first saw the space. "It's over?" "Yes." At this moment, the mixed bloods in the ancient city's space looked at each other. Looking at the additional space outside the ancient city, they hesitated for a moment and did not dare to rashly approach that area. Apart from that formation, you can use this space as you wish. At this moment, a calm voice reverberated in the space. Master. Yes. Barnett, Rodney, and the others came back to their senses and bowed respectfully toward the sky. After waiting for a while, seeing that Wan Ting did not have any other orders, the mixed bloods' faces lit up with joy and immediately rushed toward the additional space in the distance. Let's go and take a look. Yes. I felt that it was a little crowded before. Now that the space has expanded, we can have more living space. Yes. I knew that Master would not forget about us. Since he led us out of the first layer of the dark world, he would not just leave us here. Yes. Sounds of discussion came out from these mixed bloods, and the excitement was almost overflowing from their words. These mixed bloods are really easy to satisfy. Yes. In the outside world, the blood god doppelganger could feel the emotions of the mixed bloods in the ancient city's space and could not help but shake his head. He said to Wan Ting, "Looks like I have to pay more attention to them." Yes. These mixed bloods are also pitiful people. However, I have not thought of how to deal with them yet, so I can only let them suffer for a while. Wan Ting nodded and said, "I think they will understand. This expansion of the ancient city's space will be enough to make them happy." For a while. The blood god doppelganger said. "If there is a chance, get them some cultivation resources. They need to improve their strength so that they can at least protect themselves." Wan Ting said. The blood god doppelganger nodded. His eyes flashed and he suddenly said, "I will ask the Black Contempt Army later and see if they have intercepted the resources on Tianzhu planet. Some things can't be used by the dark apparitions, but the mixed bloods can." That's a good idea." Wan Ting's eyes lit up. He patted the blood god doppelganger's shoulder and praised, "Not bad. You have 20% or 30% of my intelligence." The blood god doppelganger was speechless. Where's your shame, master?" "Alright, now that the space has merged, you can go back and make the arrangements if there is nothing else." Wan Ting looked at his gaze and waved his hand angrily as he dismissed him. "Master, you want to go and see if the ancient god bone is in Tianzhu Mountain alone, right?" The blood god doppelganger glanced at him and said with an "I have already seen through everything" expression. "Doppelganger, you are becoming more and more untactful." Wan Ting's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, but the expression on his face became more and more amiable. He chuckled. "Goodbye." The blood god doppelganger's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Wan Ting stood with his hands behind his back. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He said, "Inform me before you leave." "All right. Got it." A voice came from afar and quickly dissipated in the air. Wan Ting was standing in the cave. His eyes flashed, and he stepped out and disappeared on the spot. "Rank 5 Ancient God Willpower, activate," a low voice sounded in his heart. Wan Ting directly activated the Ancient God Willpower that he had just obtained. A vast and majestic divine aura emanated from his body, and he rushed toward the peak of Tianzhu Mountain. With the rank 5 Ancient God Willpower, the aura of Tianzhu Mountain was no longer an obstacle to him. The willpower and aura that he emitted were completely compatible with Tianzhu Mountain. Therefore, when he arrived at the peak of Tianzhu Mountain, it was even easier than when the blood god doppelganger arrived at the peak. It was as if he had returned home. At this moment, Wan Ting's figure landed steadily and he looked around. Although he had already seen the peak of Tianzhu Mountain through the images that the blood god doppelganger had shared, the feeling of being here in person was completely different. All the mountains looked small. These words couldn't be more apt in this place. The pillar of heaven's mountains was too tall. It was so tall that one could reach out and touch the sky. The majestic aura and the feeling of overlooking the world made one feel as if they had become one with the pillar of heaven's mountains. Their minds seemed to have opened up. In particular, Wan Ting had the rank 5 Ancient God Willpower that was equivalent to Tianzhu Mountain. He was even more compatible with the mountain, and the fusion was even more thorough. Suddenly, Wan Ting seemed to feel something, and a strange expression appeared on his face. There seemed to be a special aura calling out to him, causing the blood in his body to boil involuntarily. His heart beat like thunder, and the ancient god body automatically activated. The blood in his body turned golden and flowed like a flood. Rumble, that was the sound coming from Wang Ting's body. His blood was surging like a torrent, extremely intense. That inexplicable attraction was getting stronger. Interesting. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and his heart skipped a beat. Ancient God Body, activate, boom. At that moment, he activated the ancient God Body himself, and that faint impulse was stimulated to the extreme. Just now, the ancient God Body was activated passively. It was not completely activated, and it did not have any autonomy. But now, it was different. Wang Ting activated the ancient God Body, and the three-star ancient God Body completely erupted. A strange and ancient golden mark appeared between his eyebrows. At that moment, Wang Ting's body seemed to have an additional pure ancient God aura. Even if he used the rank 5 ancient God will previously, it could not be compared to the aura at that moment. That faint attraction suddenly became several times stronger. I feel it. A golden light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes, and the mark between his eyebrows flickered slightly. Then, his gaze swept across the top of the mountain, and finally fixed on a spot. Is it there? Yes. Swoosh, the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot, and he appeared beside a huge rock. Magnetism heart, activate, a strange wave burst out from his body. The soil and stones beside the huge rock automatically separated, and Wang Ting's body sank into the ground. Then, the separated soil and stones closed up again, and the place returned to its original state, as if it had never been moved. Wang Ting's vision instantly turned dark. However, this didn't affect his senses. After activating the heart of magnetism, his senses were extremely sharp in places with soil and rocks. Or rather, in places where the earth element force was extremely dense. Then, he chose a direction and kept sinking down. He did not intend to destroy the pillar of heaven's mountains, so he used this method to enter the ground, looking for the location that attracted him. In the pillar of heaven's mountains. Whether it was the huge rock or the thick soil. Under Wang Ting's magnetism heart, they automatically separated, and could not stop him. In this aspect, the magnetism heart was indeed very convenient. Even if it was a special mountain like the pillar of heaven's mountains, they could easily conquer it. Of course, if Wang Ting did not have a stage 5, ancient God's will, it would be difficult for him to move around in this mountain. This was because he discovered that the will in this mountain was even more terrifying than the outside world. It's a pity that there are no attribute bubbles in this mountain. Wang Ting shook his head regretfully. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes, causing him to be stunned. There really is. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. He had just said that there were no attribute bubbles in the mountain, and now one had appeared. Not many, just 3 attribute bubbles. It was like a gem embedded in the mountain, shining brightly and dazzling. These attribute bubbles were like precious ores that had never been excavated. If the mountain hadn't been excavated, they wouldn't have been discovered at all. Even Wang Ting. He almost missed these attribute bubbles. Pick up. Wang Ting immediately used his spiritual force to pick up the 3 fake attribute bubbles. Ancient Gods will *1500, Origin of Power *3200, Ancient Gods Power *15,000. There were indeed not many attribute bubbles, but these attribute values were quite impressive. At Wang Ting's current level, these attribute values could still help him improve, and that was enough to explain everything. 3 different realizations surged into Wang Ting's mind, causing his mastery of these 3 powers to increase once again. Then, Wang Ting continued to dive, and at the same time, he picked up all the attribute bubbles that he saw. However, there were indeed not many attribute bubbles in this mountain. Sometimes, he had not encountered any even after diving for hundreds of feet. The place that attracted him seemed to be deeper than he had imagined. After diving for so long, he still had not reached it. However, he could not confirm the location of this thing. The feeling that attracted him was too fleeting, sometimes far, sometimes near, and sometimes far. It was impossible to grasp. However, based on the height that he was diving at, the thing that attracted him might have reached the bottom of the pillar of heaven's mountains. He did not know why the aura at the top of the mountain was the strongest. This was not logical. If the bone was at the bottom of the mountain, then logically, the aura at the bottom of the mountain should be the strongest because it was closest to the origin of the will. However, the aura at the top of the mountain was the strongest. Moreover, Wang Ting only vaguely felt the attraction of the aura when he reached the top of the mountain. This situation was undoubtedly very strange and mysterious. It was full of unknowns and difficult to understand. Ancient gods will *600, ancient gods will *500, origin of strength *1500, ancient gods power *20,000. Some of the attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Ting, causing his realizations to deepen. At that moment, Wang Ting did not know how long he had been diving, but he seemed to be getting closer to the bottom of the mountain. This made him feel a little silly. Since it was at the bottom of the mountain, why did he not dive in from the bottom of the mountain from the beginning? This question hovered in his mind, causing his face to turn a little gloomy. He had been too silly. Fortunately, it was also because of this that he was able to discover the attribute bubbles in the mountain. It was an unexpected surprise. Of course, the reason why he had dived from the top of the mountain at the beginning was largely related to the fleeting feeling. If it was not for the fact that the feeling was too unpredictable, he would not have been so passive. Since he was already here, he naturally could only follow the attraction and continue diving. It should be soon. The feeling is getting stronger. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At that moment, he could already feel that the thing that was attracting him was getting closer and closer. It even caused the ancient god imprint between his brows to become more and more resplendent, rapidly flashing with golden light. At the same time, the blood in his body became more and more restless, flowing endlessly. It gave him the urge to explode. With nowhere to release the power, it was extremely uncomfortable to hold it in. Rumble, Wang Ting immediately increased his speed. The magnetic heart was operating to the extreme, constantly controlling the surrounding rocks to make way for him. To be honest, the magnetic heart talent he had now was more or less a little weak. In the past, when he used it at the universe level, there was naturally no problem. Now that his strength had reached the domain lord level, it was completely different. At this moment, if the magnetic heart could reach the 4th level, his speed would be even faster. It was a pity that there were too few living beings with such a talent. He had never met one up till now. The magnetic heart could reach the 3rd level because he had used the blank attribute to raise it. Now, he naturally wouldn't use the precious blank attribute just to increase his speed. At most, he would just waste a little more time. It was still within his acceptable range. Judging from the height, he had already reached the bottom of the mountain and was diving deep underground. This made him very surprised. Could it be that the bone is buried deep underground? Wang Ting was very surprised. He really couldn't guess the situation here. Buried deep underground, yet able to create a peerless mountain peak. Could it be that the bone of the ancient god clan was really so mystical? A thought rose in his mind, causing him to be even more curious and expectant towards the bone of the ancient god clan. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. He immediately dashed towards the direction where the feeling was getting stronger. The soil and rocks around him seemed to have turned into earth dragons as they rolled in all directions. Not long later, Wang Ting dived down another few hundred feet, picking up quite a few attribute bubbles. At this moment, between his eyebrows, with a sudden jump, the strange golden mark suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. It's here? This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind, and his eyes immediately swept around. Suddenly, a bunch of attribute bubbles came into view. Those attribute bubbles seemed to be clustered around something. Wang Ting couldn't see clearly for the time being, but he was almost certain that what he was looking for was there. Pick it up, Wang Ting didn't hesitate and immediately swept out with his psychic power, picking up all the attribute bubbles. Ancient gods will *2000, ancient gods will *2500, ancient gods will *2800. Origin of power *1500, origin of power *1200, origin of power *1000. Ancient gods power *15,000, ancient gods power *20,000, ancient gods power *12,000. So many. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He didn't expect the attribute bubbles to have so many attribute values. It should be known that the 3 types of power that he had mastered were already quite high. The attribute bubbles that he had picked up on the peak of the mountain made his ancient gods will reach the middle of the 5th level. He thought that it wouldn't be so easy to upgrade it, but he didn't expect there to be so many attribute bubbles in the mountain. Ancient Gods Power, 156000/400000, 4 stars, Ancient Gods Will, 43500/50,000, 5 stars, Origin of Power, 28,000/50,000, 5 stars, Wang. Tim glanced at the attribute panel and was suddenly surprised. These 3 types of power had increased a lot. First of all, the Ancient God's power had increased a lot, and it had increased by more than 100,000 attribute points. Although there was still a long way to go to break through to the 5th level, compared to before, it was undoubtedly much stronger. This was naturally a good thing for Wanting. Ancient God's Will had also increased a lot, and now it had reached more than 40,000 points. It was not far from breaking through to the 6th level. Wanting was very surprised. It seemed that the existence of the ancient god in the image was much stronger than he had imagined. It was at least comparable to the top immortal level venerables. It might even not be far from the god level. This wasn't a joke, it was just a piece of bone, but it could drop so many attribute bubbles, allowing Wanting's ancient god's will to reach the peak of the 5th level. This meant that the will of the ancient god was at least at the 6th level. Therefore, the other party's strength must be extraordinary. It was a pity that Wanting didn't know much about the ancient god. Moreover, he had only seen an image from a long time ago, so he could only roughly guess the strength of the ancient god. In addition, the origin of power had also increased a lot. Originally, it was only about 10,000 points, but now it had increased to 28,000 points. It could be said that it had almost doubled. Wanting's understanding of the origin of power had increased a lot. If he used the origin of power, the power would definitely be incomparable to before. Awesome! Wanting's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. The golden mark between his eyebrows seemed to be even brighter, and it was more compatible with the aura of the ancient god. It was a pity that it didn't drop any more attributes related to the domain of power, which made him a little disappointed. He didn't know if it was because his domain of power had increased too much, or because the power level of the domain of power was too low for this bone, so it didn't drop any more. Wanting didn't think too much about it. With a move, he pushed away the surrounding soil and stones and came to the area where the attribute bubbles were piled up. A sparkling and translucent bone wrapped in a ball of flesh and blood entered his eyes. This. Wanting. Shocked, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. This piece of flesh was peeled off from the ancient god. He didn't know how long it had been, but it was still so well preserved, as if it had just been cut off. Really fresh. JPG, the golden blood flowing in it could still be faintly seen. This was too unbelievable. If other warriors saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Although the body of an immortal rank existence contained immortal power, and it wasn't so easily damaged, but this piece of flesh had been peeled off from the body after all. After such a long time, even if it was immortal power, it would have dissipated completely. How could it be preserved so well? However, Wanting immediately thought of the body of the ancient god that he had met before. That body obviously hadn't reached immortal rank, and it might not even be Sector Lord rank, but it could be preserved so well. Is there something special about the ancient god? This thought suddenly appeared in Wanting's mind. However, he couldn't figure it out at the moment, so he didn't think too much about it. His gaze fell on the flesh and bone in front of him, and his eyes flashed rapidly. He didn't expect that this piece of flesh and bone of the ancient god would be preserved and obtained by him. Originally, he only had a glimmer of hope for the bone, but now there was flesh and blood. In fact, if he hadn't seen the scene, he definitely wouldn't have thought that there was a piece of flesh and bone of the ancient god under Sky Pillar Mountain. It was no wonder that the experts on Sky Pillar Star hadn't found this piece of flesh and bone of the ancient god for so long. Of course, it could also be because they didn't control the power of the ancient god, so they couldn't sense the existence of this piece of flesh and bone. Even for a warrior like Wanting who controlled the will and power of the ancient god, the feeling was extremely fleeting and unreal. How could an outsider discover any clues, even if it was an immortal rank expert who had reached the peak of Sky Pillar Mountain? He might not be able to comprehend the will and power of the ancient god, let alone have a special resonance and attraction with this piece of flesh and bone. At that moment, as the distance got closer, the mark between Wang Ting's eyebrows started to heat up, as though it was branded by a soldering iron. What's going on? Wang Ting was shocked again. Previously, the mark was just flashing, but now it was boiling. In the next moment, before he could react, the piece of flesh gave off a dazzling golden light. Flesh, blood, bones, all of them seemed to have strange golden lines that were flashing. It was extremely dazzling. Then, it turned into a golden flowing light and rushed toward Wang Ting. Damn it! Damn it! Wang Ting widened his eyes and cursed. He instinctively wanted to stop it, but he was too close. It was too late. He could only watch as the golden ray entered his glabella. There was a roar in his head, and then a huge amount of information flowed into his mind. But it wasn't over yet. The golden light seemed to contain some kind of power. It flowed in Wang Ting's body and merged with his flesh and blood. There was an incredible transformation and sublimation. What's going on? Wang Ting couldn't figure it out, but he relaxed a lot. It seemed that the golden light from the flesh and blood didn't do him any harm. Instead, it was transforming him. It seemed to be a good thing, however, he didn't have time to think about it. The majestic information flowed into his mind and turned into enlightenment. Then, strange ancient words appeared. Ancient words, and it was the ancient words of the ancient god tribe. There were many ancient words, which represented the various ancient races. As one of the ancient races, the ancient god tribe naturally had its own civilization and words. The words that appeared in his mind were the ancient words of the ancient god tribe. Wang Ting versus the ancient race went and wasn't unfamiliar with it, so he recognized it at a glance. However, it wasn't easy to decipher the ancient words. It would take some time, especially since the information contained in the ancient words was very mysterious. He couldn't understand anything just by looking at it. He had to comprehend it. But at this moment, the ancient words merged into his memory in a special way. It was like an inheritance. No, this was an inheritance. Wang Ting was quick-witted. He immediately understood what was going on. This was obviously an inheritance method of the ancient god tribe's flesh and blood. Wow, there's an inheritance in a lump of flesh and blood. Wang Ting was amazed. He had a deeper understanding of the ancient god tribe's awesomeness. In an instant, he understood the message contained in the ancient race language. Ancient god body, the information contained in it was the enlightenment of the ancient god body. Wang Ting was surprised and happy. He had always wanted to get the enlightenment of the ancient god body to make his own ancient god body stronger, but he never had the chance. This time, he had spent so much effort to find this piece of flesh and blood for the ancient god body. Hard work paid off, he finally got the ancient god body. Although it wasn't in the way of picking up attributes, it was similar. The inheritance allowed Wang Ting to absorb the enlightenment directly. More importantly, he could clearly feel that the power that had fused with his body was transforming his body, making his ancient god body even stronger. Previously, he had activated the ancient god body and hadn't stopped. Now, as the flowing light of the flesh and blood merged into his ancient god body became stronger. The golden blood in his body surged and became more powerful. It was really like mercury slurry and a torrent. More and more golden veined patterns appeared on his bones. It was as if an invisible hand was carving these veined patterns on his bones, sculpting them with great care. Transformation, sublimation, and indescribable change occurred in Wang Ting's body. In the middle of his eyebrows, the mysterious golden lines shone brighter and hotter. What Wang Ting didn't see was that the lines in the golden mark were squirming and undergoing a strange change. It seemed that there was a stroke. This stroke was very difficult. It was as if there was an invisible force that was preventing this stroke from being drawn. But, as time passed, the energy merged completely with Wang Ting's body. In the end, the stroke was completed, making the golden mark even more abstruse and complicated. Boom, at a certain moment, a strong aura burst out from Wang Ting's body and swept under the ground. It was as if a terrible giant beast had awakened in Wang Ting's body. Unfortunately, no one could see it. Underneath the pillar of heaven's mountains, there was a strong and majestic aura brewing. It was as though a terrifying beast was about to awaken and break out of the ground. Fortunately, this place was special and was covered by the imposing aura of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Even if it was underground, it would attract many experts. Underground, Wang Ting could feel the power flowing in his body. He couldn't help but clench his fist, and a trace of joy surged in his heart. His ancient god body had become even more powerful. At that moment, he merely clenched his fist, and the power that filled his fist caused the surrounding soil and rocks to shatter, and the space fluctuated slightly. Wang Ting was a little surprised and looked at his fist. I didn't even use my strength? He really didn't use much strength. He merely clenched his fist, and such power naturally flowed out. It was a little too exaggerated. Ancient God Body, unknown 258000/40,000, for a star. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes panel. The elation on his face got brighter. For star, his ancient god body had finally reached 4-star, moreover, the attribute points had directly reached 258,000 points, which was equivalent to the level of intermediate 4-star. How could Wang Ting not be happy with such a huge improvement in such a short period of time? Previously, he felt that a 3-star ancient god body wasn't enough. Now that his ancient god body had finally reached 4-star, he should be able to fully unleash his terrifying power. In that case, how terrifying would his current power be? Wang Ting looked at the ancient god power subconsciously and couldn't help but be stunned. Ancient god power, 345000/400000, 4-star, ancient god power has also increased. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He was surprised and happy at the same time. Originally, he just wanted to see what kind of changes would occur when the ancient god power was combined with the ancient god body. He didn't expect the ancient god power to increase by so much. The flesh and blood could even increase the ancient god power. Amazing. The flesh and blood of the ancient god clan was very nutritious. Previously, when he had absorbed the attribute bubbles from the underground, his ancient god power had only increased to around 150,000 points. Now, it had increased to 340,000 points, which was more than the attribute points he had picked up. The increase was not small at all. Moreover, with 340,000 attribute points, he was not far from breaking through to 4-star. Right now, my strength can definitely surpass 18 levels of realm force. Wang Ting took a deep breath. Although he did not know exactly how terrifying his strength was, he was greatly shocked. He thought about it for a long time before he gradually accepted the changes in his body and calmed down. No matter what, this was a good thing. He had never imagined that the piece of flesh from the ancient god clan would bring him such great benefits. His understanding of the ancient god body had also reached the 4-star level, so his mastery of the ancient god body had reached the 4-star level. There was a lot of information about the ancient god body in his mind. Those were the inheritances of the ancient god clan. This was the second time Wang Ting had received such a huge amount of information about the ancient god body since the first time he had received it. When he had just received the ancient god body, to him, the grade of the ancient god body was too high. He did not even know how high the grade of the ancient god body would reach if it was upgraded to 9-star. Later on, as his strength grew, his understanding of the ancient god body became more complete. He knew that a 3-star ancient god body could allow a universe-level strength to reach the limit. He also knew that a 4-star ancient god body could allow a domain lord's strength to reach the limit. And now, the information he received allowed him to understand the ancient god body even more. This allowed him to avoid more blind spots in the training of the ancient god body. A piece of flesh and blood has such an inheritance. How impressive. Wang Ting was filled with emotions. Suddenly, he had a thought. However, the flesh and blood can feel my presence. Does it have a consciousness? No. No. I am not from the ancient god clan. If it had a consciousness, it would have definitely discovered my problem. How could it let me receive the inheritance? It seems that the flesh and blood has some inheritance mechanism at most. His tense mood instantly relaxed. If the flesh and blood really had a consciousness, then it would be too terrifying. There should be nothing left here. It's time to leave. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings as he muttered to himself. The next moment, the space rippled, and his figure slowly dissipated. A day passed quickly. The next day, there was a huge commotion on Tianju planet. As the black fog rolled, the figures of dark apparitions appeared in the sky, emitting an extremely terrifying dark and evil aura. This kind of aura was simply an extremely terrifying infection to the Heaven Pillar star. Not far from Tianju Mountain, in the valley where the extreme Divine Marrow mine was located, the warriors from the light universe could not help but look up in shock. What are these dark apparitions doing? Elder Guan and the others could not help but communicate with each other through voice transmission. It looks like an army is leaving. Could it be that they are leaving Tianju planet? Elder Shur looked a little surprised and said hesitantly. The Black Contempt army is leaving? Doesn't that mean we have a chance to escape? A warrior from the light universe said excitedly. This is not a good thing. Elder Guan, Elder Shur, and the other sector lords could not help but look at each other. If the Black Contempt army leaves Tianju planet, it means that other planets are going to suffer. Feng Jin said solemnly, I wonder where they are going. These damn dark apparitions. There was a hint of anger in her tone. Everyone was silent for a moment. The scene of Tianju planet's destruction was still in front of them. At this moment, when they heard Feng Jin's words, their hearts were extremely heavy. But if there is a chance, we may be able to take the opportunity to escape. Elder Guan said, no matter what, we have to leave here first before we can think of other things. All right. But even the space at Tianju Mountain has been discovered, and a corner of the space teleportation formation has been cut off by the Blood Descendant. How are the others going to enter Tianju planet to save us? A warrior from the light universe said in a low voice. If the Black Contempt army leaves, the defense of Tianju planet will be unprecedentedly weak, and people from the outside will be able to break in directly. Elder Shur said. It's very dangerous. We don't know what the dark apparitions will leave behind. What if we fall into their trap? Another sector lord said. We have to try even if it's dangerous. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Elder Guan said in a low voice. Roar. At this moment, a series of angry roars came from the sky. The dark apparitions unleashed a terrifying aura as if to boost their morale. Then, several figures appeared in front of the dark apparition army. They were the deputy commanders of the Black Contempt army, the Blood God clone, and the others. Let's go. Go. The Blood God doppelganger roared. The next moment, the entire army of dark apparitions flew out of Heavenly Pillar planet. The black fog churned and parted automatically as though it had a consciousness, allowing the army to pass through. They soon arrived in the void. Dark battleships were ready to set off, emitting an extremely fierce and terrifying aura. These dark battleships had been through many battles with the Black Contempt army, so the surface of the battleships was extremely mottled and covered in blood and scars left by various weapons. Over time, such a terrifying aura was formed. Board the battleships. Go. Shouts came from the vice commanders' mouths. The dark apparition army immediately spread out in an orderly manner and entered the battleships. In just a few moments, all the dark apparitions disappeared into the void at an extremely fast speed. If the captured warriors of the light universe on Tianju planet saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. A group of dark apparitions that were known for being chaotic and disorderly actually had such an orderly and strict military discipline. They were not afraid of having a large number of enemies, but they were afraid of having a cultured enemy. Soon, the battleships in the void lit up and started accumulating energy. Then, they started moving in an instant. With the giant battleship in the lead as the center, they sped toward a certain direction in the void. As these battleships traveled, the black fog followed them. The low-level dark apparitions hidden in the black fog gathered and followed behind them like a torrent of corpses. On the peak of Tianju Mountain, Wang Ting's original body slowly appeared. He looked in the direction where the dark apparitions had left, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. The plan is about to begin, he muttered to himself. However, he did not take action immediately. Instead, he continued to wait. Those dark apparitions had just left. Obviously, now was not the time to act. However, it would be soon. He waited for a long time. The captured warriors of the light universe also discussed for a long time. They wanted to spread the news here so that people outside could come and save them. There shouldn't be many dark apparitions left. As long as there are Realm Lord level warriors here, they'll definitely be able to save us. Elder Guan observed for a while and said confidently. The others believed him without a doubt. So, how are we going to spread the news? A warrior of the light universe asked. Elder Guan fell silent. They had been discussing for a long time, but they could not find any solution. All their force and mind power were sealed. Even their space equipment was taken away. How were they going to break out? This question stumped everyone. Any low-level demon emperor-level dark apparition could easily take them down. There was no way to spread the news. The warriors of the light universe had a bitter expression. They used to be experts at the Realm Lord level and Realm Lord level. Now, they could not even spread the news. Why don't I see if I can sneak away? Feng Jin said hesitantly. How? Everyone glanced at her discreetly. They were communicating using telepathy and were still working. They didn't dare to be discovered by the dark apparitions. I have a secret method that can consume the origin to break through this seal. Maybe we can escape. Feng Jin gritted her teeth and said. Consume the origin. No. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others suddenly changed their expressions and immediately rejected her idea. But Feng Jin still wanted to say something. You're the prodigy of our Tianzhu planet. You have a chance to surpass us and even step into the immortal level. How can you consume the origin and destroy your future? Old Man Guan interrupted her and said. The other warriors of the light universe were a little tempted. Sacrificing one person to save everyone seemed to be a good decision. However, after hearing Elder Guan's words, they suddenly fell silent. Compared to Feng Jin, these martial artists seemed to be inferior. Feng Jin, your future is not limited to Tianzhu planet, said Elder Shi. You can join the Virtual Universe Company. They sent people to recruit you last time, but you didn't join them because of Tianzhu planet. If you can escape this time, you must join the Virtual Universe Company. Only such a powerful force can fully unleash your talent. Elder Shi said. Feng Jin's expression changed. She was extremely touched. Under such circumstances, Elder Guan and Elder Shi were still thinking about her future. Undoubtedly, they were putting their own lives behind. She did not know what to say. Can you tell us about your secret method? At most, let me try my best. Elder Shi suddenly smiled. Of course. Feng Jin agreed without thinking, but then she hesitated and said, but it's not that easy to learn this secret method. She did not finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. In fact, Elder Guan and the others also understood that it was not possible to master a secret method in a short time. Even sector lords like them could not succeed. Great beings of the same level could not do it overnight. Let's try our best. Elder Shi said. Okay. Feng Jin nodded. Without hesitation, she immediately taught the secret method to Elder Shi, Elder Guan, and the others. Elder Guan and Elder Shi immediately began to comprehend the information in their minds. They wanted to master the secret method in a short time. A few hours passed quickly. Elder Shi's eyes gleamed. I've mastered a little. I can give it a try. Yes. Elder Shi. Feng Jin's expression changed. She knew how difficult it was to master the secret method. Even Elder Shi could not master it quickly. Elder Shi was at most a beginner, but he said he could give it a try. He was gambling with his life. Elder Shi. Elder Guan also looked at Elder Shi with shock in his eyes. He had already tried his best to speed up his comprehension, wanting to master the secret technique as soon as possible, but he hadn't expected that the other party would choose such a method to beat him to it. You don't have to say anything. I know what I'm doing. Elder Shi said indifferently. Do you want to die? Elder Guan said in a low voice. We don't have much time. We must leave here as soon as possible. Elder Shi said, you guys cover Shi. Don't let the dark apparitions notice me. All right. Elder Guan and Feng Jin knew they could not persuade him. They could only cooperate with him. Therefore, the warriors of the universe of light moved without leaving a trace and blocked Eldersher's body. The patrolling dark apparitions did not find anything wrong, so they ignored him. Oldsher immediately performed a secret technique. Both of his hands continuously tapped on his body. Immediately, blood seeped out from his skin. The blood flowed down and turned into blood-colored lines on his body. Even his old face had these demonic blood-colored lines. Boom, the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Although it was not at his peak, it had reached the realm of a sector lord. Bang! 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 The shackles on Eldersher's hands and feet broke into pieces. The ground under his feet cracked, and a wave of origin power swept out, stirring up a large cloud of dust. What? The patrolling dark apparitions suddenly realized something was wrong. Their faces changed, and they immediately rushed toward Eldersher. The origin power of the dark star erupted. Get lost. Eldersher's eyes widened in anger. Coupled with the demonic patterns on his face, he gave off an indescribable intimidating aura at this moment. Boom. Boom. Boom, a terrifying origin power erupted from his body. It directly shattered the attacks of the dark apparitions and bombarded them. Puff, these dark apparitions were just low-level demon emperors. They were instantly killed and turned into blood mist. The dark apparitions in the distance who were about to rush over were all shocked. Wasn't this universe of light expert's origin power sealed? How could he still burst out with such terrifying strength? Low-level demon emperors did not dare to be presumptuous in front of a real sector lord. Even the dark apparitions were no exception. This pressure came from the level of strength. They were tyrannical before because the universe of light expert's origin power was sealed. Now that Eldersher burst out, these dark apparitions certainly had no chance of survival. However, Eldersher did not pay attention to these dark apparitions. He looked back at Elder Guan and the others, and then he resolutely rushed out of Tianzhu planet. Want to escape? A sneer suddenly sounded at this moment. The warriors of the universe of light were all shocked. Although they had guessed that there would be a backup plan here, they did not expect it to come so quickly. Boom, there was a slight fluctuation in the sky, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Oldsher. His body was wrapped in black fog, and he stood in front of Oldsher. Eldersher's face was solemn. He immediately felt that this dark apparition in front of him was a high-level demon emperor. Moreover, it was not an ordinary high-level demon emperor. His strength had not recovered yet. He could only burst out temporarily. He could not drag on with this dark apparition for too long. He had to end the battle quickly and escape from this core as soon as possible. Under the black mist, Lazy Woolwan's face was not looking good. Originally, it was going to leave with the army instead of being left behind. However, it was unexpectedly left behind by the new commander, saying that it was just in case. But why was it chosen? It was obviously to make things difficult for it and not let it go to the battlefield. It was even to split Lord Lazy Woolwan's forces. However, Lazy Woolwan did not expect that the other party was right. If it was not here now, this universe of light sector lord-level warriors would definitely have escaped. Thinking of this situation, it was so sullen that it wanted to die. Because it was the other party's credit. Others would only say that the new commander was wise to leave it behind. They would not say how powerful it was to prevent the universe of light's warriors from escaping. In front of power, it was just a coolie. At this moment, Lazy Woolwan vented all its anger on Eldersher. The dark star origin power in its body suddenly erupted, and a small world projection appeared, crushing toward the other party. Eldersher's face was solemn. He let out a low roar, and the small world projection also erupted. Within it, the shadow of a mountain range appeared majestically. Boom, the two collided, and an intense rumbling sound instantly erupted. Origin power rolled in all directions. Both parties' origin power was imprinted on the small world projection, inciting the world power to continuously wear down the other party's power. However, Eldersher could not even use 40% or 50% of his strength. He was not Lazy Woolwan's match at all. Kacha! 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 Cracks instantly appeared on the illusory image of his small world, and the origin source laws collapsed in front of the runes. Eldersher uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood, and the demonic blood-red runes immediately became much fainter. Then, his face turned pale, and his originally old face became even weaker and older. Elder Shur. The universe of light's warriors below were terrified, and they all cried out. Humph. So you used a secret technique to stimulate your potential. Unfortunately, you met me. Today, you can forget about escaping from my palm. Lazy Wulwan snorted in disdain. Elder Shur's face became extremely ugly. His eyes revealed a trace of determination, and he was about to stimulate more origin blood. However, can't escape from your palm. How big can your palm be? At this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded in the sky, stunning Elder Shur, Lazy Wulwan, and even the universe of light's warriors below. How big is your palm? A chuckle reverberated between heaven and earth, appearing extremely abrupt. This situation was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. No one thought that another person would appear in such a critical situation. Who? Inert Wulwan's expression changed slightly, and she looked toward the void. Old Shur's expression also changed. He was planning to completely unleash his origin power and fight to the death, but now that he heard this voice, he couldn't help but stop. Because it wasn't difficult to tell from the words that the person who appeared in this fake accident didn't seem to be on good terms with the dark apparitions. Perhaps they still had a chance of survival. The light universe's martial artists below also looked toward the source of the voice, and a glimmer of hope emerged in their hearts. Immediately, in the void, the space fluctuated slightly, and a figure appeared very abruptly. Then, step by step, he walked over in the air. When everyone saw this figure, their expressions were different, and some were stunned. This was because this figure was a young man with an unbelievably handsome face. He wore a purple robe and had an extraordinary temperament. He looked like a noble young master. Moreover, this young man had a smile on his face, as if he was not on Tianzhu Star, which was occupied by the dark apparitions, but in his own backyard. His temperament, his demeanor, and the current situation were completely out of place. Who are you? When Qing Wulwan saw a human martial artist from the light universe appear, she couldn't help but frown and ask coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is your palm really so big? The young man chuckled. Inert Wulwan's eyes twitched. Was there something wrong with this human martial artist's head? Is his palm big? Is this the main point? She just wanted to express her strength, and no one present could escape from it, but this human martial artist was concerned about the size of her palm. What kind of weirdo was this? The light universe's martial artists below also had a strange expression, feeling that there was something wrong with this martial artist who suddenly appeared. However, they soon found that this martial artist's appearance seemed to be somewhat familiar. A person who was so handsome to such an extent. It was really hard for people to forget. Feng Jin frowned, and the other party's appearance kept flashing in his mind, comparing it with a certain figure in his memory. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Wang Ting. This name reverberated in the sky, shocking the light universe's warriors present. Wang Ting? Which Wang Ting? This name sounds familiar. F***ck, I remember now. It's that genius Wang Ting. Exclamations rang out one after another. Obviously, these Radiant Universe's warriors also knew the young man's identity. The shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. The Seven-Path Saint from the subclass Alliance, the prodigy of the human race who had killed numerous dark apparitions with a saint-level array formation, after the shock, it was followed by a strong sense of doubt. Why would he appear here? This was too unbelievable. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they would never have imagined that this prodigy, who was renowned throughout the 3 major territories, would personally descend on Tianzhu planet. Anyone could have appeared, but the appearance of this heaven's chosen was truly unexpected. Wang Ting. Qing Wulwan's expression suddenly turned solemn. At this moment, she finally remembered that this person seemed to be a prodigy who could contend with the blood breeds blood master. If it was in the past, she would have been extremely disdainful when she saw that this person was only at the realm master level. However, after being taught a lesson by the blood god clone, she did not dare to underestimate this prodigy of the human race. A person's name was like a tree's shadow, since this human martial artist was able to contend with the blood race blood master and kill so many dark apparition geniuses. It was only natural that he was able to do so. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Even though it was rumored that this human had relied on a saint-level array formation to kill those dark apparitions. He had killed those geniuses of the dark apparitions, but the other party dared to appear here so brazenly. Who knew if he had other tricks up his sleeve? Hence, Qing Wulwan did not dare to be negligent at this moment. Her gaze was fixed on the young figure in the distance. I didn't expect my name to spread here. Wang Teng was a little surprised. Looking at the radiant universe's warriors below, his gaze paused on the Tianzhu planet's prodigy, Feng Jin. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, you can't save them alone. When Qing Wulwan saw that this human race warrior actually turned a blind eye to her and looked extremely relaxed, she couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in her heart. She immediately snorted coldly. Is that so? Wang Ting chuckled indifferently. As expected of a prodigy of the human race. How arrogant. Qing Wulwan said coldly. Wang Ting, this Qing Wulwan dark apparition is around the 4th layer of the upper demon emperor level. You can't underestimate it. Below, Feng Jin couldn't help but remind him. Although she had heard of Wang Ting's reputation and even had a deep impression of him, she had never really seen him fight. Now that she saw that he seemed to be underestimating this Qing Wulwan dark apparition, she couldn't help but remind him. That's right, little friend Wang Ting. This Qing Wulwan dark apparition is quite powerful. It's not comparable to an ordinary 4th layer of the upper demon emperor level dark apparition. Old Shi's weak voice came. It's okay. Alright. Wang Ting waved his hand with a smile and said, Senior, please go to the side and rest first. I see that you seem to have used some kind of secret method. Your consumption is very serious. Alright. By the way, this is a Grandmaster level elixir. It can temporarily alleviate your situation. Alright. As he said, he seemed to suddenly remember something. He took out an elixir and threw it to Old Shi. A Grandmaster level elixir. Old Shi was stunned for a moment, but he immediately thought of the other party's identity as a saint-level alchemist. His eyes couldn't help but show a trace of surprise. Even if it was only a Grandmaster level elixir or below, how could it be ordinary when it came from this extremely legendary saint-level genius alchemist? He immediately caught the pill. Even before he swallowed it, he could already smell a rich pill fragrance burrowing into his nose, causing his weak body to tremble. Old Shi didn't hesitate and swallowed it directly. His body was already very weak. Just now, he had forcefully consumed his source, which caused a great burden on his body. Originally, he had put all his eggs in one basket and did not have any hope for the future of martial arts. But now, the famous Saint of 7 Paths had suddenly appeared and even gave him a pill, which ignited a glimmer of hope in his heart. Taking advantage of the fact that his origin had just been consumed, he immediately swallowed the elixir. Naturally, he could stabilize the situation in his body in time. If he took good care of himself in the future, he might be able to recover to his original state. After swallowing the elixir, Old Shi couldn't help but widen his eyes. A strong energy exploded in his body, making him feel that the previous sense of weakness quickly dissipated. Was this really a Grandmaster level elixir? With his identity, it was not that he had never eaten a Grandmaster level elixir before, but it couldn't be compared with the one given by Wang Ting. The difference was like heaven and earth. He couldn't describe it at all. He could only use these 2 words to describe the difference. At the same time, the others also saw that Old Shi's complexion was becoming ruddy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although his overall aura was still extremely weak, anyone could see that his condition had improved a lot. Just now, everyone almost thought that he had one foot in the coffin. Feng Jin, Old Guan, and the others couldn't help but look at Wang Ting in shock. Was this the method of a saint-level genius alchemist? It was unimaginable that a random elixir could have such a miraculous effect. To be honest, even if they were Sector Lord level geniuses, and even the famous Heaven's Pillar 12 Elders, it was usually very difficult for them to get a saint subclass to serve them. Therefore, they didn't have a special understanding of the methods of a saint subclass, and were only limited to rumors. Old Shi digested some of the elixir's efficacy and couldn't help but look gratefully at Wang Ting. Then, without any nonsense, he cupped his fists at him and landed on the ground. Oldshire and the others regrouped. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it only took a few breaths. The inert Fogluan saw Wang Ting and Oldshire talking as if there was no one else around and didn't put it in their eyes at all. Its face suddenly became gloomy and it said coldly, "You think you can escape? Taking the elixir is futile." Boom, boom, as soon as its voice fell, it attacked angrily. The billowing black mist on the surface of its body suddenly rose into the sky and swept towards Wang Ting along with the small world phantom. Although the inert Fogluan was furious, it didn't have the intention to underestimate Wang Ting. The moment it attacked, it exploded its own world force, wanting to suppress Wang Ting in one blow. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly, but his face was still calm. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile and he said with interest, "I'll use you to test my strength." Boom, his ancient god body had just been upgraded to 4-star and he didn't know who to test his strength on. Now, the inert Fogluan bumped into him. 4-star ancient god body, open, a whisper sounded in his heart. Boom, an unbelievable change happened in Wang Ting's body. His blood turned golden and flowed like a torrent of mercury. His heart started beating vigorously with a loud bang. It was as though a powerful source of energy was pumping blood into his body. His muscles became tighter, and his bones became more solid. Golden patterns appeared on his bones, making them seem indestructible. In just an instant, his body underwent a strange change, which was even more terrifying than a giant star beast. At the same time, a mysterious golden line appeared between his eyebrows, exuding a brilliant golden light. It was very magical. What is this? Below, Feng Jin, Old Guan, and other warriors of the Radiant Universe were paying attention to Wang Ting. Seeing this change, they were all surprised. Huh? Huh? The face of the inert Fogluan, who was facing Wang Ting, changed slightly. In just an instant, it felt that the human clan warrior in front of it had undergone a tremendous change, as if he had turned from a harmless little sheep into a terrifying giant star beast, who was baring its sharp and ferocious fangs at it. That kind of terrifying aura made even a high-level demon emperor like him feel a little terrified, and a layer of goosebumps involuntarily appeared all over his body. It felt as if an invisible dangerous aura was spreading from the opposite side, shrouding it. However, an arrow on the bowstring had to be shot. At this point, if it suddenly stopped, wouldn't it be a weak finish? Moreover, it couldn't be kind to this Radiant Universe warrior. It could only fight. Die. Boom. A loud shout came from the inert Fogluan's mouth, as if it wanted to dispel the inexplicable feeling of horror. Then, without slowing down, it rushed toward Wang Ting. It was a 4th-layer high-level demon emperor, so how could it be afraid of this domain master? Even if the opponent was really strong, it didn't believe that the opponent could easily defeat it. Boom, runes containing the power of origin laws appeared in the small world above the inert Fogluan's head. At the same time, the black fog inside it condensed and turned into a terrifying numb face. The runes were branded on the face, making it even more strange and terrifying. Roar! A roar came from the face, shaking the void, and the Radiant Universe warriors below couldn't help but change their expressions. Their origin power and mental power were now imprisoned, so they couldn't block this attack filled with laziness intent. The Radiant Universe warriors' expressions changed slightly. Affected by the laziness intent, a trace of numbness involuntarily appeared in their eyes, as if nothing could arouse their interest. Some of the weaker warriors even raised the mining tools in their hands, wanting to smash their own heads and end their own lives. This was the terrifying part of laziness intent. When it reached the extreme, it could even make people kill themselves. "It's noisy." "Quiet," Wang Ting said lightly. His voice wasn't loud, but compared to the roar, it was like an ant. There was a huge difference between the sound of an ant and an elephant, but this voice carried a gentle mental power that swept across below. In an instant, all the Radiant Universe warrior spirits were shaken, and they suddenly came to their senses. Their faces turned pale, and their hearts were filled with horror. They had almost died just now. Luan Wulwan's complexion became even uglier. Looking at the human race cultivator in front of her, an ominous premonition in her heart grew even stronger. Boom, at this moment, Wang Ting finally moved. He grinned at the inert Fogluan, and then, with a slight step, a terrifying roar erupted in the void. Crack! 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 In an instant, the space beneath Wang Ting's feet directly shattered. Moreover, the space around the spot where Wang Ting had been standing suddenly shattered under the influence of this force. It was as though cracks had already appeared on the space, unable to withstand the weight of his body. In the next moment, Wang Ting's figure had already disappeared from his original spot. Only an afterimage was slowly dissipating. What? When Qing Wulan saw this, the ominous premonition in her heart finally reached its peak, and her eyes were filled with horror. She already had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! Wang Ting appeared not far in front of it. He threw a punch at the small world's apparition. The ancient god power erupted, a golden fist print condensed on his fist and fell directly on the phantom world of small worlds. All the radiant universe warriors below couldn't help but widen their eyes, and their faces were filled with disbelief. He actually used his fist to fight against the phantom world of the inert Fog clan. Crazy, however, clang, the sound of metal clashing reverberated between heaven and earth. The golden fist print actually blocked the phantom world of small worlds and did not collapse. The expressions on the faces of Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others were completely stiff. They didn't know how to describe their feelings. Was this the legendary Heaven's Pride? His strength was 2F** King strong. He blocked the phantom world of a superior demon emperor with a pair of fists. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it was true. Qing Wulan's expression was also as if she had seen a ghost. She stared at the golden fist print, and her heart was in turmoil. What kind of freak was this? Why did she feel that this human clan warrior in front of her seemed to be more terrifying than the blood clan bloodmaster? Crack! Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. Qing Wulan's pupils contracted, and she stiffly turned her neck to look at the source of the sound. Where the fist print collided with the phantom world of small worlds, cracks were spreading in all directions, and these cracks came from the phantom world of small worlds. How is this possible? Qing Wulan couldn't believe her eyes. With just one blow, not only did he block her phantom world of small worlds, but he also shattered it. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others below also widened their eyes, and their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. It seems that the fourth level of the superior demon emperor is just SOSO. A relaxed laugh came from Wang Ting's mouth, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Damn it! Qing Wulan's expression was extremely ugly. At this time, she couldn't care less about being looked down upon. She had completely lost the will to fight. In the face of such a monster, she was simply no match for him. Now, she just wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Wang Ting naturally wouldn't give her a chance. He took a step forward, caught up with Qing Wulan's figure, and punched out again. Boom! 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 After 3 punches, the phantom world of small worlds finally couldn't hold on any longer. The runes all collapsed, and the huge face directly exploded, turning into billowing black mist. Boom! The next moment, the phantom world of small worlds also exploded with a roar. Terrifying origin force gushed out from it and swept in all directions. Pfft! Qing Wulan spat out a mouthful of blood as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body was sent flying by the impact of the origin force. Swish! Wang Ting's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Qing Wulan. You! Qing Wulan's face was filled with horror. The pupils in her eyes had completely shrunk to the size of a needle tip. An indescribable sense of fear drowned her like a tide. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Humph. At this moment, an inexplicable voice suddenly entered her ears, causing her to be a little confused. What did that mean? Did she know this human prodigy long ago? Otherwise, why would he say that? Many thoughts flashed through her mind. She racked her brains but still couldn't figure out when she had offended this human prodigy. Wang Ting smiled mockingly and looked at her indifferently as if he was looking at an inanimate object. Then, without any hesitation, his fist exploded and landed on Qing Wulan's body. At this moment, the lazy Wulan finally felt the terrifying power. At the same time, it finally understood why it felt such a terrifying sense of danger. It turned out that the opponent's strength was so terrifying. If this punch landed, it would definitely die. No. Humph. A roar of unwillingness erupted from its mouth. The dark force in her body erupted, and an extremely evil and dark aura spread out from the depths of her body. Demonic change. In the face of this life and death crisis, the lazy fog race's dark apparition clearly wanted to make a final struggle. Demonic change was undoubtedly her only choice now. Unfortunately, Wang Ting wouldn't give her a chance at all. The dark aura kept attacking Wang Ting's body, trying to push him back. However, Wang Ting just smiled faintly. Holy light force erupted and enveloped her, blocking the terrifying dark aura. Die. Wang Ting smiled faintly. His fist landed completely on Qing Wuluan's body. Boom! Qing Wuluan's body suddenly stiffened on the spot. The dark aura that was leaking out of her body was directly dispersed by the golden fist. Then, cracks appeared on her body. Her eyes widened as if she wanted to say something, but, boom, immediately after, the inert mist Luan's body exploded, turning into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Blood extinction misleads me. This thought finally echoed in Qing Wuluan's mind. Her hatred for the blood god doppelganger was even greater than Wang Ting's. Wang Ting smiled coldly and waved his hand. Holy light force sprayed out, purifying the fragments of Qing Wuluan's body. Ah! Ah! Qing Wuluan's body completely disappeared. She probably didn't even have a chance to resurrect. The whole world fell into a dead silence. All the warriors of the Holy Light universe stared blankly at the incomparably young figure, lost in thought. Was it over? A terrifying existence of the fourth layer of the Upper Demon Emperor realm was killed just like that? Why did it feel so unreal? For the martial artists of the Light universe, this result was indeed extremely sudden. The dark apparition of the Inert Fog clan was so powerful that it was impossible for them to escape from it with their current combat strength. Even if Eldersher unleashed his source energy at all costs, it would be useless. Therefore, the martial artists of the Light universe had lost all hope. But in the end, the legendary genius suddenly appeared and killed a dark apparition of the Inert Fog clan, which was at the fourth level of the upper-level Demon Emperor level. The whole process could be described as effortless and simple. Wang Ting had only thrown a few punches, but he had already shattered his opponent's small world illusion. Just as his opponent was about to use devil transformation, Wang Ting had forcefully stopped his opponent's devil transformation. In the end, he had shattered his opponent's body. What kind of terrifying strength and power was this? But this series of actions was as smooth as flowing water, giving people a sense of elegance. He was obviously very violent and ferocious, but he did not give off the feeling of a muscular man. Coupled with his unbelievably handsome face, there was a strong sense of contradiction. This kind of impact was really unprecedented for the martial artists present. We're saved? A martial artist of the Light universe opened his mouth and finally stammered. This fake voice immediately brought everyone back to their senses. Only then did they realize that they seemed to have been saved. It was clearly a sure defeat, but the sudden reversal made everyone unable to immediately accept the strong contrast. Everyone, you're saved. At this time, Wang Ting looked at the martial artists of the Light universe below and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and an invisible wave of spiritual telekinesis swept across the area. Clap, 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 a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out. The shackles on the hands and feet of the martial artists of the Light universe were all broken and smashed to the ground. All the martial artists of the Light universe were stunned. But soon, they felt the force flowing in their bodies and the mind power spreading in their minds. An indescribable sense of ecstasy surged into their hearts. They were saved, they were really saved. Previously, their force and mind power were sealed, and their bodies seemed to have dried up. Now, they finally felt the existence of their force and mind power again. This long-awaited feeling almost made these martial artists of the Light universe burst into tears. Who could have imagined how bitter their experiences were during this period of time? Domain lords and sector lords were actually forced to mine ores by dark apparitions. If news of this were to spread out, it would cause many jaws to drop. Fortunately, someone had finally rescued them from the abyss of suffering. At this moment, all the warriors of the Radiant Universe looked at the young man in midair with gratitude in their eyes. Elder Guan, Elder Shur, and the other older sector lords glanced at each other, and their tense hearts relaxed. Feng Jin looked at the young man in the sky with a complicated expression. She, a sector lord-level genius of the Heaven Pillar Star, was nothing compared to him. In front of him, she felt a sense of inferiority. It was as if he was a fake genius. Run! Some lower-rank demon emperors and middle-rank demon emperors in the distance were horrified at this moment. Seeing the human clan's martial artists kill the inert Fogluan with just a few punches and save the Radiant Universe's martial artists, they didn't dare to say anything. Instead, they took this opportunity to turn around and flee. Even an upper-level demon emperor like inert Fogluan could not withstand a few punches. They were no match for him at all. If they did not run, would they stay and seek death? Still want to run? Run! Wang Ting smiled faintly, but his eyes were cold and indifferent. He pointed at the dark apparitions, and a green flame flickered between his fingers. Whoosh! 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 A ball of green flame suddenly erupted from his body. As he pointed with his finger, it actually turned into a streak of green flames. A green beam of light shot toward the dark apparitions that were running away. The shadow of a fire silkworm appeared in the green beam of light, emitting scorching heat. It was as fast as lightning and appeared behind the dark apparitions in an instant. The terrifying temperature made their bodies stiffen. Sector Lord level combat technique, fire silkworm finger, roar. 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 These dark apparitions were horrified to the extreme. They roared and unleashed their dark star force one after another, trying to block the green beam of light behind them. Unfortunately, it was futile. Chi. 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 The green beam of light directly penetrated the bodies of these dark apparitions. Then, the green flame burst out and drowned them. Miserable screams echoed between heaven and earth. Before the martial artists of the light universe could react, these dark apparitions had disappeared in the green flame and were completely burned to ashes. The martial artists of the light universe opened their mouths. They really did not know how to describe their feelings. This legendary prodigy was truly ferocious. In just 2 moves, they could clearly feel how strong he was. He didn't seem like a domain lord level fighter. If someone said he was a sector lord level 5 or above, they would believe it. After dealing with all the dark apparitions, Wang Ting landed from the sky and walked toward Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others. I'm Wang Ting. How should I address you? He pretended not to know them, introduced himself, and asked with cupped fists. Elder Guan, Feng Jin, and the others were stunned for a moment before they realized that this prodigy did not know them at all. However, when they thought about how the other party didn't recognize them and yet was willing to lend a helping hand, they felt even more grateful. After all, not many people were willing to do such a thing. Although they were all martial artists of the light universe and naturally had a common enemy, not all martial artists had the courage to face a dark apparition. Everyone knew how powerful the inert Mistluan was. If it were an ordinary sector lord level martial artist, they would not have dared to make a move under such circumstances. However, Wang Ting was only a pinnacle domain lord level martial artist, and he dared to make a move. His temperament was extraordinary. Of course, it was undeniable that he was really powerful. However, the more powerful he was, the more admirable he was. We have heard of your name long ago. Feng Jin quietly tidied his hair so that he would not look too embarrassed in front of this prodigy. Then, he stepped forward and said. Wang Ting smiled. He was not very surprised. These people had already recognized him. With his current reputation, there were probably very few people in the 3 major territories who did not know him. Then, Feng Jin and the others introduced themselves. Thank you for saving us. Feng Jin said solemnly. You're welcome. Wang Ting smiled faintly and said, we are all martial artists of the light universe. Naturally, I can't just stand by and watch. Alright. Let's cut to the chase. You've saved us today, and we'll remember your kindness. Elder Guan said. That's right. Not only did you save my life, but the pill you gave me also preserved my martial arts realm, so I won't regret it for the rest of my life. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay this kindness. Eldersher said very seriously. These 2 elders of the Heavens Pillar 12 had been famous for a long time. Now, in front of Wang Ting, they did not dare to be arrogant. They did not even address themselves as seniors. Instead, they referred to themselves as I, which was very polite. Seniors, you are too polite. It's just a small matter. It's not worth it. Wang Ting was a little surprised by the two elders' polite attitude, but he still said with a smile. It may be a small matter to you, but to us, it's a life-saving grace. Elder Guan and the others were speechless when they heard him say it so casually. They secretly thought that this prodigy was really confident. However, they did not think that he was conceited. They only felt that it was natural. After all, they were in awe of Wang Ting's ability. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't say anything else. He came here because of the favor he owed. These two elders of the Heavens Pillar 12 being grateful to him was exactly what he wanted to see. Of course, in fact, even if they were not grateful, he would still help them. He only did this to maximize the benefits. However, if he encountered someone who repaid kindness with ingratitude, then they should not blame him for being ruthless. Wang Ting had never been a kind person. He would not be stingy with saving people within his ability. However, if someone threatened him, even if they were also warriors of the light universe, he would not hesitate to kill them. What happened to the Heavens Pillar planet? How did you all end up like this? Wang Ting changed the topic and asked. Elder Guan and the others had a bitter look on their faces, but they still explained the situation here to him. In fact, Wang Ting was already very clear about the situation. However, he had to complete the act. Now, he naturally listened to Elder Guan and the others' narration very seriously. His face showed anger, and he said with a common enemy, these dark apparitions really deserve to die. Wherever they go, people will be plunged into misery and suffering. They are really like malignant tumors. If I encounter this Black Contempt army in the future, I will definitely exterminate them. All the warriors of the light universe were extremely excited by his words. It was as if they had met a confidant. They thought that Wang Ting was indeed worthy of the title of Heaven's Pride. He was really a role model for the warriors of the light universe. Such a Heaven's Pride was worthy of their respect. Sigh, Heaven's Pillar planet has fallen to such a state. I wonder if there will be a chance for it to recover in the future. Elder Guan looked at Wang Ting gratefully and then looked around. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, and he could not help but sigh. Don't worry, Elder Guan. The contamination of Heaven's Pillar planet is not very serious. With my ability, I can mostly disperse the dark force. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. With a calm expression, he threw out a deep water bomb. What? What? Sure enough, the warriors of Heaven's Pillar planet widened their eyes and looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. They could not believe what they had just heard. They even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. He could disperse the dark force of the entire Heaven's Pillar planet with his strength alone. Was this for real? It was not that they did not want to believe it, but it was too unbelievable. The dark force of Heaven's Pillar planet originated from all the dark apparitions of the Black Contempt army. It even originated from the battle that broke out on Heaven's Pillar planet. At that time, a demon lord level existence fought with an immortal level existence on Heaven's Pillar planet, which led to the fall of Heaven's Pillar planet. The dark force of that demon lord level dark apparition was extremely terrifying. In addition, the dark apparitions of the Black Contempt army were all lower level demon emperors and above. The dark force of Heaven's Pillar planet had already penetrated deep into the ground and was difficult to eradicate. Although Wang Ting was an extremely powerful Heaven's Pride, he was only a pinnacle domain lord level warrior. He had not even reached sector lord level. How could he eradicate the dark force of Heaven's Pillar planet? What you said, is it true? Feng Jin felt her throat dry up. She looked at Wang Ting eagerly. A glimmer of hope appeared in the depths of her eyes. Heaven's Pillar planet was her hometown. How could she bear to see Heaven's Pillar planet become a land of darkness and sink completely? However, they really had no other way previously. They were very clear about the current situation in the three territories. The Allied forces could not spare any manpower to deal with Heaven's Pillar planet's situation. This required at least a pinnacle sector lord level or even an immortal level light type warrior to solve it. As for Sector Lord Pinnacle or Immortal level light-type fighters, they were extremely rare. Even outside the three territories, it was difficult to find such a strong warrior. They had to seek help from those large factions to have a chance of finding one. Of course, they had to pay a huge price. However, could the current Heaven's Pillar planet afford such a price? Hence, they could only think of a way to solve it themselves. However, this was obviously not a simple matter. Although Heaven's Pillar planet had light-type warriors, they were not considered strong. They were only at Domain Lord level. Even if those few Domain Lord level light-type warriors worked together, they would not be able to solve Heaven's Pillar planet's situation. Now, Wang Ting was only a Domain Lord. What could a Pinnacle Immortal level warrior do? However, since Wang Ting had said it, they felt that he was not speaking carelessly. He definitely had a certain level of confidence. This was the benefit of being a prodigy. If it was someone else who said it, they would definitely retort back. Of course. Wang Ting smiled and nodded. He was very clear about Heaven's Pillar planet's situation. With his ability and Shiguang, it was not difficult to solve the darkness here. Hence, he dared to say it. Otherwise, he would not have said it. If he could not solve it in the end, he would have acted awkwardly. That would not be good. When they heard Wang Ting's calm words, the martial warriors on Tianzhu planet couldn't help but feel a little more confident in him. Then, they couldn't help but feel excited. They exchanged glances with each other, not knowing what to say. Elder Guan and Elder Shi's old faces glowed with a red light. Their hands trembled slightly, but they were after all, Sector Lord level warriors who had been famous for a long time. They clenched their fists and forcefully suppressed their excitement. They looked at Wang Ting and said, "Little friend Wang Ting, please allow us to call you little friend. We won't say any more words of gratitude. If you can really restore Tianzhu Star to its original state, you will be our benefactor. We will carve a statue for you so that all the warriors on Tianzhu Star will remember your kindness. It will never change." No need for that. Wang Ting's heart jumped. Statue? These two elders of Heaven's Pillar 12 were too excited. They even brought out a statue. From his point of view, solving this problem for Heaven's Pillar planet was not much. It was just to deepen the relationship between both sides. However, he never expected these warriors of Heaven's Pillar planet to be so excited. It was as though saving Heaven's Pillar planet was more worthy of their gratitude than saving their lives. In the end, Wang Ting underestimated Heaven's Pillar planet's position in their hearts. Mother planet, Wang Ting suddenly thought of that distant blue planet. He suddenly had the thought of returning home. It seemed that he had been out for a long time. He smiled in his heart. He could somewhat understand the feelings of these Heaven's Pillar planet warriors. If you can really restore Heavenly Pillar planet, you deserve all of this. I believe that if the other people on Heavenly Pillar planet knew about this, they would do the same as us. Cough, cough, cough. Elder Shi was so agitated that he couldn't help but cough. Although he had taken Wang Ting's pill, his foundation was still injured. He was so excited that he coughed out blood. Elder Shi. The group of Heaven's Pillar planet warriors could not help but look at Elder Shi nervously. They did not know the specific situation of Elder Shi and thought that his injuries had suddenly worsened. They were very worried. It's okay. Elder Shi waved his hand and said, "After taking Wang Ting's pill, I'm fine. This is just a normal situation." Wang Ting was well aware of his condition, so he said, "Don't be agitated, Master Shi. My Dan can only suppress your injury temporarily. You'll need a Grandmaster class advanced Dan that can restore your essence in the future. Only then will you be able to recover completely." "Wang Ting, do you have such a pill?" Feng Jin could not help but ask. "Little Feng Jin, don't make things difficult for Wang Ting. He has already helped us enough." Elder Shi quickly waved his hand and said. He was very clear that Wang Ting had already helped them recover Heaven's Pillar planet. He really did not have the face to let him treat his injuries. "Elder Shi, you don't have to do this." Wang Ting smiled faintly and said, "Although I don't have such an Dan with me, if I have the corresponding Dan formula, it's indeed not a problem for me to make a high-level Grandmaster stage Dan. I can make it in less than half a day." In less than half a day? When the crowd heard his words, they did not know whether to be surprised or happy. Was this the confidence of a saint-level genius alchemist? In the rumors they had heard before, there were indeed some outrageous descriptions about this genius, but they all thought that they were exaggerated. Now that they saw Wang Ting say it, they realized that maybe it was all true after seeing him. The corner of Feng Jin's mouth twitched. Looking at Wang Ting, he suddenly felt that he really did not deserve to be called a genius. What was a genius? This was a genius. No, this guy was a monster. He could not be compared with him at all. Yes. 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 Elder Guan immediately came to his senses and said excitedly, "We have such a pill formula on Heaven's Pillar planet. We will have to trouble Saint Wang Ting when the time comes." Yes. He even changed the way he addressed Wang Ting and directly called him saint. An alchemist who could refine a high-level grandmaster-level pill in less than half a day. If he was not a saint, then what was he? Elder Sure wanted to say something but hesitated. However, when he saw Wang Ting's indifferent look, he did not say anything. He just remembered this kindness in his heart. Well, what we need to do now is to deal with the dark apparitions on Heaven's Pillar planet as soon as possible, then purify Heaven's Pillar planet and restore this planet to its original state. Wang Ting said. Hearing that Wang Ting wanted to restore Tianzhu planet's original appearance as soon as possible, the Tianzhu planet warriors present were full of enthusiasm and couldn't wait to start immediately. However, they also knew that this matter could not be rushed, and they had to rely on Wang Ting, so they had to listen to him. They all looked at Wang Ting, waiting for him to assign the task. Take these recovery pills first and restore the force in your body as soon as possible. Wang Ting took out a few jade bottles. He handed them to Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others. They had been locked up for a long time, so it was obviously not easy for them to restore the force in their bodies quickly. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others finally stopped saying any more words of gratitude. They knew that they already owed Wang Ting a lot, and saying such nonsense would only make them seem pretentious. So, they took the jade bottles and distributed the pills so that everyone could recover as soon as possible. The others did not talk nonsense. They immediately took the pills, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to recover. At this time, they finally felt the miraculous effect of Wang Ting's pills. The effect was really much better than the pills refined by other alchemists. Do you have the contact information of the people outside? Wang Ting looked at Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others and asked. Yes. Feng Jin immediately nodded, but then said awkwardly, "But our intelligent wristwatches were all destroyed by the dark apparitions, so we can't contact the outside world now." That's fine. That's fine. Tell me how to contact them, and I'll contact them. Wang Ting said. Okay. Feng Jin and the others almost did not hesitate and immediately gave Wang Ting a contact information and a secret code. At this moment, their trust in Wang Ting had reached an unprecedented level, and they treated him as one of their own on Tianzhu planet. The secret code was undoubtedly very important. Otherwise, even if they had a communication method, they would not be able to contact the other party. It could be seen that Feng Jin and the others really did not hold back. Yuan Gun, contact the other party. Wang Ting received the contact information and ordered Yuan Gun in his mind. Right away. Yuan Gun had witnessed the entire process and couldn't help but admire Wang Ting's methods. He immediately responded when he heard what Wang Ting said. With the existence of the Yuan Gun, Wang Ting could contact people from the outside world even if he was on a planet like Tianzhu planet that was tainted by the power of darkness. He did not have to worry about the intelligence of the dark apparition capturing the information. Unless the other party had an AI more powerful than Yuan Gun. Not long after, Wang Ting's intelligent wristwatch showed that the other party had connected the call. A light screen was projected in front of everyone. Who are you? How did you know our secret signal? Inside the light screen was a woman with a spirit snake bun. Her eyes were vigilant and serious. After seeing Wang Ting, her expression changed slightly and she asked coldly. This humble one is Wang Ting. Wang Ting did not mind. With Heaven Pillar planet's current situation, these martial artists should be like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Any stranger could cause them to raise their guard and not easily trust them. Wang Ting? She raised her eyebrows slightly as if she felt that this name was very familiar. Wang Ting. At this moment, another voice sounded from the light screen, sounding extremely shocked. Let me see. Another figure appeared on the light screen. It was an old man from the Foxman race. He had very obvious characteristics. At this moment, he carefully sized up Wang Ting and said, "It's really him, the Saint of Seven Paths, the human prodigy who killed many dark apparitions." Are you sure? The beautiful woman had naturally heard of Wang Ting's reputation. At this moment, she suddenly understood why she felt that this name was familiar. However, she had never seen Wang Ting before and still asked hesitantly. I can't be wrong. I know people from Planet Torch Dragon and just got the news from them. The old man from the Foxman race said. If you don't believe me, you can check my communication account. Wang Ting smiled. He knew that no matter how much he said, it was not as useful as this identity account. Everyone's personal account was extremely special and was bound to their soul. Since the old man knew people from Planet Torch Dragon, he would soon know his account. As long as his identity was confirmed, the rest of the discussion would be easy. There was no need to explain anything at all. Wait a moment. The old man from the Foxman race said, then turned and left in a hurry. Obviously, he was going to contact his friends. After a while, the woman nodded as if she had confirmed it. She looked at Wang Ting in surprise and said apologetically, I'm very sorry. Because of the situation on planet Tianzhu, we have to be more cautious. Understood. Understood. Wang Ting nodded. May I know why you are looking for us? She asked in confusion. You should know a few people here. Let them talk to you. Wang Ting moved aside after he finished speaking. He let Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others pass. Feng Jin. Elder Guan. Elder Shi. Understood. Sora Alway widened his eyes and finally lost his composure. She did not expect to see Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others again under such circumstances. Qiurong. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others were also a little excited when they saw familiar faces. They nodded at Aunt Qiurong on the screen. Aunt Qiurong. Feng Jin called out. Are you all okay? Aunt Qiurong nodded at Feng Jin and said with a little excitement, I thought you all, Aunt Qiurong, we are all fine. It was Wang Ting who saved us. Feng Jin said. Wang Ting saved you all. Qiurong came back to her senses. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others had clearly lost contact before. Why did they suddenly appear again? It was obviously related to Wang Ting. Then, Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others explained what happened to Qiurong. After hearing that, Qiurong finally calmed down. When she heard that Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others were captured by the dark apparition and almost died, her heart was in her mouth. Fortunately, they were all fine. Otherwise, she really did not know how to deal with this huge blow. Although they had an ominous feeling when they lost contact with Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others, before seeing it with their own eyes, they were still holding on to the last glimmer of hope. They were unwilling to believe that Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others had died. Now that they were all alive and well, it was naturally the best result. If it were not for her strong temperament, she might have cried tears of joy at this moment. Following that, she felt grateful to Wang Ting. She did not expect this prodigy to save Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others from the dark apparition. This was really surprising. Now that the dark apparition has left, Tianzhu Star is empty. It is a good opportunity for us to take back Tianzhu Star. Elder Guan said solemnly. No wonder we detected a large number of dark apparitions leaving Tianzhu Star. Qiurong's eyes flashed. I thought it was a trap set by the dark apparitions to lure us in. It seems that is not the case. All right. They should have some mission. Even the deputy commander and commander have left. Elder Guan said. The dark apparition that was killed by Wang Ting was a deputy commander-in-chief. His ability was at the 4th stage of an upper-level demon emperor. If this was a trap, they wouldn't have watched a 4th stage upper-level demon emperor die. Elder Shi said. That makes sense. Chirong nodded thoughtfully and asked, "So, what do you plan to do?" "Alright. We plan to kill all the dark apparitions on Tianju Star, take back Tianju Star, and restore Tianju Star to its original state," Elder Guan said. "It is easier said than done to restore Tianju Star to its original state." Xiao Rong smiled bitterly and said, "You should know that with Tianju planet's current level of corruption, we can't restore it at all. I'm afraid we can only wait until all the dark apparitions in the 3 territories are expelled before we can restore Tianju planet." "Alright. Also, many people think that there is no need to restore Tianju Star in such a hurry. They think that you fell into the hands of the dark apparitions because you did not listen to their advice. They think that there is no need to save you." "Alright." Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others' expressions changed when they heard this. After the fall of Tianju Star, the remaining high-level officials were divided into 2 factions. One faction thought that they should preserve their strength and not be in a hurry to restore Tianju Star. The 3 territories were now shrouded in the shadow of the dark apparitions. Even if they took back Tianju Star, how long could they defend it? What they should do now was to preserve their strength to rebuild a new Tianju Star in the future instead of risking their lives for a dead planet. The other faction was led by Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others. They thought that they should restore Tianju Star. Tianju Star was their mother planet. They must not give it up. As long as the defense array of Tianju Star was repaired, they could defend against the dark apparitions. It was better than them hiding outside without a fixed place to stay. The viewpoints of both factions were reasonable. They were doing it for Tianju Star and had no other selfish motives. The main reason for this disagreement was the power of darkness that was difficult to expel. The former thought that they couldn't expel the power of darkness even after putting in so much effort. Even if they took back Tianju Star, they wouldn't be able to use it. That was why they were so pessimistic. From my personal point of view, I'm actually still willing to support you. However, we really can't withstand any storms now, Xiao Rong said. We understand your concerns. We all understand your concerns, but this time, there is hope that we can expel the power of darkness from Tianju Star. Old Man Guan took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind as he said. He actually understood the choice of the other faction. Back then, they insisted on saving people and were already prepared to sacrifice themselves. They didn't intend to let the other faction save them. Therefore, Elder Guan and the others could calmly accept that the other faction didn't intend to save them. They didn't have any resentment in their hearts. As for why they went out to ask for help later, it was because they saw the hope of restoring Tianju Star. They thought that the Dark Apparition Army had left and that they could take back Tianju Star with a small price. The other faction should support them. What? There's hope to expel the power of darkness from Tianju Star? A shocked voice came from the side again. The Foxman race elder appeared on the light screen again. He stared at Elder Guan and the others and asked, "What ideas do you have?" "It's not us. It's Wang Ting," Feng Jin said with some resentment. Her resentment was not directed at Wang Ting, but at the Foxman race elder and the people in his faction. These people were too ashamed to come out to meet them before. As soon as they heard that there was hope to expel the power of darkness from Tianju Star, they came out again. What was this? Elder Guan and the others could accept it calmly, but Feng Jin was still relatively young. She couldn't ignore it at all. The Foxman race elder naturally heard the resentment in Feng Jin's words. He looked embarrassed and said, "Feng Jin, don't blame us. We're also doing this for Tianju Star." Humph. Feng Jin curled her lips with a disdainful expression. They could even give up their mother planet. How could they say it was for Tianju Star? Okay. Elder Guan waved his hand and said, "At times like this, we should work together. We can't fight among ourselves." Elder Guan is right. The Foxman race elder smiled and then asked seriously, "You just said that Sir Wang Ting has a solution. Is that true?" "Yes. Yes, I do have a way to expel the power of darkness from Tianju Star," Wang Ting said. When the Foxman race elder, Xiao Rong, and the others heard his words, they were really surprised and happy. Their expressions were not much better than Elder Guan and the others. They had some doubts about Wang Ting's words, but not much. A saint of the seven paths might have such ability, this was also a hope. Did they really not want to restore Tianju Star? Were they really willing to give up their mother planet and leave their home? If possible, who would want to leave? Where are you now? Xiao Rong pushed the Foxman race elder away and asked. We're on Tianju Star. Elder Guan said, after the dark apparition of the demon emperor level was killed, there should be no more powerful dark apparitions on Tianju Star. Alright. If there are no problems, we'll go to Tianju Star very soon. If there are no problems, we'll go to Tianju Star soon. Xiao Rong hesitated and said. Okay. Elder Guan nodded and said. This was the right thing to do. If it were them, they would not act rashly. They would definitely confirm it first. But do it as soon as possible. Don't let Sir Wanting wait for too long. He reminded again. We understand. Xiao Rong's face turned serious and she quickly nodded. They really did not dare to treat Wanting, a saint of the seven paths, as an ordinary genius. The status of a saint was almost comparable to an immortal level existence, let alone a saint of the seven paths. The light screen disappeared, and the conversation between the two sides ended. Wanting smiled and didn't mind. He sat down cross-legged at the side and waited. Time passed in a flash. More than an hour later, Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others had almost recovered. Although they were not at their peak, they had recovered about 70% to 80%. They were even more surprised, but they also knew that it was all thanks to Wanting's pill. So, they could not help but look at the young man sitting cross-legged on the big rock in front of them. Let's do it now. Wanting slowly opened his eyes and said. Okay. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others were full of anger. They cupped their fists at Wanting and immediately turned into streams of light, rushing straight to all parts of Tianju Star. Wanting smiled slightly. It seemed that he did not need to do anything at all. These warriors of Tianju Star were full of anger. The remaining dark apparitions on Tianju Star were probably not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Boom. 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 Sure enough, roars soon sounded all over Tianju Star. The war had broken out. However, without the upper-rank Demon Emperor dark apparitions, there should be no dark apparitions on Tianju Star that could stop them. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others returned to Wanting's side. The murderous aura on their faces had lessened, but there was still a murderous aura around them. Are you all clear of your thoughts? Wanting said with a smile. Sir Wanting, please don't make fun of us. If we can completely destroy the Black Contempt Army, I'm afraid our thoughts will really be clear. Elder Guan smiled bitterly. Wanting smiled. He thought to himself, I'm afraid you won't be able to clear your thoughts in a short time. The Black Contempt Army is now in the hands of the Blood God Doppelganger. He will not give up for the time being. Boom, just as Elder Guan and the others were about to say something, a roar suddenly came from the sky. Streams of light broke through the black fog above Tianju Star and entered Tianju Star. A group of people came over in an aggressive manner. However, when they saw the situation on Tianju Star, they were stunned on the spot. Where are the dark apparitions? Why can't they find half a dark apparition? There were still many low-level dark apparitions in the starry sky outside Tianju Star. They were all transformed from the warriors of the light universe after their deaths. However, there was not a single dark apparition on Tianju Star. Even the low-level dark apparitions had disappeared. This was unbelievable. The group of people stared blankly at the ground below. Their mind power kept scanning, trying to find the trace of a dark apparition. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. However, they found Feng Jin, Elder Guan, and the others. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately reacted. Their eyes flashed as they flew toward them. Elder Guan. Elder Sure. Figures landed from the sky. Seeing that Elder Guan and the others were really fine and that their auras were not weak at all, they were instantly relieved. You're late. Elder Guan said lightly. Haha. The old man from the Foxman race laughed awkwardly and asked, You've killed all the dark apparitions on Tianju Star? Yes. That's right. Elder Sure nodded. You're too fast. The old man from the Foxman race's eyes flashed, and he said in surprise, "We only spent half an hour in the meeting and decided to rush over. However, the journey took a lot of time. I thought it was fast enough, but I didn't expect you to have already killed all the dark apparitions." "Yes. Yes. We've already tried our best to speed up." The woman with a pair of big breasts was wearing a dark red battle armor, which vividly set off her gourd-shaped figure. It was very eye-catching. "This is all thanks to His Excellency Wanting's elixir. It allowed us to recover in a short time," Elder Guan said. "His Excellency Wanting's elixir." The old man from the Foxman race and Xiao Rong couldn't help but be stunned. They immediately reacted and looked at Wanting, who was on a big rock at the side with a trace of respect in their eyes. They immediately walked forward and cupped their fists. "His Excellency Wanting, thank you very much." "Thank you. You're welcome." Wanting smiled faintly and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." The old man from the Foxman race, Xiao Rong, and the other higher-ups of Tianzhu Star were shocked. They didn't expect His Excellency Wanting to be so direct. They had just arrived, and he didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. For a moment, they didn't know how to answer because purifying the dark energy on Tianzhu Star was not an easy task. "I wonder how His Excellency Wanting is going to purify Tianzhu Star. Are you going to inscribe a saint-level array? Do you need us to prepare light-type ores?" The old man from the Foxman race asked. The problem of the Foxman race elder was what all the cultivators on Tianzhu planet were most concerned about. They believed that Wanting could not purify the dark force on Tianzhu planet with his own light attribute energy, so he could only rely on the power of a saint-level formation. What's more, this was definitely a long process. It was not something that could be resolved overnight. Therefore, they were very concerned about the materials needed to set up the formation. After all, with Tianzhu planet's current situation, it was a little difficult to obtain rare light attribute materials. If they wanted to transport them from other places, it would not be possible in a short period of time. To any force in the three territories, light attribute materials were definitely an extremely scarce resource. They would not easily take them out now. Even if there were light attribute materials from the outside world that were transported into the three territories, they would be snatched away by various forces. Tianzhu planet was completely at a disadvantage to obtain those light attribute materials now. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, Feng Jin, Xiao Rong, and the others had the same thought. Hence, they all looked at Wanting nervously. There was a way, but without the materials, it was impossible to cook without rice. "Everyone, don't worry." Wanting saw their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to prepare any ores. I'm not going to inscribe a saint-level formation." "All right. You're not going to inscribe a saint-level formation?" Everyone present was stunned and looked at him in astonishment. "If you're not going to inscribe a saint-level formation, how are you going to purify the dark force on Tianzhu planet?" Xiao Rong asked hesitantly. "Don't worry, I have my ways." Wanting smiled. Without explaining anything, he said, "What you need to do now is to repair and activate the formation on Tianzhu planet as soon as possible. This way, when Tianzhu planet is completely purified, it will not be contaminated by the dark force in the outside world." All right. The vast expanse of space outside Tianzhu planet had been completely contaminated by the power of darkness. The area was vast, so it was impossible to purify it in a short period of time. Wanting didn't have the time to purify the power of darkness, so he had to repair the formation on Tianzhu planet. "Don't worry about that. Our array masters from Tianzhu planet are also here. They are not far from Tianzhu planet. We will send a message to them now and let them land directly." Although Qiao Rong and the others were bewildered and did not know how Wanting was going to purify it, they still nodded. "Let's begin then." Wanting went straight to the point. "Good." When everyone saw this, they tactfully did not ask any more questions. They nodded and began to make their own arrangements. Qiao Rong and the others immediately went to inform the others to descend to Heaven Pillar planet. "Not only have we notified the array masters, we have also notified the other scattered Tianzhu planet cultivators. They will be returning one after another. After a short while, Qiao Rong said happily. Oh? Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others were overjoyed. After Tianzhu planet had been occupied by the dark apparitions, many people had scattered and left. Although they were still in contact with each other, with the current situation in Tianlanweave, it was very difficult for them to meet again. Now that Tianzhu Star was about to be purified, these people were finally going to return. There was no lack of powerhouses among them. With their return, Tianzhu planet's strength would be greatly improved. There are also some forces that have cooperated with Tianzhu planet. When they heard that His Excellency Wang Ting wanted to purify Tianzhu planet, they are all willing to contribute and come to Tianzhu planet to help. Qiao Rong said again. His gaze was filled with astonishment when he looked at Wang Ting. There was even a hint of respect in his eyes. Just a name was enough to make many people from the major forces choose to come. Before the dark apparitions appeared, Tianzhu planet did not have such treatment. When those major forces heard about Tianzhu planet, they avoided it like a snake or scorpion. They were not willing to pay more resources for a planet that had been completely occupied by the dark apparitions. This was very realistic. However, this was the norm of the universe. It was especially so in the current three major territories. The various forces could only come to the rescue because they were insecure. If the three major territories were invaded by the dark apparitions, it would be a disaster for the entire radiant universe. Overall, it would be a disaster. How could they allow others to sleep beside them? With the existence of the dark apparitions, the various forces would not be able to sleep in the future. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others were even more shocked when they heard this. They looked at Wang Ting one after another, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. In fact, even Wang Ting himself felt very surprised because he did not expect those forces to send people over. When did his reputation become so useful? Why didn't he know about it? Wang Ting shook his head and laughed. These forces really won't act unless they see a rabbit. All right. Their arrival is already a great help to Tianzhu planet. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others smiled bitterly. They felt helpless. However, they had to accept it. Speaking of which, where are the immortals of Tianzhu planet now? Although Wang Ting sympathized with Tianzhu planet's situation, there was nothing he could do. For major forces like them, it was inevitable to weigh the gains and losses. It was already a great surprise that they could come. If not for him, they would not have such treatment. However, he was still very puzzled. Why hadn't he seen any immortals of Tianzhu planet yet? If there were any immortals, Tianzhu planet's situation would not be so passive. This. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others showed a trace of sorrow. In the end, they sighed and said, one of our immortals fell in that battle. The remaining two old ancestors were heavily injured and are recuperating somewhere. 3 immortals, 1 dead and 2 injured. Wang Ting's heart trembled. It seemed that the battle on Tianzhu planet was really tragic. Even immortals could not escape. It was truly terrifying. Looks like we can't count on immortals for now. Forget it, I can't care so much. I've already done my best to help them purify the darkness energy. The rest will depend on their own luck. Wang Ting thought to himself. Wang, at this moment, a deafening buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the void, and a huge spaceship appeared in the sky above Heaven Pillar Star. The terrifying energy shield directly pushed away the surrounding dark fog, causing it to roll back in all directions. This is an immortal spaceship. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Astonishment appeared in his eyes. Tianzhu planet indeed had more than one immortal spaceship, however, it was not strange. Tianzhu planet was originally an extremely prosperous planet. It was one of the most important economic and cultural centers in the Tianfeng Empire. It attracted countless warriors, and the value it could create was immeasurable. Naturally, it could afford a few immortal spaceships. Moreover, if there were no immortal spaceships, the warriors on Tianzhu planet would not have been able to escape when the dark apparitions attacked. The spaceship entered Tianzhu planet's territory. The cabin door opened, and figures rushed out. They were the warriors and sub-professionals of Tianzhu planet. Elder Guan. Elder Shi. Elder Hu. Elder Qiao. When the warriors and sub-professionals saw Elder Guan and the others, they immediately greeted them. "Grandmaster Ita, you're finally here." Elder Guan and the others replied very politely. They did not dare to neglect these sub-professionals. A group of Grandmaster-level sub-professionals was not any weaker than a sector lord. Moreover, they still needed to rely on these Grandmaster-level sub-professionals to repair Tianzhu planet's array formation. "I heard that Saint Wangting is here?" After the two sides finished exchanging greetings, the Grandmaster called Itua asked. "This is Saint Wangting." Elder Guan and the others introduced Wangting to Grandmaster Ita and the other sub-professionals. Grandmaster Ita and the others were slightly surprised when they saw that Wangting was as young as the rumors said. Moreover, it was really enviable that he had achieved so much at such a young age. They did not dare to neglect him. They quickly came forward and bowed respectfully. "Saint Wangting, I've heard a lot about you." "Thank you. Grandmasters, you're too polite. My name is really nothing." Wangting's eyes moved, and he waved his hand with a smile. He looked at the Grandmaster in front of him with a bit of surprise. The other party was from the lizard scale race. His face was full of scales and he looked like a lizard. During the genius competition in the Qian Empire, he had fought with a lizard scale race being called Faramir, who was infected by a dark apparition. He did not expect to see another lizard scale race being today, and a sub-professional at that. Speaking of which, this race was really rare. He did not see them often. Elder Guan and the others were a little surprised when they saw these grandmasters bowing to Wangting so respectfully. However, when they thought of the difference in status between the two sides, they naturally understood what these grandmasters were thinking. For a sub-professional, a saint could easily crush a grandmaster. Besides, Wangting was the saint of 7 paths who had become famous through the sub-professional alliance's exchange meeting. He definitely knew many saints and even gods from the sub-professional alliance. These were all existences that the sub-professionals had to look up to. Therefore, no matter if it was Wangting's strength or background, these sub-professionals had to treat him with caution. If Saint Wangting's reputation is just a name, then us old guys who have lived for more than half of our lives will be ashamed. Hearing Wangting's humble words, Itua and the others were stunned for a moment and said with a bitter smile. Ahem. Wangting suddenly felt that he was being pretentious, so he could not help but cough and change the topic. He said, "Time is limited. Everyone, start repairing the formation now." Okay. Okay. Grandmaster Itua and the others quickly nodded, but they hesitated for a moment and asked, "Saint Wangting, are you not going to do it yourself?" The defense formation of Tianzhu planet is a saint-level formation. If Saint Wangting were to do it, it would be easy for him to repair it. Okay. In fact, they did not ask for Wangting's help, but they wanted to do him a favor. After repairing a saint-level formation, one would naturally be able to see everything about this saint-level formation, and the other party would naturally be able to control this formation. And this saint-level formation of planet Great Wildness was still somewhat special. It could be considered a formation unique to Tianzhu planet. Presumably, no saint-level formation master would be able to refuse such kindness. "I have other things to do." Wangting thought for a moment and shook his head. He knew that these sub-professionals had good intentions, but he really did have other things to do and did not want to waste time. Moreover, if he wanted to obtain the saint-level formation of Tianzhu planet, he could just directly pick up the attributes. He did not need to repair the formation at all. I see. Grandmaster Itua and the other sub-professionals immediately remembered what Elder Guan and the others had said before. This Saint Wangting seemed to be preparing to purify Tianzhu planet and did not have time to repair a formation, so they did not force it. They only felt that this Saint Wangting was really sacrificing himself for others. He helped Tianzhu planet purify the power of darkness without asking for anything in return. What a good person. Thus, they did not waste any more time and immediately turned to repair the formation. Many figures rushed to various parts of Tianzhu planet. A saint-level formation that covered the entire planet was naturally engraved in every part of Tianzhu planet. It covered all the regions and required a lot of manpower and resources. Fortunately, there were many sub-professionals. They were not the main force of the battle, so they had escaped from the previous disaster and escaped with Elder Guan and the others. Now was the time for them to play their role. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others were not idle either. They ordered the martial artists on Tianju planet to start cleaning and rebuilding. Tianju planet was filled with ruins and needed to be cleaned up before it could be used again. Under the mighty power of these martial artists, the ruins on Tianju planet seemed to have lost gravity and flew into the sky. Condense, earth element martial artists took action one after another, causing the earth and stones to fuse together. The crushed stones turned into complete squarish stones without any cracks. There were also wood element martial artists, metal element martial artists, and the others who took action one after another. They separated the wood materials and various metal materials to make it easier to use later on. In short, each element's division of labor was different, but they all had their uses. When they worked together, the efficiency was simply too high. To these powerful martial artists, even moving mountains and filling seas was a small matter. Moreover, this kind of matter was simply too simple. It did not require much effort and time. The ability to construct buildings was excellent, thus, the universe never lacked all kinds of strange buildings. And those buildings were all extremely grand. Some of them were even comparable to a planet. Wang Ting also saw the reconstruction process of a planet with his own eyes. To be honest, it was still a little shocking. After all, this was a planet. With his current strength, from a macroscopic view, he did not feel anything. It was nothing more than a planet in the universe. But from a microscopic view, witnessing the reconstruction of a life planet with his own eyes gave him an indescribable shock. It was like a human suddenly seeing an ant's nest. No matter how one thought about it, such a small ant could actually build such a huge ant's nest with a clear division of labor. In just half a day, the entire Tianju star seemed to have changed. The architects were in full swing, building all kinds of buildings. Seeing buildings rise from the ground, Tianju star gained a trace of vitality. Wang Ting sat cross-legged in the void outside Tianju star, overlooking the planet. As he observed these changes, a special feeling arose in his heart. This feeling was very subtle, and it was not a feeling of some kind of power, but a feeling of the soul. He seemed to have fallen into a state of epiphany. In the Chaos Star realm, wisps of mental strength automatically circulated and surrounded it. Wang Ting's heart stirred. He descended from the void and walked on Tianju star, observing the changes of the planet at a closer distance. He even merged with it. Sometimes, he waved his hand and helped the people on Tianju star build buildings. Sometimes, he used flames to help them smelt all kinds of metals. The perfect smelting process amazed everyone present. Sometimes, he used his earth and water talents to help the people on Tianju star sort out the earth veins, water veins, and so on. This kind of integration deepened his understanding in his heart, and the flow of his mental strength also became faster. The people on Tianju star looked at Wang Ting's back view and were very surprised. This heaven's pride was helping them rebuild Tianju star. Why would they need him for such a small matter? But when they saw how excited he was, they did not dare to disturb him. In the sky, Elder Guan, Feng Jin, Qiu Rong, and the other higher-ups of Tianju star were commanding other martial artists. When they saw this scene, they were all surprised. What is he doing? Feng Jin asked in surprise. Saint Wang Ting seems to have fallen into a state of epiphany? The Foxman race's elder suddenly said with a surprised expression. Epiphany. Wow. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked, and some of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Epiphany was a very rare situation. Even a sector lord would not experience it more than a few times in their life. Now, Wang Ting had entered a state of epiphany in front of them. How could they not be shocked? And the most important question was there any place on Tianju star that could let this prodigy have an epiphany other than Dashi Mountain? But he did not go to Tianju Mountain. If it was some special place, it would be fine. But on this devastated Tianju star, they really couldn't think of any place or thing that could let someone have an epiphany. Old Fox, are you sure? Feng Jin's face was full of suspicion, and he couldn't help but ask. There's no mistake. He is indeed in a state of epiphany. Before the Foxman race's elder could speak, Qiu Rong took a deep breath and said. Feng Jin pursed his lips, and his eyes were extremely complicated. Does he have to be so monstrous? Can't he give me some leeway? Although he already knew that the other party was monstrous, it was really unreal for him to enter a state of epiphany so easily. I wonder what he has comprehended. Xiaorong asked curiously. It's not over yet. But it's better not to ask about this kind of thing. If he is willing, then it's fine. If he doesn't say anything, Eldershire said. Yes. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. They naturally wouldn't do such a taboo thing. Tell the people below not to disturb Saint Wangting. Just cooperate with him. Elder Guan said. Let me personally protect him. If we disturb this prodigy's comprehension, then it will be our fault. Xiaorong smiled and turned to leave. She followed behind Wangting from afar. She didn't disturb him and just protected him. Feng Jin opened his mouth. Why did he have the illusion that Aunt Qiu had left him? Time passed slowly. Wangting was in a state of epiphany, and he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. At this moment, he was immersed in his own chaotic star field, feeling the wonderful changes. His mental power circulated in the chaotic star field, and there was an inexplicable trace of life aura. He didn't know if it was because of his epiphany that his mental power was tainted with the life origin energy of the chaotic star field, or because the epiphany itself gave his mental power a trace of life aura. All in all, under such coincidental circumstances, his mental power was advancing towards the realm of a sector lord. Spirit, 650000/800000, half-step sector lord level. Wangting couldn't help but look at his attribute panel, and his eyes widened. His mental power had undergone a huge change, and it had changed from a domain lord to a half-step sector lord. Half-step sector lord level. When these words appeared behind Wangting's spirit attribute, he was pleasantly surprised. This sudden epiphany allowed his mental energy to break through to the half-step sector lord level. Although it didn't reach the true sector lord level, it was undoubtedly a huge step forward. His spirit had been stuck at domain lord level for a long time. Now that he finally had a breakthrough, how could he not be happy? Moreover, his mental strength had increased from 600,000 points to 650,000 points, an increase of 50,000 points in total. Without picking up any attributes, just one epiphany raised 50,000 points, it was simply too worth it. However, the difficulty wasn't low at all. After all, epiphany wasn't that easy, especially one that could raise his spirit from domain lord level to half-step sector lord level. Many people were stuck at this threshold. Even many sector lord level fighters found it hard to raise their spirit to sector lord level, much less domain lord level fighters. Of course, it wasn't that easy to pick up 50,000 points of spirit attribute at half-step sector lord level. Even Wangting, who had plucked the wool of a sector lord martial warrior in the past, didn't manage to pick up a spirit attribute that contained the power of life. Now that he had finally reached half-step sector lord level, his spirit had a trace of life force. If he continued to pick up attributes, he should be able to get half-step sector lord level attributes. However, such attributes definitely couldn't be picked up from normal fighters. Only those who had reached sector lord level of spirit would be able to pick it up. And it would need a few of them to be able to pick up 50,000 points of spirit attribute. Hence, Wangting's epiphany this time was really fruitful. The results far exceeded his expectations. At the start, he only felt that there was a special rhythm to the revitalized heaven pillar star. Hence, he entered a state of comprehension. He didn't expect that as he comprehended, his mental energy would break through to half-step sector lord level. Unexpected things always came so suddenly. Half-step sector lord level spirit contains a trace of life force, but it hasn't merged with world energy. It's not a complete sector lord level spirit. Wangting thought to himself as he pondered. However, it's enough for now. After breaking through to half-step sector lord level, my spirit has undoubtedly become much stronger. At this moment, there was a strand of golden energy coiling around his hand. It was like a spirit snake that coiled around his finger. It was very agile, as though it contained life. This was half-step sector lord level spirit energy. It was completely different from domain lord level spirit energy. Heaven pillar star is my lucky star. Wangting couldn't help but smile. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, he turned around and said, Elder Qiurong, Thank you for your help just now. The space rippled and a voluptuous figure appeared. It was Qiurong who had protected him the entire time. At this moment, the middle-aged woman's face was filled with shock. Even with her temperament, she could not hide her emotions. What did she just feel? Sector Lord level spirit energy. There was no mistake. That was spirit energy that contained a trace of life force. She herself was someone who allowed her spirit energy to reach Sector Lord level. Hence, she wasn't unfamiliar with it. However, her martial cultivation had reached Sector Lord level for many years. Back then, to let her spirit energy reach Sector Lord level, she spent a lot of time nurturing it. In the end, how old was Wang Ting? It was fine that his martial cultivation hadn't reached Sector Lord level, but now his spirit energy actually had a trace of Sector Lord level spirit energy. Although he didn't truly reach Sector Lord level, but after taking this step, reaching Sector Lord level would be a matter of course. The difficulty would be lowered by many times. How did he do it? What was that enlightenment? She knew that Wang Ting's change was definitely related to that enlightenment. However, she didn't know what Wang Ting had comprehended. She followed him all the way but didn't see anything. If other Sector Lord level fighters knew about this, would they laugh at her? Elder Qiurong. Wang Ting saw that she didn't speak and called out again. Oh. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Sir Wang Ting. Qiurong came back to her senses and smiled. Bitterly. She quickly said, the change in your body just now really shocked me. Hee, it's just a coincidence. Wang Ting smiled. A fighter's coincidence has a lot to do with talent. If you don't have enough talent, even if it's right in front of you, you won't be able to see through it. Qiurong looked deeply at him and said. Wang Ting just smiled and didn't say anything. His talent was publicly acknowledged. Otherwise, where did the title of prodigy come from? After talking a lot, he naturally got used to it. However, he was already used to it. These people who just met him were always easily shocked. It wasn't his fault. At this moment, Elder Guan and Elder Shi flew over from afar. They looked at Wang Ting with complicated gazes. Even though they didn't get close, they were actually paying attention to Wang Ting's every move. They naturally felt the aura that suddenly appeared from his body. That was a trace of Sector Lord level spirit aura. Even if it wasn't complete, it was an extremely important step. Feng Jin was already beaten black and blue. She looked at the youth who was even younger than her and really wanted to open his head to see how he grew up. How could he be so monstrous? Mind you, even her spiritual power hadn't reached the Sector Lord level. She was still at the peak of the Domain Lord level. She had been stuck at this level for many years. How did Wang Ting manage to take that step? It was said that this step was very difficult to teach. It could only be understood but not explained. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult for so many people. Sir Wang Ting should have just reached half-step Sector Lord level spirit realm, right? Qiurong glanced at Feng Jin and hesitated for a moment before asking. That's right. Wang Ting didn't hide anything and nodded. May I know, how did you comprehend it? Qiurong hesitated for a moment before asking. Qiurong. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others' expressions changed, and they quickly stopped her. They had already warned her not to casually ask, but she still asked. Sir Wang Ting, please don't blame Elder Qiu. She just spoke without thinking, she didn't mean to pry. The Foxman elder hurriedly pulled Qiurong and wanted to apologize to Wang Ting. It's not a slip of the tongue. I really want to know. Mr. Wang Ting, you can name a price. I'm willing to pay the corresponding price to know the content of your epiphany. Qiurong shook her head and said seriously. This. Elder Guan and Elder Shi didn't know what to say. They seemed to have thought of something and looked at Feng Jin. Such an opportunity was indeed hard to come by. If it could be replicated, it might really allow others to reach half-step Sector Lord level spirit realm. Aunt Qiu. Feng Jin seemed to have understood and looked at Qiurong emotionally. She didn't expect Qiurong to do such a taboo thing for her. Aunt Qiu still loves me. A thought rose in Feng Jin's mind. However, no one tried to stop her. Since Qiurong was willing to pay the corresponding price, it was a fair trade. They just wanted to see what Wang Ting had to say. It's not a price. It's just a chance to comprehend. What's the harm in telling you? Wang Ting smiled casually. Just a chance to comprehend? Everyone was speechless. Wasn't this guy saying it too casually? It was a chance to comprehend. It wasn't some random realization, okay. At the same time, Wang Ting's words shocked everyone. He didn't seem to want Xiaorong to pay the price? You want to tell us directly? Xiaorong asked in surprise. What else? It's just a small matter. Wang Ting asked in surprise. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They wanted to say something but hesitated. They had the urge to complain, but they didn't know where to start. However, I have to say this first. My martial path is different from ordinary warriors. Whether you can comprehend anything will depend on your own luck. Wang Ting said. Of course. Xiaorong recovered from her shock, and her expression became serious as she hurriedly replied. Wang Ting nodded. My chance to comprehend is very simple. It's to observe the reconstruction of Heaven Pillar Star. From destruction to rebirth, I will naturally comprehend something. You can try it. Follow my path and follow my actions. Whether you can succeed or not, I don't know. I see. Elder Guan, Xiaorong, Feng Jin, and the others were stunned. Their eyes widened, revealing a trace of surprise. It turned out that they were overthinking. Wang Ting didn't comprehend anything else. What he comprehended was the reconstruction of Heaven Pillar Star. The most superficial things were directly ignored by them. From the beginning, Wang Ting didn't hide anything. He had shown the whole process to everyone. Unfortunately, no one could see through it. Heaven Pillar Star's reconstruction from destruction. Feng Jin muttered to herself. She seemed to have comprehended something, but she couldn't grasp that trace of enlightenment. Xiaorong, Elder Guan, and the others saw this and didn't disturb her. Feng Jin unknowingly walked away. She wanted to follow Wang Ting's path and do what he did. Perhaps she really had a chance to enter the realm of Sector Lord. As long as there was a chance, she wanted to try it. After all, she had wasted a lot of time. Wang Ting smiled and didn't take it to heart. He really didn't think much of it. It was just a chance to comprehend something. He had already eaten the meat, so what if he let others have a taste of the soup? Besides, they might not even get to drink it. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, Xiaorong, and the others didn't think so. The way they looked at Wang Ting changed once again. Perhaps this was what a true prodigy should be like. His breadth of mind was far from what ordinary people could compare to. Being able to share his insights without hesitation meant that he was never worried about others surpassing him. This was absolute confidence. Or perhaps he didn't care about others surpassing him. This was because for some prodigies, only by competing with their peers could they go further. Therefore, not only were they not worried about having too many prodigies in their generation, but they also tried their best to create opponents for themselves. If Wang Ting knew what they were thinking, he would definitely tell them that they were thinking too much. No one in the same generation could compete with him. Didn't he have the old seniors? Why should he set his sights on his peers? How boring would that be? Moreover, even if he gave Feng Jin a chance, she couldn't possibly catch up to him. How could he create opponents? At most, he could provide him with more wool. This could be considered a pretty good investment. Wang Ting suddenly hoped that Feng Jin could successfully enter the realm of the Sector Lord. At that time, she would have more wool. It would be best if her sacred wind spirit body could be improved. Previously, it was only at the 4th level, but it could improve his body and make it more perfect. If it reached the 5th level, would it still have the same effect? It was actually a good idea to nurture a long-term partner. Don't look at me like that. I'll feel embarrassed. Wang Ting retracted his thoughts. Seeing that everyone was still looking at him like that, he couldn't help but say helplessly. Cough cough. Elder Guan coughed dryly and said, Wang Ting's breadth of mind is really admirable. Elder Guan, you're too kind. It's really nothing. Don't take it to heart. Wang Ting waved his hand. Elder Guan and the others were stunned when they saw Wang Ting's embarrassed expression. They didn't expect this famous genius to have such a side to him. They couldn't help but laugh. Then, they changed the topic. The reconstruction of Tianzhu planet is on the right track. When do you plan to purify the dark force? How's the restoration of Tianzhu planet's defense formation? Wang Ting asked. It should be soon. Xiao Rong invited and smiled. How about Saint Wang Ting go check it out personally? They were really going to give Tianzhu planet's saint-level defense formation to Wang Ting. If they didn't really trust Wang Ting, they wouldn't do this at all. All right. Wang Ting looked at their expectant eyes and didn't reject them in the end. He nodded. He knew that these higher-ups wanted to thank him in this way. If he didn't agree, it would be a huge psychological burden for them. It was better to agree. They could also improve their relationship. Hence, Wang Ting followed Elder Guan, Xiao Rong, and the others to check on Tianzhu planet's defense formation. Their first stop was the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains, which was also the core of the Heaven's Pillar planet's defensive formation. Actually, he had already discovered the traces of the formation around Tianzhu Mountain. However, the formation had already been destroyed by the dark apparition and there were no attribute bubbles. Hence, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he was at Tianzhu Mountain again and stood in the sky, Wang Ting saw many formation runes engraved on the mountain and the ground. Our Heaven's Pillar planet's saint-level defensive formation is called the 12 Heavenly Pillars Coiling Dragon Formation. It's an Earth-type formation. We asked a Saint-level 7 Tribulation Runic Formation Master from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters to help design it, Elder Guan explained. 7 Tribulation Saint-level Runes Formation Master. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Tianzhu planet's defense formation to have such a history. There weren't many 7 Tribulation Saint-level Runes Formation Masters even in the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. At least, he hadn't seen many of them. Although he seemed to have met the family heads of the core families of the subprofessions and even interacted with god-level existences, most of the saint-level subprofessions he met were below the 7 Tribulation Saint level. The reason for this was that after the 6 Tribulation Saint level, it was an extremely difficult process to advance again. Many subprofessions spent countless years in the saint level before advancing to the first tribulation. It was extremely difficult to reach the 7 Tribulation Saint level and advance to the late stage of the saint level. Basically, those who could reach the late stage of the saint level were old monsters who didn't show themselves in the world. Some of them didn't even stay in the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. Instead, they sought opportunities in the outside world. They wanted to break through to the god level or become a guest elder of a major faction. The defense array of Tianzhu planet came from a 7th Tribulation Sacred Stage Rune Array Master. No wonder Elder Guan and the others were so confident in it. They felt that it could move Wang Ting and wanted to give it to him. 12 Heavenly Pillars Coiling Dragon Formation? Wang Ting looked down at the formation diagram and murmured to himself. He couldn't help but feel interested. Elder Guan and the others smiled when they saw him like this. The 12 Heavenly Pillars Coiling Dragon Formation was Tianzhu planet's secret. Very few people knew what this formation looked like. There had been many saint-level runes formation masters who came to Tianzhu planet to take a look. After all, this formation was created by a 7 Tribulation saint-level runes formation master. If they could observe it, it would be of great help to those below the 6 Tribulation saint level. However, they were all rejected by Tianzhu planet. Now that Elder Guan and the others had taken the initiative to give this formation to Wang Ting, it showed their sincerity. Wang Ting didn't stand on ceremony. He started observing the array immediately. The runes formation masters were each in charge of an area. They were quickly repairing the formation. They were almost done, leaving only a small part that hadn't been completely repaired. Therefore, Wang Ting could already see the core of this array formation. Truly exquisite beyond compare. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled. He couldn't help but exclaim, using the earth vein energy from Tianzhu Mountain to power the core of the formation, and with the help of the 12 Heavenly Pillars Coiling Dragon, the formation master gathered the energy of the entire planet to form a defense. That saint-level formation master really took advantage of Tianzhu planet to the extreme. If I'm not wrong, there are often planets with powerful earth element energy outside of Tianzhu planet that can be absorbed by the 12 Heavenly Pillars Coiling Dragon. When necessary, it can increase the power of the formation to at least the 4 Tribulation Saint level. Elder Guan, Xiao Rong, and the others were shocked when they heard this. They couldn't believe their eyes. Mr. Wanting, have you heard of this array before? Eldersher couldn't hold it in anymore. He couldn't help but ask. No, this is the first time I've heard of it. Wanting shook his head. Hiss. Everyone looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. They found it hard to believe. They had never heard of this array before, but he was able to understand the rules of the array and its level so clearly. He was even able to consider the backup plan. Was this the talent of Saint of Seven Paths? Seems like I'm right. Wanting raised his eyebrows and smiled. Not only are you right, but you're also right. It's as if you've seen it with your own eyes. Elder Guan and the others looked at him as if he was a monster. If they didn't know that the 12 heavenly pillars coiling dragon formation was a secret, they wouldn't have believed Wanting's words. They would have thought that he must have heard of this formation before. Wanting smiled and ignored them. He continued to observe the formation below him. At the same time, the attribute bubbles on the ground attracted his attention. Pick them up, he smiled and thought to himself that there were indeed attribute bubbles after he repaired it. He immediately swept out his mind power and picked up all the attribute bubbles that were scattered around the formation's core. Change source app, if he could pick up the attribute bubbles, who would want to analyze and comprehend it? 12 heavenly pillars coiling dragon formation, incomplete, asterisk 600, 12 heavenly pillars coiling dragon formation, incomplete, asterisk 1000, 12 heavenly pillars coiling dragon formation, incomplete, asterisk 800. 12 sky pillars coiling dragon array, saint level, incomplete 2400/6000, beginner. Wanting's mind was filled with many insights. Strange runes appeared one after another, forming a huge circular array. This array had 12 huge pillars erected at the edge of the array. It looked quite spectacular, and at the core of the array, there was a shadow of a mountain, very similar to the Sky Pillar Mountain. Countless mysterious runes wrapped around the 12 pillars and spread throughout the array, then extended all the way to the core of the array. Runes even appeared on the illusory mountain at the center of the mountain. However, other than most of the runes at the core that were lit up, the runes in the other areas were extremely dim and even very blurry. It was impossible to see what they looked like. It's only at the beginner level, and it's incomplete. Wanting's eyes flashed. He was not surprised. What he had just picked up was only the attribute bubbles at the core, and he had not picked up the attribute bubbles in the other areas. Not long after, Wanting broke away from the enlightenment and looked at the array in front of him again. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something, and he could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. He immediately focused and looked carefully, and his eyes kept flashing. There's indeed a problem. With just a few glances, Wanting discovered that the core of the array, which seemed to have no problems, actually had a great hidden danger. Moreover, this hidden danger was obviously not natural, but man-made. This hidden danger was very subtle, and it did not even affect the operation of the array. It was as if there was a small structural problem, and even some saint-level array masters might not be able to discover it. Not to mention someone who had no understanding of the 12 sky pillars coiling dragon array. However, Wanting was not an ordinary saint-level array master. His foundation in array formation was far beyond ordinary saint-level array masters in runes. Coupled with the enlightenment he had just received, it could be said that he had a very deep understanding of this array in an instant. Was there a hidden danger? Was it man-made? It could not escape his eyes at all. How dare you do something under my nose? Do you think I won't find out? I'd like to see who it is. Wanting sneered in his heart. This person really didn't take him seriously. He scanned the area below and immediately found the person in charge of this area. It's actually him. Wanting raised his eyebrows in surprise. The Grandmaster of the Lizard Scale race, he had paid special attention to this person because he was a member of the Lizard Scale clan. The cultivator who had been infected by darkness back then was a member of the Lizard Scale clan, so it was difficult for him to not pay attention to him. Why would he do that? Wanting was suspicious. Could it be related to the dark apparitions? He couldn't be blamed for thinking of using the dark apparition. There was already a living example of this. That was why he had such a thought. Under such circumstances, the biggest enemy of Tianzhu planet would be the dark apparitions. Wang Ting didn't say anything. He wasn't in a hurry to tell Elder Guan and the others. He felt that everyone was suspicious. He thought that the remaining people on Tianzhu planet wouldn't be a problem, but something like this still happened. He had to be careful. I want to see what you're planning to do. Wang Ting felt a chill in his heart. To him, the hidden danger in the 12 sky pillars coiling dragon formation was nothing. As long as he discovered it, it wouldn't be difficult to solve it. The difficult part was whether he could discover it. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to expose the other party. More importantly, he wanted to find out the person behind the other party and understand his purpose. Wang Ting took a deep look at the Grandmaster of the Lizard Scale race and didn't pay any more attention to him. He continued to pick up the attribute bubbles. There were many runes on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. However, the runes weren't damaged much and were still intact. The dark apparitions probably didn't want to destroy this strange mountain, so they didn't need to repair anything. Wang Ting circled around Tianzhu planet and said to Elder Guan and the others, "Let's take a look at the other areas." Okay. Okay. Elder Guan and the others led the way. The 12 sky pillars that formed the formation were located in very special places. That was why Wang Ting hadn't set foot in those places before. This was his first time here. For example, the 2 sky pillars were located in a place full of ice. The ice attribute was very strong there, and only ice attribute warriors would set foot here. Ordinary warriors wouldn't come here. A few people with sub-professions dug through the thick layer of ice and carved the formation runes under the ground so that the sky pillars could operate again. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles and went to other places. 12 sky pillars. 12 positions. He observed them one by one under the guidance of Elder Guan and the others. Since the higher-ups of Tianzhu planet wanted to give him the 12 sky pillars coiling dragon formation as a gift, they naturally wanted him to observe it carefully. However, they didn't think that Wang Ting could fully grasp the formation in a short time. They brought him around to familiarize him with it. After that, Wang Ting could study the formation himself. 12 sky pillars coiling dragon formation, Saint level 6800/15000, proficient. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel and couldn't help but smile. The word incomplete had disappeared. His mastery level had also increased from the beginner level to the proficient level. At this point, Wang Ting had fully grasped the saint-level formation. Just as Elder Guan and the others said, this formation was of great help to him. The mysteries of this formation were not something that an ordinary 4 tribulation saint-level formation could compare to. The 7 tribulation saint-level runes formation master is indeed different. Wang Ting lamented in his heart. Mr. Wang Ting, are you satisfied with this formation? Xiao Rong asked with a smile. It's very good. Wang Ting nodded calmly and didn't deny it. That's good. Xiao Rong smiled even more happily. Although this beautiful woman was a little old, she indeed had a unique charm. Her smile was very moving. Ahem. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his interest. After all, beautiful people and things didn't care about age. He glanced at the raging waves discreetly and asked, "Is Grandmaster Ita a Grandmaster nurtured by your Tianzhu planet?" Ahem. Xiao Rong and the others didn't know why he asked this question. They were stunned for a moment and then nodded. Yes, Grandmaster Ita is indeed a Grandmaster cultivated on Tianzhu planet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let him participate in the restoration of the 12 sky pillars coiling dragon formation. Ahem. Grandmaster Ita should be from the lizard scale tribe. Are there many of them on Tianzhu planet? Wang Ting asked again. There are a few, but not many. Xiao Rong said. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask any more questions. Mr. Wang Ting, is there something wrong with Grandmaster Ita? Xiao Rong glanced at Grandmaster Ita and suddenly asked through voice transmission. At this time, they had returned to Tianzhu Mountain and could see Grandmaster Ita working below. Wang Ting glanced at her. It seemed that this elder Xiao Rong wasn't brainless. She could detect a trace of a problem from his question. However, this might be caused by their current situation. Everyone was like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. They would suspect anyone they saw. Wang Ting had experienced this kind of treatment before. He didn't want to say anything and investigate it himself. Now that Xiaorong asked, he didn't want to hide it anymore. However, Wang Ting just smiled and didn't rush to answer. Instead, he asked again, when Tianzhu planet was occupied by the dark apparitions, did anything happen to the 12 sky pillars coiling dragon formation? Yes. Xiaorong's expression became more and more uncertain. She thought for a moment and said hesitantly, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Yes. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, didn't you find anything wrong? Wang Ting glanced at Elder Guan and the others. His gaze swept past their faces as he asked calmly. He actually trusted Elder Guan. After all, Elder Shi and Elder Guan almost died in the hands of the dark apparitions. It was unlikely that they had anything to do with the dark apparitions. As for the Foxman race elder and Xiaorong, they were still within the scope of suspicion. Indeed. Elder Guan and the others shook their heads. That's not right. The Foxman race elder's eyes flashed, and his expression changed slightly. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. He suddenly said, have you forgotten? At the last moment, the 12 sky pillars coiling dragon formation suddenly collapsed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been defeated so thoroughly. All right. But wasn't the formation collapsed because of the dark apparition's attack? Elder Guan and the others frowned. The reason they didn't find anything wrong was that the situation was chaotic at that time, and the matter of the formation was all handled by the secondary professions, so they didn't pay much attention to it. They had no idea why the formation collapsed in the end. In addition, the dark apparitions were crazily attacking the formation and even used extremely powerful battleships. It was reasonable that the formation collapsed in the end. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? The Foxman race elder took a deep breath and said, the formation didn't break earlier or later. It just had to break when the battle between the immortal rank ancestors and the dark apparition was intense. As a result, the attention of the 3 immortal rank ancestors was attracted and a flaw appeared. That was why the dark apparition broke the formation one by one. What? This? Elder Guan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was extremely terrifying. If he didn't say it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, when he said it out loud, it was extremely strange. Did Sir Wang Ting discover something wrong with the formation? Xiaorong forced herself to calm down. She looked at Wang Ting and asked. I did discover a small problem, but you don't have to worry too much. Since I've already discovered it, I won't let it have any more problems. Wang Ting said calmly. For the time being, he couldn't find anything wrong with these higher-ups. He still needed to continue observing. Originally, with his eye talent ability, he could accurately capture some subtle expressions. However, these higher-ups of Tianzhu planet didn't seem to have any problems. Everything seemed normal. Of course, he couldn't rule out another possibility. They were all old foxes and had already mastered the most exquisite expression management. However, from his previous interactions with them, they didn't seem like that kind of people. Unless they were faking it from the beginning. That's good. That's good. With a saint-level existence like Sir Wang Ting, we can be at ease. Elder Guan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were still very confident in Wang Ting's subclass ability. After all, he was the saint of 7 paths who rose through the subclass alliances exchange. It was equivalent to him being recognized by many saint-level existences and even god-level existences. They had no reason not to believe him. We originally wanted to give the saint-level formation to Sir Wang Ting. We didn't expect Sir Wang Ting to have to expend so much effort. Xiaorong smiled bitterly. It's nothing. I like this formation very much. Wang Ting smiled and said, so don't worry about these details. All right. As expected, Sir Wang Ting is a sentimental person. Elder Guan and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, they laughed and said, we won't say any words of gratitude. In short, we will remember everything that Sir Wang Ting has done for Tianzhu Star. All right. Wang Ting waved his hand and said, I think the formation is almost repaired. It's time for me to make my move. All right. Sir Wang Ting is going to purify the power of darkness. Alright. Elder Guan and the rest of the elders were shocked. They were pleasantly surprised. It's finally going to start. Although they didn't say anything, their hearts were filled with anticipation. They hoped that Tianju Star would recover soon. Now, Tianju Star's recovery was about to arrive. As Tianju Star's martialists, how could they not feel excited? That's right. Wang Ting smiled when he saw how agitated they were. He said, Elder Guan, please remind everyone not to panic. What I'm going to do next won't affect them. Everything will be normal. Alright. No problem. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others quickly responded. And they saw Wang Ting. Ting seemed to have a card up his sleeve, and his confidence in Wang Ting grew. Wang Ting didn't waste any more words and immediately flew toward the starry sky outside Tianju Star. He was very fast, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed out of Tianju Star's range. Behind him, Elder Guan and the others' eyes followed his back closely, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. In the void outside Tianju Star, Wang Ting slowly stopped and looked down at Tianju Star. At this moment, the entire Tianju Star had turned into a huge sphere in his eyes. This sphere was wrapped in a large amount of black fog, and it was filled with darkness and evil. Wang Ting smiled and waved his hand. A strange tree appeared in the void, exuding a rich power of light. Huh? Huh? The dazzling slug and the light-containing tree were stunned. Especially the light-containing tree. This was the first time Wang Ting had summoned it. He had never used it before. Wang Ting, what are you doing now? The dazzling slug asked while lying on the light-containing tree. Do you see that planet? Wang Ting pointed at the planet in front of him. What dense power of darkness. The dazzling slug and the light-concealing tree looked in that direction, and they could not help but be startled. As soon as they had appeared, they had sensed that the aura here was filled with darkness and evil. Only now did they notice that there was actually a living planet that had been completely infected by darkness force. This is the planet where you obtained the special space, right? The dazzling slug asked with a flicker in its eyes. Correct. Wang Ting nodded. So, what do you plan to do now? The dazzling slug asked. Restore this planet. Wang Ting smiled and said something shocking. You're crazy. The dazzling slug's lips twitched. After a moment of silence, it said, do you know how much light origin power is needed to purify an entire planet? Moreover, origin power alone isn't enough. We need a powerful purification method. I know. I have my methods. The three of us combined should be enough for light origin power. Wang Ting said, even if it's not enough, we can still use pills to restore it. Alright. You're ruthless. The dazzling slug said helplessly after a moment of silence. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'll give you some rewards for taking action this time. Apart from the older ones, you can choose any of the spirit medicines in the spatial fragment. Wang Ting said with a smile. The light-containing tree's eyes lit up. It had long since set its eyes on those light-attribute spirit medicines, but it didn't dare use them without Wang Ting's approval. Only those over 10,000 years old are enough. The dazzling slug curled its lips. Just tell me if you want them or not. Wang Ting shot it a glance and said indifferently. Of course, why not? We've already done all the hard work. We can't just do it for free, can we? The dazzling slug said. What about you? Wang Ting glanced at the light-containing tree. As you wish. The light-containing tree silhouette was still as proud as ever. She sat on the tree trunk and looked down at Wang Ting as though she didn't care at all. Damned Sundara. Wang Ting cursed inwardly. He didn't waste any more words and directly instructed, I'll use a combat technique in a while. You just need to inject light origin power into it according to my guidance. Alright. Understood. The dazzling slug and the light-containing tree nodded. Then let's begin. Alright. Wang Ting took a deep breath and gazed at the planet in front of him once more. The light origin power in his body immediately gushed out and filled the starry sky. Boom, a deafening rumble echoed in the void. The black mist shrouding the void retreated involuntarily upon encountering the pure light origin power. The roars of the dark apparitions echoed from within the black mist. However, these dark apparitions were too weak and didn't dare reveal themselves. Fortunately, the light origin power didn't charge at them directly. Otherwise, they would have been purified long ago. Wang Ting's eyes focused as he operated the light origin power according to a special circulation path. Origin power caused a pair of blurry figures to appear in the air. This is? The dazzling slug's eyes widened as though it had seen something strange. Holy light, skywing protection. At this moment, a soft shout suddenly rang out, reverberating in the void. Boom! As soon as the words were spoken, the light origin power in the void erupted with a blinding light. Then, boundless light gathered and condensed into a pair of giant wings of light. As expected, it's this fellow. The dazzling slug's eyes were shaken. The astonishment in its heart had reached its peak. It recognized this combat technique. Back then, that Sector Lord prodigy from the winged race had used this combat technique. The other party was a light attribute cultivator, so it naturally paid attention to it. The power of this combat technique was extremely terrifying. It could purify extremely dense darkness power. Even the slug was a little envious. Although the dazzling slug race also possessed powerful light attribute combat techniques, who would complain about having more of them, however, it hadn't expected Wang Ting to actually use this combat technique at this moment. Suddenly, its gaze became extremely heated as it looked at Wang Ting with glowing eyes. In the void, a huge pair of radiant wings slowly unfurled behind Wang Ting. Although this pair of wings could reach thousands of feet when extended, it was clearly not enough when compared to the heaven pillar star in front of him. Inject radiant star origin power. Wang Ting suddenly shouted. The dazzling slug and the light-containing tree had been waiting for this moment. Upon hearing his voice, they immediately erupted with radiant star origin power and surged toward the area where Wang Ting was. Boom! Wang Ting's expression was serious. The dazzling slug and the light-containing tree were both sector lords, especially the dazzling slug, which was a radiant star beast. The radiant star origin power it contained was boundless, and even Wang Ting didn't dare to be careless. Sacred light physique, activate. God-tier radiant talent, activate. A low shout sounded in his mind. Wang Ting activated his strongest radiant talent at the same time. Using both talents at the same time, his control over the radiant star origin power reached an inhuman level. Although the sacred light physique was only at the first level, which was still a bit low compared to his current realm, it was enough to control the radiant star origin power. After all, this was a top-notch radiant physique. Moreover, with the dazzling slug and the light-containing tree assisting him, the radiant star origin power they erupted with wasn't as violent and hard to control. Using both at the same time was more than enough. Turn! Turn! Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he roared. Spiritual force immediately swept out from between his eyebrows, assisting his radiant talent in controlling the radiant star origin power. Spiritual force didn't have an attribute, so it could be used to control the radiant star origin power. Of course. If it was a martial artist of other attributes, even if they could use spiritual force to control the radiant star origin power, they probably wouldn't be able to unleash much power. However, Wang Ting was different. He had the best light element talent. He had the highest radiant talent in the radiant star origin power, so naturally, he could mobilize the radiant star origin power. Although he couldn't absorb it into his body, he could integrate it into his battle techniques. Rumble, strands of powerful and boundless spiritual force filled the void. Under his control, it circulated in a special way and absorbed all the radiant star origin power into the wings of light. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He realized that after his spiritual power reached the half-step sector lord stage, it had become much more flexible. It was at least 10 times easier to control his spiritual power than before. It was as though he just needed a thought, and this spiritual power would understand his intentions and move accordingly. If a half-step sector lord can reach such a level, what would happen if he truly reaches sector lord level? Wang Ting felt a little excited. He was looking forward to the spiritual power of a sector lord. However, he didn't think too much of the radiant star origin power as he continued to control of the radiant star origin power into his battle technique. Heavenly radiant star origin power, The radiant star origin power to the top of radiant star origin power of radiant star of radiant 2 of the radiant star of radiant star of the radiant star origin power. The radiant star of radiant was to radiant to the of its of to its. As for wanting, the dazzling slug and the light-containing tree combined, they probably weren't even half of an official level undying. If not for the fact that the dazzling slug was somewhat special, it would have been impossible for it to survive. Saying half of it was already praising them. Hence, even though the radiant star origin power seemed to be a lot, it wasn't enough for holy light, heavenly feather protection. Wang Ting didn't have to worry about the battle technique not being able to hold on. Rumble. At the same time, the huge wings grew even larger under the crazy influx of energy, spreading out in all directions. Endless radiance radiated in all directions, causing the surrounding black mist to sizzle as it was purified. The low-level dark apparitions within the black mist seemed to have been corroded. Black smoke rose from their bodies as they roared in pain. The battle technique hadn't even been unleashed. Just a bit of its power was enough to make the black mist and dark apparitions unable to hold on. How powerful would it be? At the same time, rays of light passed through the black mist and landed on the ground of Heaven Pillar Star. Heaven Pillar Star. Many martial warriors on Tianzhu planet also received the news that Wang Ting had started purifying the power of darkness. They raised their heads and looked over. Immediately, they saw the rays of holy light. They couldn't help but be shocked and excited. This power was so powerful that it could cover the entire planet. It was unbelievable. For a time, many people had a trace of anticipation in their hearts. When they heard that Wang Ting didn't plan to inscribe a saint rank array, they felt it was unreliable. However, due to Wang Ting's identity, they didn't say it out loud. Now that they saw this scene, they believed it. He didn't know what method Wang Ting used, but the fact that he was able to do this was enough to show how powerful he was. That legendary prodigy was really impressive. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, Qiu Rong, and the Foxman Elder also looked up at the sky. They were shocked. At their level, there were very few things that could make them reveal such expressions. However, Wang Ting's method made them unable to remain calm. This should be an immortal rank battle technique. Elder Shi took a deep breath and said. A light immortal rank battle technique. No wonder he's so confident. Elder Guan nodded and said. But can he fully unleash the power of an immortal rank battle technique? The Foxman Elder said hesitantly. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Wang Ting, but this immortal rank battle technique was indeed beyond the scope of a peak domain lord. He couldn't unleash its full power. Didn't you feel it? There are 2 light-type auras in the sky. Wang Ting should have 2 light-type helpers. Their auras are quite powerful. They seem to be at the sector lord level. Qiu Rong's eyes flickered. She looked at the sky and said, one of them is even stronger than you and I, huh? The Foxman Elder was stunned. He then sensed carefully. Due to the obstruction of the black mist, he didn't sense carefully. In addition, Wang Ting and the other 2 erupted with light star origin power at the same time. It was easy to create the illusion that there was only one of them. Hence, he didn't discover the existence of the dazzling slug and the light-containing tree. Now that he sensed carefully, his expression changed. His eyes shook. It's true. Elder Guan and Elder Shi also sensed the existence of the dazzling slug and the light-containing tree. 2 sector lord level light-type existences. One of them was even stronger than them. No wonder Wang Ting was so confident. It was too shocking. Just how many trump cards did Wang Ting have? In the void, Wang Ting's wings grew larger and larger. If they were small compared to Heaven Pillar Planet before, now, they couldn't be ignored even in front of a planet like Heaven Pillar Planet. The holy and holy aura that it emitted was even more astonishing. There was no longer any black fog or low-level dark apparitions within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. They had retreated on their own and didn't dare to approach this void region. The dazzling slug and the light-containing tree watched the wings expand to this extent. They were somewhat shaken. If they were to use it, they definitely wouldn't be able to reach this level. It was too shocking. The dazzling slug looked at Wang Ting with a complicated expression. This fellow was indeed abnormal. He wasn't this abnormal when they had just met. He was even in a sorry state when facing the slug. But now, the other party's strength was enough to make it feel a bit threatened. It had only been a short while, but he had changed so much. It was unbelievable. A martial artist's cultivation was a gradual process. No matter how talented a martial artist was, they wouldn't be able to cultivate so quickly. Wang Ting could no longer be described as a genius. He was truly a monster. It should be enough. Forget it. A thought appeared in the dazzling slug's mind. For Wang Ting to be able to use this battle technique to this extent, it should be enough. Even if it wasn't enough to completely cleanse the dark energy on that planet, it was still terrifying. At most, he could use it 2 more times, and it should be completely purified. However, not enough. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. He didn't want to waste time casting it again. Thus, this level of holy light, heavenly feather protection, was clearly lacking. Imelda rank 4 light domain, rank 4 light origin power. In the next moment, Wang Ting used these 2 powers at the same time. A strange fluctuation swept out from his body and fused into the giant wings. Boom! Boom! Strange patterns of light suddenly appeared on the huge wings, drawing in the power of heaven and earth. These light patterns emitted light, and more of them connected with each other. In the end, they actually turned into chains that were extremely mystical. Whoosh! The runes shook, causing the power of heaven and earth to surge in. The giant wings expanded once again, emitting an even more terrifying power. This guy's light domain and law of light have actually reached such a level. The dazzling oyster and the light concealment tree were even more shocked when they saw this. Wang Ting's light domain and law of light hadn't been this strong during the battle with the dark apparition, had they? The more the 2 realm lords watched, the more shocked they became. Still not enough. Wang Ting wasn't satisfied at all. His light domain and law of light were still too weak. If his light domain had reached rank 8 and his law of light had reached rank 5 or rank 6, it might have been enough. However, he was still lacking by quite a bit. Fortunately, he had other methods to make up for this shortcoming. Wang Ting's gaze immediately locked onto a special power in his status panel. Immortal Substance, rank 3 Immortal Substance. If an immortal rank existence knew that he had rank 3 Immortal Substance, their jaws would probably drop. Wang Ting hadn't used Immortal Substance in a long time, mainly because he didn't have the chance. Even Wei Jia didn't have the qualifications to make him use Immortal Substance. Now, he planned to use Immortal Substance. Speaking of which, immortal rank battle techniques required the use of Immortal Substance. Otherwise, how could they be called immortal rank battle techniques? Wang Ting didn't hesitate and immediately used a trace of Immortal Substance. At most, it was equivalent to rank 1, but it was enough. The battle technique he used was already powerful enough. Now, with the addition of rank 1 Immortal Substance, it was enough to make Holy Light, Heavenly Feather Protection's power reach the effect of purifying Heaven Pillar Star. Boom! As strands of Immortal Substance fused into the wings of light, a terrifying aura was suddenly emitted. If the radiant wings before were said to only have a holy aura of light, then now, the radiant wings were exuding an extremely dense pressure. This kind of might could only be possessed by a true immortal rank battle technique. And now, Wang Ting had made Holy Light, Heavenly Feather Protection possess the might of an immortal rank battle technique. The pair of huge wings of light immediately expanded rapidly, radiating in all directions. In an instant, they reached an extremely terrifying level. Heaven Pillar Star below was completely enveloped by them. At the same time, the dazzling slug and the light-containing tree felt their radiant star origin power being frantically extracted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't help but shout, "Wang Ting, stop! Stop!" Wang Ting immediately cut off the control, freeing the dazzling slug and the light-containing tree. He knew that they had already reached their limits. If he continued to extract more, they might really be sucked dry. The dazzling slug and the light-containing tree had already opened their eyes wide, gazing at the wildly expanding radiant wings with lingering fear. They had never imagined that Wang Ting's immortal rank battle technique would be able to turn them into such a state. This is immortal power. The dazzling slug took a deep breath and tried its best to calm down, but it couldn't stop the shock in its heart. Its eyes flickered as it spoke with a dry mouth. Wang Ting glanced at it and smiled faintly. What's going on? The dazzling slug couldn't believe that Wang Ting could control immortal power. He must have used some special method to mobilize this wisp of immortal power. Unfortunately, it wouldn't get an answer in the end. At this moment, Wang Ting gazed at Heaven Pillar Star below with a serious expression. He said softly, "Holy light, heavenly feather protection." Boom! The moment he finished speaking, the gigantic radiant wings on his back exploded with a glaring light and flapped loudly. A gust of wind seemed to blow in space, and an endless amount of holy light energy emanated from the wings. Bright and clean feathers fell off and fluttered in space, landing on Heaven Pillar Star. This scene could be said to be spectacular to the extreme, and also extremely beautiful to the extreme. The radiant wings were like a pair of protective wings, flapping slowly before closing in front of them and enveloping the entire Heaven Pillar Star. In the distant space, numerous battleships were flying over at high speed. These battleships came from different powers. Some were from the Virtual Universe Company, some were from the Universe Mercenary Alliance, some were from the Universe First Bank, and even a large chamber of commerce like the Mo Bang Chamber of Commerce. These were all powers that agreed to come to Heaven Pillar Star because of Wang Ting's name. They had suffered significant losses in the previous battle of Heaven Pillar Star, so they didn't plan on coming to Heaven Pillar Star again, especially under such circumstances. Who knew if the dark apparitions would attack Heaven Pillar Star again in the future? If it fell again, they would have to bear too much risk. And rebuilding Heaven Pillar Star would require a lot of resources. No matter how they looked at it, it wasn't worth it. However, after hearing that Wang Ting wanted to purify Heaven Pillar Star, they felt that Heaven Pillar Star was worth investing in. Hence, they all came. And they had already contacted each other before deciding to come together. After all, the three territories weren't safe now. There could be dark apparitions everywhere, so it was safer to travel together. At this time, within the battleships of these powers, there was a screen projected, and within it were many silhouettes. These silhouettes came from different races, but they all had powerful energies. They also had one thing in common, which was that they were the management of the various powers. They were in charge of the matters of Heaven Pillar Star, and they had quite a bit of power. Heaven Pillar Star was one of the 10 ruling planets of the Tianlan Empire. Its status was quite high, and if it could really be revived, it would be greatly beneficial to them. Hence, those who came to help rebuild Heaven Pillar Star naturally had to have a certain status to be able to mobilize sufficient resources. Everyone were almost at Heaven Pillar Star. At this time, a voice came from the manager of the Virtual Universe Company. "Hee, seems like we're quite lucky. We didn't encounter any dark apparitions along the way." The manager of the Universe First Bank laughed lightly. "Humph, that's their luck. They didn't encounter me." The manager of the Universe Mercenary Alliance snorted coldly. "Tien, we're here to help rebuild Heaven Pillar Star, not to fight the dark apparitions." The manager of the Mo Bang Chamber of Commerce was an elder. He sat on a luxurious chair and swirled a wine glass in his hand. He seemed calm and composed as he spoke lightly. "If we encounter a dark apparition, we still have to fight. Should we run?" The manager of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, Tien, said unhappily. Everyone was speechless. These fellows from the Universe Mercenary Alliance were really full of muscles. They only knew how to fight and kill. Although he was right, they didn't want to encounter a dark apparition under such circumstances. "All right, everyone, stop arguing. Heaven Pillar Star is right in front." The manager of the Virtual Universe Company shook his head and laughed. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. As there was quite a bit of black fog obstructing them, even these great beings couldn't see far without careful sensing. If they didn't have a powerful detector, it would be hard to pass through the black fog and scan too far. Now that they heard the manager of the Virtual Universe Company's reminder, their attention was naturally drawn over. The Virtual Universe Company had an absolute advantage in this aspect. Since he said so, it couldn't be wrong. Everyone quieted down as though they were waiting. Speaking of which, that Saint Wang Ting is actually willing to help purify the dark energy on Heaven Pillar Star. What's his motive? Tien couldn't help but ask. Maybe Saint Wang Ting is just being kind. Why do you have so many whys? The manager of the Virtual Universe Company laughed. As a member of the virtual universe company, he naturally had to speak up for Wanting. Tian's mouth twitched as he said, "Then I'm too shallow. I wonder what method he'll use to purify the dark energy on Heaven Pillar Star. I heard that Saint Wanting's martial arts strength is only at the pinnacle of Domain Lord level. I think he can only use his secondary profession." The elder of the Mo Bang Chamber of Commerce's eyes flashed as he spoke. However, before he finished speaking, he realized that everyone's expressions were a bit off. They were all staring straight ahead. He didn't know what they were looking at. At this moment, a white light appeared in the black fog ahead. It was very strange. The elder of the Mo Bang Chamber of Commerce couldn't help but look ahead. His expression froze. "What is that? What?" The managers present were all stunned. They looked at the scene ahead and fell into shock. At this moment, their battleship had completely charged out of the black fog. It was enough for them to see the scene in the void space ahead. In the endless white light, they saw a pair of huge wings of light closing slightly and enveloping a planet. Shwa! 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 The space rippled and the managers of the few powers appeared in space at the same time. They exchanged glances and went silent. This scene, even for them, was extremely shocking. It was rarely seen. Undying energy. This is an undying level technique. Is it a light type undying? Tian swallowed his saliva and said. This is indeed a light type undying level technique. It has the ability to purify. The manager of the virtual universe company said, his eyes gleaming. Too shocking, such a technique is rare. What's more, it's a light type undying level technique with the ability to purify. The elder from the Mo Bang Chamber of Commerce said in shock. I wonder who did it. The managers of the few powers were filled with suspicion. They discussed and guessed. They didn't feel that this was Wanting's technique. Only an undying level technique would have such energy. The managers of the few powers all felt it. How could it be Wanting? No matter how monstrous he was, he couldn't have unleashed such a technique. Hua! At the same time, a strange sound rang out from outer space, directly reaching the planet and ringing in the ears of all the cultivators there. What's that sound? The fighters on Heaven Pillar Star were all filled with suspicion. They looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock. A shocking scene happened, a dazzling white light dispersed the black mist in the sky. The holy and light energy filled the entire planet, purifying the black mist. Threads of black mist floated into space. However, they were quickly purified by the white light, leaving nothing behind. The entire heavenly pillar star turned from darkness to light. Everywhere was filled with a dense aura of light, making everyone feel extremely comfortable. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, Qiu Rong, the Foxman Elder and the others were all extremely excited. Wanting did it, he really did it, Heaven Pillar Star was finally going to recover, a thought rose in the hearts of the Heaven Pillar Star fighters. They were almost in tears, unable to calm down. The other Heaven Pillar Star martial artists were the same. Their faces were filled with shock, and their hearts were filled with excitement. They couldn't wait to shout out loud. On the other side, Feng Jin, who was walking around Tianzhu Star and comprehending the reconstruction of Tianzhu Star according to Wanting's guidance, could not help but raise his head at this moment. Looking at the holy light, a trace of understanding suddenly rose in his heart. She seemed to have understood something. Rumble, at this moment, the sky seemed to tremble. In the dazzling white light, a pair of huge wings of light came closer and closer. It was as if it had descended from the void, causing people to be speechless. What is that? All the Heavenly Pillar Star martial artists suddenly widened their eyes as they watched this scene in shock. A pair of pure white wings that could cover the entire Tianzhu Star appeared in the void. What kind of method was this? At this moment, everyone finally understood why Wanting did not need to use a saint-level array formation. With such means, why would he still need a saint-level array formation? This is truly unbelievable. Elder Guan opened his mouth and couldn't help but sigh. Sir Wanting is actually able to use such a powerful light-type method. We already overestimated him, but we still underestimated him. Qiu Rong's beautiful face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. She could no longer hide the shock in her heart. This was too unbelievable. A pinnacle domain lord martial artist was actually able to use such a method. It seemed that other than his secondary profession, Wang Ting's martial strength was also extremely shocking. It could not be judged by common sense. What a terrifying talent! The Foxman race elder exclaimed. Hua, as the wings of light flapped, countless bright and clean feathers fell from the void and drifted towards Heaven Pillar Star. It was as if a light rain had covered the entire planet. Everyone felt like they had fallen into a dream. The countless bright and clean feathers drifted on the ground. Whether it was the plains, mountains, rivers, or forests, everything was covered without exception. Waves of black mist drifted up, and the dark force hidden deep within was constantly being purified. Some landed on the martial artists of Heaven Pillar Star, causing them to close their eyes involuntarily. They felt comfortable all over. Some of the dark force hidden within their bodies was also being expelled. They were wild with joy. They did not expect that the dark force that had been so troublesome to deal with would be easily resolved by this light rain. The more this was the case, the more respect these martial warriors had for Wang Ting. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful light-type method. Feng Jin's understanding grew stronger and stronger. She slowly rose up and looked at the sky. Then, she looked down at the ground that was constantly being purified. A unique aura rose from her body. Time passed slowly. Under the purification of the wings of light, the dark force of the entire Heaven Pillar Star was being purified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as the wisps of black mist drifted up, they were directly eroded by the holy light and completely dissipated. Everyone was waiting. Whether it was the martial artists on Heaven Pillar Star or the people from various forces outside the void, they all waited quietly. They did not disturb the person who was performing this method. For them, it was already an honor to be able to witness this scene. A little time was nothing. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The wings of light lasted for an entire day before the light gradually weakened. No more black mist drifted out from Heaven Pillar Star. It seemed that the dark force inside had been completely purified. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at a certain moment, the wings of light that covered the entire Heaven Pillar Star finally could not hold on any longer. They dispersed with a loud bang, turning into light feathers that filled the sky and drifted down as the final blessing. These light feathers integrated into the depths of Heaven Pillar Star and would last for a long time. Even if the dark force appeared again, it would be difficult for it to invade the interior of the star. Asterisk few. Asterisk Elder Guan, Elder Shi, Qiu Rong, the old man from the Foxman race, and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were more nervous than anyone else. Now that the dark force of the entire star had been dispersed, they were finally completely relieved. Asterisk let's go. Let's go and see Sir Wang Ting. Asterisk few. Asterisk Elder Guan moved and rushed into the void. Seeing this, the others naturally did not want to fall behind. They all rushed into the void. In the void, as the huge wings of light dissipated, Wang Ting's figure was finally revealed. At this moment, his face was a little pale. The light star force in his body was completely exhausted. There was not a single drop left. Fortunately, he still had other types of force. As the force circulated, the feeling of weakness immediately dissipated. His face also regained its rosy color. Wang Ting. Asterisk at this moment, the managers of various forces in the distance finally saw Wang Ting's figure. Their eyes immediately widened, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They never thought that after the huge wings of light disappeared, Wang Ting's figure would be revealed. It was none other than Wang Ting. This meant that the immortal rank combat skill was performed by Wang Ting. It was too hard to believe. Wang Ting actually unleashed an undying technique with undying energy. Just how did he do it? Many thoughts exploded in the managers' minds. They were unable to calm down for a long time. Wang Ting turned to look and was shocked. They are? Yes. However, when he saw the battleships and spaceships from different factions, he immediately guessed their identities. He smiled and said, "You all came quite quickly." Haha. Ha ha ha, a loud laugh came from the manager of the Virtual Universe Company. He regained his senses and flew towards Wang Ting. If we didn't come quickly, how would we be able to see such shocking power from Sir Wanting? Haha. You flatter me. Wanting smiled. I've long heard of your name, Wanting. To be able to meet you today, it's an honor of 3 lifetimes. The manager of the Virtual Universe Company cupped his fist and introduced himself. I am the manager of the Virtual Universe Company on Tianju planet. My name is Bevis. Haha. So it's a senior from the Virtual Universe Company. Bevis. Wang Ting realized and immediately felt closer to him. He returned the greeting. I don't deserve to be called a senior. If you don't mind, Sir Wang Ting, you can just call me by my name. Bevis hurriedly said. He was a sector lord late stage and had a high status in the Virtual Universe Company. However, in front of this genius with a true god-level contract, he didn't dare to be arrogant. To be honest, this guy's future potential was much greater than his. He had hopes of becoming an official level Undying or even an emperor level Undying. However, this genius with a true god-level contract had hopes of becoming a true god, or at least an Undying knight. He couldn't be compared to him at all. Based on this point alone, this guy's connections and background in the Virtual Universe Company were probably much stronger than his. This guy's identity allowed him to enter the core region of the Virtual Universe Company. That place was filled with geniuses like him. Otherwise, he would be a true Undying level great being. And even without all this guy was 7th Saint, a true saint level being. On top of that, he had displayed Undying level techniques. No matter which point it was, he had to treat him politely. He was willing to meet the manager of the Virtual Baby Company. When the other hard-working people saw the manager of the Virtual Baby Company being so polite to Wang Ting and even flattering him, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, they quickly understood. This prodigy couldn't be judged by common sense. If they didn't correct their attitude, they would probably be the ones to lose face in the end. Hence, everyone stepped forward and introduced themselves enthusiastically. They came for this prodigy. Now that they saw him in person, how could they not be enthusiastic? Wang Ting was naturally very polite. He returned the greeting. As for the arrival of the other powers, he wasn't surprised. He was only surprised by the arrival of the Emobang Chamber of Commerce. His gaze couldn't help but fall on the elder of the Emobang Chamber of Commerce. Emobang Chamber of Commerce, Richard. Yes. Previously, on Jade Star, he had come into contact with the Emobang Chamber of Commerce. He didn't expect to see them again today. Sir Wang Ting seems to be quite familiar with the Emobang Chamber of Commerce? Richard couldn't help but ask when he saw his expression. We have come into contact. Wang Ting said with a smile. That's not surprising. Our Emobang Chamber of Commerce is spread throughout every corner of the universe. With Sir Wang Ting's identity, you must have had in-depth cooperation with us. Richard said with a smile, invisibly flattering Wang Ting. Is this in-depth business? Wang Ting had a strange look in his eyes. He suddenly thought of Krala Emobang. That was really a little in-depth, but he didn't show it. He said with a faint smile, the Emobang Chamber of Commerce is strong. It's a good thing for them to come to Tianju Star. Everyone lifted the palanquin. When the other party lifted it, he lifted it too. Ha ha ha. When Richard heard Wang Ting's words, he was undoubtedly very happy. He laughed and said, I have to thank Sir Wang Ting for this. If you hadn't used that method to completely purify Tianju Star, we wouldn't have such an investment opportunity. That's right. That's true. The light element technique that Wang Ting executed just now was an eye-opener for us. Taiyan said. I wasn't the only one who used that method. Wang Ting smiled and didn't explain much. The dazzling oyster elm and the light-containing tree had already returned to his spatial fragment, so these people didn't see it, but he didn't intend to explain. Oh? Everyone was slightly surprised, but seeing that he didn't say anything more, they didn't ask any more questions. In any case, from the situation just now, that method was obviously led by Sir Wang Ting. This can't be wrong. Bevis said with a smile. Wang Ting smiled. This Bevis' eyes were quite sharp. Sir Wang Ting. Yes. At this time, Elder Guan and the others on Tianju Star also flew over. They bowed to Wang Ting and said gratefully. Sir Wang Ting, thank you for purifying Tianju Star. Yes. You don't have to be so polite. Wang Ting waved his hand and changed the topic. These are the managers of the various forces, then he introduced them one by one. With Wang Ting as the link, both sides were very polite and didn't have any barriers in their communication. It was as if the unhappiness of the various forces not lending a helping hand didn't happen at all. The atmosphere was very harmonious. They're all old foxes. Wang Ting also felt a lot more relieved. He shook his head and laughed in his heart. His worries were completely unnecessary. How could these people let their emotions affect their decisions? This was undoubtedly the best result. They definitely wouldn't be muddle-headed. Moreover, how could Tianju Star offend these top forces of the universe? Even the entire Tianlan Empire had to be polite to them. Everyone has come from afar. Let's enter Tianju Star first. We have already rebuilt many buildings for you to stay in temporarily. After chatting for a while, Qiu Rong said, we can discuss other cooperation matters in detail later. Yes. That's right. The managers of the various forces nodded one after another. Elder Guan and the others led the way. The spaceships and battleships immediately started and entered Tianju Star. They landed on the spaceship docking port. The formation can be activated. Wang Ting suddenly looked out of the void and said. Although the black fog in the void had mostly been dispersed, without his combat skill, it would soon sweep over again. Next, they must rely on the defensive formation to resist. Yes. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others quickly nodded solemnly. Seeing this scene, Bevis, Taiyan, and the others were very surprised. The people of Tianju Star seemed to listen to Wang Ting's words. But after thinking about it, they felt relieved. With what Wang Ting had done for Tianju Star, it wasn't strange that the people of Tianju Star would treat him like this. Rumble, not long after Elder Guan and the others passed down the message, there was a roar on Tianju Star. Boom. 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 The next moment, a dazzling light rose from all over Tianju Star. If one were to count, one would find that there were a total of 12 light pillars. All of them were yellow in color and extremely dazzling. Roar. 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 At the same time, a strange dragon's roar erupted from the light pillars, exuding a terrifying pressure. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and looked over. He saw that on top of the light pillars, there were illusions of coiling dragons. They seemed to be coiling around the light pillars, soaring into the sky. It was very mystical. This is the 12 sky pillars coiling dragon formation of Tianju Star. Bevis looked at the rising light pillars with amazement in his eyes and said. Yes. Old Man Guan and the others nodded proudly. Although we know of the existence of this formation, this is the first time we have seen it activated. Taiyan said. A very amazing formation. The power of this formation is at least at the level of the fourth Saint Tribulation. Richard nodded and said. Everyone present had good eyesight. Naturally, they could guess the grade of this formation from the power emitted by the light pillars. Did Sir Wang Ting participate in the repair of this formation? Bevis suddenly turned his head and asked. I did not participate. Wang Ting shook his head. That's a pity. Bevis said. Although Sir Wang Ting did not participate, he gave us a lot of suggestions. Xiu Rong said with a smile. Oh? Everyone immediately understood what she meant. It seemed that Saint Wang Ting had mastered this formation, and it was very likely that the people of Tianju Star had taken the initiative to give it to him. At this moment, the 12 light pillars had already shot straight into the sky. At the center of the formation, the Tianju mountain also emitted a dazzling light. The rich power of the earth element erupted and turned into an even thicker light pillar. Then, strange patterns appeared in the sky and projected out. They were densely packed and almost covered the entire void. Then, they linked together and connected the light pillar at the core with the 12 light pillars around it, forming a huge circular formation that enveloped the entire Tianju Star. An earthy yellow light curtain supported by the circular formation rose to the two sides and finally merged together like a spherical protective shield. It's done. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their eyes flashed. The activation of this defensive formation was the beginning of the complete reconstruction of the Tianzhu star. If there was no defensive formation, the Tianzhu star would be like a big fat sheep in this starry sky, waiting to be slaughtered at any time. If the dark apparitions descended, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. What a good trick. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he sneered in his heart. The hidden danger that Grandmaster Yi Ta had planted did not affect the operation of the formation at all. However, if there was a big battle, the hidden danger would definitely cause the formation to collapse quickly. How could an outsider think of this? Dang! 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 Sparks flew in all directions as the golden flowing light and the earthen yellow flowing light crazily collided in the night sky. They were like shooting stars, incomparably magnificent. Grandmaster Yi Ta's yellow rock sun breaking all gradually couldn't hold on any longer. His spirit weapon didn't rely on quantity to win, and normal spirit readers wouldn't be able to control so many spirit weapons at the same time. That would be a huge burden on one's spirit energy. However, the number of spirit weapons controlled by Wang Ting was still increasing. The number had already reached thousands, dazzling everyone's eyes. What was even more ridiculous was that the spirit weapons were made of an unknown material that didn't lose to his yellow rock sun breaking all at all. In fact, his yellow rock sun breaking all couldn't hold on any longer. That kind of sharpness, even with his yellow rock sun breaking all sturdiness, he could feel it. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Grandmaster Yi Ta, do you want to surrender yourself or do you want me to surrender for you? Wang Ting stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked extremely relaxed as he said plainly. Bastard, this kid's spirit energy is so strong. Dang. Grandmaster Yi Ta looked at his opponent's calm expression and his face turned ugly. Seeing that the spirit weapons were increasing, he didn't dare to delay and immediately roared out. Condense. Dang. The yellow rock sun breaking all instantly closed up and formed a huge yellow awl. It emitted a terrifying aura that filled the sky. It was as if a huge mountain had been flipped over and its tip was pointed at Wang Ting. A series of strange earth yellow veined patterns appeared, and they were none other than the origin laws of earth. Grandmaster Yi Ta had long been a sector lord level warrior. Naturally, he could use the power of origin laws. Coupled with his spiritual force, his strength could be said to be quite strong. Even sector lords at the 4th or 5th level wouldn't be his match. Wang Ting's gaze froze. His opponent was after all a sector lord and his spirit energy had reached half-step sector lord level. He couldn't underestimate him. He didn't hesitate and activated his spirit energy, die. At this time, Grandmaster Yi Ta had already fully displayed the power of the yellow rock sunbreaking all. He immediately roared, and his mind power surged, urging the huge yellow all to rush toward Wang Ting. Crack crack crack, bursts of unbearable sounds immediately rang out in the sky, and spatial cracks appeared one after another. What is that? On the other side, Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others had also heard the commotion and were rushing over. When they saw this scene from afar, they were all shocked. At the same time, the managers of the various forces also arrived. They were all very surprised. After the Heavenly Pillar Star's array formation was activated, there was actually a problem. They didn't know who had the guts to enter Heavenly Pillar Star and cause trouble at this time. When they saw the situation in the distance, their pupils shrank slightly. This is a telekinesis master. Not bad, this spirit reader's methods can at least threaten sector lord level 4 existences. Who is it that has appeared on Tianzhu planet at this time? Wait, that seems to be the core of the formation, right? Everyone suddenly noticed something, and their expressions changed slightly. They rushed over even faster, not daring to delay at all. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he looked at the huge all that formed in front of him, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. You think I don't have such methods? Condense. With a light roar, his mind power immediately lingered in the air at an unimaginable speed, and turned into a golden mist that enveloped all of the phoenix dance golden sparrow plume. Clang clang clang, in the next moment, the golden streams of light quickly gathered in a mysterious trajectory, and instantly turned into a huge mystical golden sparrow that emitted golden light. Strange golden runes appeared on the surface of the mystical golden sparrow, as if they were natural divine runes that were imprinted on the mystical golden sparrow's body, causing it to have a trace of life and vitality. Level 4, Metal Origin Law. His Metal Origin Law had already reached level 5, but he didn't use his full strength at all. And this wasn't just Metal Origin Law. The reason why the Golden Sparrow could be so agile and mystical was all thanks to Wang Ting's mind power that had entered half-step sector Lord level. His spiritual energy possessed a trace of life force, so naturally, the spiritual force techniques he used would also possess this strange power. It was a world of difference from before. Clang! All of a sudden, a clear and loud cry rang out from within the golden mist. The mystical golden sparrow spread its wings and soared high into the sky. This is... Grandmaster Ita's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was filled with disbelief. Go. Go. Wang Ting spoke softly, and seemed very calm and composed, as if he didn't put the huge awe in his eyes at all, and formed a strong contrast with Grandmaster Ita's hysteria. Clang! The mystical golden sparrow flew high in the sky, and its speed was extremely fast. Wrapped in the golden mist, it dragged a long golden tail in the night sky, like a golden meteor streaking across the night sky. The people who were rushing over from afar all widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with shock. Boom! But before they could think any further, in the next moment, the mysterious golden sparrow had already collided with the earth in yellow all in front of it with a loud bang, erupting with a violent rumbling sound. Terrifying spiritual power and boundless origin power swept out in all directions, attacking everything in their path. Cracks in space appeared from the collision of the two attacks, and spread in all directions. It was very terrifying. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others, as well as the managers of the various factions, had already arrived. Their eyes swept across Wang Ting and Grandmaster Ita, and then they stared at the collision, waiting for the result. Grandmaster Ita saw so many people arrive, and his face turned pale, and his mind became unsteady. A flaw appeared in his already weak mental strength. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp cracking sounds immediately came from the point of collision. Grandmaster Ita immediately sensed something, and his pupils contracted to the extreme, and his expression changed constantly. Damn it! Knowing that he could not escape, he immediately roared, "Explode! Damn it! You still want to self-destruct? Did you ask for my permission? Damn it!" Wang Ting's eyes focused, and he also roared loudly. His voice, supported by his mind power, was activated in a special way, and turned into rolling sound waves that swept out. Divine Sonar Wave. Boom! The two sides were not far from each other, and the Divine Sonar Wave was a sound wave combat technique that was mixed with mind power. It was extremely powerful, and it instantly rushed into Grandmaster Ita's ears. He obviously did not expect Wang Ting to have such a move, and the mind power that he had just gathered was immediately scattered by the sudden sound wave attack. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and then he could not help but scream. He had a splitting headache, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Mental sonar wave attack. Damn it! The managers of the various forces were all very knowledgeable, and they immediately recognized the type of combat technique, and they were all surprised. A spiritual type sound wave attack was not common. Saint Wang Ting had mastered such a technique. He wasn't simple at all. At this moment, Wang Ting's figure flashed, and he had already appeared in front of Grandmaster Ita, and he directly punched out. His strength was now quite terrifying, and even if he did not use his full strength, it was enough to make Grandmaster Ita suffer. After all, as a sub-professional, his physical body could not be compared to a martial artist's. Boom! The punch landed hard on his stomach, and Grandmaster Ita's body curled up like a prawn. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, Wang Ting did not intend to let him go so easily. Boom! 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 He punched out again, and it was no longer limited to his stomach, but directly on his face. Wang Ting did not hit people's faces, but he hit people's faces. Grandmaster Ita screamed again and again. As a sub-professional, he usually lived like a prince, and he never thought that one day he would be beaten up like this. It was too miserable. Was this a battle between spirit readers? Was this a battle between sub-professionals? Grandmaster Ita wanted to protest against Wang Ting's violent behavior, but unfortunately, he could not even spit out a word. He was really aggrieved. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, and the others originally wanted to help, but when they saw this scene, they all stopped. The corners of their mouths twitched as they watched Wang Ting beat up Grandmaster Ita. This Saint Wang Ting is really violent. Elder Richard of the Mo Bang Chamber of Commerce was silent for a while, then he muttered to himself. Not only is he violent, but he's even more violent than the warriors trained by the Universe Mercenary Alliance. People who don't know him might think he's from the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Tian's mouth twitched. He looked at Bevis and grinned. If it were up to me, he should join the Universe Mercenary Alliance. How come the Virtual Universe Company beat him to it? You can't ask me about that. Bevis shook his head and laughed. Mr. Wang Ting joining the Virtual Universe Company was directly involved by an undying existence. How could I know about that? An undying existence contacted him directly. Tian was very surprised, but he nodded. You're right. He signed a True God level contract. It's not something we can participate in. What a pity. He could not help but shake his head. This Saint Wang Ting's potential was too great. Just the 7 holy level talents he had displayed were enough to warrant a True God level contract. It was a pity that no one had been able to see through him back then. Only the Virtual Universe Company had given him a straight sleeve level contract, and the Virtual Utian Company's Young Mountain Dingju Zhongdun contract. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could have. It could only be said that the Virtual Universe Company had a stable advantage over the other powerful forces. It was not without reason. While they were talking, Wang Ting had stopped. He carried Grandmaster Ita, who looked like a pig's head, and said to himself, I hate it the most. You must be related to the dark apparitions. Today, I'll give you a small lesson. Grandmaster Ita heard this and fainted on the spot. Before he fainted, he only had one false thought in his mind. You call this a small lesson? Look at how badly he's beaten. Elder Guan, Elder Shi, Qiao Rong, and the others saw this and immediately flew over. They looked at Grandmaster Ita in Wang Ting's hand, and their eyes were full of anger. Without any sympathy, they said, Mr. Wang Ting, this guy wants to escape tonight? Look at you guys. You seem to know there's something wrong with him? The managers of the other powerful forces looked at Grandmaster Ita and couldn't help but click their tongues. When they heard what Elder Guan and the others said, they couldn't help but ask curiously. Mr. Wang Ting already knew that he was changing the array. He thought no one knew. He really underestimated a saint. Qiao Rong looked at Grandmaster Ita with disgust. He dared to show off in front of a saint of the 7 paths. He deserves to die. Tian nodded. Looks like Saint Wang Ting has a very thorough understanding of the 12 Sky Pillar Coiling Dragon Array. You can see through this person's problem. However, Bevis gave Wang Ting a deep look and said, You flatter me. Wang Ting smiled faintly. The managers of the other powerful forces came to their senses and looked at Wang Ting differently. This Saint Wang Ting's attainment in his secondary profession was not as simple as just reaching the saint level. He didn't plan to escape tonight, but the core of the 12 Sky Pillar Coiling Dragon Array is full of holes. If a battle breaks out, the consequences. Qingting said to Elder Guan and the others. This guy really deserves to die. Yes. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard this. The 12 Sky Pillar Coiling Dragon Array was full of holes right under their noses. If Wang Ting wasn't here, they wouldn't even have noticed. This was a slap in the face. But don't worry. I've changed the array back. There won't be any more problems. Wang Ting said lightly. Thank you, Mr. Wang Ting. Elder Guan and the others took a deep breath and said solemnly. Wang Ting waved his hand and said, from his words and actions, he seems to have a deep grudge against Tianzhu planet. He even has a deep grudge against the entire universe of light. So, he might have already defected to the dark apparition. Yes. Defected to the dark apparition. Everyone's gazes towards Grandmaster Ita were filled with extreme disgust. To the people of the universe of light, the most intolerable thing was a traitor. This person defected to the dark apparition, which was a heinous crime. When Tianzhu planet was attacked by the dark apparition, this person must have contributed a lot. There might even be others who infiltrated Tianzhu planet or the Tianlan Empire. Wang Ting said slowly again, when I was at the genius battle in the Qian Empire, I met another lizard-scale warrior. He was also corrupted by the dark apparition. Yes. Does Mr. Wang Ting mean that the lizard-scale clan might have completely defected? Everyone's expression turned solemn as they spoke in bewilderment. It's just a guess. Wang Ting said. No, even if it's just a guess, we must verify it. Bevis said solemnly, we will report this to the higher-ups. We must search for traces of the lizard-scale clan in the entire universe of light. All right. Wang Ting nodded and said, we can focus on searching in the 3 major territories first. As for now, we can see if we can find any clues on Grandmaster Ita. All right. I don't believe that this guy won't talk after we interrogate him properly. Tien smiled sinisterly. Don't be so rough. We have to be gentle. Wang Ting said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. Who was the one who was so rough just now? Now, he had the nerve to say that they were rough? Leave it to me. Wang Ting shook his head and said, I can see that you don't have any good ideas. All right. Oh? Does Mr. Wang Ting have any special methods? Tien raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. You'll know when you see. Wang Ting smiled and stopped talking nonsense. Psychic power swept out from between his eyebrows and instantly condensed into thin spikes that pierced into Grandmaster Ita's mind. Psychic piercing, he had not used this move in a long time. It was mainly because it was too weak and would not be of much use in battle. However, it was just right for this moment. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from Grandmaster Ita's mouth. The psychic spikes that were as thin as cow's hair pierced into his mind and acted on his psychic body. One could imagine how painful it felt. Ita's psychic body was injured and he was unconscious. Naturally, he could not resist being pierced into his psychic body. His eyes suddenly widened and his face turned pale. He looked at Wang Ting in horror. You're awake? Wang Ting said with a smile. The faces of Bevis, Tien, and the others twitched slightly. They felt that it was very strange to see him like this. What a ruthless person. You. Grandmaster Yida glared at Wang Ting furiously. He was shocked and furious. Come, look at my eyes. Wang Ting didn't care about his reaction. He directly used his bewitchment skill. A red glow flashed past his eyes, and it pierced into the other party's eyes. Grandmaster Ita immediately felt that something was wrong. He wanted to close his eyes but it was too late. The two of them were too close to each other. Wang Ting only needed one look to deal with him. In the next moment, he felt a strange mental wave in his mind. His psychic body was affected and he was about to fall into a daze. Grandmaster Ita hurriedly used his psychic power to resist this attack. The strange mental wave was attacking him. Unfortunately, he soon realized that this strange spiritual energy was extremely vigorous and boundless. It was endless. His spiritual energy was like a kitten in front of a ferocious tiger. They were both half-step sector lord level. Why was the difference so huge? Wang Ting smiled faintly. After his spiritual power reached the half-step sector lord level, the power of his various spiritual attacks had increased tremendously. He didn't even need to use his full strength to suppress his opponent. It felt extremely easy. Soon, Grandmaster Ita's eyes became dazed and he completely lost consciousness. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the scene. They looked at Wang Ting with a hint of fear in their eyes. He even had psychic techniques that could control people? This Saint Wang Ting was too unexpected. Now I ask and you answer. Wang Ting said. Yes. Grandmaster Ita said numbly. Who ordered you to destroy the 12 Sky Pillar Coiling Dragon Formation? Yes. I was ordered by Lord Demon Lord to destroy the 12 Sky Pillar Coiling Dragon Formation. I had already succeeded and allowed the dark apparitions to occupy Heaven Pillar Planet. I continued to hide among the fighters on Heaven Pillar Planet. However, Wang Ting suddenly appeared. Not only did he save the fighters on Heaven Pillar Planet, he even purified the dark energy on Heaven Pillar Planet and reactivated the 12 Sky Pillar Coiling Dragon Formation. How could I just watch Heaven Pillar Planet recover? Tisk Wangting didn't know what to say after hearing this. He touched his chin and sized him up with a strange gaze. Everyone looked at Wangting with a strange gaze. This meant that he had hidden well. The reason why he was exposed was all because of Wangting. No matter if it was the cause or discovering that he had changed the formation, it was all because of Wangting. This guy was probably his nemesis. Everyone didn't sympathize with Grandmaster Ita. They just felt that this matter was quite interesting. He had hidden himself well, but when he met Wangting, he got careless and lost his boat. If he had met other saint-level existences, he might not have been exposed. Unfortunately, he met a prodigy like Wangting. He was really unlucky. Wangting shook his head and continued to ask, wanting to dig out more information from him. What is the name of the demon venerable who sent you? Blood. Blood. Grandmaster Ita had just opened his mouth when his eyes suddenly widened. The confusion in his eyes instantly disappeared and turned into horror. He made a strange sound. It was as if someone was strangling his throat. This sudden turn of events caused the surrounding people to be involuntarily startled. Bastard! Wangting's expression changed. He seemed to have discovered something. His spiritual power surged out, wanting to stop him. However, it was too late. Strange dark runes suddenly flashed in Grandmaster Ita's eyes. Then, his entire eyeballs turned pitch black, filled with evil and darkness. Retreat quickly. Wangting sensed that something was wrong and immediately shouted. The others had also sensed the rich dark power emitted from Grandmaster Ita's body. Their expressions changed immediately, and they instantly retreated into the distance. Grandmaster Ita suddenly raised his head. The black light in his eyes became more and more intense, like two black light pillars shooting into the sky. A large number of black patterns suddenly appeared on his body, covering his entire body. Then, cracks appeared, and rays of black light bloomed from the cracks. Wangting hesitated for a moment and could only retreat in the end. The next moment, Grandmaster Ita suddenly looked at Wangting with a strange expression on his face. He seemed to be smiling, but also seemed to be filled with fear. Then, his body suddenly exploded. Boom, his body directly turned into a cloud of black mist, and there was no corpse left. This scene made everyone's expression extremely solemn. They couldn't help but fall silent, and there was even a trace of shock and anger in their eyes. The means of a dark apparition, this was definitely the means of a high-level dark apparition, it was impossible to guard against. I wanted to know more, but I didn't expect the informant to be cut off just like that. Wangting shook his head in disappointment. Looks like it's just as His Excellency Wangting said. We'll have to investigate this thoroughly. However, Bevis said this. That's right. The dark apparition planted some kind of restriction in Grandmaster Ita's body. Once he says some key words, he will self-destruct and be completely devoured by the darkness. This method is definitely not something an ordinary dark apparition can do. Tien nodded with a solemn expression. He should be a demon lord level existence. Based on what he said, I can tell that he's a demon lord. Richard muttered. Blood. Wangting's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say much. Could it be a demon lord of the blood race? It seemed that he would have to ask the blood god clone to pay more attention. Then, he turned to look at everyone and said, I'm sorry, I was careless. I thought that since Itua wasn't tainted by the dark power, he would be fine. I didn't expect that there would be a restriction left behind by the dark apparition in his body. His Excellency Wangting, you don't have to blame yourself. Elder Guan and the others shook their heads and said, the restriction left behind by the dark apparition must be very hidden and difficult to detect. Even if it was left to us, we wouldn't be able to discover it. That's right. That's right. Even an immortal level existence would have a hard time discovering a restriction left behind by a demon lord. Bevis said. Now that the clues are cut off here, everyone needs to be more careful. Wangting didn't say anything more. He changed the topic and reminded them, it's best to invite an immortal level existence to guard Tianju Star. That's right. Yes. Elder Guan and the others nodded and said, "We've already sent out the news. There should be an immortal-level existence coming from the Heavenly Wind Empire soon. In addition, the 2 immortal-level ancestors from Tianzhu Star will also return soon." That's right. It could be seen that their faces were filled with joy as they reached the end of their sentences. Oh? Wang Ting was a little surprised. Surprised, he smiled and said, "Then I have to congratulate you." Yes. The 2 ancestors would like to meet His Excellency Wang Ting personally and thank him in person. Could His Excellency Wang Ting stay for 2 more days? Elder Guan said. No, I have something important to do. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Wang Ting shook his head and said. His Excellency Wang Ting is leaving so soon? Bevis and the other managers of the various forces were surprised. That's right. I'm here on the orders of the commander. I've already wasted too much time here. I can't stay any longer. Wang Ting said. It's an order from the commander. Yes. Whether it was Elder Guan and the other higher-ups of Tianzhu Star or the managers of the various forces, they were all slightly surprised. His Excellency Wang Ting was able to communicate directly with the commander. Who would dare to say that he was a warrior of the younger generation? Even some Sector Lord tertiary stage experts didn't receive such treatment. In that case, we won't keep His Excellency Wang Ting any longer. There's still a long way to go. We'll definitely meet again in the future. Elder Guan and the others looked at Wang Ting intently. They didn't try to persuade him anymore. There's still a long way to go. Wang Ting smiled and said. In that case, we wish Mr. Wang Ting a safe journey and a prosperous martial arts career. Bevis and the others cupped their fists and said. Thank you. Wang Ting cupped his fists and returned the greeting. The next day, a dark red spaceship left Tianzhu Star and rushed into the void of the universe. It turned into a stream of light and flew towards Xianxia Star. On the spaceship, Wang Ting looked helplessly at the woman in front of him and said, I was wondering why you were acting weird yesterday. So you've already planned to follow me? Alright. Originally, he planned to use the immortal rank spaceship he found in Tianzhu Mountain Space after leaving Tianzhu Star and experience the joy of flying an immortal rank spaceship. But now it seemed that there was no chance. It's all this woman's fault. You've done a great favor for Tianzhu Star and helped me break through to half-step Sector Lord mental strength. I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only give myself to you. A woman wearing a tight blue battle suit that accentuated the curves of her graceful body said with a smile. Is this giving yourself to me proper? Wang Ting glanced at her body and asked. He had to admit that this female prodigy of Tianzhu Star was extraordinary in both appearance and body. Coupled with her valiant aura, she had a unique charm. Her high ponytail made people want to pull it. Bah! Feng Jin was slightly stunned. She blushed and said, I didn't expect you, the Saint of Seven Paths, to be so frivolous. Bah! What does Seven Paths Saint have to do with being improper? Wang Ting sat down on the sofa and stretched his back lazily as he spoke calmly. Feng Jin was speechless. What this guy said made sense. But in her subconscious mind, wasn't a prodigy like Wang Ting a very upright and proud person? Why did she feel that the prodigy in front of her suddenly changed? Sit. Since you're already here, you don't have to be so polite. Wang Ting sized her up with interest and smiled as he spoke. Then, with a wave of his hand, many fruits and delicacies appeared on the table, as well as fine wine. He poured 2 glasses, picked up one for himself, and gestured to Feng Jin. Don't tell me you're drugging me. You're not only a pill Dao saint, but also a medicine Dao saint. This makes me feel very insecure. Feng Jin also sat down unceremoniously, picked up another wine glass, and joked with a smile. Perhaps Wang Ting's change in attitude made her feel less pressured, so she was more relaxed and not as polite and reserved as she was on Tianzhu Star. After all, they were all young people and had their own way of getting along. Wang Ting's face darkened slightly. This female prodigy of Tianzhu Star was a little more filthy than he had imagined. It seemed that the lesson he gave her last time was not enough, he was referring to the blood god clone. He understood everything. Now that he thought about it, the feeling was still very good. You really know how to enjoy yourself. You can drink such good wine casually. Feng Jin was confused. Feng Jin didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking, but she was very happy to see his deflated look. She took a sip of wine and said in surprise. As a prodigy of Tianzhu Star, she was naturally knowledgeable, but it was really difficult to eat the things Wang Ting took out. Today, she was lucky. They were all given by others. Wang Ting said, I don't have any desire for these things, and I never buy them myself. In fact, some of them were collected, but he couldn't say these. Feng Jin almost twisted her waist because of this. She picked up a red melon seed and took a big bite. She chewed it as if she was trying to rip off a rich person. It seems that Tianzhu Star is very poor. Even a prodigy like you can't eat anything good. Wang Ting looked at her strangely, shook his head and sighed. Bah, I'm poor, not Tianzhu Star. No, I'm not poor either. It's you who is too rich. Feng Jin spat at him and said angrily, I'm confused by you. Tianzhu Star is one of the 12 governing planets of the Tianfeng Empire. How can it be poor? As the Saint of Seven Paths, you are naturally extremely rich. An ordinary martial artist like me can't compare with you at all. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't help laughing when he saw her confused look. What are you laughing at? Feng Jin snorted. I'm laughing at how cute you are. Wang Ting couldn't help laughing. I'll take it as a compliment. Feng Jin's earlobe turned slightly red. She tucked her hair behind her ear and said as if nothing had happened. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this before. Okay. Now that we're done chatting, I should go back to Cultivate. If you have anything, just tell the spacecraft's intelligence system. It will contact me. Wang Ting got up and said. Okay. Feng Jin nodded and replied. She was surprised. This prodigy really didn't relax at all. He just sat for a while and wanted to go back to Cultivate. He was even more diligent than an ordinary martial artist. Don't be afraid of those who are less talented than you being diligent. Be afraid of those who are more talented than you being more diligent than you. She secretly made up her mind and immediately went to Cultivate. It was hard to not feel pressured when facing a prodigy like Wang Ting. So the two entered the cultivation room at the same time and cultivated separately. Just as Wang Ting was rushing to Tianzi Star without stopping, the news about what happened on Tianzhu Star spread quickly. The Allied Forces Channel. This was a virtual channel specially opened by the Virtual Universe Company for the Allied Forces. It allowed the martial artists within the 3 territories to communicate with each other and quickly grasp the information of various places. Information was always the most important thing. So in terms of information exchange, the Allied forces could be said to have put in a lot of effort. Among them, the Virtual Universe Company naturally contributed the most. After all, this was where their advantage lay. At this moment, the Allied Forces channel was in an uproar. Many young martial artists appeared and discussed animatedly. I heard that the 7-Path Saint, Wang Ting, purified the power of darkness on Tianzhu Star and restored it completely. Tianzhu Star? Tianzhu Star occupied by the dark apparitions in the Tianfeng Empire? That's right. It's Tianzhu Star occupied by the dark apparitions. It can't be. Is it true? Wang Ting took back that star? He even purified the dark force on it. How did he do it? That's right. How did he do it? Tianzhu Star has already been occupied for a period of time. The dark force on it should be very dense. Even though Wang Ting is a saint-level sub-professional, his martial path level is only at domain lord level. How did he purify the entire star? Could it be a saint-level light elemental array? Stop discussing. Look at the video. An elder sent it to me. Everyone will understand once you see it. Someone sent out a video. It was the scene of Wang Ting using holy light, heavenly feather protection, to purify Tianzhu Star. It was very clear. From that angle, it should have been taken when the leaders of the various powers arrived. It was recorded. However, it was normal. When they saw such a scene, they naturally wanted to record it and send it to the upper echelons to let them re-evaluate Wang Ting's value. Some things couldn't be hidden. And Wang Ting causing such a huge commotion couldn't be hidden from those who wanted to. When everyone finished watching the video, they all fell into silence. There wasn't a single sound. Shock, disbelief. All sorts of emotions filled their hearts. They couldn't calm down for a long time. The huge wings that covered the entire planet. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes and only saw it in the video, they were still shocked. There was a strong impact in their hearts. To many fighters below Sector Lord Intermediate stage, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. And this was a light-type technique. Light-type techniques were extremely rare. To be able to use it to such an extent was only a rumor. To many people, this scene was enough to become an unforgettable memory. This is an immortal rank light-type battle technique? After some time, someone finally asked. From the aura, it should be an immortal rank light-type battle technique. Is this really what Wanting used? Many older sector lords appeared and confirmed the rank of the battle technique. Whether it was an immortal rank battle technique or not, they could still tell. Especially to Sector Lord late-stage fighters, they knew that Sector Lord level battle techniques couldn't reach such a level. Hence, it could only be an immortal rank battle technique. This seems to be the Featherman race's battle technique, Holy Light, Heavenly Feather Protection. A true immortal rank light-type battle technique. How did Wanting learn it? Someone recognized the battle technique and was shocked. Could it be that some Featherman race fighter came to Heaven Pillar Star and got mistaken? It's not Wanting. Some people guessed. It's Wanting. Did you see the end? Wanting's figure appeared. A sharp-eyed martial artist said. It's true. When the video disappeared, Wanting did appear. Incredible. To be able to use such a technique. How did he do it? I heard that there were other existences helping. It wasn't Wanting alone. No wonder. But that's still incredible. From the video, this battle record was clearly Wanting's. Yeah, he doesn't look like a domain lord at all. I wonder how strong his martial Dao strength is. He's really monstrous. In this way, Heaven Pillar Star can be restored. It's also a good thing for Tian Lanweave. At least the sea route in that area will become unobstructed and won't be blocked by the dark apparitions. Yeah, Wanting has made another great contribution this time. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation can compare to him. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the Alliance channel. Many people were excited because in the battle with the dark apparitions, the fighters from the light universe were really aggrieved. Now that Wanting had done such a big thing without saying anything and made such a great contribution, it was really something to be happy about for the entire Alliance. This was also why the higher-ups of the Alliance allowed this matter to be spread and didn't list it as a secret. The light universe really needed some heroes who could stand up for themselves. Of course, these heroes didn't only include Wanting. They also included other fighters who had shown brilliantly on the battlefield. It was just that Wanting's brilliance was a little more dazzling. Moreover, he was younger than everyone. He was a true prodigy of the younger generation and could be used as a benchmark. Sector Lord List of the Radiant Light Universe. Just as the news of Tianzhu planet spread, a new ranking list was sent to the 3 major territories. The Radiant Light Universe Sector Lord list already existed, but it only belonged to Sector Lords. Normally, only Sector Lords could be on the list, similar to the 10,000 Emperor list of the Dark Apparitions. But now, a name had appeared on the newly released Realm Lord ranking. 5999, Wanting. It was Wanting's name, and he appeared at 5,999. Charging into the top 6,000. Everyone was shocked when the list was released, and many sector lords were shocked. The shock wasn't any weaker than when Wanting purified Pillar Star. Everyone was in disbelief. On the Allied Army channel, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Wanting entered the sector lord list. Impossible. It can't be. He's only a domain lord. How could he enter the realm lord rankings? Is this admitting that Wanting's power has surpassed the domain lord level? Probably. The sector lord list is the most authoritative list, and it comes from the Virtual Universe Company. There are also other powers participating in the evaluation, so there's no way it's wrong. Since they admit that Wanting has sector lord level power, then he definitely has sector lord level power. Damn, what a monster. Only those monstrous geniuses who were ranked on the star ranking back then could possess such strength. Have you all forgotten, this Wang Ting was once a genius on the star list? True. Back then, he left his name on the star list, and everyone knows about it. That's not the main point. The main point is that Wang Ting's rank is 5,999, which completely surpasses most of the sector lords on the list. Damn. F***K, it's true. The sector lord ranking includes the 10,000 strongest sector lords in the fake universe, but Wang Ting is ranked 5999. This is unbelievable. How did they evaluate him? That's ridiculous. It's fine if a domain lord entered the list, but he's ranked so high, what would the other sector lords think? What would the powerhouses ranked after 5999 think about this? He felt like he was trying to stir up trouble. It wasn't Wang Ting causing trouble, but the virtual universe company. Placing a domain lord level fighter at 5999 was enough to make many sector lord level fighters jealous. If Wang Ting wasn't the owner of the virtual universe company's true god level contract, they would have thought that the virtual universe company was trying to mess with Wang Ting. Everyone was puzzled and made their own guesses. But that didn't stop them from shouting at Wang Ting, awesome. Broken sound, this was really awesome. It wasn't that no one had ever entered the sector lord ranking as a domain lord before, but to be able to enter the 5,999th rank in such a short time, this was definitely the first. Many people searched the historical records, but none of them could find such a monster. Even the monstrous geniuses who were once on the stars ranking didn't have such a high ranking for the first time. According to the historical records, the highest ranking person who entered the sector lord list for the first time was 6585. It was a genius from 10,000 years ago, named Xuezong. Later on, he became an immortal knight, but no one knows what happened after that. See. It's actually the legendary Xuezong Undying Knight. Wang Ting's first ranking is over 500 places higher than Xuezong Undying Knight. Doesn't this mean that his future achievements will be even higher than Xuezong Undying Knight? In theory, Wang Ting's current momentum is indeed very strong, but it's hard to say what will happen in the future. He's only a domain lord. And that Xuezong Undying Knight might not even be an immortal knight now. So many years have passed, who knows what level he has reached. Yes. Right, that level of being isn't something we can come into contact with. Just as Wang Ting's ranking was being spread, another piece of news spread. Blood disciple of the Blood Clan, it wasn't just the rise of fighters from the light universe that would attract attention. Once a powerful being appeared from the dark apparitions, the light universe would also pay attention. Before, most of the dark apparitions were killed by Wang Ting. Only one blood disciple of the Blood Clan managed to escape. That blood disciple of the Blood Clan's strength shocked many. Now, this blood disciple of the Blood Clan had once again appeared in front of everyone. This was also news from the Heaven Pillar planet. After all, even Elder Guan and Elder Shur, who had been famous for a long time, were defeated by the blood disciple of the Blood Clan. This naturally made the blood disciple of the Blood Clan even more famous. This wasn't as simple as a young genius anymore. He was a true powerhouse. His strength was definitely comparable to Wang Ting. Wang Ting had just entered the Sector Lord list, and the blood disciple of the Blood Clan said that he had defeated the 12 elders of the Heaven Pillar planet. The two of them were like light and darkness, opposing each other and vaguely showing signs of competition. More importantly, the blood disciple of the Blood Clan had actually become the new commander of the Black Contempt Army. The Black Contempt Army was also a well-known army of the dark apparitions in the Radiant Universe. Many planets with life had been destroyed by them. They were like a dark blade of slaughter. Wherever they went, life would be plunged into misery and suffering, and everything would fall silent. Such a fierce reputation was terrifying. How frightening, now that the blood disciple of the Blood Clan had actually become the new commander of the Black Contempt Army, his strength was even more shocking and unsettling. The commander of the Black Contempt Army should be at least a mid-level upper-rank demon emperor. How can the blood disciple of the Blood Clan be qualified? Most importantly, I'm very curious about how he won the position of the commander of the Black Contempt Army. Dark apparitions always speak with their strength. It's absolutely impossible for them to have any background. It's terrifying to think about it. Doesn't this mean that the blood disciple of the blood clan's strength is enough to enter the myriad emperor list of the dark apparitions? The discussion in the coalition army channel didn't calm down. Instead, it became more and more intense. Wang Ting alone made the martial artists of the light universe excited. However, a blood disciple of the blood clan made them feel a strong sense of crisis that couldn't be ignored. The martial artists of the light universe were no stranger to the myriad emperor list of the dark apparitions, just like how the dark apparitions were no stranger to the sector lord list of the light universe. At this moment, when they heard that the blood disciple of the blood clan had become the new commander of the Black Contempt army, many people guessed that he definitely had the strength to enter the myriad emperor list. I heard that the blood disciple of the blood clan led the Black Contempt army and disappeared. Does anyone know where they went? When the discussion gradually calmed down, everyone paid attention to the movements of the Black Contempt army. The disappearance of the infamous Dark Apparition army was really unsettling. If they didn't figure out their movements, who knew who would be the next to suffer? Unfortunately, no one answered this question. No one knew where the Black Contempt army went. Many people knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately mobilized their resources and connections to investigate the movements of the Black Contempt army. Especially the people of the Tianlan Weave, they were even more uneasy. Many martial artists of the light universe were dispatched to the starfield where the Tianzhu star was located to find the Black Contempt army. Somewhere in the Torch Dragon Weave, on a spaceship, the members of the Starry Sky Academy's Blue Flame Association gathered and looked at the light screen in front of them. The information on it made them have different expressions. 5999 on the Sector Lord list. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that it was a new student of their academy. There had never been a new student who was so monstrous. In comparison, these old students were really living like dogs. Why? Why is he everywhere? An angry and ear-piercing voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over, only to see a beautiful woman's eyes filled with coldness and unwillingness. Her eyes were filled with negativity. The negative emotions destroyed the beauty of her face and made people feel extremely uncomfortable. This woman was Ruan Banlian. Her hatred for Wang Ting had never diminished. Although Wang Ting's current strength made her feel frightened, and she didn't dare to show the hatred in her heart openly, as time passed, the hatred became more and more scorching, as if it was burning her heart. The more she suppressed it, the more unbearable it was. And the more outstanding Wang Ting was, the more extraordinary he was, the stronger the unwillingness and jealousy in her heart. There was even an indescribable fear in her heart. So now that the news about Wang Ting had spread, the vice president of the Blue Flame Association began to act like a demon again. Many people shook their heads in their hearts, disdaining Ruan Banlian's actions. Incompetent rage, wasn't the other party's current appearance a perfect interpretation of these 4 words? It was really shameful and disgusting. After the battle with the Dark Apparition, many people in the Blue Flame Association had actually put down their dissatisfaction with Wang Ting. Many people were even full of respect for him. After all, Wang Ting had saved their lives. And the demeanor that he had shown, in their view, had completely surpassed their president Feng Qingyan. When Feng Qingyan was at the domain lord level, he couldn't do this. Originally, they didn't have any hatred with Wang Ting. All the conflicts were between Feng Qingyan and Wang Ting. Now that they were out of the Cosmic Star Academy, they didn't have any hatred for Wang Ting. To put it bluntly, it was just a small fight in the Cosmic Star Academy. Now that they were in the universe and facing the dark apparitions, how could they care about this hatred? So it was really difficult for them to understand and agree with Ruan Banlian's hatred and unwillingness. However, as a member of the Blue Flame Association, no one dared to say this out loud, especially in front of that person. Everyone's gaze moved away from Ruan Banlian and landed on the man opposite her, Feng Qingyan, the president of the Blue Flame Association, Feng Qingyan. He was supposed to be in seclusion, but why was he here? If there was a sector lord late stage or an immortal here, they would definitely be able to tell that this person hadn't broken through to the immortal rank. Obviously, his seclusion this time had failed and he had to come out to the battlefield. Although the 3 territories were extremely dangerous places, it was also a place of opportunity. He came here to find an opportunity to break through to the immortal rank. Banlian, don't be so impatient. Sit down. Feng Qingyan looked at the hysterical woman in front of him, frowned and said faintly. President. Wan Banlian didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of Feng Qingyan. Her tone softened with a trace of grievance. Her beautiful face revealed a weak and scared expression. She laid in Feng Qingyan's arms and said timidly that Wang Ting is getting more and more powerful. He's really a big problem. Yes. You guys can leave. Feng Qingyan didn't rush to speak and instead looked at the others. Yes. The group of higher-ups immediately left. They knew what was going to happen next wasn't something they could listen to. They couldn't stop Feng Qingyan's decision. President? Wan Banlian looked at Feng Qingyan expectantly. I have my own plans. Don't act rashly. Feng Qingyan's eyes flashed. His expression didn't change at all as he said calmly. Oh? Wan Banlian knew Feng Qingyan very well. Seeing him like this, her eyes lit up and asked, President already has a plan? Yes. You don't need to know. Feng Qingyan said. President Wan Banlian pouted and acted like a spoiled child. He's not the same as before. Are you sure you want to know what I'm going to do? Feng Qingyan didn't speak this time. He only revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. His voice then entered her ears. Then forget it. Wan Banlian's smile froze under Feng Qingyan's cold gaze. She embarrassedly said, I don't want to know. I'll just wait for the result. Yes. Good girl. Feng Qingyan gently rubbed her back. His lips curled into a strange smile as he looked at the vast space outside the ship. That kid had indeed become a huge threat to him. With the conflict between them, it was impossible to resolve. Now that he saw Lin Fan rising step by step while he was stuck at the pinnacle of Sector Lord level, the gap between them was getting smaller and smaller. How could he be at ease? When he heard that Wan Ting had become a seven-path saint, he already couldn't sleep well. Now that Lin Fan had returned, his martial Dao strength had become even more terrifying. He was able to kill so many dark apparitions. Such strength could be said to have reached the middle level of Sector Lord level. Furthermore, Lin Fan was ranked 5999 on the Sector Lord list. If he broke through to Sector Lord level in the future, wouldn't he be able to kill him? How could he tolerate such an existence? The members of Star Guild also received the news. When they heard that Wan Ting was ranked on the Sector Lord list, they were all surprised and happy. That guy is getting more and more perverted. Yu Qiqiao couldn't help but say. Ha ha ha. Boss is awesome. Wade laughed heartily, appearing to be very excited. Wu Yan, Yu Yunxian, Lu Tian, and the other geniuses were stunned. That guy had already reached such a stage. Although he was only at the Domain Lord level, his strength had already stepped into the Sector Lord level. The gap between them and Lin Fan seemed to be getting bigger. These geniuses were a little unwilling. They suppressed their anger and wanted to catch up to Lin Fan, even if it was just his back view. When old G from Cosmic Star College heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. He scolded jokingly, this little bastard is really something. I've been in Cosmic Star College for so many years, but there's no one who can compare to him. He actually got ranked 5999 on the Sector Lord list. On Torch Dragon Planet, Torch Dragon Yu was extremely shocked. He couldn't help but clench his fists. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Sector Lord list. In the universe, the Golden Dragon genius Adhog was rushing to a battlefield. When he heard the news, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. That guy is so fickle? Universe First Bank's genius Nancy was sitting in a luxurious spaceship. She was heading to a star sector to carry out a mission. At that moment, she turned off the screen in front of her and recalled the news she had just received. She couldn't help but be speechless. She was a prodigy from the Universe First Bank, and not many prodigies could catch her eye. Only the top prodigies from the various powers could barely match up to her, but now, a prodigy had appeared and defeated them all. She wasn't unconvinced. During the previous battle, she had witnessed his strength with her own eyes. Her heart was filled with admiration. Now that she saw him enter the Sector Lord list as a pinnacle domain lord, she was more or less unwilling to accept it. Seems like I have to work hard too. Nancy put away her lazy appearance and said to herself seriously. As her background was too good and her talent was shocking, she usually didn't put much effort into her cultivation. Now that someone had surpassed her, she naturally felt competitive. How does Wang Ting know my Featherman tribe's immortal level battle technique? On the other side, the Featherman tribe's genius Arves frowned. He felt confused. He naturally saw the scene of Wang Ting purifying Pillar of Heaven Star. He definitely used their race's immortal level battle technique, Holy Light, Heavenly Feather Protection. If it was a normal light type battle technique, it would be fine. However, this was an immortal level battle technique. Now that it was learned by an outsider, how could he not be moved? Compared to the Sector Lord list, he was obviously more concerned about this. At that moment, a screen lit up in front of him. An old man's figure appeared. Elder. Arves was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Arves, did you see Wang Ting's video? The old man asked indifferently. Just saw it. Arves' heart tightened and hurriedly replied. What do you think? The old man asked. What he used should be my race's immortal level battle technique. Holy Light, Heavenly Feather Protection. Arves hesitated for a moment before speaking with certainty. The old man nodded and slowly asked, do you know how he learned it? Yes. I don't know. Arves frowned and shook his head. I used it in front of him once, but he definitely couldn't have learned it just like that. Moreover, from the video, it can be seen that his mastery of this battle technique isn't much worse than mine. Therefore, he must have mastered this battle technique long ago. Yes. This is no small matter. I want you to find out where he learned it from. The old man's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. Elder. Arves hesitated for a moment before saying, he saved my life before. Yes. I know. The old man smiled and said, you can rest assured. Our Featherman race isn't unreasonable. We just want to find out where he learned it from. Yes. I understand. Arves heaved a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. That Wang Ting's identity isn't simple. Moreover, his talent is extraordinary. Even our Featherman race can't do anything to him. The old man comforted, rather than being enemies, it's better to be friends. Yes. He is indeed an extremely outstanding young genius. Arves admitted frankly. Ha ha ha, for you to hold him in such high regard, he's indeed not simple. The old man smiled. If there's a chance, invite him to our Featherman race as a guest. Arves was slightly shocked. However, by the time the old man finished speaking, the screen had already disappeared. I really didn't expect to alarm the elder. He shook his head and gazed into the depths of the universe. His eyes gleamed as he smiled. Sector Lord list, seems like I'll have to work harder. Tianlan Territory, Tianfeng Empire, a certain star field. Fire River was swiftly heading into the depths of space. It was extremely quiet within the ship. No one was moving about. Only the main control room glowed faintly, almost like an unmanned ship. However, Wang Ting was sitting cross-legged in a spacious cultivation room on the spaceship. He had a strange expression on his face. In front of him, a screen was slowly disappearing. Yuan Gungun's silhouette appeared and smiled. Your reputation is getting bigger and bigger. You even made it onto the Sector Lord list. This virtual universe company really isn't afraid of trouble. I think they're doing it on purpose. Wang Ting said helplessly. I think so too. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but laugh. They're just making it more difficult for you. Thank you. Thank you, but I don't need it. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He was speechless. However, I didn't expect the name of the blood god body to spread so quickly. Yuan Gungun smiled, but his expression became extremely strange. Who would have thought that Wang Ting and the blood god body were the same person? Now, I'm afraid both the blood god body and I will be targeted. Wang Ting was even more speechless. What was going on? End of chapter 2009. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.